he found that Laura and the others were still sorting out the materials. They were putting the materials in different categories. These materials were still very important to the Buda family. Although Laura and the others were busy, they were all in high spirits. Zhao Hai was very happy, but he immediately returned to the living room, turned on the screen, and switched to Randolph's study. Randolph's study was very big. It was where he dealt with things and also where he met with the people in charge of the Kalchai family. Therefore, the decoration inside was very good. Although it was not as big as the study of Grand Duke Ivan, it was not that big. After all, the Dark Soldier Fortress was not as big as the Grand Duke's mansion. Smith had already arrived at Randolph's study. The two of them were sitting in the rest area and drinking Coke. Zhao Hai, however, clearly hadn't gotten to the point. Randolph knew that Smith's sudden visit had to be about Zhao Hai, so he wasn't in a hurry. After sending Kier off, he sat down in the resting area and chatted with Smith. Randolph had high hopes for Smith. If it wasn't for Smith's insistence, they wouldn't have married Zhao Hai. If they really became enemies with Zhao Hai, the consequences would be unimaginable. Smith did the right thing in marrying Zhao Hai. It would bring great benefits to the Kalchai family, so Randolph valued Smith's opinion. Randolph took a sip of cocoa and sighed. This time it was really thrilling. Who would have thought that an ordinary attack would lead to so many things? If it wasn't for Little Hai, this time our Karsai family would have suffered a big loss. Smith nodded and said, "That's right. No one would have thought that there would be such a poisonous snake hiding in the Ark continent. This Ark Engraver organization is really ruthless." By the way, Father, do you think Hai's research on the antidote to the anti-magic powder will be successful? Randolph sighed. Quat, I hope he can succeed, but it doesn't seem easy now. When the demon-eliminating powder first appeared, people only wanted to suppress it, but they didn't research any antidote. They mainly destroyed the formula of the demon-eliminating powder and didn't leave any copies. This will also bring Little Hai a lot of trouble. You have to find out the formula of the demon-eliminating powder, then you can strictly produce the antidote. But no matter what, I think Little Hai is right. Although everyone on the continent knows of the existence of a boat carver organization, other than the Robert family, no one else has found anything. No one knows who developed this powder, let alone destroy it. If Little Hai really succeeds in developing it, have you thought about his position in the hearts of mages? The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Randolph immediately pointed out the biggest benefit that Zhao Hai could get after he developed the antidote. That would be his reputation among the mages. As long as Zhao Hai developed the antidote, his reputation among the mages would be unprecedented, and the Kalchai family would also benefit from it. Both Smith and Zhao Hai didn't think of this before. Now that Randolph's words woke him up, Smith couldn't sit still anymore. However, he was too embarrassed to walk in circles in front of Randolph, so he could only hold the cup in his hand and walk in circles. After a long while, Smith looked up at Randolph. Father, if Little Hai really succeeds, then it won't take much effort for the Buda family to develop. There's another reason, Randolph asked. Is there any other reason? Smith smiled. Quat Hai just told me that Jason came to find him with his family's intentions. According to the Crook family, they want to form an eternal alliance with the Buda family. They will be eternal allies. Quat. Randolph couldn't sit still after hearing the news. He stood up and kept spinning on the ground. Smith looked at Randolph and thought of how he was thinking. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that the habit of spinning was hereditary. After a few rounds, Randolph stopped and turned to Smith. Quat, Little Hai told you personally. There shouldn't be any mistakes, right? Smith nodded and said, absolutely not. Father, you should know that Little Hai doesn't say anything easily. But if he says it, then he can do it. So I believe this matter must be true. Quat. Smith nodded and continued, Father, there's one more thing. Little Hai said that he wants to turn Golden Island into a free trading port. Pirates and merchants can trade freely on the island, and he only collects some taxes. He also wants to set a rule that no violence is allowed in the sea area of Golden Island. If he succeeds in this, it will be difficult for the Buda family not to develop. Ginseng sand was a common saying. Randolph used it to tell Smith not to send spies to Zhao Hai's forces, which was rare in a big family like the Kalchai family. Smith frowned and said with uncertainty, Father, will the other people in the family object to what we're doing? From the looks of it, Third Grandpa and the others seem to want to control Hai. Foolish. As soon as Smith finished, Randolph chided, don't listen to them. They are short-sighted. With their skills, they would have died many times if they were in the Karsai family. Randolph paused and sighed. Waiter, you remember, as the head of a big family, sometimes you have to stick to your own ideas. Even if they say they will do it willfully, as long as it is beneficial to the family, you have to do it. Even if you fail, our Karch family can also afford to fail. I'm just afraid that you don't dare to do anything. In the end, this family head can only be a decoration. Smith nodded hard when he heard Randolph's words. At the same time, his eyes lit up because he realized that Randolph seemed to be talking to his successor. Could it be? Smith couldn't help but wonder. Smith nodded. Quite yes, Father, I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do. By the way, father, if Little Hai's Golden Island is successful, do you think it will affect our Tianshui city? Randolph smiled and said, Quad, it shouldn't be affected. Even if there is, it's a good influence. If he does well, most of the goods are robbed by pirates, so they must be very cheap. There will definitely be some merchants who buy goods there and sell them in Tianshui City. The pirates in Tianshui City don't dare to come, but those merchants have no problem. This will give those pirates a chance to launder their money. Hee, this might be a good thing for us in Tianshui City. Quat. Smith nodded. Quat, yes, father, I understand what to do. Tomorrow, Hai will be going to the Crook family and Prince Charlie. What do you think will happen to Prince Charlie? Randolph smiled and said, what could happen to Prince Charlie? Zhao Hai is one of his men. His Majesty must have known this for a long time. However, His Majesty has rewarded Zhao Hai greatly today. This is equivalent to a huge increase in Prince Charlie's strength. Of course, Charlie will be happy. Now it seems that Prince Charlie's chances of getting the position are even higher. However, it's better for us not to get involved. We just need to maintain our family's status. Quat. Smith nodded. Quat, okay, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't get involved in Little Hai's matters. Quat. Randolph nodded. After resting for a while, Zhao Hai summoned the undead creatures of the Robert family. He had other questions to ask, such as the Robert family's battle energy cultivation technique. Although his family had the Mad Dragon battle aura, it was not suitable for just anyone. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to hear about the battle aura cultivation techniques of other families. Even if he did not use them himself, he could put them in their schools for the children to learn. After all, the things in the hands of a 1,000-year-old family were not inferior goods. Zhao Hai didn't think that the most precious thing he got from the Karsai family was money, but an internal library of the family. Although there were many books published on the Ark continent, the truly useful books were all controlled by the big noble families. Ordinary people could not read them. The Robert family was one of the few large families in the Rasen Empire. Naturally, they had their own internal library. Not only did this library contain some information about the Robert family, but it also contained many types of battle aura and training methods. These things were extremely important to Zhao Hai. What delighted Zhao Hai the most was that he found a few notes among the books. These notes were carefully kept in wooden boxes by the Robert family and seemed to be much more valuable than the other books. After Zhao Hai saw these notes, he understood why the Robert family placed so much importance on them. It was because these notes were none other than the training experiences left behind by 9th rank experts. The training notes left behind by a rank 9 expert were definitely valuable. It might not be of much use to Zhao Hai, but it would be of great use to Grimm and the others. Grimm, Merlin, and Kanjang had all reached the peak of the 8th level, only one step away from the 9th level, and these cultivation experiences could provide them with some insight. Zhao Hai now understood why it was so easy for large clans to produce combatants of the 9th rank, while it was very difficult for small clans to produce such combatants. What they lacked was probably this sort of cultivation experience. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't going to memorize all the combat aura techniques. He gave some paper to the Robert family and asked them to write on their own. Since they were all high-level undead creatures, writing wasn't a problem for them. This was also Zhao Hai's idea. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai called out the other undead experts from the boundless space. Since they didn't have anything to do and didn't need to fight, it was a good time for them to write down their cultivation experiences, which would be very important for their future development. It was a peaceful day, but the Ark continent was in a state of turmoil. The person who carved the Ark appeared, the anti-demon powder appeared, the Robert family was destroyed, Zhao Hai was made a marquis, and the ownership of the Golden Island was taken over. All of these things caused chaos on the continent. The appearance of the boat inscriber and the anti-magic powder was still a distant matter to the people of the continent. It only caused a stir among the mages and some of the higher-ups of the continent. The ownership of the Golden Island had attracted the attention of many people on the continent. All the nobles on the continent knew what kind of place the Golden Island was, even the common people knew. The ownership of the Island of Gold had always been an urgent topic between the Rosen Empire and the Arcas Empire. It was also because of this that the Island of Gold had no owner. Now the Island of Gold had a master, and the identity of this master was even more amazing. The Buta family was born in the Arcas Empire, but the reward he received was from the Rasen Empire, which surprised everyone on the continent. The reward from the Rasen Empire was very intriguing. Everyone on the continent knew about the relationship between the Buta family and the Arcas Empire. At first, everyone thought that the Buta family was finished. Who would have thought that they would suddenly rise up and become one of the few powerful families on the continent? Under such circumstances, the fact that the Rasen Empire had suddenly assigned Zhao Hai's fief to the Golden Island was something that had to be carefully thought over. The Arcas Empire quickly expressed their stand. They were determined not to accept the fate of the Rasen Empire. They also insisted that the Island of Gold belonged to the Arcas Empire. If the Rossan Empire dared to send people to the Island of Gold, the Arcas Empire could not guarantee what the consequences would be. This was undoubtedly a threat. It meant that if the Rossan Empire did not take back this decree, it might cause a war between the two countries. As for Zhao Hai, the Arcas Empire did not say anything. Zhao Hai's family's title and fief had been confirmed by several powerful countries on the continent and the Church of Light. It could not be changed. Therefore, even if they wanted to expel Zhao Hai from the Arcas Empire, it was impossible. Furthermore, on the continent, nobles were allowed to have 2 nationalities and 2 noble titles. However, all of this was nothing to Zhao Hai. The Island of Gold had already been given to him, so he had the right to occupy it. He did not occupy it before because he did not have the reward from the Rosen Empire. If he had occupied it, it would be equivalent to offending 2 big countries. Now that he occupied it, he would only offend one at most, so he was not afraid. Zhao Hai had never had a good impression of the Arcas Empire. They had been too cruel to the Buddha family. Therefore, Zhao Hai no longer regarded himself as a citizen of the Arcas Empire. He only regarded himself as a citizen of the Black Earth Wilderness because that was his kingdom. Therefore, he had no psychological burden at all when it came to offending the Arcas Empire. Night, Zhao Hai brought Green and the others into the realm. He told them about what had happened that day, his title and his new land. Grimm and the others did not object. They did not have a good impression of the Arcas Empire. Now that Zhao Hai's rank in the Rosen Empire was higher than in the Arcas Empire, Grimm and the others naturally thought of themselves as people of the Rosen Empire. After all, they were born and raised on the Arc continent, so they were very interested in the rank of nobility. Unlike Zhao Hai, in his eyes with power, he did not care whether he had the rank of nobility or not. Green and the others immediately agreed with Zhao Hai's plan. To them, it did not matter if the Golden Island became a chicken that laid eggs, as long as the Buddha family's territory was big enough. After discussing the matter with Grimm and the others, Zhao Hai passed the notes of the rank 9 powerhouses to them. As if they had found a treasure, Grimm and the others did not leave the realm and immediately went to the room in the realm to read them. The environment in the interspace was good and suitable for their cultivation, so they didn't want to go out. Fortunately, there weren't many things to do in the Iron Mountain Castle, so they didn't mind even if they had to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Zhao Hai had a good night's rest in the origin space. The next morning, after having breakfast, he took the carriage to the Crook family. This time, Zhao Hai's trip to the Crook family was different from the last time, when Jason was waiting for him alone. This time, Jason's grandfather was leading the team, and all the senior members of the Crook family were waiting outside the castle to welcome Zhao Hai. They were very respectful. Zhao Hai didn't act too ostentatiously today. He only brought Su Weiniang and Shunyi. Laura and the others were still sorting out the books in the medium, which couldn't be sorted out in a day or two. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the stance that the Crook family had taken. He did not expect the Crook family to mobilize so many people. As soon as the horse stopped, he immediately got off the car and bowed to Jason's grandfather. "Grandpa, why did you come out personally? This is too much." Jason's grandfather couldn't help but smile when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch of the Croak family, Jas Croak greets Patriarch Zhao Hai Buddha." Zhao Hai was taken aback when he heard Jia Si's words, but he immediately understood what Jia Si meant. He quickly returned the greeting. "Zhao Hai Buddha greets Patriarch Jia Si." After the two parties formally greeted each other, Jasper introduced his family to Zhao Hai. Jason's father was called Lauren, and Zhao Hai had only just learned of their names. Zhao Hai only paid attention to their names. He didn't remember the names of the other members of the Crook family, and only asked Kai to do it. After the introduction, Jia Si laughed heartily at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, welcome to our house. It's been so many days since Grace Day and you're only here now. I'm going to get angry." When Zhao Hai heard what Jas said, he understood what he meant. When he was introduced, he was the Buddha family's patriarch, but now he was Jas' friend, his junior. That was why he spoke in such a tone. Zhao Hai liked it when he spoke like this, as it was more natural. Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, "Quite too many things have happened recently, but I came to attend the banquet a few days ago. It was just that you were too busy, Grandpa, so you didn't attend. You can't blame me for that, Quat." Jia Si laughed heartily. "Quite all right, you've got a point. However, you have to accompany me for a good drink or two today. Come, let's talk inside, Quat." Next, Jas led Zhao Hai into the castle and sat down in the large living room. On the way, Zhao Hai had discovered that Jas was an extremely powerful patriarch. The other members of the Crook family did not have much say in front of him. Jas was definitely a dictator-like person. However, it was clear that he could still listen to the opinions of some people in the family. It was just that he was extremely powerful in the family, and no one dared to oppose his words. The large living room of the Crook family was similar to the Kalchai family. Although Jia Si's prestige in the Crook family was unprecedentedly high, the other members of the family also had their own positions. If they were to unite, Jia Si would have no choice but to submit. However, Jia Si's prestige in the Crook family was very high, and his tactics were very clever. He pulled a group and beat a group. Now almost everyone in the Crook family belonged to Jia Si, so Jia Si's words held enormous weight. However, he was still very polite to those who supported him. After they sat down in the living room, Jia Si didn't stand on ceremony and directly said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, you know why you came here today. I can tell you clearly that you have two identities now, the Buddha family's master and Jason's friend. The first identity is equal to me. The second identity is that I am your elder. I don't know what identity you are going to use to talk to me today." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat Grandpa, I'm talking to you as Jason's friend. Although I'm the head of the Buddha family, I'm only a marquis in public. In private, I'm good friends with Jason. Since you're Jason's grandfather, you're my elder. I'm talking to you as a junior. Quat." Jia waited for Zhao Hai to finish before bursting into laughter. "All right, Little Hai, since you said so, then as your elder, I can't let you suffer any losses. From today onwards, I hope that the Buddha family and the Croc family will form an eternal alliance and become eternal allies. I wonder if Little Hai is agreeable to this." "Quat, of course I agree," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, but if we do that, the Crook family will be at a disadvantage." Quat. Jas laughed out loud. "Quat, the Crook family might suffer some losses now, but it won't happen again in the future." "All right, it's settled then. We'll announce this news in 2 days. By the way, Little Hai, what do you plan to do about your fief? Take it back, or should I just leave it there? It's my own stuff. Of course I'm taking it back. Wouldn't it be a waste to just leave it there?" Zhao Hai smiled. Jia Si frowned. "Quat, Little Hai, things aren't that simple on the Golden Island. If you really want to get him back, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult, and it may cause a war between the two countries." Quat. Jia Si was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although Zhao Hai's relationship with the Arcas Empire was currently very tense, his title of nobility was not something that ordinary people could touch. However, when necessary, his identity as a member of the Arcas Empire would be of some use to him. Jia Si nodded and said, "Then what are you going to do on the island after you take it back? There's no more gold to mine there. I haven't thought about it yet." "I'm going to take back the Golden Island first," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Jia Si was a sly old fox. One look at Zhao Hai's expression and he knew that he wasn't speaking the truth. He also knew that Zhao Hai must have developed a mature idea, but he just didn't want to say it in front of so many people. Jia Si didn't pursue the matter, only smiling. "Quat, okay, that's all for today. Everyone can go. Little Hai, you stay and drink with me." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, Grandfather, I was planning to visit the third prince in the afternoon. I've been well since yesterday. Do you think I should stop drinking this afternoon?" Jia Si didn't care that much, glaring. "Don't waste your breath. Just drink it if I tell you to. What are you afraid of? You can go to the third prince's place in the afternoon. He won't blame you." Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly and impatiently when he heard that. In the afternoon, Jia Si and the others drank for quite a while, making Zhao Hai's head dizzy. There was no other way. Jia Si and the others were too happy, so they had to bring Zhao Hai to drink. Furthermore, the alcohol did not get to his head, and even so, Zhao Hai was still drunk. However, Zhao Hai still went to Charlie's place. He didn't want to give Charlie the impression that he had turned on him after he became rich. He had also drunk the life potion and was now more or less sober. Meljin used this matter to make fun of Zhao Hai. The life fluid, which was a treasure of the Karsai family, could only be used to dispel alcohol in Zhao Hai's hands. If this matter was spread out, Randolph would probably kill Zhao Hai on the spot. When they arrived at Charlie's mansion, Charlie was already waiting for Zhao Hai at the door. The two of them greeted each other and went straight to the back hall. Zhao Hai did not ask the servant to send off Kia, but instead asked the servant to bring him a glass of water. He drank it in one gulp. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "How is it? Those guys from the Crook family can drink a lot, can't they?" "I don't know if they can drink or not," Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile, "but one of them is definitely the best at persuading people to drink. Have you ever seen dozens of people taking turns to toast?" "I was so scared that I almost jumped under the table." Charlie laughed out loud. "Quat, that's how the Crook family is. They have another name here in the imperial capital, the Rogue Nobles. Anyone from their family is a pain in the ass. No one can do anything to them." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, that's true. Who would have thought that an old man of dozens of years would still be so shameless? Seriously." Quat. Charlie laughed and said after a long while, "By the way, why is the Crook family looking for you? You even drank so much with them." Quat. "Good news," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, the Crook family has formed an eternal alliance with our Buddha family. We'll be announcing it to the public in 2 days. Quat. Charlie was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up. Really, that would be great. Zhao Hai was Charlie's subordinate. The current strength of the Buddha family was not weak to begin with. Moreover, their relationship with the Karsai family had also become closer. This had caused a great change in Zhao Hai's own status. If the Krieg family was included, even if Charlie failed in his bid for the throne in the future, he would definitely be able to keep his title of prince. Moreover, he would most likely become a prince with real power. Of course, Charlie also understood that his chances of ascending to the throne were greater than anyone else's. In the past, the first prince was the most powerful among the princes, and Charlie was second to him. However, because Charlie kept a low profile, ordinary people would not notice him. However, the Robert family's sudden destruction, the sudden appearance of the boat scriber organization, and the sudden use of the anti-magic powder had caught the first prince off guard. All of his previous plans had failed. Because of his relationship with the Robert family, he had already made the old king unhappy. On top of that, the anti-magic powder had also made all the mages on the continent unhappy. Because of the boat scriber, the nobles had kept a respectful distance from him. Now he had become the most unlikely person to get the position. The second prince was too reckless. He did not have any advantage over Charlie at all. Moreover, Water Jade City and Water Out City had always been in a competitive relationship. However, Water Out City was obviously no match for Water Jade City. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to ascend to the throne. However, Charlie was different. His most capable subordinate, Zhao Hai, had just received a reward from the old king, the title of Marquis, and an island as the family's hereditary fief. All of these affirmed Zhao Hai's strength and status, which greatly increased Charlie's strength. If the Karch family and the Croak family were included, Charlie's strength would definitely be the crown of all the princes. "Quat, don't worry, your highness," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, this matter has already been decided. There won't be any mistakes." Quat. Charlie's face was red with excitement. After a while, he calmed down and laughed at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, you're really my divine star." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's too early to say that. I'm not a lucky star. By the way, your highness, I think I'll be very busy soon. I'm going to take back the Golden Island." Charlie was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's good to take it back from the Golden Island, but it's not that easy. Have you thought about it?" he said. Zhao Hai nodded and told Charlie about his plan. He even told Charlie about turning the Golden Island into a free port. When Charlie heard Zhao Hai's words, he was a little surprised. He did not expect Zhao Hai's plan to be so big. However, he still supported Zhao Hai's plan. If Zhao Hai's plan really succeeded, not only would it benefit the Buddha family, but it would also benefit him greatly. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, your highness, you're too polite. With our relationship, there's no need for you to say such things. Don't worry. As for the Golden Island, I'll give you the land you like. When the time comes, we might even have to cooperate more with your Jade Water City." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Charlie was naturally very happy. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai's attitude towards him would change after he rose to power, and that would be a huge blow to him. If Zhao Hai were to leave Charlie now, not only would his strength be greatly reduced, his reputation would be affected as well. If he could not even keep such an outstanding person like Zhao Hai, how could he be king? The people who followed him would lose confidence, and the old king would probably lose confidence in him as well. After leaving Charlie's place, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space. Laura and the others had been busy in the origin space for the past few days, and the information was almost all sorted out. Although they hadn't read through all of it, it wasn't a problem to sort it out. In addition, the information that Zhao Hai had asked the undead creatures to write 2 days ago was almost complete. Laura and the others were doing the final sorting. These materials had been divided into 2 parts by Laura and the others. Some unimportant things had been placed in the school in Iron Mountain for the students to study. As for the important materials, Zhao Hai had put them in the villa in his inner space, which had been specially prepared for them. When Zhao Hai entered the origin space, Laura and the others had already finished cleaning up. They were sitting in the living room and drinking Coke. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai enter, Laura immediately poured him a glass of Coke. Seeing Zhao Hai's face was still a little red and reeking of alcohol, Lola immediately frowned and said, "Quat, big brother Hai, you should drink less in the future. Look at you, you reek of alcohol, Quat." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, I don't want to, but there's nothing I can do. We can't skip the 2 drinks today. The Crook family has already decided to form an eternal alliance with us. We have to inform Prince Charlie as well, Quat." Lola nodded. She knew that for someone of Zhao Hai's status, he would have to deal with a lot of things. This kind of social interaction was inevitable, but she was still heartbroken. Meg's heart ached even more, and she quickly said, "Quat, young master, you should go and take a bath in the hot spring. You'll feel more comfortable this way, Quat." Zhao Hai thought about it and nodded. The smell of alcohol on him was uncomfortable. It was convenient to have a hot spring in the inner space, so it was good to have a good soak in winter. Zhao Hai went into the hot spring, while Laura and the others sat outside and chatted. Laura turned to Meljan and said, "Meljan, do you think we should build a small hill and a castle on the outskirts of Carson City? With Brother Hai's current status, it should be possible, right?" Meljan nodded and said, "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid Brother Hai won't agree. It'll cost a lot of money to build a castle. Moreover, the famous hills outside of Carson City have been occupied. The environment of the less famous hills isn't very good either." Laura thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we ask Brother High to talk to His Highness? If we can't do it, we can just take over the Robert family's castle. No one will want their castle anyway." Quat. Meg frowned and said, "Is that okay? We were the ones who destroyed the Robert family, and now we're living in their castle. It's a little weird, and I don't really like it." Meljan nodded. "Quat, I don't like it either, and His Majesty won't agree to it. I think we'd better build one ourselves. We can't save on this money. Building a castle around Carson City is also a symbol of status. At the same time, it's also a way to express our position to His Majesty." Quat. Lola frowned and said, "So there's such a thing, but this is good. If building a castle around Carson City can have such a great effect, then we really should build one. Oh, I think we should discuss this with Grandpa Grimm." Quat. Quat, yes, we should discuss it with Grandpa Green and the others. This is not a small matter. It concerns the future of the Buda family. Quat. Meljan nodded. Laura nodded her head. Then the few of them chatted for a while. After a while, Zhao Hai came out of the hot spring room. Now he was refreshed. Laura told Zhao Hai what they had just said. Zhao Hai did not object. On the contrary, he was very interested in it. However, the castle couldn't be built in a day or two. Zhao Hai wanted to solve the problem at the Golden Island first before building the castle. Laura and the other girls didn't object to it. After a silent night, Smith told Zhao Hai a piece of news the next day. The Karsai family was going to hold a banquet in the Dark Soldier Fortress to celebrate Zhao Hai's promotion to Marquis. Zhao Hai did not object. He knew that this was a necessary process. This banquet was actually a process for him to get to know the great nobles, a process for them to truly recognize his existence. The banquet was extremely successful. Zhao Hai was currently in the limelight in the Rossen Empire, and no one would not give him face. In addition, those nobles were not stupid. From the strength that Zhao Hai had shown, the relation between the Kalchai family and the third prince, everyone already knew that the rise of the Buda family was inevitable. At this time, no one would not like to add flowers to a brocade. On the second day of Zhao Hai's banquet, the Crook family officially announced to the public that they would form an eternal alliance with the Buda family. This was without a doubt another huge bomb, making everyone look at the Buda family with even greater respect. All the nobles on the continent knew what the eternal alliance represented. No noble would go against the Eternal Alliance because they knew that if they went against the Eternal Alliance, they would be excluded by all the other nobles, and their families would have no place on the continent in the future. After the news was announced, the old nobles on the continent realized that the Buda family's strength was no longer inferior to them. Before this piece of news had even passed, another piece of news once again shocked the continent. The Sheila family announced in a high-profile manner that they were willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Buda family. The offensive and defensive alliance was different from the Eternal Alliance. Although the offensive and defensive alliance was also a kind of ally, it was not as binding as the Eternal Alliance. The meaning of the offensive and defensive alliance was exactly as he had expected on the surface. If one party was in trouble, the other party must help. The two parties could cooperate. It was a kind of alliance that was relatively easy to form. Sheila's family was also very famous on the continent. They were the #1 hotel family on the continent and one of the most famous business families in the continent. They were actually willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Buda family. This was really beyond the expectations of many people. Zhao Hai had known about this long ago. When he came to Carson City for God's Grace Day, Sheila's family had discussed this with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had agreed to the alliance even earlier than the Croak family. However, Zhao Hai had never announced it to the public. However, the Buda family had been in the limelight recently. Zhao Hai didn't want to announce it, but Sheila's family did. Forming an alliance with Zhao Hai would have a huge impact on their family. The Sheila family also understood that they were only a business family after all. If they could really form an alliance with a new noble family like the Buda family, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Although their alliance with Zhao Hai would affect their businesses outside the Rossen Empire, they believed that with the strength that the Sheila family had accumulated over the years, it would not be difficult for them to overcome this crisis. However, if they let go of the ally, the Buda family, it would be difficult to find another suitable one. The moment the Sheila family announced their alliance with the Buda family, the entire continent was in an uproar. No one dared to look down on the Buda family anymore. However, there was also someone who jumped out to embarrass the Buda family. This person was none other than the Arcas Empire. The Arcas Empire had jumped out at this time and announced in a high-profile manner that they would never acknowledge the reward given to the Buda family by the Rosen Empire. If the Buda family dared to set foot on the Island of Gold, they would not rule out the possibility of using force to reclaim the island. This was no longer a warning, but a threat. With the Arcas Empire's decision, everyone on the continent turned their attention to the Rosen Empire and the Buda family. There was no response from the Rosen Empire. They only announced that the Island of Gold had become the hereditary territory of the Buda family. It was up to the Buda family whether they could obtain the island of gold or not. If the Buda family asked for the help of the Empire would help them because Zhao Hai was a noble of the Rosen Empire. None of the nobles on the continent were idiots. They all knew that the Rosen Empire was doing this to force the Buda family to make a stand, so that the Buda family and the Arcas Empire would completely fall out. When Zhao Hai saw the power of the Arcas, he immediately made a statement. He solemnly declared to the continent that the Island of Gold was the territory of the Buda family, a gift from the Rosen Empire to the Buda family. Anyone who entered the island without the permission of the Buda family would be seen as a challenge to the family, and he would not rule out the use of force to solve the problem. Zhao Hai's statement was equally unyielding, but it was also a warning to the pirates still on the island. The Arcas Empire immediately responded to Zhao Hai's reputation. They once again claimed that the Island of Gold was the territory of the Arcas Empire, and that anyone who dared to enter the island would be severely punished by the Arcas Empire. Zhao Hai once again issued a statement. He gave everyone on the island a final deadline of 10 days. After 10 days, if there were still people on the island, the Buda family would officially send troops to the island and wipe out all resistance forces. The continent was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was waiting to see if the Buda family would really send troops to the Island of Gold in 10 days. Zhao Hai had used these 10 days to understand the situation on the island. The Blood Eagle carried the evil spirit staff and flew around the Island of Gold. Not only was he monitoring everything on the Island of Gold, but he was also paying attention to the reactions of the Arcas Empire. After Zhao Hai's announcement, the pirates had already left the Island of Gold like a swarm of bees. Now, whether it was the Buda family or the Arcas Empire, they were not people that the pirates could deal with. Therefore, they were ready to leave the Island of Gold. As Zhao Hai had said, although the Island of Gold was very important, it was not a big deal for the pirates. The reason why they were there was that no one was in charge of it. Now that someone was in charge, they naturally would not touch the bad luck of the Buda family. Zhao Hai's ruthlessness was well known throughout the continent. This could be seen from the way he treated the Robert family. Even the pirates were afraid of such a person. Zhao Hai was happy that the pirates were smart, but he felt a little regretful. He didn't want all of them to run away. If they all ran away, Golden Island would be empty. He wouldn't be able to find an excuse to deal with those pirates. Those pirates had been plundering for years and had stored a lot of good things. If all these things went to Zhao Hai, he could make a fortune again. NBSB Zhao Hai was a little addicted to this kind of robbery. This kind of robbery was much more profitable than other businesses, and the profit was getting higher and higher. He would first make a statement with a stronger tone. This way, the pirates would run away if they knew what was good for them. Those who did not know what was good for them would stay and fight with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai killed them, no one would be able to say anything. However, Zhao Hai had clearly underestimated his position in the hearts of the major powers on the continent. Those major families were not fools. They knew Zhao Hai's strength and the power of his network. No one would provoke Zhao Hai at this time. That would be equivalent to having lived long enough. Therefore, they immediately ordered the pirates under their control to choose a new location. In fact, Golden Island was not the lair of the pirates. They all had their own lair. Golden Island was actually a free trade port. The pirates conducted transactions there. Some pirates who could sell dirty things would buy the dirty things in the hands of the unsalvageable pirates at a low price. They would turn those things into money or various materials to sell to the pirates. In this way, the pirates could survive for a long time. There were some pirates on Golden Island all year round, but these pirates had their own bases on other islands, so they immediately ran away from Golden Island after receiving orders from their forces. The pirates also understood that if the Buda family really went to the Island of Gold, the Arcas Empire would definitely take action. At that time, the Island of Gold would definitely become a battlefield. These pirates did not want to get involved in this muddy water, because they were very clear that they were not qualified to get involved in this muddy water. As soon as he saw the pirates run away, Zhao Hai focused his surveillance on the Arcas Empire and the Rosen Empire. The power closest to the Golden Island in the Arcas Empire was the king of the south, Boric. Since there was a huge enmity between Zhao Hai and Boric would definitely not let go of this opportunity and would definitely come to deal with him. However, his focus was still on the Arcas Empire. There was Charlie, the Karsai family, and the Crooks family in the Rossen Empire. If there were any unusual movements in the Rossen Empire, the three of them would definitely receive the news. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not very worried. However, he could not help but worry about the Arcas Empire. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the Arcas Empire had already gathered more than 500 warships of various sizes and were ready to take over the Golden Island. At the sight of this situation, Zhao Hai was not anxious anymore. He stayed in the dark soldier fortress calmly every day and attended banquets held by those nobles from time to time. He had no intention to go to the Golden Island. Not only did the Arcas Empire not understand what he was doing, but the people of the Rossen Empire did not understand either. They did not know what he meant by this. Could it be that the declaration he had discovered before was fake? Only Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was waiting. He was waiting for the fleet of the Arca's Empire to reach the Island of Gold. As soon as the fleet of the Arca's Empire reached the Island of Gold, Zhao Hai would immediately appear on the Island of Gold and release his undead creatures. Then, he would capture the fleet of Arcas and turn them into one of his undead fleet. There were people on the continent who looked down on Zhao Hai's actions, and there were also people who did not understand it. However, no one directly confronted Zhao Hai because they knew very well that even if Zhao Hai's strength was very weak, the current Zhao Hai was not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. Borich's fleet did not care whether Zhao Hai made a move or not. They were the first to make a move. A fleet of more than 500 ships had already set off from Yasura City, a port city in the south of the Arca's Empire. Their destination was the Island of Gold. Smith and the others were also very confused by Zhao Hai's actions. They had also asked Zhao Hai what he wanted to do, but Zhao Hai only laughed without saying anything. 2 days after the fleet of the Arca's Empire set off, the king suddenly summoned Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that the king might have something to do with the Arca's Empire fleet, so he did not say anything and immediately went to the palace in a carriage. The king had summoned Zhao Hai alone to the back of the palace in the king's study. The king's study was of course very well known. After Zhao Hai bowed to the king gave him a seat. After Zhao Hai sat down, the king looked at him and said, "Marquis Zhao Hai, do you know what the Arca's fleet is doing?" Zhao Hai didn't expect the king to be so direct. He immediately said, replying to my king, "This subject knows." The king nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. Then, "Marquis Zhao Hai, do you have any plans to deal with this? You must know that the Island of Gold was given to you by the Rosen Empire. You must not let those barbarians from the Arca's Empire take it, do you understand?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I understand. Please rest assured, my king. The Golden Island will always be a part of the Rosen Empire. It is the territory of the Buda family. I will not give it to anyone. Please rest assured, my king." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the king's expression softened. He nodded and said, "Quat, it's good that you understand, Marquis Zhao Hai. What I want to tell you is that you are now a Marquis of the Rosen Empire, which means that you are a citizen of the Rosen Empire. If anyone dares to threaten you with force, the Rosen Empire will not stand by and do nothing." Quat. Zhao Hai understood the king's intentions. The king was afraid that Zhao Hai did not have the power to resolve this matter, so he told Zhao Hai that if there was something he could not resolve, the Rosen Empire could help him. Zhao Hai immediately smiled. "Quat, don't worry, my king. I still have the ability to deal with the little thief who broke into my house. However, I would like to invite the little thief into my house. I will then close the door and not let them escape." Quat. When the king heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately laughed and said, "Quat, good Marquis Zhao Hai. Remember your words and don't disappoint me." Quat, "Please rest assured, my king. I will not disappoint you." Zhao Hai stood up and bowed. The king nodded. "Quat, all right, you may leave. This king shall watch your performance." Quat, "Quat, yes, master." Quat. Zhao Hai replied and left after bowing. It had been 8 days since Zhao Hai's 10-day declaration. There were only 2 more days until the deadline, and the fleet of the Arca's Empire would arrive at Golden Island in 2 days. Now, everyone's attention was on Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do, but they were disappointed. Zhao Hai did not do anything. He continued to stay in the Dark Soldier Fortress every day, occasionally attending a banquet and showing his face in front of people. After that, he did nothing. At this point, many people on the continent believed that Zhao Hai had acknowledged the bear. In their opinion, this was not Zhao Hai's fault. The other party had sent out more than 500 warships, including more than 205 masted ironclads and more than 303 masted ordinary warships. There were hundreds of thousands of sailors alone, and among them were nearly 1,000 level 8 experts from the Arca's Empire. It was said that there were even level 9 experts. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Zhao Hai to acknowledge the bear. However, some of the nobles still wanted to laugh at Zhao Hai because the Buda family was too famous in the past. 2 days passed in a flash. At this time, people who had been paying attention to the fleet of the Arca's Empire found that the fleet of the Arca's Empire had entered the waters of the Golden Island and was preparing to dock. It seemed that they were going to stay there for a long time. Sure enough, as soon as the fleet of the Arca's Empire docked, the Arca's Empire immediately announced the name of the Island of Gold to the outside world. The Island of Gold was an inseparable territory of the Arca's Empire, and they wanted to build a naval base on the Island of Gold. Hearing the Arca's declaration, the people of the continent were all speechless. They turned their attention to the Rosen Empire at the same time. In their opinion, there was nothing to pay attention to Zhao Hai now. They should pay attention to the Rosen Empire and see how they would respond to the obvious provocation of the Arca's Empire. However, what made the people of the continent feel strange was that the Rosen Empire did not respond at all, as if this matter had never happened. The people on the continent were in an uproar once again. They had never thought that the usually powerful Rasen Empire would actually swallow their anger. This was too abnormal. Under the gaze of everyone on the continent, the naval base of the Arcas Empire was completed in only 10 days. During this period, Zhao Hai didn't make any response. However, the Arcas Empire had been trying their best. Cargo ships entered the Golden Island one after another and unloaded the building materials on the ships. After that, they left without stopping for even a minute. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of people on the island were working hard to build this naval base. With the help of a few mages, they were able to build a naval base in 10 days. The establishment of this naval base marked the victory of the Arcas Empire. In people's eyes, it would be difficult for the Rasen Empire to take Golden Island after the establishment of the naval base. Now, no one thought about the Buta family. 10 days after the fleet of the Arcas Empire entered the Island of Gold, the naval base of the Island of Gold was officially built. When the base was celebrating, countless undead creatures suddenly appeared on the Island of Gold. They appeared on the Arcas Empire's warships that were docked at the dock of the Island of Gold, and a massacre began. No one knew what had happened on the Island of Gold that night. They only knew that the next day, the flag of the Arcas Empire on the Island of Gold had disappeared. The flag of the Buta family was floating on the Island of Gold. The naval base of the Arcas Empire on the Island of Gold had become the training base of the Buta family's fleet. At the same time, the sea was blocked, not allowing any ships of the Arcas Empire to approach the Island of Gold. This night's change shocked everyone on the continent. They didn't know what had happened. Could it be that the fleet of the Arcas Empire had betrayed them? Just as everyone on the continent was confused, Zhao Hai set off from Carson City. He first took a carriage, then a boat, and headed straight for Golden Island. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Hai. He was still the same as before. He had 2 servants, 3 fiancés, and a maid. There was no one else. There was only 1 carriage and 1 boat. However, everyone on the continent would make way when they saw the carriage and the ship. They wanted to see what would happen to Zhao Hai when he reached the Island of Gold. Would he be warmly welcomed, or would he be beaten back? Soon they found out that when Zhao Hai was approaching the waters of the Island of Gold, all the Arcas fleet that was parked on the island came out and guarded Zhao Hai's ship. They brought Zhao Hai to the island, and when Zhao Hai got off the island, they immediately said, "All the navy of the Arcas Empire on the Golden Island have become undead creatures." If it wasn't for the Arcas Empire building a complete naval base for him, the fleet of the Arcas Empire would have been wiped out the day they landed on the island. It's also a warning to all those on the continent who want to invade the Island of Gold. Take this fleet of the Arcas Empire as an example. As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the people on the continent immediately fell into a deathly silence. They did not doubt Zhao Hai's words because the moment Zhao Hai made his statement, the Arcas Empire sent another fleet to attack Golden Island. However, they were repelled by the original fleet. During the battle, the people on the Arcas Empire's second fleet realized that everyone in the original fleet had become undead creatures. After confirming the validity of Zhao Hai's statement, everyone on the continent felt a chill run down their spines. They were shocked and terrified by Zhao Hai's methods. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was no longer a human, but a living demon. This time, almost everyone knew the scale of the fleet that the Arcas Empire had sent to the Island of Gold, because there were countless eyes on the continent. This time, the Arcas Empire had not only sent crew and combatants to the Island of Gold, but also many craftsmen, who were mainly to build a naval base. The people on the 500 warships, plus the craftsmen and some coolies, added up to hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands. But now there were hundreds of thousands of undead creatures. Furthermore, it was Zhao Hai who did it. If he wasn't a demon, who was? Even if it was those people who killed like flies on the continent, if they were asked to personally kill hundreds of thousands of people, many of them would go easy on them. However, Zhao Hai didn't even blink his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of people turned into hundreds of thousands of undead creatures. This was even more vicious than killing hundreds of thousands of people. While they were shocked by Zhao Hai's ruthless agreement, they were even more shocked by Zhao Hai's strength. He was able to turn hundreds of thousands of people into undead creatures. What kind of person was he? Just how powerful was he? All of this shrouded Zhao Hai with a mysterious veil. On the other hand, the major powers of the continent loved to unveil these layers of veils. It was not just out of curiosity, but more for their own sake. The strength and means that Zhao Hai had displayed were truly too terrifying. When the people of the continent began to investigate Zhao Hai, they discovered that he was actually such a terrifying existence. In the first 18 years, he was a standard low-level rich kid. He was the kind of rich kid who relied on his family's power to act arrogantly. He was usually called a low-level rich kid. However, after he drank the water of the void and was sent to a place where people deliberately looked after him, he underwent a qualitative change. A few months later, he appeared on the continent under the name of Zhao Hai. As soon as he came out, he received the undead mercenary group, which was a headache for everyone on the continent. Then he did his business with peace of mind. In the end, he became enemies with the Church of Light and the Margender family. After killing a group of people, he fled to the grasslands. After coming out of the grassland, he became another person. Then he went to the Rosen Empire, where Duke Ryan was overthrown and his entire family was slaughtered. Then he went against the Karsai family and finally forced them to give in. After that, he saved the Versailles Duchy and obtained nearly 100,000 undead creatures. At the same time, he also revealed nearly 10,000 orc undead creatures. Then he wiped out the Robert family. The most eye-catching thing was his methods. He had killed everyone in the Robert family, leaving no one alive. He had also turned the Robert family members into undead creatures, followed by the hundreds of thousands of people in the Arcas Empire. Now that they did a rough calculation, Zhao Hai already had close to 1 million undead creatures, nearly 1 million high-level undead creatures. What kind of strength was this? Even a 1,000-year-old family or a large empire wouldn't dare to offend them, let alone an ordinary family. In BSB in the past, people might not have taken it to heart. Zhao Hai, no matter how strong you were not a rank 9 expert. Your Buddha family did not have a rank 9 expert either. We could still force you back to the Black Soil Wastelands. However, it was not possible now. It was said that Zhao Hai had a level 9 expert in his hands. In addition, he was now the son-in-law of the Karch family and the eternal ally of the Croak family. Under such circumstances, if anyone on the continent dared to offend Zhao Hai, they would definitely have their heads squeezed between the door. Ever since Zhao Hai arrived on the Island of Gold, all the powers on the continent had lost their voices. Even the Arcas Empire had lost their voice. Following that, Zhao Hai immediately issued a statement. The Island of Gold had become the first free port on the continent. Anyone who came here to do business, regardless of their status, could do business on the island as long as they paid taxes and did not cause trouble on the island. Violence was not allowed within 1,000 miles of the sea around the Island of Gold. Anyone who dared to use violence within 1,000 miles of the sea around the Island of Gold would be killed. If it was Zhao Hai who had announced that he had killed everyone, not many people would have believed him. However, things were different now. After seeing this declaration, not many people on the continent dared to ignore it. Strength decided everything. Zhao Hai had great strength now, so even if he made such a murderous statement, no one would object because they knew very well that the Buddha family had such strength. With more than 500 warships, and all of them were undead creatures, the Buddha family could indeed prevent any battles from happening within 1,000 miles of Fang Yuan Sea. After Zhao Hai's announcement, the Arcas Empire also issued a statement. This statement was very intriguing. Count Jehe Buddha had always made many contributions to the Arcas Empire, so he was given the title of third-class Duke and the Golden Island as the Buddha family's fief. This statement was very interesting. Everyone knew what kind of relationship the Buddha family had with the Arcas Empire. It could be said that this statement was a statement that the Arcas Empire had admitted defeat. Everyone on the continent was confused. They did not understand why the Arcas Empire would suddenly give in. They should have sent a rank 9 expert to deal with Zhao Hai. Very quickly, the news came out. It turned out that the Arcas Empire had already sent out rank 9 experts to deal with Zhao Hai. However, 5 rank 9 experts had gone to the Island of Gold and never returned. The Arcas Empire had no choice but to give in. Although this news had not been confirmed, many people on the mainland believed it because they knew very well that if the Arcas Empire had not sent a level 9 powerhouse to the Island of Gold, they would not have admitted defeat so easily. However, no matter what the reason was, once the Arcas Empire issued this statement, the ownership of the Island of Gold was officially decided. From now on, the Island of Gold would belong to the Buddha family. After this matter was settled, people began to pay attention to something else. It was the matter of the Golden Island becoming a free port that Zhao Hai had mentioned before. This was the first time the term free port had appeared on the continent, but the nobles were not stupid. They immediately understood what this free port was for. This free port was a place for pirates to sell their dirty things openly. It was very attractive, but no one would go to Golden Island to trade now because they were still afraid. Hundreds of thousands of people had died there. It would be strange if they were not afraid. NBSB Zhao Hai had already expected such a reaction from outsiders. He was not in a hurry, as he was currently conducting an inspection at the Golden Island. Although Zhao Hai had seen the full view of Golden Island on the screen, it still felt very different when he saw it in person. Zhao Hai finally understood why there were so many pirates on the Island of Gold. It was because the island had been severely damaged by the original gold miners. The entire Golden Island looked like an apple that had been eaten by worms, with small holes all over it. The gold miners were completely different from the dwarves' mines in the Iron Mountain. There weren't many entrances to the dwarves' iron mine. Without the lake in the mountain, Zhao Hai could almost be sure that the Iron Mountain was a city in the mountains. However, the Island of Gold was different. There were so many mines here that Zhao Hai couldn't even count them. He asked Kai to do some calculations and found out that there were more than 20,000 mines of all sizes on the entire Island of Gold. Because of the existence of more than 20,000 mines, the small golden island looked terrible. Although this was the case, it had been more than 1,000 years ago. Now the vegetation on the island had been restored. However, because of the serious damage in the past, there were no tall trees on the island, only some weeds. There were 2 mountains on the entire golden island. The 2 mountains were arranged in a T shape on the island. However, these 2 mountains were filled with mines and had been severely damaged. However, the people who opened the mine at the beginning had some brains. Although the mine caves were not connected, they built roads on the mountain because the stones on the mountain were very hard. Although many years had passed, the roads could still be used. Zhao Hai looked at the caves on the island. Some of them had traces of people living in them, while others did not. What puzzled Zhao Hai the most was that he did not see a single demonic beast on the entire golden island. Although Zhao Hai found it strange, he did not think too much about it. Other than the mines, there was only the naval base built by the people of Arcas. Zhao Hai took a look at the naval base and found it to be quite large. It used nearly 1,000 mines as resting places. There was also the largest dock on the island, which was surrounded by stone walls. It was not a problem for tens of thousands of people to live in the base. The base was built at the foot of the mountain, in a nest at the T-shaped mountain. With the help of mages and some craftsmen, the entire base was built to the standard. Zhao Hai was prepared to leave the base behind. He also didn't plan to take back the undead creatures of the Arcas Empire Navy. Golden Island was going to be built into a free port in the future, but there were rules on the island. The undead creatures would stay on the island to maintain order. In addition to these undead creatures, Zhao Hai also released a large number of sea magic beasts around the Island of Gold. These sea magic beasts were to protect the Island of Gold and monitor the movements in the sea around the Island of Gold. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't really interested in the Island of Gold. It was just a place he used to make money. In terms of environment, he preferred the Ape Head Island. The place around Dawn was much better than the Island of Gold. Zhao Hai decided to live in the military base on Golden Island and transfer some management personnel from the Iron Mountain Fortress. The undead creatures would be in charge of the daily affairs. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to repair the roads on the island. Then the Golden Island could be officially opened. Zhao Hai had made up his mind. No one dared to come now because there was no leader. He was not afraid of that. The Kalchai family, the Croak family, the Sheila Hotel, and Prince Charlie all wanted to open a shop on the island. However, Zhao Hai did not believe that these families were clean and did not have 1 or 2 pirate groups under their control. As long as they could bring their people to the Golden Island to do business, they could take the lead. At that time, other people would naturally dare to come here to do business. Although there's nothing on the island now, once it becomes a free port, you'll have everything. You want to do business on the island, you can, but the island will only give you 1 piece of land. You can think of the rest yourself. You can use the existing mine to do business or build your own house. The island can give you some discounts. If you don't have the time to build a house, it's fine. The island can help you build it, but remember, there's a fee for it. Zhao Hai had already made up his mind. If the Iron Mountain Fortress was fine, what would happen to the craftsmen who had come with the Arcas Empire? Now that they had become undead creatures, it would be a pity to leave them unused. Hence, Zhao Hai thought of a way to organize a construction team and let the undead craftsmen work to build on the island. A group of level 8 undead creatures with craftsmanship skills were asked to build houses. What kind of concept would that be? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai wanted to laugh. He believed that if this construction team could go to Earth, no boss would dare to owe them their wages. Zhao Hai first had the construction team build a small building outside the naval base, which was not for the managers transferred from Iron Mountain Castle. Of course, these managers were Laura's former subordinates. It was a waste for her former subordinates to teach in the Iron Mountain Castle and command the undead creatures. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill the craftsmen and the laborers, but he had no choice. They were also craftsmen in the army. They were craftsmen when they picked up tools, but once they put down their tools and picked up their weapons, they would become soldiers. Zhao Hai had no choice but to kill them. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that many of the people he killed were mages. Most of them had earth and water elements, as they were there to help the craftsmen build the naval base. This time, the Arcas Empire had really put in a lot of effort. They had sent nearly 1,000 mages to help, and these mages were not low-level either. They wanted to build a naval base in the shortest time possible, making it a reality. This way, they could better bargain with the Rasen Empire in the future. Unfortunately, all the advantages were taken by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had planned to destroy them as soon as they landed on the island, but who would have thought that they would start building a base on the island? How could Zhao Hai give up this opportunity? Didn't you want to build a base? All right, go ahead. I'll deal with you guys when you're done. Building a small building did not require so many craftsmen. Zhao Hai let others build a 5-story building. 1 floor was for work, and the other few floors were for the people to live in. The remaining craftsmen and coolies would start building roads on the island. Zhao Hai remembered a famous China saying, if you want to be rich, build roads first. In order to attract businessmen to the Island of Gold, a good environment was naturally needed. Therefore, Zhao Hai began to plan the entire Island of Gold. What did Golden Island have the most? The answer was that there were the most mines. Some of these mines were connected to each other, while some were just straight mines. Other than the mine, there were weeds everywhere. These weeds had to be cleaned up, but Zhao Hai noticed that they were weeds he had never seen before. Out of curiosity, he put one of them into his origin space. A notification came from the space. The roots of the millennium grass are weeds and have very strong medicinal effects. It looks like a field of weeds, but the roots of the grass underground have long been connected together to form a single blade of grass with strong vitality. It is recommended that the host move all of this grass into the space. The space will improve the growth relationship between the space's grassland and similar plants based on this grass, and it may cultivate wood-type sprites. The origin space didn't mention anything about the grass being able to upgrade the origin space, nor did it mention its level. However, Zhao Hai was very envious of the function of the grass. There were so many benefits, so there was nothing more to say. As long as he could upgrade the space, there was nothing else to say. Didn't matter even if he had to empty the entire Golden Island. It was very easy for Zhao Hai to store things now. It wasn't like before, where he could only open a crack in space and let things enter the space. Now, after the upgrade of the space, Zhao Hai could store anything within 1,000 meters of Fang Yuan if he wanted to. Even soil could be brought into the space for a few levels. However, there was one point. Things with intelligence couldn't be forcefully stored in the space. Zhao Hai took action immediately. It took him 5 days to clear all the vegetation on the island. All the weeds and trees were put into the origin space, becoming a part of it. When Zhao Hai was collecting the weeds, he was a little surprised. While he was collecting the weeds, he also put the soil 1 meter under the weeds into his space. He was afraid of hurting the roots of the weeds. NBSB, but to Zhao Hai's surprise, the roots of these weeds were actually more than 2 meters deep. Some of them had even dug their roots into the rocks. After Zhao Hai put all the plants on the Island of Gold into the origin space, a notification came from the origin space. The space has absorbed a large amount of pure wood energy. The space has been upgraded to level 49. Plants can be improved. Plants of the same type can coexist with each other. A mutated wood-type plant has been discovered. It contains a large amount of metal-type energy. It has improved the host's body. The host's original metal-type body has been changed to a metal-wood-type body. The host can control plants. Please practice more. Zhao Hai was stunned as he listened to the notification from the realm. Only one sentence was left in his mind. It was not easy to upgrade the realm these days. So many things had entered, but it had only upgraded by 1 level. However, what made Zhao Hai more advanced was that he could now control plants. This was definitely a big deal. Originally, he could control metal, which was already very impressive. Now that he could even control plants, it was even more powerful. However, he also knew that he could only control 50 kilograms of metal at most because he could not train. His ability to control plants would probably have to be trained bit by bit. Even so, he had gained a lot of benefits. While he was happy, he also had a headache. There were no plants on the Golden Island now. It had become a volcanic rock. Zhao Hai was very clear that it would be troublesome if there was no vegetation on the Island of Gold. As long as there was wind and rain, there would be sandstorms, landslides, and mudslides. Such a place was not suitable for people to live. Just as Zhao Hai was getting frustrated, he suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Zhao Hai was stunned. There didn't seem to be any large flying magical beasts in this space, right? At this moment, the sound of flapping wings disappeared. Just as Zhao Hai was confused, a voice said, "Young master, I've leveled up." Zhao Hai was startled. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Heir. Heir wasn't the same size as before. She was only the size of a finger. She was now as tall as a person's forearm. However, her clothes hadn't changed much. However, it was undeniable that Heir had leveled up. Heir flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, "That's great, young master. I've leveled up. Now even dozens of 9th grade powerhouses can't defeat me. I can branch out even more, and I can control the plants in the space. I can even improve some plants, and I can even combine 2 different plant seeds to produce new seeds." Zhao Hai looked at Heir in surprise. "Heir, is what you said true? You can really level up." "That's right, young master. I've really leveled up." Heir nodded. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's great, Heir, you're the best." "Oh right, I have a problem now. You see, I've moved all the plants from the Golden Island into the space, so I want to plant some more plants there. What do you think I should plant?" Heir looked at the situation on the Island of Gold and calculated for a moment. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, there's a plant that's very suitable for Golden Island. It's a special plant that appeared in the store in the realm called pansy grass. This grass is a special plant that appeared in the realm. According to the records of the realm, it's a kind of game plant that grows all year round. Because the previous living environment was not very good, it's very suitable for Golden Island. This grass will grow on its own and has a very good medicinal effect for the realm. After just improving it, it's very suitable for Golden Island. It was more suitable for the Golden Island. As long as the young master bought some seeds and sprinkled them on the Golden Island, then watered them with space water, they would grow quickly. When they grew out, the young master didn't need to care about them and just let them grow naturally. Every year, the young master could harvest the coiling grass 3 times. The harvested coiling grass could be used to make potions and weave things. It's beneficial to the training of mages and warriors, and this effect can last for 2 years. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the plants in the shop page. There was indeed this kind of grass. Its original name was the Western Travel Silk Grass. It was indeed something used in the game. This kind of thing didn't exist in the realm before. It seemed that after a few upgrades, this kind of grass appeared in the realm. However, this kind of grass had many uses. Zhao Hai checked the price and found that each bag was worth over 1,000 gold coins. A bag of seeds could be used to plant about 100 mu of land. However, the land area of the entire Golden Island was only about 100,000 mu. If he were to plant all the coiled silk grass, he would only need over 1 million gold coins to do it. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate. He immediately bought more than 1 million gold coins worth of silk grass and sprinkled it on the island. Then he watered it with the space water. Now that the amount of space water he could use was unlimited, Zhao Hai could use it without worry. After being watered by the space water, the coiling silk grass began to grow immediately. It was so fast that Zhao Hai didn't expect it to cover the entire Golden Island in less than 10 hours. After 10 hours, a batch of coiling silk grass could be harvested. However, Zhao Hai did not want to touch them. Instead, he wanted them to continue growing. They were still too short. If he harvested them now, the Golden Island would return to its original state. Therefore, Zhao Hai planned to let them grow before he harvested them. By the time Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others appeared on the Island of Gold, the wound silk grass had already grown to a meter long. The entire Island of Gold was covered in green, giving off a sense of vitality. Looking at the situation on the Golden Island, Laura smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, I'm afraid it's time for someone to announce a law. We can't let them touch these coiling silk grass as they please. Otherwise, our losses will be huge." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quite of course, some of them will be destroyed. However, we can make a rule that they must be under our control. These herbs are money to us." Quat. Meljin rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you still care about that little bit of money? How much can these grass be worth?" "Quite of course I don't care about the money," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quite, it's just that these herbs are necessary for the development of Golden Island. Alright, let's not think too much about it. Now that Golden Island is fully prepared, the rest will depend on others." Quat. Meljin said with a smile, "Brother Hai, is it that easy to develop Golden Island? You see, it's been almost a month and no one has come to the Golden Island." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, they didn't come because I didn't let them come. Now that we've settled the matter at Golden Island, they should come. Alright, I won't say more. I'll send a letter to Grandpa as soon as I get back." Quat. Meljin looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai did not tell Meljin and the others about the development of Golden Island, so Meljin and the others did not know about it at all. After returning to the naval base, Zhao Hai immediately sent letters to the Karch family, Prince Charlie, the Crook family, and the Sheila family. In the letters, he explained his plan in great detail and asked them to cooperate. In fact, Randolph and the others had wanted to send people to the Island of Gold for a long time, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. Zhao Hai wanted to wait until he was ready. When Randolph and the others received Zhao Hai's letter, they couldn't help but praise him. They felt that Zhao Hai's plan was too good. Now that the Golden Island was gone, it became very difficult for the pirates to trade. This was also a big loss for the major families on the continent. Unfortunately, they still didn't know what was going on at the Island of Gold, so they could only wait until they had definite news. Randolph and the others were very clear about this. Therefore, after receiving Zhao Hai's letter, the Kalchai family immediately sent their own caravan to the Island of Gold. As Tianshui City was the closest to the Golden Land, they could send people to the Island of Gold at the first moment. The third person to move into the Island of Gold was Prince Charlie. Prince Charlie's roots were in Jade Water City. Although it was further away from the Island of Gold than Celestial Water City, it was not far away. It was because of this that they were slower than the Karsai family. The Crook family was the last to arrive at the Island of Gold because they did not have a port city. If they wanted to move to the Island of Gold, they had to transfer people from the shops on land, which was a lot slower. It was not strange for the other families on the continent to see these 4 families on the Island of Gold because they were very clear about the relationship between these 4 families and the Buda family. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for them to do so, and those people did not notice. However, 2 pirate teams came to Golden Island to do business. Of course, they didn't ask for a shop on Golden Island. They just sold the things they had robbed recently on Golden Island in exchange for their own things. Their transactions went very smoothly. Not only did they buy what they needed, but they also bought things at a much lower price than they originally did. When they sold things, they sold them at a much higher price. In this round trip, they earned nearly 3 levels more than they originally did. As soon as the two pirate teams entered the Island of Gold, some of the more courageous pirate teams, or those who did not know the way, also entered the Island of Gold. The final results were to their satisfaction. The success of these pirate groups had greatly stimulated the other pirate groups. The other pirates now lacked a place to trade. Now that the Golden Island had become such a place, they were of course happy. The entry of these pirate teams also allowed the 4 families of the Kalsai family to make a fortune. Of course, they could not win over the other families on the continent, so the other families on the continent also started to take action immediately. They were going to build a shop on the Island of Gold as soon as possible. Now, Laura's former subordinates had also entered the Island of Gold and were officially in charge. Soon, Golden Island became prosperous. Not only was the price on Golden Island cheap, but the tax was also not high. They could also have a legal identity there. As long as they didn't break the rules of Golden Island, they could do whatever they wanted. The pirates were, of course, happy. Even if they were rich in the past, they couldn't have lived so freely. They didn't dare to walk on the streets for fear of being caught. However, it was different now. On the Golden Island, they could walk around freely. As long as they didn't break the laws of the Golden Island, the undead creatures patrolling the streets wouldn't even bother to look at them. In the beginning, they weren't used to the undead creatures patrolling the streets, but they gradually got used to it. The undead creatures did a really good job. As long as you didn't cause trouble on the Island of Gold, they wouldn't notice you at all. However, if you caused trouble on the Island of Gold, they wouldn't be polite. The pirates saw with their own eyes that a pirate took something on Golden Island without paying and even fought with the shop owner for a hostage. That person was immediately taken away by the undead creatures and was only released after being whipped a few times. If that was the case, it wasn't strange at all. However, the strange thing was that that man was from the Karsai family. Of course, he was very arrogant when he was captured and claimed that he was from the Karsai family. If these undead creatures dared to touch him, he would definitely teach Zhao Hai a lesson. However, nothing happened to him after the undead creatures beat him up. On the contrary, it was said that the man was severely punished by the Kalsai family. There were many small merchants who no longer transported their goods to other places. Instead, they transported them directly to the Island of Gold. As long as they were within 1,000 miles of the Island of Gold, they would be safe. Of course, there were some pirates who didn't believe in this. After the Buddha family announced this rule, they continued to rob in the sea around the Golden Island. However, regardless of whether they did it during the day or at night, the Buddha family would be the first to know if they had fired the magic cannons. After that, the pirate gang would definitely be destroyed. After 3 pirate gangs were destroyed in a row, the pirates finally became honest. They knew that the pirate gang must have their own way of sending messages. Otherwise, it was impossible to know so much. To the pirates, although the Buddha family's actions might affect their income, it wouldn't be too big of an impact. On the contrary, it would be very beneficial to their income. Some of the goods transported by the merchants were to be sold on Golden Island. In the end, those goods would fall into the hands of the pirates, so they were not in a hurry. Because many merchants would ship their goods to Golden Island, the price of these goods would naturally be low. In the end, the pirates were the ones who saved money, so the pirates were very popular with the merchants. However, it was impossible for the pirates not to rob. They would still rob, but all the pirates who entered Golden Island could not report their pirate gang. It was very difficult to track them down even if they wanted to. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not worried about the income of Golden Island. Zhao Hai set the tax on Golden Island very low. Zhao Hai didn't collect tax based on the total amount of goods you transported, but based on the transaction amount. Zhao Hai made it clear that the tax rate on Golden Island would not be adjusted. It would always be the same price. Zhao Hai knew that as long as the tax rate was low and the service was good, Golden Island would become famous sooner or later. As long as the brand was established, more merchants would come to Golden Island in the future. They might not want to trade with pirates but just trade some ordinary goods. However, these taxes were enough. It had been more than a month since the Kalsai family had entered the Island of Gold, and it had ushered in the peak of its development. Whether it was pirates or ordinary merchants, they all liked to trade on the Island of Gold because the taxes there were really cheap. In other places, although their taxes weren't very high, they weren't low either. Take Tianshui City as an example. The ordinary tax in Tianshui City was 8 to 5 of the total goods, and the other goods could reach 10 to 15. However, on Golden Island, the tax on ordinary goods was only 1%, while the tax on some other goods could reach 2 to 3%. The division between common goods and multi-tax goods was based on whether they were strategic materials. If they were strategic materials, the tax would be higher. If not, the search tax would be lower. What's more, Golden Island collected trade tax, not the total amount of goods. Trade tax was that if you bought a product, you had to pay the tax. If you didn't sell it, you didn't have to pay tax. All goods would have some damage. In other places, such damage would also be taxed, but on Golden Island, there was no need to pay taxes. In many people's eyes, this way, many merchants could evade tax. However, there was almost no such situation on Golden Island. When goods entered the island, the total amount of goods would be checked and then recorded. The trading volume would be checked once a month before tax was collected. All the inspections were done by the undead creatures. Undead creatures didn't collect money, so the inspections were more detailed. Therefore, it was very difficult for the merchants to evade taxes. In order to prevent the merchants from making false claims about the damages, Zhao Hai even borrowed the invoice system on Earth. Every time you entered a transaction, you had to issue an invoice, and the island would have to follow the invoice to collect taxes. In order to prevent people from making false damages to avoid tax, Zhao Hai even evaluated the damages of all the commodities and calculated the average value. If 5 out of 100 sets of commodities were damaged, and the average value was about 6, the 5 of the commodities would not be taxed. If the average value of the commodities was 5, and the total value was 10, Zhao Hai would be fined. Each item would be 100 more taxed. Of course, in this case, there might be people who were wronged. For example, if they encountered a typhoon, the goods would be damaged more. This way, they could report when they landed on the island. However, when they paid taxes, they could hand over the extra damaged goods and be exempted from tax. This would put an end to most cases of tax evasion, but there would still be some people who escaped. Zhao Hai thought of another way, which was to reward. If someone took the initiative to report someone for tax evasion, as long as the investigation was true, he would be heavily rewarded. This way, there would be almost no tax evasion on the entire Golden Island. The Golden Island had been opened in a rush, and the business on the island was also very good. This made everyone on the continent envious, but at the same time, they also knew that they couldn't provoke the Golden Island. Zhao Hai had done a lot of things to establish his authority. He had even offended 2 big families. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. If he didn't do this, he would never be able to open up the situation on Golden Island. During this process, Zhao Hai also made a lot of money. Many merchants came to the island and wanted to build their own storefronts. This made the island's construction team busy. Zhao Hai made a lot of money from the construction team alone. The merchants on the island were not stupid. They would check before they started construction. If the price of the construction team on the island was high, they would rather buy their own materials and find their own people to carry out the construction. However, after checking, they found that the construction team on the island was not expensive at all compared to the construction team in other cities on the mainland. On the contrary, it was cheaper. Therefore, the people on the island were willing to find the construction team on the island to work. Although the merchants on Golden Island had only officially entered the island for about a month, the business on Golden Island could only be described as booming. There were pirates, merchants, major families, and all kinds of people. In a month, the Golden Island had only taken its initial form, but this popularity had continued, and as time went by, this popularity had become stronger and stronger. However, Zhao Hai wasn't on the island of gold. He had returned to Carson City because he was going to do something big, something that was related to the Buta family. Laura and the others had previously discussed that they wanted to build a castle on the hill outside of Carson City. This way, they would be able to confirm the Buta family's position in Carson City. After the discussion, they had been busy with the matters at Golden Island, so they temporarily put this matter aside. However, they could not be considered to have completely let it go. They asked Prince Charlie and Jason for help to see if there were any mountains outside of Carson City that were idle. They would take action after they had determined the location. Of course, Charlie and the rest were willing to help. However, after so many years, there were almost no hills outside of Carson City. Even if there were, they would be those that had fast environments or were very low. Not to mention Zhao Hai, even Charlie and the rest would not be interested in them. Naturally, they would not give these hills to Zhao Hai. Originally, Laura and the others had wanted Zhao Hai to live on the hill with Robert's family. However, Zhao Hai did not agree to it in the end. He also felt that it was a little weird to exterminate Robert's family and then live in their castle. Naturally, Charlie and the others wouldn't agree to it. However, they couldn't find a suitable hill for Zhao Hai for a long time. This made Charlie and Jason feel very sorry for Zhao Hai. They couldn't even help him with such a small matter. In the end, Charlie came up with an idea. Since there was no one on the hill, there must be no suitable people. He wanted to see if there were people who wanted to give up on the hill. After investigating for a few days, Charlie still did not find any signs of the hills with people. This made Charlie feel very troubled. Jason felt the same way. He was even more concerned than Charlie, but there was nothing he could do. Those hills that had people living on were usually occupied by the big nobles. They all had their own chain of interest, and their families were living well. Charlie and Jason could not ask them to give their land to Zhao Hai. That was impossible. No one could live near Carson City. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. It had been almost 2 months since the God's Grace Day. Golden Island was developing very well, and spring had arrived in the Arca's empire and the grasslands. Once spring arrived, he would have to go to the grasslands and take a look. He would not have the time to build a castle on the mountain. Just when Charlie and the others were about to give up, a piece of news suddenly came. The castle that used to belong to his family on the Leon continent was now being sold. Leon was Zhao Hai's first enemy when he arrived in the Rosen Empire. Leon had colluded with the Church of Light and was killed by Zhao Hai. Their castle was then occupied by a noble from the Rosen Empire. It wasn't excessive to say that he occupied it because everyone was scraping the Ryan family's things at that time. The castle was naturally included in the scraping list. That noble bought the castle at a very low price. It was more like he occupied it than bought it. However, in the end, because of the Robert family and the person who carved the boat, the atmosphere in Carson City became very tense. Everyone was working hard to investigate the people and matters related to the Robert family. Needless to say, they really did manage to find out that the noble who bought Duke Ryan's castle was a second-class duke. He did not have the strength to establish his own duchy, but his fief was not small. However, this person had very secretive dealings with the Robert family. His family badge was a raging bull. This bull was missing a horn, and its eyes were burning with anger. The Rossen Empire was very sensitive to such badges. In addition, they had secret dealings with the Robert family, so they immediately began to investigate their family. The investigation really did reveal something. Their family had an unusual relationship with the Robert family, and there might be an instigator. Just as the Rossen Empire's royal family was about to investigate their family thoroughly, their family suddenly disappeared. In one night, their entire family had left, and they did not take any of the family's valuables with them. All of the servants had stayed behind. All of the family's businesses were still running, but only the direct members of the family had all run away. Not a single one was left behind. The entire Rosen Empire was in an uproar. At this time, the family's escape undoubtedly meant that they had recognized their identity. The royal family of the Rosen Empire immediately carried out a thorough search of their house and found out that all the information in their family had been taken away. However, the valuable items in their family had not been taken away. This made the royal family of the Rosen Empire even more suspicious. They immediately issued a national wanted order to capture the family, but the family seemed to have disappeared. There was no news at all. As a result, the castle was left empty. However, the Rossen Empire had captured all the servants and people related to those families in an attempt to find out more about those families. However, it was all in vain as the servants knew nothing at all. Just like that, this matter was left unknown. It was a pity that the castle was left empty, but Charlie and Jason were very happy. They knew that the castle of Duke Ryan's family was well built. After all, Duke Ryan had a glorious time in the past. Now that the castle was ownerless, it would be best for Zhao Hai to buy it. Moreover, because the family had fled in a hurry, none of the other families in the castle had taken away the valuable items. Although the gold, silver, and the special aristocrats' items had been kept in the royal family's treasury, the castle still had everything. Anyone could move in as long as they entered. Therefore, Charlie and the others wanted Zhao Hai to buy the castle and make it the base of the Buda family. Of course, Zhao Hai knew about this. Even though he still wanted the Iron Mountain Castle, he needed a castle here in Carson City. This would represent the status of the Buda family, and also their determination to become a part of the Rossen Empire. Under the control of Charlie and the others, the matter was completed very quickly. In the end, Zhao Hai won the mountain, where the castle was located at the price of 10 million King Islands. After taking down the castle, Zhao Hai sent the craftsman from Golden Island to the castle to modify it. At the very least, the family emblem here had to be changed. There were also some things in the castle that Zhao Hai needed to change. This was the reason why Zhao Hai returned to Carson City. He had already informed the undead creatures about the modification of the castle. At the same time, he had also instructed Kai to supervise. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, brought Laura and the others to the slave market in Carson City. The slave market was not in the city, but in a valley outside the city. The entire valley was a huge slave market. It was Zhao Hai's first time here. Now that Kun was guarding the island of gold with Laura's subordinates, Zhao Hai did not have to worry about anything. He brought Laura and the others to the slave market. They were going to the prairie. They had to bring back the 100,000 slaves from the prairie. It was not easy to manage 100,000 orc slaves. Zhao Hai also wanted to buy some human slaves. The entrance to the valley was not very wide, and the entrance only allowed 2 carriages to enter side by side. There was no one at the entrance, and there were no buildings either. It looked like an ordinary valley. However, when Zhao Hai's carriage entered the valley, he was shocked. Zhao Hai had been on the Arc continent for more than a year, but this was his first time coming to a slave market. He thought the slave market would be dirty and messy, but when he entered, he realized he was wrong. What he did was outrageous. This slave market was not dirty at all. It was not messy at all. In comparison, the slave market was cleaner than an ordinary market. It was also not as lively as other markets where people came and went. However, the shops here were more beautiful than the ones before. Looking at the neat and beautiful rows of 3-house-tall buildings, Zhao Hai really couldn't associate this place with the slave market. After looking at it for a while, he turned to Meljin and said, "Meljin, you're not wrong, right? Is this really a slave market?" Meljin said with a smile, "Of course I'm not wrong. This is really a slave market. I've been here before. I was curious at that time, so I came." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked around and said, "Quat, who would believe that such a beautiful place is engaged in such a dirty deal?" Laura and the others did not say anything. They were born and raised on the Ark continent. They did not dislike the slave trade as much as Zhao Hai did. However, they had stayed in the Iron Mountain Fortress for a long time. After seeing the happy expressions of the civilians in the Iron Mountain Fortress, they did not have a good impression of the slave trade. The carriage stopped in front of a shop. Zhao Hai and the others got out of the carriage. Someone from the shop immediately came out to welcome them. The person was a well-dressed master. He was dressed in a merchant's uniform and did not have any mark of a noble on him. However, Zhao Hai did not dare to look down on this person because Meljin had told him that almost all the people who did the slave business on this continent were nobles. The bigger the slave merchant, the more powerful the power behind him. A small merchant like this was nothing. However, the power behind him was extremely powerful and no one dared to underestimate him. The merchant looked at Zhao Hai's carriage and his eyes lit up. He quickly walked up to Zhao Hai and bowed. "Lin Li, the merchant, greets your excellency." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He looked at the businessman and said, "You know me." The merchant immediately laughed and said, "Who doesn't know the name Marquis Zhao Hai? I am just a small merchant, but I am familiar with your name. If I see the Buddha family's emblem and don't know your identity, then I don't need my eyes." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Li and smiled. "Your eyes are indeed very good. You should keep them for yourself." After he finished speaking, he walked into the shop and Lin Li hurriedly followed him in. After entering the shop, Zhao Hai was stunned. This did not look like a shop at all. On the contrary, it looked like a living room for a family. The decorations inside were all based on the decorations of an ordinary living room. It was very good. Lin Li immediately invited Zhao Hai to take a seat. Zhao Hai did not have a living room, so he sat on the sofa. Lin Li immediately sent someone to send Kia over and then stood respectfully beside Zhao Hai. "Lord Marquis, is there anything I can do to help you?" Zhao Hai looked at Lin Li and smiled. "What else can I do in your place? Of course I'm going to buy some slaves, both male and female. I've already bought a castle, so of course I'm going to buy some slaves to put in the castle." Lin Li immediately nodded and said, "Yes, how many slaves do you need, my lord? How many men were there? How many women do you want?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Can I take a look at the goods first? I want to see how good the quality is. If the quality is good, I will sell a large batch of goods. If the quality is not good, I will not take any of them." Lin Li smiled and said, "Please leave it to us, Marquis. I believe that no one would sell goods of poor quality in this valley. This is because everyone who can buy slaves here in Carson City is of high status. We can't ruin our own business." Quat. NBSB Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Quat, don't say such useless things. Lead the way." Quat. Lin Li replied and brought Zhao Hai to the back of the shop. There was a huge cave behind the shop. There were many caves of different sizes in the cave. People were locked up in these caves. They were all dressed in the simplest of clothes, which only covered the important parts of their bodies. Most of the rest were exposed. Each cave held 10 to 100 different people, separated by men and women. It was only when they arrived that they could see a bit of the slave market, because the people here did not look like humans at all, but like some wild beasts waiting to be sold. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves. He had to admit that these slaves were really good. They were all young people, and from the skin that was exposed outside their clothes, they were all very healthy. The moment Zhao Hai saw these slaves, he knew that they had undergone strict training. Their eyes and expressions were blank, as if they were walking corpses. If they were not still breathing, Zhao Hai would have thought that they were undead creatures. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves calmly. He was now a noble, so he could not show any mercy to the slaves. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by the other nobles. This was how things were on the continent. No noble would have any feelings for a slave, so Zhao Hai was very calm. Zhao Hai nodded as he looked at the slaves. He said to Lin Lei, "Not bad, Boss Lin has good stuff here, very good. How about this? I want 200 male slaves and 200 female slaves. With these people, I should have enough for my castle." Lin Li hurriedly nodded. "Quat, that's not a problem. You can take them away at any time, Marquis. If you want to deliver the slaves to our door, we only need to give you an address. We can send the slaves to the place where you command them in the shortest time possible." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at Lin Li. Quat. "Manager Lin Li, do you have any special slaves in your store? For example, craftsman slaves or war slaves? I want any slave with special abilities. I'll take as many as you have." Lin Li's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words, and he hurriedly said, "Quat, please come to the living room to talk, my lord. This is not the place to talk." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Lin Li to the living room. Someone had already removed the previous Kia and replaced it with a new one. To be honest, Lin Li was a little disappointed. 200 male and 200 female slaves was just a small business to the shop they came from. It was only a total of 300 to 400 gold coins. They could not earn much at all. The average aristocrat would buy slaves for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. That was the big business. Compared to them, Zhao Hai's small business of hundreds of people was not worth mentioning. However, Lin Li was elated when he heard that Zhao Hai wanted artisan slaves and battle slaves. The price of artisan slaves and battle slaves was several times, or even hundreds of times, that of ordinary slaves. If Zhao Hai really asked for dozens of craftsman slaves or a few battle slaves, it would be a big business deal. He did not believe Zhao Hai's words at all. He would take as many as he could. Putting everything else aside, the total price of the craftsman slaves and battle slaves in the store would probably be a few million gold coins. This was not a small amount. Ordinary nobles would not spend so much money on those slaves. After Zhao Hai and the rest sat down in the living room, Lin Li said to Zhao Hai, "Quat, my lord, we do have craftsman slaves and war slaves, but you should know that they are very expensive, and they are not locked together with the ordinary ones." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said to Lin Li, "You don't have to worry about the price. I just want to see if there are any suitable slaves. I believe you know the situation at Golden Island. There are a lot of things to be done there, and I need a lot of talents, especially craftsmen. The price can be discussed. Oh yes, you have a family and children. I want all of them. If there are some small slaves, I want them too, but the price will have to be lower." Lin Li understood what Zhao Hai meant and nodded his head. "Quat, I am relieved to hear you say that. To tell you the truth, we do have high-level slaves. There are war slaves and craftsman slaves. There are many kinds of craftsman slaves. Their prices are different according to their work. War slaves are divided according to their strength. The higher their strength, the higher their price." "Quat, let's take a look at the craftsman slaves first." Zhao Hai nodded. Lin Li replied and walked to the side of the living room. He took a big book from the bookshelf and placed it in front of Zhao Hai. He said, "Quat, my lord, this is the list of all the craftsmen's slaves in the shop. Their conditions are all recorded in this book. Please have a look." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and picked up the book to read it carefully. The craftsmen's slaves in Lin Li's shop were not bad. There were more than 200 of them in total, most of which were carpenters and stonemasons. Their skills were also written on the book. There were only a few blacksmiths and other craftsmen. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were 2 craftsmen who knew how to make wine and one who knew how to make potions. Zhao Hai put down his notebook and looked at Lin Li with a slightly awkward expression. "There's a potion maker here. How could a pharmacist become a slave?" Lin Li laughed. "Quat, Marquis, you really have sharp eyes. You saw through the problem with one look. That pharmacist's slave was not an ordinary person. He used to be a slightly famous pharmacist, but later on, he developed a highly toxic potion, and there was an explosion. The poison he developed was exposed in the laboratory, and many people were poisoned to death. Hence, he was demoted to a slave. We spent a lot of money to buy him." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. He was not very excited about this pharmacist's slave because he did not need to make potions. If he wanted to make potions, he could use the all-purpose machine to make them, which would be better than this pharmacist. Zhao Hai was still very interested in the other slaves. Among the 200 craftsman slaves, only 30 of them had no families. The rest had families, and one of them even had 3 generations of family. Zhao Hai passed the book to Laura, who took it and started reading it. Zhao Hai's action surprised Lin Li, but he understood it after thinking of the names of Laura and the others. Now in Carson City, not only was Zhao Hai famous, but even Laura and the others had become famous, especially Laura and Meljin. Needless to say, Meljin was one of the 2 flowers of the emperor. Everyone in the emperor's aristocratic circle knew about her. Laura, on the other hand, was only famous because of Zhao Hai. Naturally, she had a past. After some investigation, he found out that Laura was actually so powerful. In the Duchy of Versailles, she was known as the favored daughter of the heavens. She started from scratch and built her own merchant group in the Duchy of Versailles. At one point, she almost dominated the business world of the Duchy of Versailles, and her methods were very famous. Even Meg, who wasn't very famous before, was now famous. She was a genius mage, a 6th-tier mage at such a young age. Her future achievements would be limitless, so Zhao Hai's fiancés were no less famous than him. Laura looked at the name list carefully, then nodded and handed it back to Meljin. Meljin took it and looked at it carefully, then handed the name list to Meg. After Meg looked at it, she put down the name list. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 people, and they all nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Lin Li and said, "Lin Li, I'll take all the people on your list, as well as the 400 slaves you mentioned just now. Also, do you have any small slaves here? I want to buy some to train myself." Lin Li was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. He really did not expect Zhao Hai to buy all these slaves. This was a big deal for a smile, because the total price of these 200 slaves was about 200,000 gold coins. The pharmacist was the most expensive, reaching 20,000 gold coins. A business deal of 200,000 yuan was considered a big deal even for a store like theirs. He quickly said, "Quat, we don't have small slaves here, because the places that sell slaves rarely sell small slaves. Small slaves are only handed over to us for sale after they have been trained. Only such craftsman slaves can be sold with their families." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, I want some small slaves. Help me contact them and see if there are any suitable ones. We can discuss the price." "Quat, I can contact as many slaves as you want," my lord, Lin Li said, nodding. Zhao Hai nodded and thought for a while. "Quat, how about this? The Island of Gold needs a lot of slaves now. The 400 slaves I want today are only for the castle in Carson City. There are no slaves in the Island of Gold. Can you buy some slaves according to their families?" "There are young slaves, old and experienced slaves, and young slaves. It's also convenient for me to manage them." Quat. Lin Li couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in a new light. Although it was a simple matter to buy slaves, most people would buy young and strong slaves. Very few people would buy old slaves because they had been doing heavy work for a long time. As they grew older, their health would not be very good. Such slaves might die within 2 years, so no one was willing to buy them. However, Lin Li, who had been in the slave business for a long time, knew that those old slaves would be of great use at times. Although they were illiterate, some of them had planted seeds for their entire lives and were very familiar with the situation in the fields. They knew what diseases the plants had and when was the best time to farm. Some of them could even roughly predict the weather. This was definitely an amazing ability, but now many nobles didn't know this. Those nobles with territories might not have been to their own fields in their entire lives, so they didn't know about farming at all. Some nobles without old slaves, their land income was about 2 levels lower than those families with old slaves. However, this gap was noticed by many nobles. What they noticed was whether the slave was strong or not. So many slaves didn't live long before they died of exhaustion. A slave that could live to old age was actually a treasure. In the eyes of Lin Li and the rest, old slaves should be more expensive than young slaves. Unfortunately, many aristocrats didn't see this. When the old slaves were old and couldn't work anymore, many of them died miserably. Lin Li understood why Zhao Hai wanted to buy some small slaves. These small slaves were very flexible. If they were allowed to learn craftsmanship, the price of these small slaves would rise by more than 10 times. Many slave traders now did this. They bought small slaves and found some craftsman slaves to teach them. When these small slaves grew up and learned, they would sell them at the price of craftsman slaves and make a lot of money. Zhao Hai wanted to buy slaves based on family units. It was indeed easier to manage. Lin Li had seen too many slaves go crazy because their children were sold and they were all killed in the end. Slaves were also people. Lin Li understood this, so he agreed with Zhao Hai's approach. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Li and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Lin Li? Is there a problem?" Lin Li snapped back to his senses and shook his head. "Quat, no problem. How many slaves do you want, my lord?" "Quat, 100,000, Zhao Hai said after some thought. "Quat, it doesn't matter if it's a little more, but it can't be less." Quat. Lin Li was even happier. He immediately said, "Quat, don't worry, my lord. I'll have 100,000 slaves ready in a month. I'll send them to the Golden Island." Quat. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "When you're ready, go to my castle and inform me. Then I'll tell you where to send them." "Okay, send the slaves I bought today to my castle. Count how much they cost." Lin Li replied and ran to the side to make some calculations. "Lord Marquis, the total is 213,000 gold coins. Lord Marquis only needs to pay 210,000 gold coins. I'll round down the 3,000 gold coins." Zhao Hai smiled and flipped his hand. 2 crystal cards appeared. They were anonymous. One was 200,000 yuan and the other was 10,000 yuan. As long as you took these 2 cards to the bank, you could get the money. They were usually used by nobles. A crystal card like this was specially made by the bank. There were all kinds of denominations, and on it was the bank's mark. It was not an ordinary mark, but a magic array unique to the bank. As long as energy was injected, it could be distinguished from the real. Lin Li was someone who dealt with money all year round. He could tell at a glance whether the card was real or fake. Besides, a famous person like Zhao Hai would never use a fake crystal gold card. Lin Li accepted the 2 crystal cards and said to Zhao Hai, "Quat, don't worry, my lord. Do you want to go and take a look at the craftsman slaves?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat, no need. I believe you won't lie to me. There aren't many people in this world who would dare to lie to me." Quat. Lin Li's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Hai was not joking. He was right. There were not many people in the world who would dare to lie to him. Those who dared to lie to him were all dead. Not to mention him, even the people behind him would not dare to offend Zhao Hai. Lin Li immediately laughed. "Quat, Marquis, you must be joking. Our small shop can't withstand your wrath. Don't worry, I promise to deliver the person you want safely." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. I'll head back first. I won't be looking at the slaves today. I'll come back to look at them when I have time." Quat. After saying that, he walked out. Once they were outside, they got on the car and left the slave market. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we bought so many slaves at once. Should we tell Grandpa Green about the situation here? Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, don't worry, I will. It's not just this. I still have something important to discuss with Grandpa Green. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lola looked at him in confusion and said, something big. What other major events? Now that I've bought the castle, we'll be able to officially move in after I've been renovated. We'll have to hold a banquet then, there's a lot of things to do. This matter has already reached a point where it cannot be done. Otherwise, Grandpa Green might get angry at me, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Laura didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. However, she saw that Zhao Hai didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask. Soon, they arrived at the castle. Zhao Hai was already planning to name the castle the Berserk Dragon Castle. The Buda family's flag was also a Berserk Dragon battle flag, which was the same name as the castle. He wanted everyone to know that the castle belonged to the Buda family. Currently, there were still many undead creatures working on the final transformation of the castle. This was Carson City, the capital of the Rossan Empire, and the largest distribution center on the continent. It was very convenient to buy anything here. Therefore, Zhao Hai had also carried out a transformation of the Berserk Dragon Castle. He was also prepared to ask Kai to place a branch here. That afternoon, Lin Li sent over 600 slaves to the Berserk Dragon Castle. In order to wait for the slaves, Zhao Hai had also transferred some people from the Iron Mountain Castle over. The leaders were Wood, Stone, Chrysanthemum, and some other slaves who were in charge of specific tasks at the Iron Mountain Castle. When it came to managing slaves, Mu Tou and Shi Tou were not as good as Ju and the rest. They had been selected by Zhao Hai to do some management work. After he set up a school, they had studied in the school, so it was not a problem for them to manage the slaves. The main point was that they had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They knew Zhao Hai's living habits and what he liked to do at any time. The 400 slaves they bought were all serving in the castle. If they didn't know what they were going to do, they wouldn't be comfortable in the castle. It was even easier to deal with some of the craftsman slaves. Zhao Hai sent them directly back to the Iron Mountain Castle, which needed them the most. As for the pharmacists, Zhao Hai assigned them to Shunyi's mother. Shunyi's mother knew how to use poison, and the pharmacist was also a specialist in poison. Zhao Hai asked him to teach Shunyi's mother. After the few of them sat down in the living room of the spatial villa, Zhao Hai said to Ji Lin, Quat Grandpa Grim, I've come to you today for two things. One is that I've ordered 100,000 human slaves. These slaves are not craftsmen. Their main purpose is to build a country. When they arrive, send them to the Black Soil Wilderness to farm. I have a lot of things to do today, so I can't go to the Black Soil Wilderness to farm. We should build a village outside Iron Mountain Fortress. Quat. Clint nodded his head and said, Quat, yes, I think so too. However, although there are 200,000 people there now, it still can't meet the needs of the Black Earth Wilderness. Young master, why don't you use this time to plant more pastures in the Black Earth Wilderness? When the slaves come, we can let them graze on the pastures so that they will be more accustomed to life. We can also have an extra income from a pasture. Otherwise, it would be such a waste to just leave such a large area of the black soil wasteland like that. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, that's a good idea. I can go and plant it after a while. It would be good if we have a big pasture. Quat, what about the second thing? Zhao Hai took a deep breath and looked at Laura and the others who were listening attentively to his conversation with Green. He then said, now that the name of our Buda family has been spread, we have bought the castle, and we have a public fief. I think it's time to marry Laura and the others. Now they are always following me as fiancés, and people will gossip about us. Ji Lin, Kun Zhang, Laura, and the others were all stunned. They had not thought about this. They had been busy with so many things that they had completely forgotten about the wedding. Now that Zhao Hai had suddenly mentioned it, they could not come to their senses. After a long while, Grim finally came back to his senses. He laughed and said, Quat, yes, young master, you're right. It's time for the wedding. It's all our fault for being so busy recently that we forgot about it. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Quat. Kun Zhang was extremely happy as well. It would be detrimental to Laura's reputation if she continued to follow Zhao Hai's identity without a clear reason. However, Zhao Hai had insisted on holding the wedding only when the Buda family had become famous on the continent, so Kun Zhang could not object. Now the time had finally come. Laura and the others were also very happy. Now that Zhao Hai had brought them out, they could only introduce them as his fiancée. This made them very uncomfortable. Now they were finally getting married. Today, Merlin had also been invited to the living room. Of course, Merlin was the happiest one. She smiled and said, Quat, young master, this is great. We'll pay our respects to the old master and the others tomorrow and tell them the good news. Quat. Quat, all right, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Quat, let's do it this way. After we set the date, Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kun Zhang, you two prepare the invitations. I'll go and invite Grandpa Randolph and the others to prepare the invitations as well. Quat, all right, young master, when do you plan to set the date? Grim replied happily. Zhao Hai understood Green's intention. Green wanted to book a later date so that they could prepare the invitation. More people would come and it would be more grand. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to do that. He said to Green, "Quat Grandpa Green, I want to do it as soon as possible because I'll be going to the grasslands soon. I can't let go of the business with the sea folk. I want to complete the reverse wedding and then we can do these things, so the date can't be too late." Grim thought for a moment and nodded. "Quat quat, that's good. The grass is about to sprout at the grasslands. It's not good to be late. All right, let's hurry. By the way, I think you should discuss this date with Chief Randolph. No matter what, we have to respect his wishes. What do you think, old friend Kunzhang?" Kunzhang nodded and smiled. "Quite sure, I don't object. I'll talk to Kellen about this later. By the way, this invitation must include the magicians. I want to see what kind of reaction their family will have after receiving this invitation. If they still want to act recklessly, don't blame me for being rude. Quat, how dare they? Do they think that our Buddha family is still the same as before? Let's see if they're messing around now. HMPH, this wedding must be grand and beautiful. I want everyone on the continent to know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think so too. We can't let Laura and the others suffer. If it weren't for this, the wedding would have been held a long time ago. This time, we must make it big. I think we should choose the castle as the venue. Grandpa Green, what do you think?" Grim thought for a moment and shook his head. Quat, young master, why don't we choose the Golden Island? That's our territory. If anyone dares to cause trouble there, we can teach them a lesson. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He had never thought of holding the wedding on the Island of Gold because there was nothing there. He wanted to hold the wedding in the castle here. It would be more grand. Seeing that Zhao Hai was frowning and not saying anything, Jelen asked in confusion, "What is it, young master? Isn't it better to go to the Golden Island?" Grandpa Green, the Golden Island is well built, but it's filled with caves and there aren't any decent buildings. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to hold a wedding there, Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Grim thought for a moment and nodded. Quat, there is indeed a problem. The Golden Island has just been built. It would be too simple to hold a wedding there. Quat. Laura said, "Quat, brother Hai, Grandpa Green, I don't think so. The Island of Gold is our own territory. We can make the decisions on our own. It's different from Carson City. This time we're getting married. If anyone comes to cause trouble, there will definitely be a fight. Brother Hai, although we're in the limelight now, it's better not to let others know my true strength. The king of the Rossan Empire doesn't care what happens when we fight on the Island of Gold. However, if we were to make a big move on GGO in Carson City and reveal a power that even the Rossan Empire is afraid of, we might be in trouble. So they think that it's better for us to get married on the Golden Island." When Laura and the others heard that Zhao Hai was going to get married, they were a little shy. But now they were fine. They had wanted to marry Zhao Hai for a long time. Now that their wish had finally come true, they were more happy than shy. Moreover, they were not ordinary girls, so they naturally would not act like ordinary girls. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai calmed down. He had already offended the Arcas Empire, and the Church of Light was very powerful in the other two empires. If he went there, it would not end well for him. Now he could only rely on the Rossan Empire. If the Rossan Empire really could not tolerate him, he would have to guard his Golden Island for the rest of his life. Zhao Hai did not want that to happen, so he had to consider the feelings of the Rossan Empire. Zhao Hai thought for a while and nodded. Quite, it's a pity. Although the environment on Golden Island is good, there are no buildings there. If we hold the wedding there, it'll be too unfair for you. Quat. Laura smiled and said, "It's okay, big brother Hai. We won't feel aggrieved. With the Buddha family's reputation on the continent, no one would dare to look down on us. Don't worry. Even if we hold our wedding on a deserted island, no one would say anything." Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. "Okay, then it's decided. I'll go and discuss the wedding date with Grandpa Randolph tomorrow. After it's decided, we'll make an invitation immediately. How about this? I'll get the all-purpose machine to make the invitation and only leave the date. When the date is decided, we'll just write it down." Green and the others were there as well. Zhao Hai and the others discussed the details. To hold a wedding, the reception, food, drinks, and necessities had to be prepared. Zhao Hai's status was not ordinary, and the people who came to attend the wedding were definitely not ordinary. If he did not satisfy them, he might offend some people. Fortunately, Green and the others were used to being caretakers, so these things were not difficult for them. Zhao Hai only mentioned it, and Green did not need to worry about it anymore. He would take care of it. There was no shortage of materials in the realm, so it was easy for Grim to arrange this. In addition, he had more than 1,000,000 undead creatures to command, so it was really easy to do this. After the discussion, Zhao Hai and the others went to rest. Zhao Hai returned to his room and lay on his bed, thinking about the situation on the Golden Island. After more than a month of construction, many shops had been built on the Golden Island. However, most of the shops were made of stones mined by the undead creatures. The best building on the island was probably the 5-story hotel owned by the Sheila family. There weren't any other decent buildings. It would be too unfair for Laura and the others to hold their wedding in such a place. Zhao Hai didn't want them to have any regrets for the rest of their lives. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Zhao Hai's mind never stopped working. It was a habit of his. Every day before he went to bed, he would think about the things he didn't deal with during the day. He believed that the time before he went to bed was the time when his mind was the most active. If you carefully thought about what happened during the day, you might come up with a good idea. Sure enough, Zhao Hai was not disappointed this time. Just as he was having a headache over the buildings on the Golden Island, he suddenly thought of something, or rather an image. This scene was nothing but a sea of flowers. There were flowers everywhere in this sea of flowers, and everything there was made up of plants. Zhao Hai was about to fall asleep, but when he thought of this scene, he opened his eyes immediately. He was too familiar with this scene. It was the scene in the city of flowers in the swamp. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately called for Kai-Er in his mind. Kai-Er appeared in the room and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, what are you looking for us for?" Zhao Hai looked at Kai-Er and said, "Kai-Er, can you place a branch on the Golden Island and use it to form a castle? I can hold my wedding there." Kai-Er nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I've already leveled up, and it won't be a problem for me to create a city as big as the Sea of Flowers." "Quad, it doesn't have to be that big," Zhao Hai said excitedly. "Quad, I just want a castle as big as the Wild Dragon Castle. Remember, the entire castle must be covered with flowers. I want to make a real city of flowers." "Quad, yes, young master. I'll get it done right away," Kai nodded. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Only then did Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He didn't plan to tell Laura and the others about this. He wanted to give them a surprise. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the medium and took a carriage to the Dark Soldier Fortress. Of course, Laura and the others were in the carriage as well. In fact, people like Meljan had to stay in the Dark Soldier Fortress before they got married. However, Meljan did not agree. Randolph also saw that Zhao Hai had 2 fiancées. If Meljan was at home every day while Laura and the others stayed by Zhao Hai's side, it was needless to say that they would be more favored. In order to not let Meljan lose his favor, therefore, Randolph also let Meljan follow Zhao Hai. When they arrived at the Dark Soldier Fortress, Zhao Hai was immediately invited to Randolph's study. Randolph was waiting for Zhao Hai in the study, but he didn't see anything else. Smith had already returned to Tianshui City, and he couldn't leave him there. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai and the others come in, Randolph smiled and said, "Why are you here today? You have a lot of things to do, so you don't have to keep coming to my place." "Quat, Grandpa Randolph," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, I'm here today to discuss something with you. It's very important." "Quat, what is it?" Randolph asked. "I want to hold my wedding with Meljan and the others in the near future. The location will be on the Golden Island," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Randolph was stunned. He looked up at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Quat, that's good. Meljan is with you every day now. If you don't hold a wedding, it will affect her reputation. Besides, you're still young and full of vigor. If something happens to you, it will be too late to hold a wedding." "All right, I agree." "What time?" Zhao Hai was speechless. He didn't expect Randolph to have such concerns, but it made sense. This was the Ark, not Earth. Cohabiting before marriage was a common sight. Cohabiting before marriage would be laughed at here, and Randolph was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to control himself. However, Zhao Hai immediately composed himself and said, "Quat, as soon as possible. After the wedding, I'll go to the prairie. There are a lot of things to deal with there, so I don't have much time." "Quat." Randolph nodded and thought for a moment. "Quat, then let's do it in 10 days. Go back and make the invitation now. We'll also send out the invitation here. The wedding will be held on the Golden Island in 10 days. Quat." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, I've already prepared the invitation. You just need to write the date on it. How about this? I'll go and prepare it immediately." Quat. Randolph nodded. "Quat, go ahead. There are a lot of things to prepare for the wedding. Go do your work. I'll take care of the family matters." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and bowed to Randolph. He turned around and returned to his castle. He immediately took out the invitation made by the all-purpose mechanism. After he wrote the date, he sent it out. Zhao Hai had a lot of invitations to send this time. The furthest one was Ivan, followed by the nobles in the Rosen Empire. Although he did not have a deep relationship with the nobles, he had met them at the banquet before. It would be rude if he did not invite them. Fortunately, Kai-Er had already memorized the names of those nobles, so it wasn't very difficult to make an invitation. The names of those nobles were printed on it, and it would be fine as long as it was sent over. Zhao Hai didn't have that many people with him. This time, he sent some undead creatures to deliver the invitations to those who were close to him, and Blood Eagle to deliver the invitations to those who were far away. It was a very novel way of sending the invitations. While Zhao Hai was busy preparing for the wedding, the people outside were in an uproar. The Buta family's name had been very well known recently. Everyone knew that the Buta family was not only very powerful, but also that the Island of Gold had become a golden egg-laying chicken. Everyone was envious of them, but there was nothing they could do. Now that Zhao Hai was going to hold a wedding, it was a good thing for the middle and small noble families. As long as they could attend the wedding, they might be able to get to know Zhao Hai and connect with the Buta family. They might become rich in the future. If those small and medium-sized aristocrats wanted to develop, they could only rely on the powerful big families. The Buda family was powerful, but they were newly rising, so they still had very few people under them. This was the best time to join them. At this time, another piece of news appeared, which made the nobles who were still waiting to see the situation immediately make up their minds. They must join the Buda family. Even if they didn't join, they must have a good relationship with the Buda family. Bestowed marriage, it was a term that was not unfamiliar to the people of the continent, because the person who used this term was at least an archduke, and the person who was bestowed a marriage was definitely the lucky person of the continent. However, when the decree was passed down to the Buda family, Zhao Hai and the others were all stunned. They were not happy, but they never expected such a decree. The king of the Rosen Empire has betrothed the 9th princess to Zhao Hai, and she will become Zhao Hai's wife. When the news spread, the entire continent was in an uproar. The 9th princess of the Rosen Empire, the most powerful country on the continent, one of the twin flowers of Carson City, the emperor's favorite princess. She was beautiful, smart, and had a noble status. She was the dream girl of almost all the nobles of the right age in the Rosen Empire. Such a person was actually betrothed to Zhao Hai as his equal wife. In other words, after she married into the Buda family, her status would be the same as Laura and the others. She would no longer be able to put on the airs of a princess. This was a huge blow to the nobles on the continent. To Zhao Hai, it was not a good thing either. If he married the princess, those who had a crush on her would hate him to death. This would make many enemies for the Buda family. When Zhao Hai heard the news, he was dumbfounded. He did not want to accept the imperial edict, but Green and Laura pulled him to accept it. After the messenger left, Zhao Hai remained in the living room, staring blankly at Green and the others. Green did not seem to be bothered by it. His expression was extremely calm. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Laura's expression was also extremely calm. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Laura, why did you make me accept this decree? Besides, you should also know that I have never had any interaction with this Princess Lies except that time in Charlie's mansion. Now that I've suddenly been bestowed a marriage, I should refuse it. Otherwise, it would not only be unfair to you, but also to Princess Lies." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Quat, big brother Hai, don't worry. It's fine. I think Princess Lies really wants to marry you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have issued this decree. Princess Lies is very favored by the royal family, and with the power of the Rosen Empire, there is no need to marry anyone. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if this decree was not Princess Lies' intention." "Quat, is that so?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "But I don't even know Princess Lies, so how could she agree to marry me at this time? The imperial decree also said that she would hold the wedding with us. Isn't this too rushed for a princess?" Meljan smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you don't know this. There is always something about you that attracts women. I was attracted to you in the past. We only met a few times and didn't even speak a few words." "Quat." Laura also smiled. "Quat, that's right. Also, big brother Hai, don't forget that you saved the princess' life. I think it's because of this that Princess Li Jai fell in love with you." "Quat." Just then a voice came from outside the door. "You're right, it's because of this." Zhao Hai and the others looked out the door and saw Charlie standing outside with a servant. The servant did not inform Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stunned, but Charlie had already stepped into the house. Zhao Hai and the others quickly bowed to Charlie. Charlie waved his hand and said, "I didn't ask the servant to inform you. Little Hai, I came today to talk to you about this imperial edict." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at Charlie. After Charlie sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, little Hai, I know you've been hiding from her, but she has put all her heart on you. This imperial edict was sent by her to my father after she heard that you were getting married. She told my father that she would only marry you." "Quat." Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. He forced a smile. He didn't know what to say. He had only met her once, and he had been avoiding her ever since. Even when he met her at the banquet, he would stay far away from her. He didn't say anything to her. Why did she fall in love with him so deeply? What Zhao Hai didn't understand was that, as the princess of a country, when she was about to lose the most important thing in her dignity after being schemed against, Zhao Hai had saved her with a flip of his hand. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai had left an indelible impression in her heart. Women were emotional creatures. They believed in love at first sight more than men. They loved fantasies more and were more romantic. Similarly, they were more blind to love. Sometimes they could fall in love with a person because of a small matter, and they would be unable to extricate themselves. Zhao Hai saved Meljan when she was about to lose everything. This was very important to Meljan, so Meljan had fallen in love with Zhao Hai after that night. As time passed, this feeling did not fade. On the contrary, it became stronger and stronger. NBSB. Therefore, when she heard that Zhao Hai was married, her emotions won over her rationality. She went to the king and begged him to marry her to Zhao Hai. She even said that she would marry no one but him. After knowing the whole story, Zhao Hai could only sigh and say nothing more. He knew that if he rejected the marriage, then Lies would do something stupid. By then, his relationship with the Rosen Empire would be completely broken. Regardless of whether she had feelings for him or not, If he rejected the marriage, she would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say what she could do. If something really happened to her, based on the king's love for her, the Buta family would definitely be in trouble. Not only their family, but the Karch family and the Croak family would also be in trouble. Zhao Hai sighed and smiled bitterly. Quite originally, I thought that I would never marry anyone else except for Laura and the others. If I did that, I would be letting Laura and the others down as well. However, I didn't expect that Princess Li Jai would favor me. God is really kind to me. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will marry the princess and treat her the same way I treat Laura and the others. By the way, Your Highness, we will be getting married on the Golden Island. Do you think it's possible to have Princess Li Jai come to the Mad Dragon Castle these few days? We can discuss the marriage. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. All right, I'll let my imperial father know. But you're really lucky, kid. You'll be my brother-in-law from now on, ha. Zhao Hai looked at Charlie speechlessly. He did not expect him to still be thinking about such things at this time. However, Green was extremely happy. Zhao Hai had become the prince consort of the Luo Sen Empire. This would only be beneficial to the Buta family. Grinton did not think that marrying the princess would offend the other nobles. From what Grimm could see, with Zhao Hai's status, the nobles could do nothing even if they were angry. Besides, the nobles were all profit-driven, and among those who wanted to marry the princess, there were a few who truly loved her. They were not doing it for profit. As long as Li Jai married Zhao Hai, with the Buta family's strength and the help of the Kalchai family, the Buta family would definitely be able to develop in the shortest time possible. By then, even if they wanted to do anything to the Buta family, they would have to think about the consequences. It had to be said that as a native of the Ark continent, Grimm knew the nobles of the Ark continent better than Zhao Hai. The nobles of the Ark continent would not offend a powerful family for a woman. They only cared about benefits. When the news of Zhao Hai's marriage to the Rosen Empire spread, all the nobles on the continent understood that the Buta family had a stronger backing. In the future, the Buta family could not be provoked. At the same time, the aristocrats were puzzled, especially those who knew Zhao Hai. They could not understand why so many beautiful women would fall for an ordinary-looking man like Zhao Hai. What on earth did he have that attracted those women? However, no matter what the reason was, they knew that under such circumstances, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages if they were to establish a relationship with the Buta family. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was currently making an invitation. In the past, he had a few people he could choose not to invite, but he had no choice but to do so now because he had a princess as his bride. Marriage was a troublesome matter, especially for someone of Zhao Hai's status. There were many things involved. Just the clothes on them had to be designed, but Zhao Hai did not want to do that. He did not really like the clothes on the Ark continent, so he used the all-purpose machine to make a few retro clothes from Earth. Not only did they look expensive, but they also looked more beautiful when worn. As for Laura and the others, their clothes were wedding dresses, so they couldn't be too revealing. The Ark continent wasn't open to public yet, but this kind of wedding was unique here. The next thing was food and drinks. Zhao Hai prepared the food in the same way he did on Earth. There would definitely be a lot of people coming, so he had to prepare the food well. Fortunately, he had 10 all-purpose machines here, so it was easy to make food. There was no need to mention the wine. Zhao Hai was preparing to use the all-purpose mechanism to make 3 types of wine: red wine, white wine, and beer. Of the 3 types of wine, red wine was the most common on the mainland. White wine was only Zhao Hai's milk wine on the mainland. As for beer, there was no need to mention it. Not many people on the mainland had ever drunk it. In order to prepare for this wedding, Zhao Hai had spent a lot of money. Not only did he ask Heir to build a rainbow flower castle, but he also used the all-purpose machine. Almost everything used for the wedding was made by the all-purpose machine. Zhao Hai knew very well that the Buta family couldn't handle it with their current manpower. He also didn't want Randolph and the others to interfere, so he had to use the all-purpose machine. 10 days was really too short for the people on the continent. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The Island of Gold had been very lively for the past 10 days. All the prestigious nobles on the continent had come to the Island of Gold. The houses on the entire island were not enough to live in, and many nobles had to set up tents. Zhao Hai had no choice but to go to the Golden Island and take out many tents used by the orcs. These tents were huge and could accommodate an entire family of orcs. Humans would not need to use them. Many of the great nobles had never seen such a tent before. In the end, many of them even began to request to live in a tent instead of a house. Sitting in the tent and looking at the green grass all over the mountain, those people suddenly felt as if they were on the grassland. However, some nobles who knew the field could see the difference between the grass. The grass was all coiled silk grass. It was very tough and couldn't be used to drink magic beasts, but it could be used to make medicine and weave things. Some of the small nobles immediately understood the value of this grass when they saw it, and their eyes couldn't help but shine. On the day of Zhao Hai's wedding, the entire Golden Island was packed with people. There was no way for the boat to dock at the dock, let alone other places. 3 days later, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the shore. Laura and the others came with Zhao Hai. Among them was also Lies. When Zhao Hai saw her, he was a little surprised. On Grace Day, when Zhao Hai first saw her, she was in high spirits and acted like a princess. However, when he saw her now, she was completely different. Her face was yellow and her body was thin. She had lost at least 20 pounds. She was as thin as a stick. Seeing her like this, Laura and the others felt sad. They all knew how a woman felt when she couldn't see her lover. She was definitely trapped by love. Zhao Hai felt his heart ache when he saw how she was acting. He didn't have that deep of a relationship with her, but he could feel her love for him. He was very touched. After nearly 10 days of recuperation, she was very different from before. Compared to a few days ago, she was much better, and her body was almost fully recovered. Zhao Hai was also very happy to see that her body was changing every day. The way she looked at him almost melted him. After they arrived at the Golden Island, Zhao Hai let them live in the military base and make the final preparations. Everyone thought that they would get married in the military base, but only Zhao Hai knew that it was just a distraction. Zhao Hai had already prepared the castle of flowers for the wedding. It was at the peak of T-shaped mountain. Zhao Hai had ordered for the place to be cordoned off. No one could enter or discover the situation there. Today was finally the day of the wedding. According to the customs on the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had to go to the bride's house to pick her up, and then the wedding would be held at his house. However, due to Zhao Hai's special situation, they could only do everything on Golden Island. Laura and the others were waiting at the military base while Zhao Hai drove to pick them up. Everyone who came to watch the ceremony was invited to the T-shaped mountain by Zhao Hai and arranged to be outside the castle. However, the castle had been blocked by Zhao Hai's black mist spell, so no one could see what was going on inside. The nobles didn't know what was going on. They thought that the wedding was supposed to be held in the military base, so why were they here? They were terrified when they saw the huge black fog surrounding the undead creatures. They had heard that the black fog would appear every time Zhao Hai turned people into undead creatures. Is Zhao Hai planning to turn us into undead creatures for his wedding ceremony? Soon they got the answer. They saw Zhao Hai's carriage come out of the military base, walk around the military base, and then go back in to pick up Laura and the others. The carriage that Zhao Hai was in today had half a box. When Zhao Hai and the others stood in the carriage, the people outside could see what they were wearing. The nobles stood at the foot of the mountain and could see Zhao Hai bringing Laura and the others out of the base. They also saw the gowns that Zhao Hai and Laura were wearing. They had never seen them before, but they had to admit that they were really beautiful. These nobles thought that Zhao Hai had arranged for them to stay here so that everyone could see the wedding. They were very satisfied with this arrangement. However, they had heard that there was nothing to eat or drink in the military base. Was Zhao Hai not going to treat them to a meal? They were only allowed to go home after the ceremony. Isn't that too stingy? Just as everyone was confused, they saw Zhao Hai's carriage coming towards them. This stunned them. They thought that after Zhao Hai had picked up Laura and the others, he would circle around the military base and then send them to the military base. Then, the ceremony would be more than half done. They didn't expect the carriage to come towards them. Soon, Zhao Hai's carriage arrived in front of them. They were all stunned. Zhao Hai was standing in the carriage, wearing a formal dress and holding a red silk in his hand. The other side of the red silk was divided into 5 parts and held in the hands of Laura, Meljan, Lies, Meg, and Near. In the middle of the red silk, there was a big flower. Each of them was wearing a white wedding dress and holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Their smiles were more beautiful than the flowers in their hands. Everyone was stunned. It was Laura's idea to let Near marry as well. She knew that Near would never leave her for the rest of her life. Sooner or later, Near would belong to Zhao Hai. It was better to give her a title now. Zhao Hai agreed. He understood Laura's intentions, so he did not object to it. Besides, their current arrangement was Zhao Hai's idea. On the Ark continent, there was no red silk for marriage. Zhao Hai had made it according to the ancient China wedding. When Zhao Hai's carriage passed by the nobles, they all gave a round of applause. No matter what they thought, they still had to give their blessings. Laura and the others were also looking at the black mist that was surrounded by undead creatures. They didn't know what was going on because Zhao Hai didn't tell them that there were other arrangements. Zhao Hai walked to the undead creatures and waved his hand. The undead creatures immediately made way for him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the black mist dispersed. When the black fog dispersed, everyone was stunned, even the nobles, because in front of them was a castle made of flowers. Whether it was the gate or the wall, it was similar to a normal castle. However, all the structures of the castle were made of flowers, big and small 7-colored flowers forming a flower castle. At this time, the flower gate slowly opened, and Grimm and the others came out of the castle in neat clothes. The wood and stone drivers immediately drove the carriage into the castle, while Grimm and the others were here to invite the other nobles into the castle. The nobles looked at the castle in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Hai could build such a castle without a word. On the other hand, Randolph and the others were very happy. They were unhappy that Zhao Hai was going to hold the wedding on the Golden Island, but after seeing the castle, their unhappiness disappeared. On the contrary, they felt that Zhao Hai had helped them a lot, very well. After a while, the nobles followed Grimm into the castle. As soon as they entered the castle, they found that even the ground of the castle was made of 7 colored flowers. It was soft to step on, just like stepping on a carpet. Zhao Hai, Laura, and a few others were waiting for them in the square. The only person who didn't know what was going on with the castle was Li Jai. Zhao Hai hadn't brought her to the origin space for the past few days, so she didn't know about Kai Er's existence, let alone the existence of the Flower City. However, when she saw the castle, her heart was filled with emotions and her tears couldn't stop flowing. After the nobles entered the castle, they looked at everything in the castle curiously. Everything in the castle was too magical. Flowers. There were flowers everywhere. There were countless flowers. When everyone had arrived at the castle square, Green walked to Zhao Hai's side and coughed twice. He then said in a deep voice, "Quat welcome to the wedding of Mr. Zhao Hai Buda, Lola Macadar, Megencart, Lies Rosen, Meg Buda, and Neil Macadar. I'm here on behalf of the Buda family to welcome you. Quat." The crowd clapped for a while before stopping. Green continued, "Zhao Hai Buda is the head of the Buda family. The Buda family is a big family with a glorious past. Although they have gone through hardships, they have stood up again. Zhao Hai Buda and the ladies are free to love and marry each other. I will now talk about their love. Do you all agree?" It was the first time for the people below to attend a wedding like this. They had attended many weddings before, so they knew the general routine. It was nothing more than picking up the bride and returning to the groom's house. Then they would invite a respected elder to preside over the wedding and give a few words of blessing. After that, the new couple would toast everyone and then the banquet would be held. How could it be like the Buda family, who had to introduce the history of love? However, this ignited the fire of gossip in the crowd. Everyone clapped hard, and some people even shouted, "All right." Green looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Their faces were all red. Although this was Zhao Hai's arrangement, he still felt embarrassed when it came to this. Clint chuckled and said, "Then I'll start with my granddaughter Meg. She was the first to know Zhao Hai Buda." At that time, Zhao Hai Buda was still called Adam Buda, and he was a famous playboy in the Arca's empire. However, my lovely granddaughter liked him and had always been by his side. Even when Zhao Hai Buda was poisoned by the water of nothingness, she had always been by his side, never leaving him. Quat. The audience gave another round of applause, especially the women, who were touched by Meg's infatuation. Green continued, "The second one is Ms. Laura. Ms. Laura is known as the favored daughter of the heavens. Not only is she beautiful, but she has also established a large business group by herself. Why would such a beauty like Zhao Hai Buda?" Quat. The answer is because Zhao Hai and Buda saved her life. Quat. Green then briefly explained how Zhao Hai met Laura. The crowd finally understood and applauded for her. Clint waved his hand and continued, "The third one, let's introduce Miss Melgen. Miss Melgen is the little princess of the Kalchai family. She has a gentle personality and is extremely beautiful. Why would such a beautiful woman like Zhao Hai?" Quat. The answer is also because Zhao Hai saved her. Quat. Then, Green explained to the crowd how Zhao Hai saved Melgen. Of course, he would not tell them about the existence of the space. He only said that Zhao Hai had given a very small undead creature to Laura and the others. It could find the men of sacrifice in the first instance, so it saved Melgen's life. This also made the people in the audience understand why Melgen married Zhao Hai. It was because Zhao Hai had saved him. This made the people who were originally seeking revenge for Melgen understand why she was married. They felt much better and applauded again. In the end, everyone's eyes were focused on Lies. Grimm also said in a deep voice, "Finally, let me introduce Her Highness, Princess Lies. Her Highness has a noble status, and her beauty is like the bright moon in the sky. Why did she marry someone who has several fiancés?" Quat. The answer is still because Zhao Hu saved her. Quat. Green continued to explain how Zhao Hai and Lies met each other. He did not hold back this time. Although he did not point out who wanted to harm Lies, everyone present knew why such a thing happened. They also knew who set up this trap. At the same time, it also made everyone understand why Zhao Hai had betrothed Lies to him. It was because of this. This caused many of the nobles who did not know the truth to have a negative impression of the first prince. Was a person who could even scheme against his own sister worth following. After Grimm finished, the crowd gave him another round of applause. Grimm continued, "Quad. Okay, I've finished introducing the love history. Next, let's invite Randolph Karsai to come on stage to witness the marriage." Quat. Randolph was stunned. He didn't expect this to involve him, but he immediately reacted. He stood up and walked to Zhao Hai and the others with a smile. Green also handed him a special marriage certificate that he had prepared. Randolph looked at the marriage certificate and was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted and said, "Quat. Zhao Hai, are you willing to marry the ladies around you? No matter in poverty or illness, we will never leave each other and stay together for the rest of our lives." Randolph also read it according to the marriage certificate, but when he said this, the nobles below felt their hearts tighten. On the Ark continent, there was no such thing as a pre-marriage oath. This was because the men here were generally dominant and polygamy was allowed. However, as a result, no one would ask for such an oath before marriage. When the nobles heard Randolph's words, they thought that he was angry at Zhao Hai for marrying so many wives and wanted to make things difficult for him. Everyone wanted to see how Zhao Hai would answer. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled, "I'm willing." The applause from the audience was thunderous, but Randolph was unmoved. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "Quat Laura, Melgen, Lies, Meg and Neil, are you willing to marry the man beside you? In the future, no matter if you're poor or sick, you will never leave each other and stay together for life." After Randolph asked, the audience finally understood. This was the content of the marriage testimony. It was the first time they had seen such a marriage testimony, and they were all very curious. Randolph nodded and looked at Zhao Hai and the others. He smiled and said, "Remember your oath. I wish you all the best on behalf of all the guests here. I announce that you are now a legal couple, and your marriage will be protected by the laws of the Buddha family's Golden Island." Then he passed the certificate to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held the special marriage certificate up high. The audience applauded again. This time, most of the people applauded sincerely. They all knew that this wedding was prepared by the Buddha family, which meant that the procedure was also prepared by the Buddha family. They had to admit that this was the most unique wedding they had ever seen, especially the marriage certificate and the oath at the end, which made the wedding even more spectacular. In the end, Randolph said that their marriage was protected by the laws of Golden Island, which surprised the nobles, but it also added another guarantee to the marriage and made it more serious. The nobles were stunned for a moment. Now they knew that it was not that the Buddha family did not prepare food, but that they were going to eat here. They were all stunned for a moment, then laughed. At this moment, they realized that there were many servants standing in the middle of them. However, the nobles could tell that they weren't real people but undead creatures. However, the nobles weren't surprised. Everyone on the continent knew that Zhao Hai was a black magician. It wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai to use undead creatures to entertain them. This time, there were almost 1,000 undead creatures, because there were more than 10,000 nobles standing in the square of the castle. The nobles thought that they would be invited to another place for a meal, but they didn't expect that the undead creatures only invited them to the side of the castle and didn't leave the square. While they were feeling strange, the ground of the square suddenly moved. The top layer of flowers slowly receded, revealing the second layer of flowers. The nobles looked at the scene in surprise, wondering what Zhao Hai was up to. After the flowers rose on the second floor, they didn't stop. Some of the bigger flowers actually rose slowly to the height of a table. Around each big flower, 10 small flowers rose. These small flowers were about the size of an ordinary stool. This was obviously the place for the banquet. The nobles now understood why the flowers on the first floor had to retreat. They had stepped on them and were dirty. They could no longer be used as tables and chairs, so they had retreated to the ground. The flowers that had risen the second time were clean, so they could be used as tables and chairs. The undead creatures immediately led the nobles to the tables and chairs made of flowers and invited them to sit down. Only after they sat down did they realize the uniqueness of the flowers. First, the chairs were soft and comfortable to sit on. On the other hand, the tables were so hard that one could even hear the clattering of the chairs when they knocked on them. What made the nobles feel strange was that they had yet to find out what the flowers were made of and how the entire castle was made. After the nobles took their seats, rows of undead creatures walked out of the castle and placed food on the table. These undead creatures were all dressed in the same way. They were wearing black waistcoats, white shirts, black trousers, black leather shoes, black neckties, and white gloves. They were so clean that it made people feel comfortable. The nobles were forced to have a new understanding of the Buddha family's strength. It took a lot of time to prepare the clothes for the undead creatures, but Zhao Hai was able to do it in such a short time. It was truly not easy. Most importantly, other than Zhao Hai and a few others, the rest of the Buddha family rarely showed their faces. Almost no one knew how many people the Buddha family had or where their nest was. This made the people on the continent even more afraid of Zhao Hai. The various dishes were already on the table. Zhao Hai had prepared the dishes according to the customs of the people on the Ark continent. There were knives and forks in front of everyone, and the dishes were also very familiar to the people on the Ark continent. Those dishes were all processed by the all-purpose machine, so the taste was naturally excellent. Although there might be top chefs who could make it well, it was much better than what ordinary people could make. Moreover, there were many good things in it. Those nobles immediately raised their knives and forks, put the dishes on their plates, and started to eat. However, they soon found the difference of this table. The petals on this table were divided into two layers. The bigger layer was at the bottom, while the smaller layer was on the top. The bigger layer was for their own plates and knives, while the smaller layer was for the dishes. The smaller layer was still rotating slowly. You don't need to stand up to eat all the dishes on the table. The nobles were very curious about Zhao Hai's design, but they had to admit that it was a good design. If they went to other noble families' banquets, some families would also use the same table. However, if they wanted to eat their favorite food, they would have to stand up to get it, which was very impolite to them. Therefore, they would rather not eat and just sit there. However, the design of the Buddha family was, it completely avoided the awkwardness. Then the undead creatures served the wine in transparent glass bottles. Some were transparent, some were red, and some were yellow. The people of the Ark continent often drank red wine. However, the winemaking process here was very immature, so the wine they made did not taste very good. White spirit and beer were rarely seen on the continent, so most people didn't drink them at present. Therefore, they didn't understand the meaning of these two kinds of spirits. When those spirits were served, each of them was matched with its own cup. The characteristics of the three kinds of spirits were also written on the bottles. Those aristocrats all tasted them out of curiosity. Some people liked the strong liquor, some liked the mellow red wine, and some liked the fragrance of beer. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the square became lively. At this moment, another big cart was slowly pushed out from the inner castle. This big cart was very big and long. There was a whole blade scale whale on the cart, which had been completely roasted. Zhao Hai and the others were very experienced in roasting blade scale whales. They had been very successful in roasting them on God's grace day, and this blade scale whale was even better than the other one. The nobles were all dumbfounded when they saw the whale. They looked at the big fish like fools. At this moment, an undead creature took out a knife and cut the whale's meat, placing it on a plate and bringing it to the table. The nobles were all curious and tried the knife-scale whale's meat. The meat was really fragrant. Some of them were just thinking about it, but it was also because the meat was really good. The atmosphere in the square became even more lively. Everyone was eating happily. They didn't expect the Buddha family to prepare so well this time. Randolph was the happiest of them all. When Zhao Hai didn't ask him to help, he thought Zhao Hai was just trying to save face. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to handle it well, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so well prepared this time. This was great, it made him proud. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Zhao Hai is out. Laura, come out. Kellen, come out. Laura, Kellen, you two traitors of the Majidera family, come home with me and serve the law. The nobles who were eating in the square were stunned. They looked up at the figure floating in the sky in a daze. Without a doubt, it was a ninth-rank expert. However, in the eyes of the nobles, the ninth-rank expert was not afraid at all. On the contrary, they only had one thought in their minds. This family's head was knocked off by an insect. In the eyes of the nobles, the head of the level 9 expert had been crushed by a bug. How many nobles were there today? Almost all of the top families in the Roland Empire had arrived. What was Zhao Hai's status now? The son-in-law of the Karch family, the prince consort of the Rossan Empire, and the head of the Buddha family, you suddenly came here to ask his wife and father-in-law to go home and serve the law. It would be strange if the head wasn't eaten by the insect. Zhao Hai, who was serving wine to the nobles, could not help but smile when he heard the voice. He apologetically apologized to the noble before looking up at the rank 9 expert. The person floating in the sky was a warrior. He was wearing a black warrior robe and carrying a long sword on his back. The sword was really long, even longer than him. It didn't look like a sword at all, but more like a spear. This person had very dark skin and looked like a black man. However, his hair was golden, which was indescribably strange. There was a very long knife scar on his face, from his right eye to the left corner of his mouth. His right eye had been disabled, and he was wearing a black mask. A vicious person. The first impression this man gave was that he was fierce. Zhao Hai looked at him with a glass of wine and smiled. Quad is this gentleman here to attend my wedding? Then why don't you come down for a drink? The expert of the 9th rank had not expected Zhao Hai to have such an attitude. He was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Hand over Marlora and Kellen, and I will spare your life. Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. Quad, I am Zhao Hai Buddha. Laura is my wife and Kellen is my father-in-law. Sir, you are on my territory, but you are shouting and killing my wife and father-in-law. This doesn't seem to make sense, right? The expert of the 9th rank seemed to be extremely angry, and he snorted angrily. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me, kid? I'm only wasting so much time talking to you for the sake of my noble family. Hurry up and hand over Laura and Kellen, or else die. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the combatant of the 9th rank and smiled. Teacher, there is no need to be angry. You are just a chess piece. Call out your remaining 8 companions. There is no need for you to put on an act here. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the expert of the 9th rank and the other aristocrats were all stunned. The expert of the 9th rank did not expect Zhao Hai to know how many people they had brought. On the other hand, the other aristocrats did not expect Zhao Hai to know that there were still a few of them who had yet to show up. The expert of the 9th rank looked at Zhao Hai, then suddenly laughed. Good, what an interesting young man. I didn't expect that we old guys haven't used any tricks for a long time, and you saw through us with a single glance. Young man, you are very amazing. But unfortunately, you must die today. It's still not certain who will die, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, 10 figures suddenly flew up from the island of gold. The people from the Castle of Flowers were unable to see them clearly, but the expert of the 9th rank could see them clearly. There were 10 figures, and all of them were magical beast experts of the 9th rank. The one-eyed level 9 expert was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. He gave Zhao Hai a deep look and waved his hand. A beam of sword chi shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not move at all. However, he could clearly hear a shrill cry coming from the sky. One after another, golden lights collided with the sword chi. The sword chi immediately dissipated. The one-eyed expert of the ninth rank's expression changed once again. He turned around and flew away. At the same time, another 8 experts of the ninth rank appeared in the sky and flew away from the island. Seeing that they had all flown away, Zhao Hai turned around and smiled at everyone. "Quat, everyone, don't panic. Come, let's drink." They then started toasting each other, but none of the nobles dared to show any neglect. They all knew that the level 9 expert would not retreat for no reason. He must have been scared off. Also, that golden light was able to block the attack of a level 9 expert. It must have come from a level 9 expert as well, and one on Zhao Hai's side. This caused the nobles to have no choice but to reevaluate the strength of the Buddha family. The nobles were eating the food on the table without any appetite, while Zhao Hai was still toasting to them with a smile. The square did not seem any different. After a while, Zhao Hai finished toasting the guests and stood on the stage. He said to the nobles, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal. Just now it was just a small problem. Our Buddha family has already solved it. Please take a look." After saying that, he moved his hand and an undead creature appeared beside him. This undead creature was the level 9 expert who had just appeared in the sky. He was still carrying the long sword on his back. The nobles looked at the undead creature on the stage in a daze. They were sure that this undead creature was the level 9 expert in the sky because his clothes didn't change at all. However, the nobles were still in disbelief. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and smiled. "Gui Qi, tell everyone what's going on." The undead creature immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master. I am a rank 9 consecrator of the Magalder clan. This time I have received orders from the Magalder clan to lure away the experts of the Buddha clan. As long as I lure them away, the other experts of the 9th rank can come here and kill everyone here. At that time, the nobles of the Rossan Empire will have no leader, and they can take advantage of the situation to attack the Rossan Empire." Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and said, "The magicians don't seem to have the power to occupy the Rossan Empire, right? Are those experts all from the magicians?" Geik shook his head. "Quat no, young master. Not all of those 9th-tier powerhouses are from the Makil family. The Makil family only has 3 9th-tier powerhouses. The other 6 9th-tier powerhouses are 3 from the Arca's Empire and 3 from the Church of Light. The 3 families have already discussed this. As long as all of these nobles are killed, they can attack the Rossan Empire together." The moment these words left Gui Qi's mouth, the aristocrats present were in an uproar. They did not believe Gui Qi's words. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, with the strength of the magicians, it was impossible for them to occupy the Rossan Empire. However, when they heard that 6 of them were from the Arca's Empire and the Church of Light, they immediately believed it. The Arca's Empire had always been coveting the Rossan Empire, and the Church of Light had always wanted to destroy the Rossan Empire. It would be reasonable for the 3 of them to join forces. The nobles at the scene had also realized one thing. The people who had come to attend the wedding today were all nobles from the Rossan Empire. These nobles made up 80 of the total number of nobles in the Rossan Empire, and they were all prestigious nobles. The rest who had not come were small nobles who were not qualified to attend. If something were to happen to these people, the nobles of the Rossan Empire would be almost destroyed. If the Arca's Empire and the Church of Light attacked them, they would have a chance to win. They would then be able to easily take down the defense line of the Rossan Empire. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and said, "Everyone knows what's going on, but don't worry. None of the 9 rank 9s will be able to escape. As long as you go back and make preparations, the Arca's Empire and the Church of Light will not dare to make a move. Don't worry, just enjoy the banquet." The nobles were all experienced people. They calmed down after hearing Zhao Hai's words. At the same time, they understood Zhao Hai's strength even more. 9 level 9 experts, none of them could escape from the Golden Island. The crowd was excited again, and some nobles even shouted, "Quat, this won't do. I didn't even get the taste from the wine just now. Groom, come down quickly and give us some wine. Quat." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quat, good, good. Everyone, let me toast you." Quat, after saying that, he raised his glass and toasted everyone again. The nobles immediately realized that Zhao Hai could call out their names. This was quite impressive. There were thousands of nobles present, and Zhao Hai was able to call out all of their names. This was truly shocking. The drinking session lasted until the sky turned dark before the crowd slowly dispersed. Many of the nobles had drunk too much, so Zhao Hai had no choice but to have his men send them back to their living quarters. However, Zhao Hai had chased everyone out of the castle, leaving only him and his 5 brides. The castle belonged to them tonight. Zhao Hai went to Meg's room first, which was the idea of Laura and the others. As Meg had been with Zhao Hai the longest, they gave her the chance. Zhao Hai had drunk a lot, but they had also drunk the life fluid, so he was completely sober now. Meg sat in the room in her wedding dress, her heart beating fast. She had been waiting for this day for too long, and it was finally here. Zhao Hai gently pushed the door open and walked in. After glancing at Zhao Hai, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled. He walked to her side gently, making her face redder than red silk. Zhao Hai gently pulled Mei Ji's hand, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Zhao Hai looked at her and said softly, "Meg, you're finally my wife. Are you happy?" he asked. Meg nodded gently. Zhao Hai smiled and hugged her. She blushed even more, but she didn't struggle. She just quietly nestled in Zhao Hai's arms. Zhao Hai looked at her, lowered his head, and kissed her hair, then her forehead, her nose, her ears, her face, her mouth. Zhao Hai's hand gently undid Meg's wedding dress and slowly reached into her clothes. The temperature in the room suddenly rose by a few degrees, and the whole room was filled with a charming atmosphere. After a while, the light in Meg's room went out, and the room was filled with the sound of men's breathing and women's moans. After a long time, the woman moaned, and the noise in the room stopped, but there were voices. "Young master, you should go to Laura's room. No, I'll keep you company tonight. Yes, young master, you haven't. You should go to Laura's place. It's their wedding night tonight. If you don't go, they'll be too pitiful. But if I go, what will you do? Forget it, they will understand. Young master, you should go. If you don't, I'll be angry." After a short while, a similar voice and similar conversation rang out in the second room. Zhao Hai's wedding had ended, but the commotion he had caused was not over. There were too many new things that had happened at Zhao Hai's wedding. It was enough for the people of the continent to digest for a while. At the same time, after Zhao Hai's wedding, the Rasen Empire immediately announced that the Church of Light was an illegal organization in the Rasen Empire. Any discovery or report would be heavily rewarded. The Arcas Empire intends to act against the Rasen Empire. From now on, we will sever all diplomatic relations with the Arcas Empire. The magicians also intend to act against the nobles of the Arcas Empire. From now on, we declare the magicians as wanted criminals. Zhao Hai was also surprised by the Rasen Empire's reaction. However, he had been immersed in the past few days and did not have the time to care about the matters on the continent. Zhao Hai had been staying in the Flower Castle for a week. At first, Zhao Hai wanted to ask Kai to keep the Flower Castle, but Laura and the other girls didn't agree to it. In the end, the Flower Castle was kept. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting in the living room. Laura and the others, who had gained the charm of young married women, were also sitting in the living room with Zhao Hai. Green, Merlin, Kun Zhang, and Kellen were also sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Kellen and said in a deep voice, "Laura, father-in-law, this time the manhwaedit family came to cause trouble at my wedding. This has caused our Buddha family to lose a lot of face, and I want to deal with them." Green and Merlin didn't say anything. The decision of this matter was in the hands of Kellen and Laura. No matter what, they were still members of the magicians. If they said they wanted to deal with the magicians, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. If they asked Zhao Hai to let the magicians go, Zhao Hai wouldn't deal with them either. This could be considered an explanation for both Kellen and Laura. "Quat, what's there to say?" Karen snorted coldly. "Quat, take care of him. Do you think we're still members of the manhwaedit family? From the moment we entered the Duchy of Versailles, we were no longer part of the magicians. They actually tried to ruin Laura's wedding. I will never forgive them." Laura also said with a cold face, "Big brother Hai, don't be polite. Don't worry about us. Deal with them. If we don't deal with them, the people on the continent will think that our Buddha family is easy to bully." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Kellen's expressions and smiled. "Laura, father-in-law, if you say so, then I won't be polite." Karen said coldly, "Don't be so polite. I don't have the strength. If I had the strength, I would have taken revenge for my mother. It's better for you to do it now." Quat. In BSB, Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, then I know what to do. Father-in-law, what do you think about us snatching everything from the magicians and letting Laura be the family head?" Kellen was bewildered for a while and then laughed. "Quat, good. This idea is too good. The reason why the magician's family is what it is today is all because of my mother. It's not too good to hand the magician's family over to Laura. Good, let's do it." Quat. Zhao Hai laughed and turned to Laura. "Laura, my female patriarch, the future of the manhwaedit family will depend on you. The manhwaedit family is a large business family that spans half of the continent. How you manage it in the future will depend on you." Lola smiled and said, "What? You're still afraid that I can't manage it well? With my Buddha family as my backing, I don't believe that there's any family on this continent that would dare to provoke me." Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. The few of them immediately entered the origin space. Zhao Hai asked Laura and Kellen to tell him the location of the magician's family. Then they were ready to make their move. However, the boundless space didn't have a map of the entire continent yet. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately let out Eagle and had him bring the evil spirit staff to the boundless space. By now, she had learned about the existence of the realm. On the night of their wedding, Zhao Hai had brought her to the realm and told her about it. Then they slept together, so she wasn't surprised to see the realm. Eagle spent another 5 days to put the map of the entire continent into the realm. Of course, the entire continent referred to the land where humans lived. The dwarves lived, the elves lived, and the orc prairies were not completely put into the realm. They did not have that much time. In BSB, after storing the map of the humans into the origin space, Zhao Hai immediately asked Laura and Kellen to mark out the shops belonging to the magicians and those related to the magicians. Then, they prepared to take action. However, Zhao Hai also discovered an advantage of the realm. As long as Laura and Kellen told Kai about the insignias of the stores owned by the magicians, as well as the insignias of the noble stores that were related to the magicians, Kai would be able to directly mark those stores on the map. This was also an ability that Kai had obtained after leveling up. Zhao Hai was very appreciative of this ability of Kai. With this ability, they would be able to save a lot of trouble. In the end, Kellen told Zhao Hai that the magicians had offended too many people over the years, so the location of their family headquarters had changed a few times. Some of them were fake, and only one was real. Only a few people knew about this real place, and Kellen happened to be one of them. The reason why Kellen knew about that place was a coincidence. Once his father talked to his stepmother and revealed that place. That place was none other than the original headquarters of Kellen's mother's family. Naturally, after Kellen's mother's house was occupied by the magicians secretly built a new headquarters where Kellen's mother's family was. This headquarters was built in secret, and not many people knew about it. The outside world, it was not said that it was the headquarters of the magicians' clan, but it was said that it was the headquarters of a small noble family. No one would notice that it was actually the real headquarters of the magicians' clan. Kellen told them the location of the family, and Kai immediately marked it on the map. After watching through the surveillance cameras, they discovered that the secret headquarters of the magicians' family wasn't just a simple headquarters, but a yellow house. It was a house built with gold. The bricks on the wall and the floor were all made with gold wrapped with mud. This was so that if one day the Majidera family was killed, their descendants could use this money to start their life. Unfortunately, this situation could not be hidden from the surveillance cameras. Very quickly, Zhao Hai and the others came up with a plan for this attack. It was the same as when they dealt with the Robert family. Therefore, they would not let any of the owners of the Magicdare family off. They would not let any of the Magicdare family's shops off. Of course, Zhao Hai did not intend to kill the people in the shops. He only wanted to control them. After Laura took over the entire Magicdare family, if those shop owners surrendered, it would still be fine. If they did not surrender, they would die. On the third day after Zhao Hai and the others made their plan, they took action. This time, Zhao Hai and the others did not hold back at all. It was not the first or second day that the magicians had found trouble with them. Laura and Kellen only had hatred for the magicians, but no feelings for them. Would Zhao Hai still hold back? In one night, all of the direct and collateral relatives of the Magildar family had been removed from the continent. Now, there was only one heir left of the Magildar family, Karen. The Buta family's lightning-like attack had shocked all the large families on the continent. At the same time that Zhao Hai had exterminated the magicians, Kellen had appeared and taken over the position of the magicians' patriarch, announcing that he would take over all of their properties. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, some of the store owners of the magicians had surrendered immediately. Some had other plans, and Zhao Hai did not hold back. Those who had other plans were destroyed by Zhao Hai, and there were no more objections. This was not even a rebellion. After eliminating all the opposing voices, Kellen immediately announced that he would resign from the position of Patriarch of the Magicians and pass the position of Patriarch to Laura. The people on the continent had long expected such a day to come, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. The magicians had actually fallen into the hands of the Buta family in such a short time. However, no one on the continent dared to say anything. First, it was because Laura and Kellen were indeed the heirs of the Magedel family. Second, it was because of the Buta family's strength. There was no longer any large family on the continent that dared to look down on the Buta family. This was because the strength that the Buta family had displayed was simply too powerful. After Laura took over the business of the Magicdare family, she immediately announced that the Magicdare family would give up about 20 of their stores. These stores were all located within the territory of the Arcas Empire, which dealt a serious blow to the economy of the Arcas Empire. Laura then gave up another 10 of the shops, which belonged to the other major countries besides the Rosen Empire, causing some economic losses to those two countries. Although the Margender family had given up 30 of their stores, they still had 70 of their stores in operation. At the same time, Laura also took advantage of this opportunity to win over the hearts of the store managers of the Margender family and truly turn the Margender family into a fist. After Zhao Hai had dealt with the magicians, the Rosen Empire announced that they had removed the wanted order for the magicians. However, they had not relaxed their blockade on the Arcas Empire. This time the Rosen kingdom had gone all out, so all the passages to the Arcas Empire were sealed, whether they were on land or in the water, whether they were open or smuggled, all were sealed. The aristocrats of the Rossan Empire were also united like never before, because they were very clear that this time, the targets of the joint forces of the Magicider family and the Arcas Empire included almost 80 of the aristocrats in the Rossan Empire. How could those aristocrats let the Arcas Empire go? At the Life Passage Canyon, there was already a small-scale conflict between the armies of the Arcas Empire and the Rossan Empire. The navy at the Golden Island was all deployed, not allowing any ship to enter the territorial waters of the Arcas Empire. The Arcas Empire had been in an unprecedented crisis. The fact that the Rossan Empire was the most powerful empire on the continent was not a joke. When they got serious and everyone focused their energy on one thing, the power that they could unleash was extremely shocking. Although this would cause some losses to the nobles of the Rossan Empire, they were willing to do so. They wanted to teach the Arcas Empire a lesson that they would never forget. In contrast, the business at the Island of Gold was very good. Many pirates took this opportunity to rob wantonly in the waters of the Arcas Empire. The things they robbed were then sold on the Island of Gold, so the business on the Island of Gold was naturally better. In fact, Zhao Hai also understood that it was impossible to not buy anything from the Arcas Empire. Some of the pirates had really stolen things from the Arcas Empire, while some of them had cooperated with the merchants of the Arcas Empire and brought them to the Golden Island to trade after trading. However, Zhao Hai was also open to this situation. As long as they didn't go too far, Zhao Hai would let them go. However, Zhao Hai had also thought it through. If someone really did make a big deal with the Arcas Empire, he would send his own army to sink their ships and snatch their goods. After a few times, the merchants finally became honest. There weren't many things that could be hidden from Zhao Hai in the seas of Arksudi and the Rossan Empire. He had already released many sea-born magical beasts into the sea. These magical beasts had nothing else to do but to monitor the ships. This was why Zhao Hai dared to deal with the ships that were too much. He knew everything about them. The Arcas Empire was now filled with regret. They regretted how they had treated the Buddha family in the past. They regretted getting involved in the matters of the Church of Light. They regretted even more for getting involved in the matter against the Buddha family. As for the King of the South, Boric, after the blow of these few events, had become a lot more well-behaved. Many of the nobles who had been following him had left him. In the eyes of those nobles, Boric had no hope. He had offended a powerful family like the Buddha family, and his destruction was only a matter of time. They didn't want to be buried with him. Everyone on the continent knew about the Buddha family's current strength. No one wanted to offend them because they were too powerful. They could actually destroy 9 ninth-rank experts with their own strength. If anyone still dared to look down on the Buddha family under such circumstances, they would be courting death. More and more people went to the Island of Gold to do business, but the order there was getting better and better. No one dared to make trouble on the Island of Gold. The people who did business on the Island of Gold were after money, and they didn't want to lose their heads because they offended the Buddha family. After another month, everything was on the right track, be it with the Magedel family or with the Golden Island. Zhao Hai's trip to the Orc Prairies was also on the agenda. With the tense relationship between the two empires on the continent and the fact that a war was about to break out, Zhao Hai should have stayed on the Island of Gold instead of going to the grasslands. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't think so. After Randolph and Green's analysis, they believed that the two empires wouldn't easily start a war at this time. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to take this opportunity to visit the grasslands. It was already spring, and the grass had grown. The orcs had started to herd animals and send letters. It was the perfect time to visit the grasslands. In addition, Zhao Hai had been doing 5 times a night for several days. As a LV8 master, he would naturally have no problems. However, Laura and the others didn't want him to do that for fear of hurting his health. Therefore, they didn't let him do that anymore. He could only rest alone every night. Zhao Hai finally understood the pain of having too many wives. His love for them was the same, but when he thought about how he was alone in his room while the others were alone, he felt very sad. Fortunately, Laura and the others did not show any signs of jealousy. This made Zhao Hai very happy, but also made him feel even more guilty. Although Zhao Hai was now very much like someone from the Ark continent, some of his thoughts were still like those of the people on Earth. That was why he had such thoughts. If he was from the Ark continent, he would not have such thoughts. Right now, the Rosen Empire and the Arcas Empire were wrangling over there. Both sides had scruples, so they did not dare to make a move. However, the Rosen Empire was currently blocking the economy of the Arcas Empire, which made the Arcas Empire very uncomfortable. This time, Zhao Hai and the others were not going to the grassland by carriage, nor by boat. They were going to fly there by eagle. After leveling up a few times, the Blood Eagle had become stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai wanted to take the eagle as well. This way, others would know of the Blood Eagle's existence. When that time came, no one would suspect him if he suddenly appeared somewhere on the mainland. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to bring Laura and the others along. Of course, Su Weiniang and Shunyi were also there. However, he didn't want to bring wood and stone. Now that they were needed at Golden Island, Zhao Hai didn't think that they should be made full-time bodyguards. Instead, he wanted to train them to be Green's successors. The two of them did not object. They understood Zhao Hai's intentions, so they had been learning from Kun Zhang and the others. With the interspace, they could see Zhao Hai whenever they wanted. It was nothing. Zhao Hai and the others flew to the grasslands on an eagle, but it caused a sensation in the Rasen Empire. After all, there were no flying magical beasts on the continent that could be ridden, so there was no air force on the continent. Now that it had suddenly appeared, it would be strange if people did not pay attention to it. Even the king had personally asked about it. The Air Force, that was the Air Force. With the Air Force, it was equivalent to having another means of attacking the enemy, and they could also carry out reconnaissance. How could they find such a thing? Of course, those people would be concerned. Randolph was the first to find Zhao Hai. He did not expect Zhao Hai to have such a magical beast. When he heard about this, he immediately went to Kun Zhang and asked him to find Zhao Hai. He had to get an air force for the Kalchai family. Kun Zhang also felt that this matter was not easy to deal with. He immediately told Zhao Hai about it, but Zhao Hai asked Kun Zhang to tell Randolph that he was waiting for someone. Randolph immediately understood. He was the head of the family and had seen everything. He immediately knew who Zhao Hai was waiting for. Of course, he was waiting for the king. In the past, people also had the dream of building a space, but they never succeeded. Now that Zhao Hai had built a space, it was naturally a big deal for a country. If Zhao Hai gave the blood eagle to Randolph first and not the king, it might anger the old king, which was no joke. After thinking this through, Randolph stopped looking for Zhao Hai. Instead, he waited for the king's situation. The old king summoned Randolph immediately because Zhao Hai had gone to the grasslands. When Randolph heard that the old king wanted to see him, he knew what it was for. He didn't delay and immediately went to the palace. The old king had summoned him to the study at the back. After sitting down in the study, the old king looked at Randolph and smiled. "Quat, Randolph, your grandson-in-law is really something. He has so many good things." Randolph smiled bitterly. "Quat, you flatter me, your majesty. To be honest, I don't know what that kid is capable of. I don't know anything about the Air Force. I wanted to find him, but he ran off to the grasslands. I've already told his family to send him a letter and ask him to come back." Quat. "Quat, all right," the old king nodded. "Quat, tell me in detail, what kind of magical beasts are used by his Air Force?" "Your Majesty," said Randolph with a wry smile, "he's not using any magic beast, but a mirage beast." The old king was stunned, and then his expression changed. "Quat, magical beast? That's impossible. You should know what a mirage beast looks like. What kind of mirage beast can carry people? We've also studied using magical beasts to build an air force before, but didn't we fail in the end?" Randolph smiled bitterly. "Quat, of course I know, your Majesty, but they did use magical beasts. I even saw one of them riding a magical beast and flying into the sky. When they landed, the magical beast turned into armor again." Quat. The old king couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Randolph smiled bitterly. "Quat, your Majesty, I don't dare to lie about this kind of thing. I've asked the housekeeper. They said that this kind of magical beast was raised by Little Hai. This kind of magical beast has the advantages of both magical beasts and magical beasts. Not only can it transform into armor, it can carry people, and it doesn't need to absorb human energy. It can be directly fed meat." Quat. The old king was stunned for a moment. "Quat, there's such a thing. Then these magical beasts are really good. If there are thousands of them, they will have a lot of combat power." Quat. Randolph smiled bitterly. "Quat, your Majesty, it's not that simple. These beasts are still beasts. Although they can carry people, they can't carry too heavy people or too many things. Therefore, the weight requirements for the beast knights are very strict. These beast knights can at most carry 2 quivers of arrows, a bow on their back, and a short sword." Quat. The old king smiled. "Quat, that's already very good. By the way, can you discuss with Zhao Hai and let me get a few thousand for us to play with?" Randolph's smile became even more bitter when he heard the old king's words. This king was good at everything, but sometimes he was like an old child. Randolph could only smile bitterly and say, "Your Majesty, you also know that it's not easy to raise these magical beasts. I'm afraid Little Hai really can't take out so many magical beasts." The old king snorted and said, "What are you afraid of? If he can't take it out, we can help him. With the power of our Rasen Empire, we can't produce many magical beasts. I don't care. Just tell him to bring me all the magical beast eggs he has. The more the better." Quat. Randolph smiled bitterly. "Quat, yes, your Majesty. Don't worry, I'll tell him when he comes back. I don't think he'll dare to say anything. By the way, your Majesty, I also heard that this kind of magical beast can preserve its wings after transforming into armor. People can wear the magical beast armor and fly at low altitudes for short distances." Quat. The more Randolph said, the more excited the old king became. He couldn't wait to see Zhao Hai. Randolph knew something was wrong when he saw the old king's face. He blamed himself for being a blabbermouth. He had been the king's guard for a generation, so he naturally knew what the old king was thinking. His words hit the king's sore spot. With the old king's temper, he would probably ask Zhao Hai to bring out more phantom beasts. As expected, the old king immediately said, "That's great, that's great. Quick, go back immediately and send a letter to Zhao Hai. Tell him to send me the magical beast in 5 days." Randolph smiled wryly and left. He didn't know if Zhao Heijia would come back in 5 days. After returning home, Randolph immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. The letter was naturally delivered to Kun Zheng's men. Kun Zheng immediately told Zhao Hai about this matter. Zhao Hai naturally did not object. He replied immediately and said that the item would be delivered in 5 days. Zhao Hai was the one who had deliberately brought up the Air Force incident. He knew that it was impossible to hide the Air Force for long. Furthermore, he had been in the limelight recently. The strength he had displayed was shocking. He would definitely make the Rossen Empire fear him. Therefore, Zhao Hai had deliberately brought out the Air Force. As long as he presented the Air Force to the Rossen Empire, the old king would not fear him anymore. 5 days later, Randolph brought 300 blood eagles and 1,000 blood eagle eggs to the palace and handed them to the old king. At the same time, he also handed in a set of rearing requirements for the blood eagles. In this rearing requirement, there were detailed records of how to rear the blood eagles after they hatched, how to rear them after they grew up, and how to train them. The gift came from Heir, who loved to keep these animals. Although most of Zhao Hai's blood eagles were hatched automatically in the boundless space, Heir still took a few blood eagle eggs out of curiosity and hatched them using the normal method. Then she recorded the entire process of their growth. At the same time, she also recorded the blood eagle's maximum load and the longest flight record it carried. Naturally, Zhao Hai kept the copy that Nicole had written down. The copy that he handed in was copied down by someone else. Of course, he did not change the contents. It was exactly the same as the one that Nicole had written down. After the old king received this document, he immediately sent his confidant to train the blood eagles according to the requirements of the higher-ups. The adult blood eagles were all trained by knights. It didn't take long for the entire continent to know that the Bu family had given the Rosen imperial family a flying magical beast. They were very curious about the Bu family's ability to take out such a flying magical beast, but they were even more surprised. The Rossen Empire had the most reaction to this matter. Almost all the nobles in the Rossen Empire had turned their attention to the Island of Gold. They only had one goal: to find Zhao Hai and obtain the magical beast. Unfortunately, the answer they got was almost the same. Zhao Hai had gone to the grassland and was not at the Golden Island. The nobles were naturally very disappointed with this situation, but everyone immediately changed their target to Randolph. The Karsai family was Meljan's maiden family, so they naturally hoped to get some benefits from the Karsai family. But unfortunately, Randolph didn't get the blood eagle, so the others couldn't even think about it. Randolph wasn't dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's decision. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's decision. The king of the Rossen Empire was also very satisfied with Zhao Hai's actions. Even though the king seemed like he didn't know anything, nothing in the Rossen Empire could escape his eyes and ears. If Zhao Hai had given the blood eagle to Randolph, Randolph would have found out no matter how secretive he was. However, Zhao Hai didn't give it to him, which made the king admire Zhao Hai very much. The king knew that Zhao Hai would never give Randolph the blood eagle. However, the king knew that even if Zhao Hai gave Randolph the blood eagle, it would be a matter for the future. He could use this time to develop a stronger air force. This would be a big step ahead of Randolph and the others. Don't underestimate this step, as it could often be used for critical purposes. Of course, Zhao Hai knew about this, but he was not in the mood to care about it. With the speed of the eagle, they were about to reach the old camp of the Herculean Divine Ox clan. However, they were not in the mood to care about these things. Instead, they were dealing with the matters of the manhwaedit family. The business of manhwaedit's beloved clan was very big, and they were involved in all aspects. When they did business, they were even more overbearing and had offended many people. After Laura took over the manhwaedit family, some small families began to stir up trouble, so they had a lot of things to deal with. Most importantly, the base of the magicians was on a small island. It was not very safe there. In the end, Zhao Hai and the others decided to move the magicians' base to the Golden Island and further shrink their business. With the Rossen Empire as the leader, they would expand to the south and try to stop doing business with the Arcas Empire. It was precisely because of this that they were really busy now. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had cleared out all the thorns in the magician's family, and the rest were easy to manage. 3 days after the Air Force incident, the Blood Eagle finally reached the sky above the grassland. It did not take such a long time, but Zhao Hai deliberately took so long to avoid being discovered. Coming out of the origin space, Zhao Hai released the xenomorphs and headed straight for the old camp of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. They were very close to the old camp. This was the territory of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, so Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about anything. Furthermore, almost all the members of the Hercules bull race had seen aliens in the battle against the bullfighting race. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not afraid that no one would recognize the alien after he released it without planting a flag. Sure enough, not long after they appeared, a group of Herculean bull tribe cavalry discovered them. Those people were first stunned when they saw the xenomorphs, then became happy and rushed over with their bulls. This made Meljan and Lies, who had never been to the plains, a little worried. Lola immediately comforted them. All right, don't worry. These people are definitely here to welcome Zhao Hai. You should know that Brother Hai is their savior. As soon as Laura's voice fell, the cavalry had already arrived in front of the xenomorphs. They rolled down the cows and knelt down, shouting, "Has His Highness the Prince arrived?" Zhao Hai smiled and walked out of the alien's mouth. He looked at the people and laughed. "I didn't expect you to still remember my ride. What do you think? What was Big Brother busy with? Did you miss me?" When the Herculean divine ox tribesman saw Zhao Hai, he said excitedly, "Your Highness, the chief is in the camp, talking about your Highness every day." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quite good, good. I haven't had a drink with Big Brother in a long time. Quick, lead the way." "I want to have a good drink with Big Brother." Quat the cavalry of the Herculean divine ox tribe happily responded. They got on their oxen and ran towards the old camp. Sitting inside the alien body, Laura and the others were watching all this with a smile. Meljan and Lies were a little stunned. They had never seen orcs before. In the general books on the continent, orcs were described as fierce and evil. When they first saw the orcs, they looked really fierce, but their attitudes were completely different. Those orcs were really too respectful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to the alien's body and looked at Laura and the others. He smiled. "What do you think about treating Brother Weyers to grilled blade scale whale?" "Quite sure," Laura said with a smile. "Quite, I'm sure Brother Wells and the others will love it. Let's go." Quat Zhao Hai chuckled and directed the aliens to head back to the camp. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived at the old camp. The old camp had already received the news and was in an uproar. Almost all the people of the Herculean divine ox tribe had come out to welcome Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that there was no way to go forward. He immediately came out of the alien. Laura and the others followed him out. Zhao Hai also put away the alien. The moment the orcs saw Zhao Hai, they immediately knelt down. Meljan and Lies were not used to such a scene. They did not expect Zhao Hai to have such a high reputation among the orcs. Even Zhao Hai was surprised, let alone them. However, he immediately understood what the orcs meant. He said to the others, "All right, my clansmen, quickly get up. I still have to go find Big Brother and drink with him." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the orcs couldn't help but laugh and stand up. One of the old men laughed and said, "All right, if His Highness wants to drink, then it's simple. Everyone, quickly go home and make what you're good at so that His Highness can drink to his heart's content." Everyone agreed and left in a mess. When these people dispersed, Meljan and the others realized that there were more than 100,000 people who had gathered there. This made them even more surprised. NBSP. At that moment, the sound of hooves could be heard. A group of cavalrymen charged towards Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai focused his eyes and saw that the leader was Weyers. Weyers jumped down from the back of the bull when he was about 5 meters away from Zhao Hai. He laughed and ran to Zhao Hai. He hugged Zhao Hai and said, "Ha ha ha, my brother, you're finally here. I've missed you so much." "I missed you too, Big Brother." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Let's go and have a drink." After Weyers released Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "Right, let's go drink." "Brother, did you bring me some good wine?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Of course. How could I forget you, Big Brother? I have good news to tell you. Big Brother, I'm married. These are my wives. You've met Laura, Meg, and Near before. This is Meljan and this is Lies." "Meljan, Lies, call me Big Brother." Meljan and Lies saw Zhao Hai and Weyers' happy expressions and did not dare to neglect them. They quickly bowed to Weyers and said, "Meljan, Lies greets you, Big Brother." Wales laughed. "Quite all right, you don't have to be so polite, but you won't lose out either. This brother of mine is not an ordinary person. You've earned a lot by marrying him." Quat. Meljan and Lies were stunned for a moment. They did not expect anyone to speak in such a way. Laura was used to the way orcs spoke. They would say whatever they wanted to say. In Wales's opinion, Meljan and the others had profited, so he said that. Laura smiled. "Quat, that's right, Big Brother. In your eyes, Big Brother Hai is good at everything. Big Brother, let's go. We're also hungry." Quat. "Quat, all right, let's go," Weyers laughed. "Quat, we can't let you go hungry." Quat, after saying that, he called over a few mounts for Zhao Hai and the others to ride on before heading back to the old camp. Now, all the orcs in the old camp were busy preparing food. Zhao Hai was here, their benefactor. Of course, they had to prepare the best food for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived at the golden tent, Yale and Mendis were already waiting for him. Zhao Hai had also greeted the other upper echelons of the Herculean divine ox tribe. He then turned to Wales, who was just about to pull him into the tent, and said, "Big Brother, here's some good food for you. We'll definitely eat him up later." With that, Zhao Haquin released 10 blade scale whales. These whales weren't small. Every year, they had about 20,000 pounds of meat. They were the largest of the blade scale whales produced in the realm. This time, Zhao Haquin had brought them all out to treat the entire Herculean divine ox clan to a meal. There weren't many people in the Herculean divine ox tribe, only less than 1 million. These 10 blade scale whales were about 200,000 jin of meat. Even if it wasn't enough, it was enough for everyone to try. Zhao Hai then released a few other sea beasts. This was really enough for the Herculean divine ox tribe. Wares didn't stand on ceremony. Looking at the items, he laughed and said, "Good, you always bring a lot of good food every time you come. But I have to say, no one here knows how to cook these things, so you have to be responsible for cooking them. That won't be a problem, don't worry, big brother," Zhao Hai laughed. Then he released some undead creatures and followed Wells into the tent. These undead creatures were sailors who knew how to cook seafood, so there wouldn't be any problems with them cooking the seafood. After returning to the tent, Wares glanced at Laura and the others and smiled. Quat, this is great. Brother, you're finally married. I thought you'd have to drag it on for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Quat. Zhao Hai laughed. Quat, I don't dare to be slow. If I'm any slower, what if someone else takes two? Ha 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 ha. Quat. Wares also laughed. Quat, who would dare? Whoever dares to touch my brother, I'll personally lead the army to kill the humans. Brother, why are you only here now? Did you encounter something? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine. The humans have God's Grace Day. After God's Grace Day, your brother, I will get a fief from the humans. I have to settle my fief down. Also, Laura's family has been at odds with me, so I destroyed their family and let Lola be the patriarch. In addition, Liz is the princess of the Rossan Empire, and Meljan is the princess of the Karsai family. We also had a wedding. See, I came here right after the wedding. Quat. Wales was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, it turns out that my sisters-in-law's identities are not simple. Good, this is great. Brother, you've been promoted, made a fortune, and married a wife. All the good things have been taken by you. It's all right, ha ha ha. Zhao Hai laughed. Orcs like this way of talking. You should be happy that you got a good deal, or you would be hypocritical. Therefore, they didn't dislike Zhao Hai's way of talking. After joking around for a while, Zhao Hai said to Wales, big brother, how is the clan now? Just tell me what you're missing, I'll definitely get it for you. Wales nodded and said, brother, it's best if you can get me a batch of ironware. It's best if it's weapons. You also know that we took care of the bullfighting tribe in the winter. There are still many people who don't know about this. In the future, the Herculean bull tribe might encounter some challenges. With a batch of ironware, I can take care of them properly. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's not a problem. How about this? I'll prepare 200,000 axes for you and send them to you after a period of time. Oh right, you don't have to give me the slaves you gave me now. You can keep them with you and give them to me when you're done with the war. If you really can't do it, you can give me their corpses. I'll turn them into undead creatures and use them all the same. Quat. Wales laughed and said, okay, brother, I won't be polite with you. I'll give you the slaves after we settle down here. Oh right, I still need food. I don't know what happened today, but the beastmen seem to be in a shortage of food. I just found out that many places of our Tauran tribe are out of food. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, okay, food isn't a problem. You can have as much as you want, I'll give it to you in a while. Bamboo, rice, flour, breadfruit, I have them all. I have as much as you want. Quat. Wares laughed. Quat, I knew you would have a way, brother. But don't worry, I won't let you lose out. We have many magical beasts in our hands these past few years. I guarantee that they will pay a high price for it. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's okay. I can afford it. Big brother, you don't have to worry. However, you'd better ask the other orc clans if they are also short of food. If the entire orc clan is short of food, then big brother, there might be a war. Quat. Wares was taken aback. He immediately thought of this possibility and nodded. That's right, brother, you're right. It seems that we have to investigate this matter properly. Right now, our Herculean Divine Ox clan is in a weak state. It will take a few years to recover. Now is not the time for war. However, brother, if the entire beast clan is really short of food, what should we do? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, don't worry, big brother. If the entire orc tribe is really short of food, I will find a way to provide it. I might not have other things, but I will definitely have bamboo, rice, and flour. Quat. Wares trusted Zhao Hai unconditionally. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, he immediately nodded his head. Quat, okay, brother, don't worry. Leave the rest to me. I think now that there is food, they will definitely pay a high price to buy it. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't expect them to pay a high price, as long as there is no war. But big brother, if it is only a war with the Arcas Empire, I am not against it. You don't know, but recently the Arcas Empire has been looking for trouble with me, and it has been very annoying. Quat. Following this, Zhao Hai explained the situation in the Arcas Empire to Wares. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Wares became extremely angry and immediately shouted, Arcas Empire, how dare they treat you like this? I won't let them go. Brother, don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll definitely take revenge for you. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, actually, there's no need. I can take revenge myself, but I don't want to do it now. Besides, I have a good relationship with the Versailles family. If you attack the Arcas Empire, the Versailles family will be the first to suffer. This is not what I want to see. Quat. Wales nodded and said, don't worry, brother, I won't do anything stupid. All right, let's not talk about this. The lamb outside is almost done. Let's go and drink, quat. Zhao Hai responded and followed Weirs out. As expected, the lamb and bull were already roasted. All sorts of specialty food from the grasslands had already been prepared. The seafood that Zhao Hai had brought was also ready. They would be ready to eat soon. The people of the Herculean bull tribe brought their best food and gathered in the golden tent. It was the first time Meljan and Lies had seen such a scene. Both of them felt that their eyes were not enough to see. Wells raised his hand when he saw the orcs walking over in a mess. The orcs immediately quieted down, which surprised Lies. In the Rossan Empire, even the old king didn't have Wells's prestige. Weirs saw that everyone had quieted down and then loudly said, "Today is the day our brother Zhao Hai returns to the grasslands. It's a festival for our tribe. We must celebrate it well. Everyone, don't panic. Put down all your delicious food and let us have a good drink with our good brother Zhao Hai." The crowd responded in unison. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He knew very well that when dealing with these orcs, one didn't need to be fake. One could just be honest. After a while, the small table was set up, and all kinds of dishes were placed on it. Most of them were meat and dairy products. The orcs were really good at cooking these things, and ordinary humans couldn't compare to them at all. Weirs didn't stand on ceremony. After Zhao Hai and the others sat down, the other beastmen also sat down. They had prepared their own small tables and sat there, looking at Zhao Hai and the others as well as the various types of grilled seafood. It had to be known that some of them had never eaten seafood in their entire lives. Weirs didn't stand on ceremony. He raised his glass and said loudly, "Quat, we're here to welcome brother Zhao Hai today. Come, let's toast. Quat FCK," the crowd roared. Zhao Hai also raised his glass and finished it in one gulp. This was the rice wine that Zhao Hai had brought out. It was very strong and delicious. Weirs and the others really liked it. After this cup of wine, the atmosphere became lively. All kinds of delicacies were brought to the table by the young girls of the Hercules ox tribe. Zhao Hai and the others began to eat and drink. Meljan and Lies were still a little worried. They had received the strictest aristocratic education since they were young. When they ate, they had to follow the rules. Naturally, it was impossible for them to make any big moves. NBSP. They were not used to seeing the orcs eating and drinking. However, when they saw Zhao Hai and Laura doing the same, they became curious. Laura looked at the two of them and knew what they were thinking. She smiled and said to them, "Quat, you don't have to be polite with the beastmen. If you are, Master will be angry. So you have to eat and drink as much as you want here. The more you eat, the happier Master will be. Quat." Meljan and Lies saw that even Near was eating the meat in big mouthfuls. They were also infected and started to eat in big mouthfuls. It was true that eating in such big mouthfuls had a different taste. NBSP. Meljan and the others had never attended a party with such a lively atmosphere. The most lively party they had ever attended on the mainland was probably their own wedding banquet. It was the most lively party they had attended in so many years, but the atmosphere at that time was nothing compared to the one they had today. After a while, orc girls came up to dance, and then the warriors of the vigorous Divine Ox clan came to perform wrestling. It was very lively. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to such an atmosphere. In such an environment, one could drink more than usual. Today was the same. Zhao Hai and the others drank more than usual, and in the end, they all passed out. At midnight, Zhao Hai woke up. He was much better now. After all, the rice wine didn't go to his head, and Laura had asked Heir to bring him into her space. He was fed with the space water, so he woke up so quickly. Zhao Hai sat up on his bed, feeling as if he had had a good night's sleep. His entire body felt refreshed. He walked out of his room and looked into the living room, only to find Shunny on night duty there. The two of them were looking at the screen, which was the tent Weirs had arranged for Zhao Hai. When Shunny saw Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Young master, you're awake. The madams have gone to rest." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, yes, I'm awake. I'm fine. Hee, I'll have to trouble you tonight. I can't sleep, so I came out to sit." "Quat, have a seat, young master. I'll pour you a cup of cocoa," Shunny said with a smile. Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. After a while, Zhao Hai smiled at Shunny. "Quat, I always feel very relaxed when I come to the orc grassland. Maybe it's because I don't have to spend so much effort on these orcs." Quat. Shunny laughed. "Quat, that's right. Beastmen are indeed pure and cute. From the looks of it, they don't want to attack the humans. It's just that the humans have forced them too hard." Quat. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "No one is right or wrong in this war. To the humans, they are right. They control the grain price of the orcs to prevent the orcs from becoming stronger. To the orcs, the humans are bullying them. However, as long as they can get through it, they won't attack the humans. After all, people will die. But if the humans go too far, they won't be polite." Quat. Shunny nodded. "Then, young master, what are you going to do? Help the beastmen. If we provide the beastmen with food, we can almost guarantee a supply. As long as Heir water the breadfruit trees, we'll be able to obtain a lot of breadfruit, which will be enough to meet the beastmen's needs." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that's the case, but I'd like to see the situation first. If it's really like what Brother Weyers said, that the entire beastman race is short of food, then there must be a problem. Someone must be controlling this from behind the scenes. I don't want to stand up for them. Quat. Shunny nodded. He agreed with Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai was not a philanthropist, so there was no need for him to clean up the mess for those people. He had to find out what had happened in the Orc prairies. Otherwise, it would be the same as the Buta family being plotted against. They didn't want that to happen. After chatting with Shunny for a while, Zhao Hai went back to his room to rest. The next morning, after they washed up in the interspace, they came out of the interspace and the tent. The orcs were already busy outside. Meljan and Lies found them very cute when they saw the busy orcs. Yesterday, they had also come into contact with the higher-ups of the orc clan and the civilians. In their eyes, both the higher-ups and civilians of the orc clan were very cute. They were all very hardworking people, and were much cuter than most of the nobles. Now, they finally understood why Zhao Hai and Laura could get along so well with the orcs. If they couldn't get along well with such cute people, it would mean that they had a problem with their humanity. When the orcs saw them, they all greeted them, and they were very enthusiastic. Meljan and Lies realized that the orcs and the humans were in two completely different worlds. At that moment, Weyers sent someone to invite Zhao Hai for breakfast. Zhao Hai did not reject and led Laura and the others to join Weyers for breakfast. After breakfast, Weyers left Zhao Hai in his tent. Someone served milk tea. After taking a sip, Weyers said to Zhao Hai, "Quat little Hai, do you think we should go to the mastiff race and take a look? If the dog-headed race also lacks food, we should help them. After all, they have helped us a lot." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course. Big brother, didn't you say so? Our Herculean Divine Ox clan is facing a lot of difficulties right now, so we have to build a good relationship with the Mastiff clan. With such a helper, our Herculean Divine Ox clan will definitely be able to tide over these difficulties. By the way, big brother, are there any other related clans? If there are, we can make a trip there. Weyers thought for a moment and sighed. Quad, all these years, our ox-headed human clan has only been on good terms with the Mastiff clan. The horse-headed human clan and the pig-headed human clan are just acquaintances. We don't have a deep friendship, so I'm afraid we won't be able to find any strong reinforcements. Quat. Zhao Hai frowned and said in a deep voice, I see, that's a bit troublesome. Oh right, big brother, when we go to the Mastiff race, should we ask them if they have any friendly races? A friend's friend is a friend. We are allies with the Mastiff race, and the allies of the Mastiff race are also our allies. If we do that, we might have a few more allies. Wales was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, you're right. If that's the case, it would be for the best. Right, little Hai, you have food in your hands. If our human-beast hybrid clan really runs out of food, then little Hai, you'll be a great help to them. They won't have to worry about not having any allies. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good, but we'll have to see the situation. Big brother, the grasslands are short of food every day. If this year is really a lot, I suspect that someone is behind this, so we have to be careful. If someone is behind this, we must find the person and deal with this matter. Quat. Weyers was taken aback. He then frowned and said, Quat, it's possible. In the past, the grasslands were also short of food, but it wasn't this much. But today is different. It seems that the shortage is especially large. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's why I said that someone might have done it on purpose. Don't forget what happened to the Church of Light last year. They failed once and they might not be willing to accept that defeat. So the food shortage this time might be caused by them. If it was really caused by them, I think war might be the solution to the problem. Quat. Quat, but the problem is that our Tauren clan's main forces have suffered heavy losses, said Wells with a frown. Quat, if we start a war, won't it be harmful to our Tauren clan? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, big brother, why are you so stubborn? As long as I'm here, the Bullhead tribe won't be short of food. If we don't lack food, you won't have to fight for it. In the past, when you fought with the human race, you always acted as the vanguard because you wanted to attack from a point of view and get more food. Now you don't have to. You can find an excuse and say that you suffered heavy losses when fighting the Bullhead tribe and can't be the vanguard anymore. Let others fight. You just have to do a relatively easy job. Quat. Wales was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, good brother, this idea of yours is really great and timely. Good, let's do it. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, big brother, don't be happy too early. This matter is only our guess. If it wasn't because of the Church of Light, then things would be a little troublesome. However, no matter what, if a war really breaks out, big brother must find a reason to stay behind. Even if you want to go, don't participate in the siege. The Herculean Divine Ox tribe can't afford to lose. Quat. Wales nodded. Quat, okay, we'll talk about it after we confirm this. We'll go to the Mastiff tribe in a few days. They're better off than the other tribes. After all, we sent them a lot of food last winter. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, all right, I'll listen to you when we're here. I'll go back first, big brother. Look for me when it's time to leave. Quat. Weyers nodded his head and watched Zhao Hai leave. Zhao Hai returned to his own tent, looked at Laura and the others, and sighed, am I a little too much now? You're actually helping the beastmen to fight against the humans. Lola smiled and said, "Quat, that's nothing, big brother Hai. If this matter is really related to the Church of Light, it might be a good thing for the human race to start a war. Now, more and more people on the continent are worshipping the Church of Light other than the Rasan Empire. Many civilians have even donated all their assets to the church. The existence of the Church of Light is harmful to the people. Even if they can't be completely destroyed, they have to be controlled. Therefore, I completely agree with you in dealing with the Church of Light." Meljan also nodded. "Quat, that's right, brother Hai. The Church of Light is our family's ultimate enemy. It's only right to deal with them. Quat." Looking at Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, do you feel uneasy? It doesn't matter. I think it might be a good thing for our family to start a war. Think about it, what is the most lacking thing in the Black Earth wilderness? If the orcs launched an attack on the human race, where would their first target be? The Arka's Empire. If war breaks out in the Arka's Empire, there will definitely be a lot of people who will lose their homes. At this time, we can send people to kidnap them to the Black Earth wilderness and give them land. Then they will become our Buddha family's people. Moreover, we have two biggest enemies now. One is the Arka's Empire, and the other is the Church of Light. If the incident in the Orc grasslands is really related to the Church of Light, then we can send people to attack them. When the orcs send out their troops, they will definitely make it clear that this will be a big blow to the Church of Light, and since the Arka's Empire is the first target to be attacked, their losses will be even greater. At that time, brother Hai, we can get rid of two big problems at once, why not?" After learning about Zhao Hai's way of doing things, she displayed her talent. She was more suitable to be a military counselor. Every time she came up with a plan, it would be very cruel, but it would also be very effective. Zhao Hai sighed. "Quad, it's just that the civilians have it tough. If we really fight this time, they will be the ones suffering the most, especially the people from Versailles Duchy. We have some ties with them, so I really don't want to do this." Quad. Zhao Hai was soft-hearted at times. He was ruthless only when he was facing his enemies. The commoners were not his enemies, so he could not bear to attack them. "Quat, forget it, brother Hai," Lola said softly. "Quat, this is unavoidable. Have you ever thought about it? If it wasn't for your appearance, the Herculean Bull clan might have already been exterminated, and the Beastman clan might have discovered that something was amiss. In the end, a great war would be inevitable, and things might get even more out of hand." Zhao Hai sighed. "Quat, the Church of Light is a scourge. It's a pity that they've grown so much. It's impossible to get rid of them. Quat." She frowned and said, "Quat, big brother Hai, the rise of the Church of Light was very strange. A few hundred years ago, the Church of Light was just a small church that some light mages believed in. Some light mages didn't even believe in the god of light, but the goddess of life. But later, for some reason, they suddenly became stronger and stronger. I learned from the royal documents that the god of light had descended a few times, and then they became stronger and stronger. In just a few hundred years, they've grown much more powerful than the great clans on the continent that have been around for 1,000 years. There must be something we don't know about." Zhao Hai was taken aback, then his expression changed. "Quat, the god of light's descent. Is there really such a thing?" "Quat, there isn't much about this in the books," said Becky, shaking her head. "Quat, but I don't think it's true. How can the god of light come here? Why not?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "What if there really was a god on the continent? What if those gods needed people's faith as power? If that's the case, wouldn't it make sense for the Church of Light to descend and help me receive more believers to increase my strength and suppress the other gods?" Lies and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say that. Meg was confused. "Big brother Hai, is it like this? They were gods. Do gods fight for power like humans?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Don't think so highly of the gods. The gods are just people who are slightly more powerful. Since they are humans, they will fight for power and profit. What's so strange about that? If the god of light really descended on the continent, then the Church of Light's background is not simple." Quat. Li Jai and the others felt as if they were listening to a heavenly book. No one had ever been able to do such a thing. To them, what Zhao Hai said was too much of a fantasy. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if he was right. Anyway, that was what was written in the novels back on Earth. Even though the Ark continent was different from those novels, the people here believed in God. There were also magical spells and combat chi that couldn't be explained by science on Earth. Zhao Hai would rather believe that God was controlling all of this. Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh. "Quite, it seems that we can't destroy the Church of Light. Otherwise, it might really cause the gods to be dissatisfied. There must be a reason why the gods don't appear on the continent. However, if they find out that we have uprooted their forces on the continent, they will not be polite. Our current power is enough to deal with grade 9 experts, but against the gods, I'm afraid we are far from it." Quat. Lola frowned and said, "Will it be like this? Big brother Hai, could it be that you're thinking too much?" NBSB. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Quat, I also hope that I'm thinking too much. No matter what, if I'm really thinking too much, then it's still fine. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Looking at Zhao Hai, she suddenly smiled. "Quat, I believe that if there is a god, we don't have to be afraid of him. I believe that even if there is a god, there is no such magical existence as space. Big brother Hai, don't worry. Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, I believe so too. If the gods really have such a magical space, they wouldn't have to come all the way to the continent to preach. They could just capture some people and keep them in the space. Heh. Quad. Zhao Hai and the others relaxed at the mention of the realm. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. If the gods really had such a magical existence like the realm, they wouldn't have to waste so much effort to create a church. As long as they captured people into the realm and brainwashed them, they would be even more fanatical than the believers of the church. Whether it was the power of faith or the power of influence, it would be more useful. The few of them chatted for a while, and Zhao Hai took them to the grasslands to play. There was nothing much to do now anyway. Although there were a lot of things to do with the magicians' headquarters had already moved to the Island of Gold. When they reached the Island of Gold, Lola did not have to worry much, as Kun was there. Kun had been the butler of the Magic Dare family for half of his life, so he was naturally very good at managing things like this. Moreover, he knew more about the inside story of the Magic Dare family than Laura, so it was not a problem for him to manage the people of the Magic Dare family. Not only did he have experience, but the remaining people in charge of the Magic Dare family also submitted to him. Kun Zhang used to have a certain reputation in the Macadol family. If it were not for his relationship with Laura, he would have stayed in the Macadol family's headquarters as an official long ago. Therefore, many of the remaining managers in the family knew him, and it would be more convenient for him to manage them. Therefore, Laura didn't have many things to do. Even if there was something, she just had to send it to her study room and Heir would be kept in the space. She could deal with it in time, so it was very easy to manage. She also had a lot of time. In the past, the business of the Macadol family was very big, so naturally, there would be a lot of things to do. But now, after a few rounds of shrinking, their business was only a little more than half of what it used to be, and there were a lot more managers than before. Lola did not have to worry about business matters anymore. In addition, with the space, Heir could use it to monitor whether they were embezzled. With such a supervisor, those managers who wanted to take advantage of Lola because they were not familiar with the situation were immediately dealt with. Those managers also became honest and started to work properly. The ability of these stewards was inseparable from the fact that the magician's family could do such a big business on the continent. These stewards were all very capable people. Previously, they wanted to find trouble with Laura because she had yet to establish herself. However, it seemed impossible now. It was precisely because the space had such a powerful force now that Zhao Hai and the others had been able to take over the magician's family so smoothly. Although the current business of the Magedal family had decreased a lot, and their income had also decreased a lot, their current business was even better than before. The Robert family that Zhao Hai had dealt with previously was a well-known family that dealt with daily necessities on the continent. The Macadol family was also involved in this business. However, they still had some other businesses in the past. Now that Zhao Hai had shut down most of them, only the daily necessities business remained. In addition, with the Robert family being removed, the Macadol family immediately took over the market share of daily necessities. Now, the business of Margender in the Rossan Empire was much bigger than before. Everyone on the continent knew that Zhao Hai was the one who supported the magicians. The magicians were also part of the Buddha family. Hence, no one in the Rosen Empire dared to offend this family. Although the income of the Macadol family was less than before, their reputation on the continent was much better. Zhao Hai naturally could not be as overbearing as the Macadol family when it came to business. Some store managers who bullied others were also taken care of by Zhao Hai. The Macadol family's stores, service, and way of doing business were very different from before. Zhao Hai was very happy about this situation. He knew that the Buddha family could not develop too quickly. With the help of the magician's connections, they had already developed very quickly. It was time for them to stabilize. Because of this, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He brought Meljin and the others to play on the grasslands every day. Since spring had arrived, some magical beasts would come out of the grasslands. Zhao Hai also kept some magical beasts into his origin space, but the origin space had not been upgraded. This made Zhao Hai extremely impatient. 3 days later, Heir sent back news. The next day, they set off to the Mastiff race. First, they wanted to form an alliance with the Mastiff race. Second, they wanted to see if the food shortage in the grasslands was very large. Zhao Hai did not say anything. Meljin and Lies had been playing on the grassland for the past 2 days. However, Wells treated them with good food and drinks every day. Meljin and Lies were also learning how to make some milk-based food from some orc women. They were like city people who went to the countryside to play. They were curious about everything they saw. Zhao Hai only smiled at their behavior and did not say anything. Now Zhao Hai was no longer afraid of having too many magical beasts in his hands. The magicians used to have a lot of meat processing factories. If Zhao Hai had magical beasts, he would have a place to process them. In addition, there were a lot of people in the Magedal family. However, Zhao Hai was not very assured of them, so he only arranged some ordinary work for them. Even so, it was a great relief to understand the Buda family's shortage of manpower. The Buda family wasn't a thousand-year-old family, and their heritage wasn't enough. In addition, they had encountered a great disaster, so it could be said that there was almost no one they could use. Now, with the addition of the Macadera family, even if they didn't know too much, they could still do some ordinary things. This was definitely good news for the Buda family. Zhao Hai believed that if there was a shortage of food in the grasslands, his business with the grasslands would grow. With the help of the meat processing factories and stores of the Macadel family, he could make canned food and war rations. He could also sell them through those stores, which would be a considerable income. The most important thing was that with these shops, many good things in the space could be sold. They didn't have to worry about people cutting off their sales and blackmailing them. However, Zhao Hai had made some preparations. He watered the breadfruit trees in his space. He planted many breadfruit trees in the available land in the space. He wanted to let the breadfruit trees grow naturally, so he didn't use the space water to grow them. However, the situation had changed, so he had to use the space water to grow them. The orc's grassland might need a large amount of food. After the breadfruit trees bore fruit, Zhao Hai moved Xiao Jin and his family into the boundless space. The environment in the boundless space was much better than the one on Ape Head Island. Xiao Jin was very happy. In the end, Zhao Hai even moved the diamond tree into the boundless space. Unfortunately, the boundless space didn't level up this time. However, the amount of metal that Zhao Hai could control had increased a lot, and the bones of the undead creatures had become tougher. Zhao Hai was quite satisfied with the results. The diamond tree was growing well in the medium, even better than before. The next morning, Zhao Hai's group followed Guan Weirs to the Mastiff race's territory. In order to make haste, Zhao Hai did not take the ox cart provided by Weirs. Instead, he sat in the alien. The inside of the alien was more comfortable than the ox cart. Zhao Hai brought Weirs in as well. Mendes came with Weirs. Mendes' mission this time was very important. After the Mastiff race was done, if the Mastiff race had any other good allies, he would be able to help them. Mendes represented the Herculean Bull clan and joined the Mastiff clan to meet with that race. It could be said that Mendes had now become a diplomat for the Herculean Bull clan. Zhao Hai pulled Wells and Mendes into the alien. The three of them were drinking inside, and the Herculean Divine Bull tribesmen outside were not bothered. They had no objections to the three's actions. Weir's prestige in the Herculean Bull clan was very high. After all, he was the one who had taken back the throne of the Tauran royal family. Mendes was his best assistant, so the people of the Herculean Bull clan naturally wouldn't have any objections. Who would have any objection when the three of them drank during the march? They even prepared some wild game for the three people. It would take about 7 days to reach the Mastiff clan's territory from the old camp. Weirs spent the 7 days on the road. Although they passed by some dog-headed people's territories, he didn't disturb them. However, the dog-headed people were very enthusiastic. They were family friends with the ox-headed people, so they were very respectful to the Herculean Divine Ox. After all, the Herculean Divine Ox clan was also a royal clan. Zhao Hai and the others had been in the alien the entire time and rarely came out. They would only come out when everyone stopped to eat and drink with them. The people of the Hercules Bull tribe were still very respectful to Zhao Hai. 7 days passed by in a flash. Zhao Hai had already been to the old camp of the dog-headed people once. However, he felt something different this time. It was as if there were more tents than the last time. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the old camp of the dog-headed people, they realized why there were so many tents. It was because there were many leaders of the dog-headed people gathered here. There were the Wolfdog clan, the Shar Pai clan, the Tuzos clan, the Bullhead Terrorist clan, the Shepherd Dog clan, the Canary Dog clan, and so on. These races were the most powerful battle races of the dog-headed people. They were an important part of the dog-headed people's combat strength. Of course, because of the relationship between the dog-headed people and the bull-headed people, these races also had a good relationship with the Hercules Bull clan. Weirs knew most of them. However, these patriarchs were about the same age as Weirs' father, and they were very friendly when they saw Weirs. The dog-headed people had more races than the Minotaurs. When Zhao Hai saw the dog-headed people, he was dazzled. There were too many people. After the introductions, Weirs, Zhao Hai, and the others were led into the tent. Today, Zhao Hai didn't bring Laura and the others with him. Instead, he had them stay in the origin space. Of course, to outsiders, Laura and the others were still inside the alien. When they arrived at the golden tent of the dog-headed people, the dog-headed people looked at Zhao Hai curiously. They all knew that the Tauran had a foreign king. This foreign king was also a grain merchant with a lot of grain in his hands. The reason why the Hercules Ox clan could take back the throne was inextricably linked to this foreign king. Because of this, the dog-headed people didn't have any negative feelings toward Zhao Hai. No orcs would have any negative feelings toward a human grain merchant, but they were still wary of ordinary human merchants. Zhao Hai was a foreign king of the Tauran race, so he was considered half an orc. Naturally, the dog-headed people had a good impression of him. Boozer looked at Weyers and smiled. Weyers, you look good. It seems like your Herculean divine ox tribe has truly recovered. Weyers was still very respectful towards Boozer. He smiled and said, Quat Uncle Buzzer can see that this winter is really good for us. Every winter, we have to calculate the amount of food we have to eat. Only this winter, we can't finish the food, so our complexion is naturally good. Quat. Wells smiled. Quat, that's not possible. I asked Little High to come here as soon as he arrived at the grass plains. Uncle, if you need anything, just tell Little High. I promise he'll give it to you at the lowest price. Quat. Boozer looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Quat, Little High, it's great that you've come. This time you've come to our dog-headed people to ask for something. Now we're short of food. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, don't worry, Uncle Buzel. I've brought a lot of food this time. You can have as much as you want. I've also brought some breadfruit for you. I don't know if you'll like it. Quat, after saying that, he took out a breadfruit and placed it on the ground. Buzel and the others had never seen breadfruit before, not even Weyers. Right now, Weyers and the others still had a lot of food in stock, so Zhao Hai had not left any for them. With a puzzled look, Boozer looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what is this? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, Uncle Buzel, this is a breadfruit. Breadfruits are very magical. Look at this fruit. It's not big, but if you open its hard shell, the flesh inside will swell. This fruit is enough for a Hercules bull to eat for a meal. Quad. The people of the Herculean bull tribe ate more than the dog-headed people, which was why Zhao Hai said that. Buzel looked at the fruit and said, Is it really that magical? Zhao Hai smiled and took the breadfruit. He gently knocked it on the table and broke it open. The fruit inside swelled and turned into a big bread. Looking at the size, it was indeed enough for a Tauren to eat. Zhao Hai put the breadfruit on the table and said to Buzel, Uncle Buzel, this breadfruit can be eaten like this or you can eat it after it's cooked. What do you think? Boozer's eyes glowed as he looked at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, can you let us have a taste of this first? It's nothing, Uncle. Feel free to try it, Zhao Hai said with a smile. After saying that, he took out a few unopened breadfruits, and the servants naturally delivered them to Buzel and the others. After Buzel and the others ate the breadfruit, they all nodded. This thing was really not bad. It tasted good and it was also very convenient. It was a good thing. Boozer put down the breadfruit and said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, I'm taking this. How many do you have? Our dog-headed race is really short of food right now. I'll take as much as you have. Quat, don't worry, Uncle, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Quat, as long as you tell me the amount, I'll definitely prepare it for you. Also, I can give you the breadfruit at half the price of bamboo rice. Quat. Boozer was even more delighted. He said in great joy, Good, that's great. With Little Hai's words, I can rest assured. Now I want 20 million caddies, is that okay? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, sure, anytime. How about this? Find someone to clear a space for me. I'll put the breadfruit there in a while. Quat. Buzel happily called his servants over and told them to prepare. He then sat down in the tent and chatted. It was obvious that the dog-headed clan's leaders were even more polite to Zhao Hai. They had no choice but to be polite to a merchant who could take out tens of millions of caddies of grain. Weyers saw that it was about time and immediately said to Boozer, Uncle Boozer, I heard that the grasslands have been lacking in food recently. Is it true? Boozer couldn't help but sigh when he heard Weyers say that. Quat, it's true. How could it not be true? Our dog-headed people race is short of food. We wanted to borrow some from other races that are close to us, but we didn't expect that they would also be short of food. Sigh, everyone's life is not good. Quat. Weyers and Zhao Hai exchanged a glance and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Weyers immediately said to Boozer, Uncle, can we talk in private? When Boozer saw Wells' expression, he knew that he must have something important to tell him. He didn't blame Wells and nodded. All right, everyone, please wait outside. I have something to say to Wells. Those people naturally didn't dare to dally and went out. Seeing that everyone had left, Weyers then said to Boozer, Uncle Buzel, you also know that our Herculean divine ox tribe has suffered a great calamity this time. I'm afraid that there will be many people who will make things difficult for us. I want to tell you that if there are people who make things difficult for us, I hope that you will help us when the time comes. Quat, you little brat, said Buzel with a laugh, you're so good for nothing. I thought it was something big. Don't worry, with our friendship, I won't just watch. You don't need to worry. Quat. Weyers smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, this is only one thing. The rest of the things will not only affect us Taurens and kobolds. The food shortage that appeared on the grasslands this time seems to be on a large scale. Little Hai thinks that there might be someone behind this, and it is very likely to be the people of the Church of Light. Quat. Boozer's expression changed when he heard Weyers' words. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have any evidence? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Not yet. We can only investigate it first. However, Uncle, you also know that last winter, the Church of Light colluded with the bullfighting tribe to take over the Tauren race. After we destroyed it, there was no movement. This is not normal. This year, the grassland has a grain shortage. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? However, the Tauren tribe's strength has been hit, and they won't be able to recover in a short time. so I can only ask Uncle to pass this news to the great battle tribe and let them investigate it. The force that the orcs were most afraid of was the Church of Light. These guys had been provoking the humans and the orcs everywhere, and they were the force that the orcs hated the most. Therefore, no matter whether the Church of Light was true or false, the orcs would investigate it thoroughly. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Boozer immediately nodded and said, "Quat, all right, I'll report it immediately. Don't worry, we'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Quat." Wares from Zhao Hai nodded his head. Wares continued, "Quat, uncle, Little Hai has a lot of food in his hands now. Take a look, which races of your dog-headed people are close to need food. We can sell some to them. Quat." Buzzer's eyes lit up and said, "Good, this is a good thing. Our doghead tribe has a good relationship with the bear tribe. In the past, the bear tribe had always helped us. However, a few years ago, the bear tribe suffered a great disaster and we were unable to help them. This made me feel very guilty. Now there is a food shortage. I think the bear tribe must be having a hard time. If you can buy them food, that would be for the best. Quat." Wares smiled. "Quat, that's not a problem. Little Hai still has a lot of food. But uncle, if someone makes things difficult for our Tauren tribe in the future, can you ask the bear tribe to help us?" The beastmen were honest, and the dog-headed people and the ox-headed people had a good relationship, so Buzzer didn't think too much about it and nodded. "Quat, quat, this should not be a problem. If the bear tribe is really short of food, you help them solve the food problem, and they will definitely help you. I will let Buffin take you to the bear tribe. With him following, the bear tribe will definitely agree. Quat." Buzzle nodded and snorted coldly. If the food shortage this time is really related to the Church of Light, even if Little Hai can provide food for the entire orc race, we will still fight with them. We don't need to remind them with our swords. Those humans always think that we are easy to bully. When he said this, he glanced at Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would be angry. After all, Zhao Hai had food in his hands, which was what they needed. However, Zhao Hai's face was calm, and there was no sign of dissatisfaction. Wares noticed the expression on Boozer's face, and he smiled at him. "Quat, uncle, you're worried about Little Hai, right? Don't worry about him. Little Hai has great enmity with the Arcas Empire and the Church of Light. He can't wait for us orcs to go against the Church of Light tomorrow." Hearing Ware's words, Boozle looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "What, Little Hai is a black magician, so he must have a grudge against the Church of Light. Why does he have a grudge against the Arcas Empire?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself, uncle. My family was originally a noble of the Arcas Empire. Later, we were demoted from a duke to an earl after we got the king. We even sent people to hunt us down many times. If I didn't have some skills, I would have been dead long ago. We have a huge feud with the Arcas Empire." "Quad." "Quat, don't worry," said Buzzle. "Quat, as long as we start a war with the human race, the first to suffer will be the Arcas Empire. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and thanked Boozer. Boozer glanced at Wares and said, "Quat, if we really start a war, I think you Tauren should be the rear army today. You have suffered a great loss today, and you need to recover slowly. Moreover, with Little Hai here, you don't need my food. Quat." Boozer nodded. The Tauren tribe was considered a powerful tribe, but in the eyes of the great battle tribe, they were not enough. It was good that Wells thought this way. It meant that he had matured and could become the leader of a tribe. Although the beastmen were simple-minded, anyone who could become the leader of a clan would not be so simple-minded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become the leader. Boozer was very clear about Ware's plans, but Wares only wanted to strengthen himself, which was not harmful to him, so he naturally agreed. In addition, the dog-headed people and the bull-headed people were good friends for generations. If one family was in trouble, the other would definitely help. The stronger the bull-headed people were, the more help they would be to the dog-headed people. Of course, Buzzer hoped that the bull-headed people would be strong. There was also Zhao Hai. He was a foreign king of the Tauren tribe and a big businessman. People like him were welcomed no matter where they went. They couldn't even get close to him normally. Now that there was such an opportunity, of course, he wouldn't let it go. In the future, as long as Zhao Hai sold them food at the current price, it would be a great thing for them. The dog-headed people would become more and more powerful. The orcs were straightforward, but that didn't mean they were stupid. On the contrary, the orcs who could become the clan leader were not simple people. However, the orcs were more trustworthy than the humans. The dog-headed people and the bull-headed people had been good friends for generations. When the bull-headed people were in trouble, the dog-headed people helped the bull-headed people without saying anything. This was very rare in the human world. Unless it was like the eternal alliance between the Buta family and the Croak family, no noble would do such a thing. They only cared about benefits, which was completely different from the beastmen. Boozer was helping Wells. This was only natural to him, and there was nothing strange about it. Moreover, he was on good terms with Wells' father, and in terms of feelings, he had always treated Wells as a junior. As a senior, he was naturally happy that the junior was doing well. Boozer warned Wells because he was afraid that Wells would be too reckless and participate in the war. If that happened, the Tauran race would suffer even more losses. At that time, the status of the Tauran race would be greatly reduced, and it wouldn't be a good thing for the dog-headed race. What he didn't know was that Zhao Hai had already warned Weirs. To be honest, he was still somewhat on guard against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's appearance was too coincidental. As soon as he appeared, something happened to the Herculean divine ox tribe. Moreover, Weirs, who was on good terms with him, became the patriarch while he became a prince. It could be said that Zhao Hai was the one who benefited the most from this incident, so he couldn't help but be suspicious of him. However, Zhao Hai's actions today dispelled his suspicions. One was to send a letter to them, saying that the food might be caused by the Church of Light. He had no proof, but he wanted to thank Zhao Hai. In BSB, the second was Zhao Hai's warning to Weirs not to participate in the war. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Hai truly cared for the Tauran race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned Weirs. After thinking for a while, Boozer said to Wells Wales, "I'll let Buffin take Little Hai to contact the Bearman in 2 days. Are you coming with me?" Weirs shook his head. "Quat no, uncle, I can't go with you. There are too many things in the family. I have to go back and settle them. I want Brother Six to go with Hai, Quat." Boozer knew all the members of the Herculean Bull clan. Hearing Weirs say this, Boozer nodded. "Quat well, the two princes are going together, which also shows their sincerity. Well, this matter is settled. If you have an urgent matter, you can go back tomorrow. In 2 days, I will let Buffin take Little Six and Little Hai to the Bearman tribe." "Quat, I'll have to trouble you then, uncle," said Wells with a nod. "Quat, what's so troublesome about that?" said Buzzer with a smile. "Quat, all right, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm happy that you're here today. Let's go drink." Quat Weirs responded and followed Boozer and the others out of the tent. The leaders of the dog-headed people didn't leave. Rugs had been laid out outside the tent and small tables had been set up. They were drinking and chatting. Outside, the lamb and barbarian cattle were already being roasted. This was already considered a high-class treatment for the orcs. When those people saw that Boozer and the others had come out, they all smiled and greeted them. Boozer also greeted them and sat down on his small table. Zhao Hai and Weirs also sat down. At this time, the lamb was almost done. Boozer raised his glass and said to the crowd, "Quat, today, our beast clan encountered a food shortage, and our dog-headed people are even more so. We borrowed food from many places but couldn't get it. Fortunately, Little Hai has food and is willing to sell it to us at a low price. This has helped us a lot. However, he is also the king of the ox-headed people. The ox-headed people and dog-headed people have been friends for generations, so he is not an outsider. In the future, Little Hai will be one of us. Please take care of him when you see him, Quat." The dog-headed people naturally agreed to it. Even if Buzzer didn't say so, they would have agreed. Zhao Hai had food in his hands, and they really wanted Zhao Hai to be the foreign prince of their race. Then they drank. In the eyes of the orcs, it was impossible to not drink. If you didn't drink, you would be disrespecting them. Therefore, it didn't matter if you knew how to drink or not, you had to drink. As expected, Zhao Hai was drunk again, but today he was pretending to be drunk. He was still sober when he returned to the inner space. After drinking 2 glasses of water in the inner space, he immediately recovered. Laura and the others were all sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "Tomorrow, we will be able to come into contact with the battle tribe of the orc race. I really want to see what they are like." Lola smiled and said, "The orc race's great battle race has a very good reputation on the continent. I heard about what you discussed today. Although the bear race suffered some losses in the past few years, their fighting strength is still there. They have recovered more or less in the past few years. Moreover, they are the most easygoing and honest race among the orc race's great battle race. There are benefits to befriending them." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very important to have a good relationship with the orcs. The orcs lack everything except for magical beasts. Now that we have our own processing plant, these magical beasts are very useful to us." Quat. They all nodded, and then Becky said, "Quat, big brother Hai, after interacting with the orcs for the past few days, I've realized that it's much easier to deal with them than with humans. I think we should slowly shift the focus of our development to the orcs." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I also want to, but it won't be easy. If we really take over the business of the orcs, many people will attack us. We will be cutting off their source of income." Quat. "Quat, I know that," said Lies with a smile. "Quat, but the business of the orcs is too big. We can't take it all. But we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the orcs. Then we can grab the biggest business. As long as someone is doing business with the orcs, those nobles won't be united against us. We can defeat them." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right. However, we have to wait until we meet the Bearman tribe. The Bearman tribe is a powerful combat tribe. It's important to gain their trust." Quat. Lola and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's not early anymore. Furens, who is accompanying me to bed." Lola and the others blushed and couldn't help but spit at Zhao Hai. They turned around and ran back to their rooms. Zhao Hai chuckled and ran to Li Jai's room. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the medium early. However, she woke up a little late. Last night, she was tortured by Zhao Hai. In the end, Zhao Hai was so happy that he ran to Laura's room and did some crazy things before falling asleep. After breakfast, Weyers bid farewell to Zhao Hai and the others. He had to return to the old camp of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, leaving only Zhao Hai and Mendes behind. After getting Buffin's order, he immediately explained the things in his hands. He now had a lot of things to do with the mastiffs, so he had to explain it well. NBSB Zhao Hai and the others stayed at the dog-headed people's place for a day and left all the food they wanted. Zhao Hai also left some food and daily necessities to thank the mastiff race. In BSB there were many of these things, which made the dog-headed people even happier. The leaders of the dog-headed people fought to befriend Zhao Hai, hoping that Zhao Hai could come to their tribe to do business. In BSB, Zhao Hai naturally didn't want to offend these people. He greeted them courteously and noted down the location of their tribe. The next day, Zhao Hai and Buffin set off. There were not many people in their team, only about 1,000 people. Among them, 500 people were from the Herculean Divine Ox clan, and the remaining 500 people were from the dog-headed human clan. The dog-headed people and the bear people weren't next to each other. There was a branch of the wolf people race, the grassland wolf race, between the two races. The grassland wolf tribe was one of the larger tribes with stronger fighting strength. They were close to the dog-headed people and bear men tribes. The relationship between the three tribes was quite good, but the relationship between the dog-headed people and bear men tribes was better. The dog-headed people didn't like explaining to the wolf clan of the grassland because the wolf clan had always thought that they were one level higher than the wolf-headed people. So every time the dog-headed people and the wolf-headed people came into contact, the wolf-headed people would look down at the dog-headed people with a condescending look. This made the dog-headed people very uncomfortable, especially the proud Mastiff clan. The Mastiff tribe had never lost to the Wolfman tribe in any of their previous wars. It was not a problem for them to fight against a few wolfmen alone. Because of this, they could not stand the contempt of the Wolfman tribe. The Wolfmen had a large territory, and they hated humans the most. Only a few human merchants were willing to deal with them, so they had the worst food shortage in the first year. However, the Wolfmen were ruthless. In addition to trading for food, they also robbed the most human merchants and ate the most meat. The werewolves were short of food in the first year, so they could only eat their own coiled sheep. Among the orcs, they ate the most coiled sheep every year. Of course, this didn't make the other orcs envious because they ate the most coiled sheep, so they were also the poorest race among the orcs. However, it had to be admitted that the wolf tribe was the toughest tribe among the orcs. Most of their weapons were made of beast bones, most of their clothes were made of beast skin, and most of their food was made of beast meat. However, they were the most troublesome combat tribe among the orcs because their combat power was too strong. As long as the Wolf King did not die in battle and did not give the order to retreat, they would not retreat even if all the warriors in the tribe were killed. Among the orcs, any race would give some face to the wolf race. The king race of the wolf race was the snow wolf race. The snow wolf race lived near the ice plains of the extreme north, one of the closest orcs. Their fighting power was very strong. They almost did not eat food and mainly ate meat all year round. Coupled with the cruel living environment, every snow wolf race member was a natural warrior. Only the white bear tribe and the giant tiger tribe could fight against the snow wolf tribe. These two tribes lived near the icy plains of the extreme north, and they were the most famous battle-type tribes among the beastmen. The werewolves, bearmen, and tigermen were powerful races of the orc race. Although they were called a race, they had more than one territory on the orc grassland. Different races in their race would live in different places. Compared to the Tauren race, their territory was much larger. For example, the grassland werewolves' territory was no smaller than the Taurens. The Tauren was the settlement of the entire Tauren race, while the grassland werewolves were just a branch of the werewolves. It would take about 5 days to pass through the grassland wolf tribe's territory, and it would take about 8 days to avoid the various tribes of the wolf tribe. Buffin didn't want to have contact with the grassland wolf tribe, so they planned to use 8 days to pass through the territory of the grassland wolf tribe. Anyway, it didn't matter if they had a few more days, and it wasn't a particularly urgent matter. With Buffin's help, their journey was smooth. 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Now they were deep in the territory of the grassland wolves, so they were more careful. 2 days ago, Buffin would go into the alien's body to drink with Mendes during the day, but now he couldn't. He was always paying attention to the situation outside. Those werewolves were very arrogant, but if they really offended them, they would not be polite. NBSB Zhao Hai was sitting in the guest room, following Laura and the others to deal with the matters of the magicians and the Golden Island. There were a lot of merchants on the Island of Gold. Although the Rasen Empire had blocked the sea passage to the Arcas Empire, Arcas still had the Leon Empire, the Stupa Empire, and the Blue Wave Dynasty. They had to do business with the Arcas Empire. The Island of Gold was a place where pirates traded, and things were very cheap. Therefore, many merchants were reluctant to go there to trade. Although Kun was in charge of the place, he had told them that he would not be in charge forever. Therefore, there were many things that Zhao Hai and Laura had to deal with. Mendes also followed Buffin. They had never been to the territory of the grassland wolves before. In fact, they rarely left the territory of the Tauren. In addition, the Wolfman tribe didn't have many friends on the grassland. Few people were willing to make friends with the Wolfman tribe because they were too ruthless. Although many orcs didn't say it, they were actually harmful to the Wolfman tribe in their hearts. Zhao Hai didn't have any negative feelings towards the werewolves. They were just a little extreme in their actions. Compared to some evil humans, the werewolves were still cute. As the man was walking, a wolf's howl suddenly came. Buffin's face changed and he immediately said, "Quat, stop, the Wolfman tribe is coming. Everyone be careful." Quat Zhao Hai walked out of the alien and stood on the head of the strange head, looking in the direction of the wolf howl. Buffin knew that the werewolves were proud. If they did not stop, they might be attacked by the werewolves. He had contact with the werewolves and knew very well that the wolf howl was actually a warning. It meant that they should stop. If they did not stop, they would be in trouble. Congo, not long after they stopped, they saw a group of cavalrymen running over from the distance. The mounts of these cavalrymen were giant wolves that were 3 meters tall. This group of cavalrymen was also a group of Wolfman cavalrymen who were about 2.5 meters tall. This was Zhao Hai's first time seeing the Wolfman tribe. These wolfmen had big wolf heads on their heads. These wolf heads were much fiercer than the ones Zhao Hai had seen in the jackal tribe. Their eyes seemed to be half closed, but the occasional movement of their eyelids would send chills down Zhao Hai's spine. These people were all wearing clothes made of animal skin. Although they were tall, they looked very thin. It was the kind of skinny that seemed to have no excess fat on their bodies. Under their skin were firm muscles like iron bars. They retreated and did not bring up a single blade of grass. They did not even make a loud sound, but their imposing manner made Zhao Hai wary. These people gave people the feeling that they were undead creatures. They were fierce and organized, and no one dared to underestimate them. The werewolves stopped 5 meters away from Zhao Hai's team. One of the werewolves came out, looked at Buffin, and said in a deep voice, "Buffin, what are you doing in the territory of our wolf clan?" And he even brought along the Hercules. "Why are there humans?" Buffin looked at the werewolf and smiled slightly. "So it's the 7th prince. Why, is the 7th prince on patrol today?" The werewolf didn't seem to buy Buffin's words. His eyes widened slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Buffin, you haven't said why you are here." Buffin smiled slightly. "Quat, 7th prince, we are just passing by. We have to go to the Bearman tribe to do something." Quat. The wolf tribe member looked at the Herculean divine ox tribe and Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you bringing the Herculean bull tribe and the human tribe to the Bearman tribe? What are you trying to do?" He was very rude, but Buffin obviously knew his temper. Buffin smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just heard that the bear tribe is short on food today. This is Zhao Hai, the foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe. He's a major grain merchant of the human race and has food in his hands. I just want to bring Zhao Hai to the bear tribe and see if they need food." When the werewolf heard Buffin's words, he opened his eyes and stared at Zhao Hai. He said in a deep voice, "You have food on hand." "That's right," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Through Buffin's conversation with the wolf, Zhao Hai had a good understanding of the wolf tribe. They were not dissatisfied with you, so they were so impolite. They just didn't know how to communicate with people, and they didn't like to waste time on polite words. They were more practical, so Zhao Hai didn't waste time on words. The wolf clan member sized up Zhao Hai and said, "Where are your goods?" "It's in the dimension bag," Zhao Hai said, patting his body. The wolf clansman's eyes flashed as he said, "The Wolfman tribe will take your food, but the price can't be too high." "Quat this." Quat Zhao Hai pondered for a moment and turned to look at Buffin and Mendes. Both of them nodded. They were very clear that as long as this matter was known to the werewolf clan would definitely want to buy food. In the grasslands, you should offend the orc clan but not the werewolf clan. The werewolf clan was very vengeful. Seeing the two of them nod, Zhao Hai turned to the werewolf and said, "All right, please lead the way." The wolfman nodded, turned his mount around, and headed into the depths of the grassland. Zhao Hai didn't enter the alien's body. Instead, he sat on the alien's head and looked at Buffin. "Brother Buffin, who is that person?" Buffin smiled and said, "His name is Hans. He is the 7th prince of the grassland wolf tribe. His combat power is very strong. Although he is young, he is already a level 7 master. He is the first master among the younger generation of the grassland wolf tribe." "Quat, he seems to be a very cold person," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Buffin smiled and said, "It looks like this. In fact, Hans is a good person. As long as you don't really offend the wolf tribe of the grassland, he won't do anything to you." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. It seemed that this wolf named Hans was just like what he had thought. He was not a really cold person. He just didn't know how to get along with people. The werewolves weren't afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would run away or that they wouldn't be able to keep up. They just walked in front, and Zhao Hai and the others followed behind them calmly. After walking for about 3 hours, they could already vaguely see the shadow of a camp in front of them. This camp seemed to be very large, and the tents were already connected together. Hands did not stop and walked straight into the campsite. As they got closer to the campsite, Zhao Hai realized that this campsite was actually similar to the campsite of the Herculean Bull clan and the Dog-Headed People clan. It was filled with orcs, but the city was a werewolf tribe. Although the leader of the wolf clan was similar to that of the Dog-Headed Man clan, there were still differences. Very few people would confuse wolves with dogs. Although the werewolves didn't show any hostility to Zhao Hai and the others, their eyes were much colder than the Dog-Headed People's. They had a fiercer air about them than the Dog-Headed People. This fierceness wasn't just on the surface, it was from their bones. The werewolves all looked at Zhao Hai's group with curiosity. Indeed, they were all too strange. There were mastiff humans, Herculean divine bulls, and even humans. The wolf clan and the mastiff clan of the Herculean divine ox clan were all familiar with each other. One was the royal clan of the ox-headed clan, while the other was the royal clan of the dog-headed clan. These two clans had pretty good strength among the beast clans, and they weren't clans that could be easily offended. However, humans were rarely seen here, because human merchants rarely liked to do business with the wolfman race. If they were not careful and offended the wolfman race, they would be killed. There was also a golden tent in the campsite. Zhao Hai and the others stopped outside the tent. Hands entered the tent and came out after a while. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "My father invites you in." The three of them nodded and followed Hands into the tent. The wolf tribe's tent was even simpler than the golden tent of the dog-headed people and ox-headed people. The ground was covered with animal skins, and there was a fire pit in the middle of the tent. There was no table in the tent, and an old wolf tribe member was sitting on the only chair in the tent. After Hands entered the tent, he stood next to the old wolf. The old wolf's body was similar to Hans's. Although he looked very thin, he gave people the feeling of a copper bar. There were 2 more wrinkles on his face. These 2 wrinkles not only didn't make him look old, but instead made him look more imposing. The 3 of them quickly saluted the old werewolf and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the Wolf King." The old werewolf nodded and looked at the 3 people. He first said to Buffin, "You are Buffin, right? How's your father?" "I'm fine. I'm in good health," Buffin quickly said. The old werewolf nodded and turned to look at Mendes. "Quat, you're from the Herculean Divine Ox clan. I've heard that your Herculean Divine Ox tribe encountered some trouble last year." Mendes bowed to the old werewolf and said, "I'm Mendes, prince of the Herculean Bull clan. Pay my respects to you, Wolf King. Yes, last winter, the bullfighting clan and the Church of Light colluded with each other and wanted to exterminate our Herculean Bull clan. We've already exterminated them." When the old werewolf heard Mendes' words, his eyes could not help but flash. "Quat, exterminated. All right, who's the current patriarch of the Herculean Divine Ox clan?" "It's my brother, Wells," Mendes quickly said. "You're Zhao Hai?" The old Wolf King turned to look at Zhao Hai, a foreign prince from the Herculean Bull clan. Zhao Hai could feel the pressure from the old Wolf King, but he didn't care. He had to face 9th grade experts all the same, so he didn't care about the old Wolf King's pressure. He smiled and said, "It's Zhao Hai." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and was slightly stunned. When Buffin and Mendes saw him, they were a little jittery. Only Zhao Hai was very calm, which made the old Wolf King look at Zhao Hai again. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai for a while and said, "Good, not bad. A human can become a foreign king of the beastmen. Your methods are not bad." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, you're too kind, Wolf King. I don't have many tricks up my sleeve. I'm just a kindred spirit of brother Weirs. In addition, I've helped the Herculean Divine Bull tribe with some small matters. The Herculean Bull tribe has been kind to me, and that's why I'm a foreign prince." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Young man, don't be so hypocritical. The beastmen wouldn't give the position of a foreign prince to anyone so easily. You must have done a great favor for the Herculean Bull clan, so they did this. Hee, I heard that you have a large amount of food in your hands." "Quat, that's right," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, however, the grain in my hands is a little special. It's not ordinary bamboo rice, but breadfruit, which has never been seen on the continent. Quat." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Take it out and let me see." Zhao Hai took out a breadfruit and explained to the old Wolf King. The old Wolf King tasted the breadfruit himself, then gave it to Hands. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What's the price?" "It's a quarter of the price of the bamboo rice sold by other merchants," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. The old Wolf King was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're not joking, right?" "A quarter of the price of the bamboo rice." Zhao Hai laughed. "Quat, I wouldn't dare to joke with you, Wolf King. Also, I don't joke around in business. Please don't doubt me, Wolf King." "Quat, if what you said is true, then we'll take all the breadfruits you have," the old Wolf King said to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the old Wolf King and smiled bitterly. "Quat, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish this, Wolf King. You'd better tell me how much you want." The old Wolf King's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. He couldn't help but say angrily, 100 million jin. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, no problem. I've stored the breadfruit in my invisible storage equipment. I can take it out for you at any time. Please don't worry, Wolf King. You just need to prepare the place. Quat." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. He knew very well that although the breadfruit wasn't big or heavy, once it was opened and turned into bread, it would become hundreds of millions of pounds of bread. This wasn't a small amount, but Zhao Hai could take it out at any time. "You're not joking, are you?" the old Wolf King asked. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, I don't dare to joke with you, Wolf King. I do have it with me. To tell you the truth, breadfruit is produced in my territory, and the production of this kind of breadfruit is very high. 100 million caddies is not a big number for me. Even if you want more, I can take it out. If you want more than 1 billion caddies, I can pay you 400 million caddies first, and I can pay you the remaining 600 million caddies in 5 days. You should know that this space has its own size. Quad, although I have a few pieces of space teleportation equipment, I can only store this much." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Good, then we'll do as you say. I want 1 billion caddies and the price will be as you say. However, I don't have many magical beasts on hand right now, so I can give you some gold and silver to trade with you. Are you willing?" "Quat, that's not a problem," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, but I have a request. I want to collect some special magical beasts from the continent, so if you can exchange some special magical beasts with me, I can give you a discount." "Quat." The old Wolf King was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What special magical beast?" Zhao Hai knew what the old Wolf King was thinking when he saw his expression. In the past, there were humans who brought the relatives of the orcs back to the humans for research, hoping to find a way to deal with the orcs. Although they had never succeeded, the orcs were still very cautious about this. "Some unique demonic beasts and plants will do," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Plants that are unique to the grasslands or the Wolfman tribe will do." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sure, but we need to prepare those things. I can give you some gold and silver first. I can also give you some blankets and carpets. I can also give you some lamb. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Quite sure, there's no rush. How about this? I'll pay you 300 million caddies of breadfruit first. I'll also leave some for the bearmen to see if they need it." "Quat." The old Wolf King laughed and said, "Of course that stupid bear will want it. Young man, I dare to tell you that no beast will refuse the breadfruit you take out. All right, take out 300 million pounds first. We will do as you said. We will deliver the goods in 5 days and pay on delivery." "Quat." "Quat, all right," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, don't worry, Wolf King. I'll deliver the goods in 5 days, Quat." The old Wolf King nodded and turned to Hans. "Quat, Hans, inform everyone that I'm going to treat Zhao Hai and Buffin to a drink today. Go and get ready." "Quat, yes," Hans replied. He glanced at Zhao Hai before walking out. Zhao Hai and the others naturally saluted the old Wolf King to express their gratitude. Zhao Hai and the others stayed at the Grassland Wolf Tribe's place for a day. The next day, they set off for the Bearman Tribe's territory. However, this time, they had a few more guards with them. They were from the Grassland Wolf Tribe. Zhao Hai and the others didn't care. Zhao Hai was in the medium, calculating the number of breadfruits in his hands. To be honest, he had a lot of breadfruits in his hands. There were billions of tons. Note that it was tons, not caddies. If he wasn't afraid of taking out too many breadfruits at once and scaring the orcs and arousing their suspicion, he could have given the old Wolf King all the breadfruits he wanted. As they didn't need to take a detour, they arrived at the territory of the Bearman tribe 2 days later. Those Grassland Wolf tribesmen naturally retreated. Although their relationship with the Bearman tribe was considered good, it might cause a misunderstanding if they rashly barged into the Bearman tribe's territory. After saying goodbye to Hans, Zhao Hai and the rest finally entered the territory of the Bearmen. The Bearmen were not the royal family of the Bearmen. They were the latter branch of the Bearmen, the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear tribe was one of the most powerful tribes in the Bear tribe. They were second only to the royal tribe. The royal tribe of the Bear tribe was the White Bear tribe. They were the same as the Snow Wolf tribe. They lived on the edge of the icy plains in the extreme north. Their battle strength was the strongest. Although the Black Bear tribe wasn't the king tribe of the Bear tribe, they were very powerful. Therefore, they had a high prestige in the Bear. Even in the Orc tribe, no other tribe dared to disrespect them. Their words carried a lot of weight in the Bear tribe. The Black Bear tribe wasn't a violent tribe. In the eyes of the human tribe, the Black Bear tribe must be very violent. In fact, that was completely wrong. The Black Bear tribe was usually very gentle. They were very honest, which made them look very simple and honest. This also made the Black Bear tribe have a good relationship with the Orc tribe. Last time, the human tribe had cheated the Black Bear tribe, which made the Orc tribe very dissatisfied with the human tribe. In addition, the human tribe had been selling food at a high price to the Orc tribe for a long time, which made the Orc tribe even more dissatisfied with the human tribe. The human tribe might have also noticed this, which led to the food shortage this time. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know about this. He only felt that the food shortage this time was controlled by someone, but he was not sure if it was controlled by the Church of Light. When they arrived at the territory of the Bearmen, Buffin obviously relaxed. He followed Mendes into the alien's body again to find Zhao Hai for a drink. Naturally, Zhao Hai did not object. He took out some wine and some snacks from the Rossan Empire. He had as many of these things as he wanted. There were some businesses that specialized in selling these things on the Golden Island, and he heard that their business was doing well. Kun Zhang and Miu Miu knew about the space, so when Zhao Rang needed these things, he would let them know and they would immediately prepare them and send them to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai could take the alien's body through the space and eat it with Buffin and the others. After taking out the things and having a drink with them, Zhao Hai said to Buffin, "Quat, brother Buffin, tell me about the Bearman tribe. They won't be as cool as the werewolf tribe, right?" In Zhao Hai's eyes, the werewolves were indeed cool. Their eyes were always half open, and when they were fully open, they would be ready to kill. In addition to their cold eyes, unchanging expressions, and cool tone, if there was anyone on Earth who had the same personality as the grassland wolves, they would be extremely cool. Buffin smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Bearmen are very hospitable. They are very simple and honest. When you go to their house, they will give you the best things in their hands. Even if there is no food or drink at home tomorrow, they will slaughter the last sheep in their house to serve the guests. Of course, the premise is that you have to be his guest friend. If you are his enemy, then only the spiked hammer of the Bearmen is waiting for you. Their spiked hammer is one of the most powerful weapons of the orc tribe." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I didn't expect the Bearmen to be so easy to get along with. Then it shouldn't be a problem. By the way, Brother Six, why didn't you tell the Wolf King that the food shortage might be related to the Church of Light? You didn't tell them about asking for their help." Mendes smiled. "Quat, now is not the time to talk about it. The werewolf clan is also wary of ordinary orcs, so we can't be in a hurry. We have to take it slow." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and did not say anything else. In terms of understanding of the human-beast hybrid clan, he was indeed not as good as Mendes and the other native human-beast hybrids. Buffin also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you have the help of the Black Bear tribe. The werewolves are too wary. It will take a long time for them to treat you as a friend. Didn't you see that you did £1 billion of food business with them? Didn't they say that they would give you their war flag?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Brother Buffin, your mastiff race didn't give me the battle flag, did they? Why don't you give me one as well?" Buffin rolled his eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't waste your breath. Do you really think I won't give it to you? Father wants to give you a better battle flag, but I'm afraid of other objections. However, as long as you do business with us a few more times, Father can make the decision to give you the dog-headed people's friendship flag." Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then he carefully said, "Brother Buffin, are you talking about the friendship flag of the Houndhead men? It's not the friendship flag of the Mastiff tribe." After being in contact with the orcs for a long time, he also knew the difference between the battle flags of the orc race. The friendship value of the dog-headed people was different from that of the Mastiff race. The Mastiff tribe's flag of friendship referred to the dog-headed king flag. The dog-headed king flag represented the Mastiff tribe, but the dog-headed man tribe's flag of friendship represented the entire dog-headed man tribe. This flag couldn't be given to anyone casually. It had to obtain the approval of 60 of the leaders of all the branch tribes of the dog-headed man tribe before it could be given to someone. It showed the importance of this flag. The flag of friendship that Zhao Hai obtained from the big-bellied pig tribe and the giant horned ox tribe only represented the two tribes themselves, or only one tribe. They couldn't be compared to the flag of friendship of the dog-headed people. If Zhao Hai really got the flag of friendship, he would forever be a friend of the dog-headed people. If he disrespected Zhao Hai, he disrespected the entire dog-headed people, and this would cause war on the grassland. It was because he knew this that Zhao Hai asked Buffin this question. Of course, Buffin also knew what Zhao Hai meant. He rolled his eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Of course it's the dog-headed people's friendship flag. Otherwise, why do you think so many branch leaders of the dog-headed people would suddenly come to the old camp? My father knew about you as soon as you entered the territory of the dog-headed people. He immediately ordered them to come to the old camp, so they came. My father wanted them to see your performance. Fortunately, you did well. With my father's intervention, I think you will definitely win the friendship flag of the dog-headed people." Zhao Hai was so happy that he almost cheered. Mendes looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai, you're really lucky. Do you know why our Ox Head clan and Dog Head clan have such a good relationship? It's because we protected each other with the flag of friendship. With this flag, you can almost do whatever you want in the orc grassland." "That's good. Let's see who dares to mess with me in the future." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. If it was the humans, Zhao Hai would definitely say, "I don't dare to do whatever I want, I just need to do my business well." However, he couldn't say that to the orcs. If he said that, it would be equivalent to looking down on the dog-headed people. At that time, forget about the friendship flag. It would be good if they didn't fall out with him. Buffin laughed and said, "Don't be too proud. We, the dog-headed people, are not considered a battle clan. It's better to be honest. If those great battle clans really encounter us, I'm afraid they won't be polite to you. However, as long as you can take out food, those great battle clans may also give you the friendship flag." Quat. Zhao Hai laughed. "Forget it. They might not like me. Come, let's drink. Let's settle the matters here with the bear tribe first. I heard that the bear tribe suffered heavy losses because of the food issue a few years ago. Since the bear tribe is friends with the dog-headed tribe, we have to help them no matter what. Quat. Buffin smiled and said, that's for sure. The friends of the bearmen are really good friends. If you really become friends with them, they will definitely help you with all their might if you encounter anything in the future. Even if they suffer a loss, they will still help you. Zhao Hai nodded. Through Buffin's introduction, he also had a certain understanding of the Bearman tribe. The Bearman tribe was really good. If it was really as Buffin said, it was worth making friends with. The three of them kept drinking inside the alien's body. Naturally, the people outside wouldn't say anything about Zhao Hai. This was because the first time they drank, Zhao Hai would always give them some special snacks. Those people wouldn't be able to bear the fact that Zhao Hai and his friends drank every day. At night, they really did run into a small tribe. It was a small tribe on the outskirts of the Black Bear tribe, with a total of only about 300 people. Zhao Hai's group had more people than this small tribe. The bearmen of the small tribe were very enthusiastic. When they saw that they were from the Mastiff tribe, they immediately helped Buffin set up the tents and let the people of the tribe kill the sheep to serve the guests. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop them. If they did, it would mean that they were looking down on these people. As long as they gave them some food as a return gift before they left, it would be fine. Zhao Hai had nothing but food. Zhao Hai didn't need to build a tent. He slept in the alien's body at night. It was comfortable and warm, so he carefully observed the bear men. Although these bear tribesmen had very big heads, their bodies didn't look as fat as the pig tribesmen. On the contrary, these bear tribesmen looked very strong. They weren't inferior to the Herculean divine bull tribesmen who were famous for their strength. However, Zhao Hai could tell that their days were not as good as the Herculean divine ox tribes. For a small tribe of over 300 people, they did not raise many sheep. In order to entertain them, they had killed many more sheep. Zhao Hai also noticed that they seemed to have run out of food. To be honest, Zhao Hai couldn't bear it. These orcs were so cute, but even if they had cattle and sheep, they couldn't exchange for food. It was unfair to the orcs. In fact, most of the time, the war between the orcs and the humans was started by the humans. Take this incident as an example. If the humans really cut off the food supply of the orcs, what else could they do but rob them? Was he going to starve to death? Even the human race wouldn't do this, let alone the orc race, who didn't have a good temper. Zhao Hai and the others spent the night in this small tribe. When they left the next morning, Zhao Hai left 50,000 pounds of breadfruit for the tribe, which made them overjoyed. They even wanted to give Zhao Hai some more, but Zhao Hai didn't accept it. Zhao Hai was no longer interested in such a small business. Tens of thousands of caddies of goods were too little for Zhao Hai. It was good for him to be able to form a good relationship with them. After breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others set off. Although they were in the territory of the bearmen, it would take them about 4 days to reach their old camp. The Black Bear tribe was a big tribe among the orcs, so their territory was naturally much larger than others. However, the old camps of the big tribes were fixed as they were specially used for winter. After traveling for 4 days, Zhao Hai and the others rested in the small tribe of the bearmen. 4 days later, they finally saw the old camp of the bearmen. At this moment, a group of Black Bear tribe cavalrymen also rushed out from their old camp. These people were riding on huge black bears that were nearly 4 meters tall. These Black Bear tribesmen were also more than 3 meters tall. When they sat on the backs of their mounts, they looked very majestic. Soon, the team of Bearman cavalrymen arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others. When the leader of the Bearman cavalrymen saw Buffin, he couldn't help but grin, so it's brother Buffin. Quickly come and sit in the camp. This is a brother from the vigorous Divine Ox clan. Good, welcome, welcome. And why is there a human? As soon as he heard the words of the bear, Zhao Hai knew that this was a practical person. The phrase near was reflected. As soon as he saw Buffin, he immediately invited him to the camp. When he saw Mendes, he said welcome. This was obviously a level of distance. When he saw him, he even had a little hostility. Buffin jumped down from the mount and hugged the bear tribesman who got off the mount. Then he said, Laban, you're on patrol today. Why are you still in the camp? Are you slacking off again? Laban grinned. Quite you don't know, but there's not much food left in the clan. We can only limit the supply. I can't even eat my fill now. How can I have the energy to patrol the camp? Buffin really didn't think that the Black Bear tribe had reached such a level. It was just the beginning of spring, and the Black Bear tribe had limited their supply. It seemed that they really didn't have much food. Buffin patted Leban's shoulder and said, it doesn't matter. This situation is about to end. This is the foreign prince of the Herculean Divine Ox clan, a major grain merchant of the human race. He has a lot of grain in his hands, and as a matter of fact, after we finished our deal, I pulled him here. Laban looked at Zhao Hai and grinned. A human can actually become a foreign prince of the Herculean bull race. Not bad, does he really have food? Buffin smiled and said, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? Go to the camp quickly. Quat. Laban responded and led them into the camp, directly to the golden tent of the Black Bear tribe. When they arrived outside the golden tent of the Black Bear tribe, Laban went into the tent to report. Zhao Hai and Buffin stood outside. After a while, Laban came out of the tent and looked at the three people. He turned to Buffin and said, "Buffin, the patriarch invites you in." Quat Laban did not invite Mendes and Zhao Hai, so the two naturally would not follow. Buffin nodded to the two and entered the big tent. After a while, Laban came out and said to Mendes and Zhao Hai, "The clan leader invites the two of you in, please." Zhao Hai and Mendes thanked him before entering the tent. As soon as he entered the big tent, Zhao Hai found that there were so many people in the big tent. Nearly 20 black bear tribesmen were sitting in the big tent, and Buffin was sitting not far to their left. In the innermost part of the tent, facing the door, sat a black bear tribesman. This black bear tribesman seemed to be in his prime, and his small bear eyes were staring at the two of them. They knew that this must be the leader of the black bear tribe, so they quickly saluted him. The black bear looked at them and said to Mendes in a deep voice, "You're the prince of the Herculean divine ox tribe, Mendes." "That's right, Mendes greets the chief," Mendes quickly said. The black bear man nodded and said, "I know what happened at the Herculean divine ox tribe. Well done. It's good that you can take care of the Church of Light. That's me, Zhao Hai. Greetings, patriarch." Zhao Hai smiled. The black bear tribe chief looked at Zhao Hai and said, "To be able to become a foreign prince of the Hercules bull tribe, this shows that you have helped them a lot. It seems that you are not a bad person." Buffin said that you have a lot of food in your hands. "Yes, I have quite a lot of food with me. It's all like this," Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a breadfruit and showed it to the black bear tribe leader. He opened it again and let them have a taste. The black bear tribe leader took a bite of the breadfruit and nodded, "Quatum, it's not bad. But human, our black bear tribe needs a lot of food. How much do you have?" Zhao Hai laughed, "There are a lot. This kind of food only grows in my territory. I'm the only one on the continent who has it. Today is my second year doing business in the grasslands. I didn't plan to sell so much food, but now that there's a food shortage in the grasslands and the Mastiff tribe is friends with the Herculean bull tribe, we naturally want to help. The black bear tribe is friends with the Mastiff tribe. A friend's friend is a friend, so I naturally should help. That's why I came." Quat. The black bear tribe leader nodded. "Quat, all right. How much do you have? Our black bear tribe will take it all." Quat. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were these orc chiefs so confident? It was as if they could buy all the food of the human race. NBSB Zhao Hai quickly said, "Chief, you should give me a specific number. I have too much food on hand and I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Although breadfruit can be stored for a long time, if they aren't eaten for too long, they might explode. I think you shouldn't store too much." Quat. Of course, the breadfruit wouldn't explode on its own. This was just an excuse. If he told the black bears that they couldn't afford all the food in his hands, the black bears would think that he looked down on them. By then, it would be even more impossible for him to make friends with the black bears. Zhao Hai had noticed it long ago. Perhaps it was because he had been deceived by humans before, but the black bear tribe was hostile to humans. That was why Zhao Hai was very careful with his words, even more careful than when he was dealing with the Wolfman tribe. When the black bear tribe leader heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment before saying, "Oh, I see. By the way, what's the price of your breadfruit?" "It's a quarter of the price of the bamboo rice," Zhao Hai said with a smile. The quarter he was referring to was the price of the bamboo rice sold by other merchants on the continent. The bamboo rice sold by him was half the price of the bamboo rice sold by other merchants. The breadfruit naturally could not be sold at a quarter of the price of the bamboo rice sold by him, as that would be too low. Even such a price shocked the black bear tribe leader. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're not wrong, right? Is it really a quarter of the price of the bamboo rice?" "Yes, I've made a deal with the Wolfman tribe before and agreed to this price." Zhao Hai nodded. At the mention of the deal with the werewolves, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that it had been 6 days since they left the grassland werewolves' territory. It was time to deliver the remaining 700 million pounds of breadfruit. The black bear tribe leader looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly said, "Sir, please take a rest and let us discuss." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Laban outside, while Mendes stayed in the tent. Tents had already been prepared for Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai did not hesitate and directly led them into one of the tents. Then he played the surveillance camera and watched what the people in the tent were talking about. The black bear tribe chief did not hold back and directly asked Mendes how he had met Zhao Hai and why he had become the tribe chief of the Herculean divine ox tribe. Mendes didn't hide anything from the black bear tribe chief. He told him about how he knew Zhao Hai and how he had defeated the bullfighting tribe with Zhao Hai's help. The black bear tribesmen were straightforward, but that didn't mean they were stupid. They also understood that the reason why the Herculean bull tribe was able to defeat the bullfighting tribe so quickly was because of Zhao Hai's help. No wonder Zhao Hai could become their foreign prince. After Mendes finished, the black bear tribe leader nodded and said, "I see. It looks like Zhao Hai is really a friend of the orc race. How can a friend not have good wine when he's here? Laban, go and prepare. We'll treat Mr. Zhao Hai to a good drink today." Laban responded and turned to prepare. The black bear tribe leader turned to Mendes and said, I heard Buffin say that you have something else to say in addition to the food. Go ahead. After that, Mendes told the Black Bear Patriarch that the food shortage was instigated by the Church of Light. Hearing this news, the Black Bear tribe leader was furious and immediately sent people to investigate. At the same time, he also passed this news to the other battle tribes of the human-beast hybrids. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had almost finished all their business with the Black Bear tribe. The only thing left was the food trade with the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear tribe chief was also thinking about how much food he should trade with Zhao Hai. He didn't care much about helping the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. In his opinion, it was just a matter of a word. The Herculean Divine Ox tribe and the Mastiff tribe were good friends. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. A friend of a friend was a friend. He should help them with this small matter. What their clan lacked the most was food. As long as the food problem was solved, everything would be easy. If the food problem could not be solved, then their losses would be even greater. However, the Black Bear tribe had not recovered from their previous scamming by human merchants. Even if they wanted to trade with Zhao Hai, they could not bring out too many things. Therefore, the Black Bear tribe chief was thinking about how much food they could trade with Zhao Hai. Here, Buffin and Mendes had been invited to the tent arranged for them to rest, so in addition to the Black Bear Patriarch, only a few elders of the tribe were in the tent. One of the elders of the Black Bear tribe looked at the frowning clan leader and asked, "Clan leader, what are you so worried about?" "Now that Zhao Hai is here, can't we solve the food problem?" The Black Bear tribe leader sighed. "Quat, the food problem can be temporarily solved. However, I don't know how much food I need to buy." The elder thought for a moment and said, "Chief, I think we should buy less. If the Church of Light is really behind the Wolf Wasteland this time, then there will be a war. As long as there is a war, we can grab food from the human race. We don't have to buy too much food anymore." Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader's eyes lit up when he heard the elder's words. "And I didn't think of that. Then let's buy less first. We'll buy a few tens of millions of caddies to deal with it first, and then we'll see how it goes." The few elders nodded. Zhao Hai, who was sitting in his tent, could not help but smile bitterly. He turned to Laura and said, "Quat, who said that the beastmen are simple-minded? I will definitely beat him up." "I don't think these beastmen are simple-minded, on the contrary. They are very smart." Quat. Laura and the others laughed, and Meljan said with a smile, "I really didn't expect these beastmen to be so scheming. It seems they can't be underestimated. Big Brother Hai, it seems that this business deal won't work." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, they didn't buy much because they got the news. That's good. I wanted to save some food to buy from the Beast God City. That's the center of power for the orcs." Quat. Lola nodded and said, "After taking over the Makil family, I found out that the family also has some business in Beast God City. However, it seems that they have retreated recently. However, the place is still there. We can take over after we go there. I have already sent a letter to Adai. He should have already tidied up the place. I also gave him some bamboo rice to sell there." Quat. "Quat, that's good," Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, but he should have run out of food by now. Food is so scarce in the grasslands." Quat. Laura smiled and said, "The Divine Beast City is different from other places. The core races of the orc race are stationed there, and they have stored food. The stored food is enough for them to use for a while, so they shouldn't be in a hurry. Besides, I also gave Adai some vegetables and fruit oil. I also told him to give the food to him and me first. You can sell the vegetables and fruit oil first, and we'll talk about it after we get there." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, good, that's the right arrangement. Tomorrow, after we've finished our discussion with the Bearman tribe, we'll go to the Wolfman tribe and send them the rest of the food. At the same time, tell the Wolfman tribe about the food shortage in the Church of Light. By the way, why do you think the Wolfman tribe would use gold and silver to trade with us?" Laura smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about it. The battle clans of the Orc clan will use gold and silver to trade. It's too inconvenient to use items to exchange for them. The Wolf clan has fewer magical beasts but more gold and silver. Don't forget that the Wolf clan is the race that steals the most from human merchants every year. They can get a lot of gold and silver from human merchants, so they mostly use gold and silver to trade." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's true. If a light magical beast comes to trade, it'll be very troublesome. This is good as well. Gold and silver are very useful to us." "Oh right, Laura, what do you think about setting up a bank on the Golden Island?" Laura was stunned. She looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Big Brother Hai, why are you trying to set up a bank? The waters there are very deep. Almost all the banks on the continent are controlled by the royal families of various countries. If we set up a bank on the Golden Island, we have to be prepared to offend the royal families." Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai shook his head regretfully. "Quat, forget it. If that's the case, then we shouldn't set up this bank. We can't offend everyone on the continent." Quat. Lola nodded and said, "The bank is very profitable. It's because it's so profitable that the royal families of the various countries can't allow others to interfere. We can talk about the bank later." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head. The banks on the mainland were different from those on Earth. Zhao Hai wanted to set up a bank, but he gave up after hearing Laura's words. Now was not the time to fall out with the Rossan Empire. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Is Mr. Zhao Hai in? The chief invites you to a banquet. Zhao Hai responded, stood up, and walked out. Laura and the others also followed behind Zhao Hai. When they went outside the tent, Mendes and Buffin had just come out of the tent. Not far from their tent, the lamb had been roasted, and 2 bulls were also roasted. Such treatment was already a very high standard. Laban came over and invited Zhao Hai and the others to sit down. The way the orcs treated people to a meal was similar. Unless it was because of the weather, they would not treat people to a meal in the tent. This was because there was no way to eat barbecued meat in the open air in the tent. In the eyes of the orcs, it was disrespectful to the guests. Zhao Hai was already used to such situations. After they sat down, the Black Bear tribe leader and the others also came out. Zhao Hai and the others quickly stood up and bowed. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. You're too kind, chief. I'm a merchant and I'm here to do business. You're friends and I really need food. Of course, I had to ask my friend to come first. Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader laughed and said, good, sir is right. We are friends, so we should be friends. Ha ha ha, let's drink to your words. From today onwards, you are a friend of our Black Bear tribe. Quat. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the Black Bear tribe chief's words. He raised his glass and drank the wine in it. They were still drinking the milk wine that was very common among the orcs. Zhao Hai was not familiar with the Black Bear tribe, so he naturally would not take out the wine. The orcs were very strange. If you gave them a gift, no matter how valuable it was, they would accept it. Even if they knew you were helping them, they would accept it without hesitation. However, if you took out wine during a meal, they would think you looked down on them unless you were as close as family. That would be a big problem. However, the orcs' barbecued meat with its original flavor had a different flavor to it. It was Meljan and Lai's first time drinking the orcs' milk wine, so they were not too unaccustomed to it. After all, they had drunk the purified milk wine before, and the taste was not too different. Zhao Hai and the others ate their fill and drank a lot. This was how the orcs treated their guests. The more they ate, the happier they would be. After eating, it was getting late. Zhao Hai and the rest returned to their tent. It was impossible for them to discuss the food trade with the bearmen today. When Zhao Hai returned to the tent, no one would come. Just as he was about to enter the space, Mendes and Buffin came, which stunned Zhao Hai. He quickly asked Laura to invite them in. The 2 of them were still a little drunk, but it could be seen that they were not drunk. Zhao Hai quickly prepared space water for the 2 of them, but the 2 of them did not touch the water. Buffin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Quat little Hai, we have just told Chief Black Bear about the Church of Light, but it seems that we have told him too early. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned. Mendes also said with a guilty look, yes, it's a little early. The Black Bear tribe is short of food, but they didn't talk to you about it immediately. It seems that they want to wait until the war starts to rob the human tribe of food, so they don't plan to buy more from you. You're not a good friend. Zhao Hai understood what was going on when he heard the 2 of them. He could not help but smile. It's fine. You guys are thinking too much. The Black Bear tribe is in a difficult situation now. It's normal for them to want to buy less food. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the Beastman tribe is in a shortage of food, I wouldn't even take out these breadfruits. In my territory, we are using breadfruits to make wine. If we can really make wine, the income will be several times more than that of the breadfruits, so you guys don't have to worry. It's fine. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, everyone has ambition. As long as someone has ambition, the war will never stop. It will happen sooner or later. I can't change anything with my own strength. I'm only helping those I can. Quat. Mendes and Buffin both sighed. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. No one could control ambition, not to mention the human race. Wasn't it the same even for the orcs? Otherwise, the bullfighting clan incident wouldn't have happened. Buffin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what are your plans next? Zhao Hai laughed. I want to go to the Divine Beast City to have a look. The matter here is basically over. Even the races that have a good relationship with the Black Bear tribe are all war tribes. It won't be lacking in food. If the matter is investigated, there might be a war. In this case, not many people will buy food. However, I'm only going to the Divine Beast City to have a look. If there is a war, I'm afraid that my human identity will become the most unwelcomed person in the prairie. Buffin snorted. Quad, I don't know about other human merchants, but you will definitely be fine. Don't forget that you are now the foreign prince of the Herculean Bull clan and can be considered half an orc. It's a pity that you are going to the Beast God City now. If you can go back to the tribe with me, maybe the matter of the Kobold tribe's flag of friendship can be settled. Quat. Zhao Hai laughed. Quat, forget it. At most, I'll just return to the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. I've recently obtained a new territory, so I have a lot of things to do. If I really can't do it, I'll return to the human tribe. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Menders nodded. Quat, that's good. Anyway, if a war really breaks out, the orcs usually won't kill human merchants. They'll only drive them away. You have the prince flag of the Herculean Divine Bull tribe. It'll be very useful. Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. Quad, all right, don't worry about me. I'm just going to the Beast God City to check out the situation. Maybe I can close a few deals. Quad. Men decide, Quat, since the situation is like this, I think there's still a high chance of war breaking out. However, I don't think we can reach the Rasen Empire. You don't have to worry, little Hai. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, I have nothing to worry about. My territory is on a small island in the sea. No matter what, you orcs can't fight there. Quat. Mendes nodded and looked at the sky. Quat, it's getting late. We should go back and rest. Little Hai, I see that you haven't sent any food to the wolf tribe these past few days, so why don't you go tomorrow? The wolf tribe is very sincere. It won't be good if you go too late. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, okay, don't worry. I'll go tomorrow. You don't have to worry. Go and rest early. Quat, the two of them nodded, stood up, and returned to their tents. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others returned to the origin space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Quat, it seems that we have underestimated the determination of the orcs. Now that there is a food shortage in the grasslands, I think the orcs will start a war regardless of whether this has anything to do with the Church of Light or not, because they need food too much. Quat. Meljan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you think the orcs will go to the Black Soul Wasteland? That place is also the territory of the Arcas Empire. If they go there, it will be troublesome. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't think so. The situation in the Black Soul Wasteland is not new. All the races on the continent know about it. In addition, there is a 7-colored poisonous fog there. Even the orcs will not enter. You don't have to worry too much. It will be fine. Quat. Meljan nodded, but Lise frowned and said, Big Brother Hai, do you think this matter has anything to do with our Rasen Empire? Is it because our Rasen Empire doesn't allow people to do business in the Arcas Empire? Is that why many merchants can't come to the grasslands to sell their food? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that our Rasen Empire has become an accomplice in this war? Hearing this, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed and he said, That makes sense, but I don't think it's because of this. The Rasen Empire does not allow people to do business with the Arcas Empire, but would the major nobles on the continent really give up this business for the sake of profit? That was impossible. Doing business with the orcs is a huge profit, and those merchants will not let go of this opportunity, so I don't think it's the fault of our Rasen Empire. After hearing what you said, I think this matter is more likely to be the work of the Church of Light. Laura and the others were stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Quad, as you all know, the Church of Light is not allowed to exist in the Rosen Empire. This has already offended the Church of Light. If the Church of Light can control the food and prevent them from selling food to the orcs' grasslands, then push the blame on the Rosen Empire, then the Rosen Empire will be in big trouble. The faces of the others changed. They knew very well that if the Church of Light really pushed the blame on the Rasen Empire, the Rasen Empire would become a rat on the street. This method of killing with a borrowed knife and shifting the blame was really ruthless. This was what Li Jai was most concerned about. She immediately said to Zhao Hai, Big Brother Hai, what should we do? If the Church of Light really does succeed, our Rasen Empire will be isolated by everyone on the continent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Write a letter to His Majesty immediately and tell him about this. Let His Majesty be prepared. If the Church of Light wants to use this method against us, I think we should wait until the orcs start the war. We should not wait and let His Majesty spread this news first. At that time, the Church of Light will be the one in trouble. I think His Majesty knows better than me how to deal with this. All we have to do is to tell His Majesty about this. Quat. Lise nodded. Zhao Hai immediately took out a pen and paper and asked her to write a letter to the king. Then he immediately returned to the Island of Gold. Kun was using the Blood Eagle to deliver the letter to the Kalchai family. Randolph would hand it to the king. The reason why Zhao Hai was so troublesome was because he didn't want people to suspect him. Now that everyone on the continent knew that he could fly to the grassland on an eagle, he had to hand the letter over to the eagle. After that, Zhao Hai and the others went back to the medium to rest. However, they were still afraid. If the Church of Light was able to do the investigation, the Rasen Empire would be in deep trouble. The Church of Light would then take the opportunity to pour more dirty water on the Rasen Empire. With their believers, there would be a wave of anti-Rasen war on the continent. The Church of Light would then take the opportunity to suppress the Rasen Empire. He might even be able to force the Rasen Empire to let the Church of Light preach in the Rasen Empire. Even though the news had not been verified, Zhao Hai had to be careful. The Church of Light would definitely do something like that. In fact, Zhao Hai was getting more and more disgusted with the Church of Light. The Church of Light was not as glamorous as it looked. It was an organization that would do anything to achieve its goals. In order to deal with their enemies, they did not hesitate to start a war between the two races. If this matter was finally confirmed to be behind the Church of Light, then the Church of Light would really be an evil organization. The next morning, after Zhao Hai had his breakfast, the Black Bear Tribe's leader immediately brought him to the Golden Tent. This forced Zhao Hai to delay his plans to visit the Wolfman tribe. When Zhao Hai arrived at the golden tent, he was surprised to find that Buffin and Mendes were also there. Zhao Hai immediately bowed to the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch was very polite to Zhao Hai and immediately asked Zhao Hai to meet him. After Zhao Hai sat down, the Black Bear Patriarch said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I invited you here today to discuss the food issue." Zhao Hai nodded. Black Bear Tribe leader continued, "Quat, perhaps you already know what happened to our Black Bear Tribe a few years ago. We were deceived by a human merchant and suffered a great loss. We haven't recovered yet. We wanted to buy more food from you, but yesterday Mendes told me that the food shortage in the grasslands might be man-made. If that's the case, we orcs will definitely start a war with the humans, and then we can grab some food. Therefore, I can't buy too much food from you this time." Zhao Hai looked at the Black Bear Tribe leader in a daze. He knew the Black Bear Tribe leader didn't want to buy so much food yesterday. He thought the Black Bear Tribe leader would find an excuse to say that he didn't want to buy food. He didn't expect the Black Bear Tribe leader to tell him the real reason without making up a reason. This surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was used to the hypocritical courtesy between humans, so he was not used to meeting such an honest person. Although Mendes and Buffin had said more than once that the Black Bear people were honest, Zhao Hai did not expect them to be honest to this extent. The Black Bear Tribe leader saw that Zhao Hai did not speak and thought that he was unhappy. He quickly said, "Quat, Mr. Zhao Hai, please rest assured. The Black Bear Tribe will still work with you in the future, but this time we will ask for less food. Quat." Zhao Hai came back to his senses and quickly said, "Quat, you're too kind, Chief. It's nothing, I understand. Just tell me how much you want. Quat." The Black Bear Tribe leader saw that Zhao Hai didn't look unhappy and laughed. "Quat, I'll prepare 40 million caddies. Sir, when do you think we can get the food?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I'll do it right away. As long as you tell me the location, I'll put the breadfruit at the place you want. 40 million caddies, no more, no less. Quat." The Black Bear Tribe leader immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai must have prepared a storage space. He immediately said happily, "Good, that's great. Sir can just put the food outside and someone will naturally take it away." "Oh right, sir, do you want magical beasts or gold and silver?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, just give me gold and silver. Gold and silver aren't of much use to the beastmen, but the demonic beasts can give birth. I just need gold and silver. Quat." The Black Bear Chief's eyes brightened, then he laughed and said, "Good sir is really a friend. We Black Bear Tribe will definitely be friends with you. Laban, take out our Black Bear Tribe's friendship flag, I want to give it to sir." Laban responded and turned to leave. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect to get a friendship flag just like that, and it was the friendship flag of the Black Bear Tribe. This flag was too important to him. It could be said that with this flag, he could really do whatever he wanted on the orc grassland. There wouldn't be many people who would dare to provoke him. The Black Bear Tribe's patriarch did not do this on impulse. He was able to become the tribe's patriarch, so he was naturally not a simple figure. Zhao Hai didn't understand the importance of the coiled goat to the orc tribe, but did the Black Bear Tribe leader not understand? These magic beasts couldn't be raised by humans, but on the Beastmen plains, they were like moving gold coins that could give birth. It could be said that gold and silver were just stones to orcs, while magic beasts were treasures to them. In addition, Zhao Hai was a foreign prince of the Herculean bull race and had a good relationship with the Mastiff race. This made the Black Bear Tribe chief value Zhao Hai very much. Relationships were very important in the orc clan because they valued relationships and promises. Therefore, if the relationship between two races was good, one would have one more helper. The Black Bear Tribe wasn't in a good situation. Just as the Black Bear Tribe chief had said, they would have sold more food if they had enough money. However, they really didn't have that much at the moment. This time, the Black Bear Tribe chief had given the friendship flag to Zhao Hai. First, it was to build a good relationship with the vigorous Divine Ox Tribe. Second, it was to give face to the Mastiff Tribe. Third, it was to pull Zhao Hai, the grain merchant. Any one of these three things could make the Black Bear Tribe chief give the friendship flag to Zhao Hai. The Black Bear Tribe chief did not expect Zhao Hai to be so generous. He gave away 10 million caddies of grain. It was not a small number. Some human merchants who came to the grasslands to trade probably did not even have 10 million caddies of grain at their peak. It was shocking that Zhao Hai could give away 10 million caddies of grain so easily. The Black Bear Tribe chief thought that he had profited. A friendship flag in exchange for 10 million caddies of grain was definitely a good deal for his Black Bear Tribe. The Black Bear Tribe leader laughed heartily. "Quite all right, I'll accept this grain. But Little Hai, are you really going to use gold and silver to trade?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quite sure, let's use gold and silver then. That thing is not very useful in your hands. I know that many human merchants don't want gold and silver. Give it to me then. Quat." The Black Bear Tribe leader laughed. "Quite all right, then I won't be polite with you. Laban, find someone to bring out the gold and silver. We have no use for them anyway. Send the order to set up a banquet. Quat." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Clan leader, let's skip this banquet. I still have to make a trip to the Wolfman tribe today. I was stopped by them on my way here and made a deal with them. I almost didn't give them the food. I'll go and deliver the food to him later. Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader shook his head and said, "What's the hurry? Let that old wolf wait for a while. He won't starve to death. By the way, what did he take to trade with you? It can't also be gold and silver, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, some of them are gold and silver and some are demonic beasts. By the way, Chief, I want some special demonic beasts. I don't care what type they are, as long as they are unique to the grasslands. You can also help me keep an eye on the plants." Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "Quat, all right, I'll give them to the two violent bears in a while. But let's make it clear, you can't hand these violent bears over to other humans for research. They're our kin." Quat. "Quat, don't worry, Chief," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, I won't hand them over to other humans. Besides, I don't want these demonic beasts for research. I have another purpose." Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and smiled at the Black Bear tribe leader. "Quat, Chief, I'll go get the breadfruit for you. 50 million caddies is not a small amount." Quat. The Black Bear tribe leader nodded. Zhao Hai turned around and left the tent. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of the tent, Buffin smiled and said to the Black Bear patriarch, "Quat, clan leader, you're really quick. You gave the friendship flag to Little Hai with just one sentence. You're not like my father. If he wanted to give the dog-headed people's friendship flag to Little Hai, he had to discuss it with the other clan leaders, but you were one step ahead of him." Quat. When the Black Bear patriarch heard Buffin's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He turned to look at Buffin and said, "You Mastiff people also want to give the friendship flag to Little Hai?" Buffin shook his head. "Quat, it's not our Mastiff clan, but the dog-headed clan. How useful can our Mastiff clan's flag of friendship be if we give it to Little Hai? My father is persuading those clan leaders to agree to give the flag of friendship to Little Hai." Quat. The Black Bear patriarch was even more surprised. Although the dog-headed people were not a battle race, their combat strength was very strong. They had always been regarded as the strongest race under the battle race. The general small battle race might not be as strong as the dog-headed people. If it wasn't for the fact that some of the dog-headed people's combat strength was so weak, they would have been a battle race by now. For such a race to give their flag of friendship to Zhao Hai, it showed how much they valued Zhao Hai. The Black Bear tribe leader finally understood that this business deal was worth it. At this moment, Zhao Hai had already taken out all the breadfruits. The pile of breadfruits piled up like a small mountain. The Black Bear tribesmen all cheered and then, under the command of their tribesmen, stored the breadfruits in the warehouse. Zhao Hai returned to the tent, but Laban didn't. He was ordering people to transport the gold and silver for Zhao Hai. The amount of gold and silver was not small. After Zhao Hai returned to the tent, he bowed to the Black Bear tribe leader and said, "Chief, I'll go to the Wolfman tribe to deliver the food right now. I'll be back soon." The Black Bear tribe leader was stunned for a moment before he said, "There's no need to rush this, right? I've already had people prepare a banquet. Don't worry, I'll be back soon," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the tent. With a whistle, a red figure descended from the sky. Before the bear tribesman could react, it had already landed in front of Zhao Hai. The blood eagle was now nearly 3 meters tall and looked even more divine. Zhao Hai stepped onto the back of the blood eagle. The blood eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, becoming a small black dot in a short while. When Laban saw this situation, he immediately ordered the others to continue moving the gold and silver. He returned to the tent immediately and told the Black Bear tribe leader what had just happened. The Black Bear tribe leader was slightly stunned and said, "There's actually such a thing. In that case, wasn't that kind of eagle stronger than the human and beast of the eagle clan? The human race is going to have an air force. The difference between the orcs and the humans was that the orcs had an air force. They had quite a number of air forces, which were divided into the Sparrow clan, the Eagle clan, and so on. These spaces had their own unique mounts which could form an air force. This was also the advantage they had over the humans. However, the beastmen couldn't fly as high and far as the blood eagles in their space. They could only fly at a low altitude. The humans could shoot them down with the 3-arm bedframe. In addition, it was not easy to train the Air Force, and it was also very difficult for the magical beasts to reproduce. Therefore, the Air Force was not very useful for the beastmen. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai also had a flying demonic beast, and that it was not weak, the Black Bear Patriarch was very surprised. He really did not know that the human race also had space. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Buffin and Mendes. Buffin didn't know about this, but Mendes knew. Zhao Hai didn't hide it from them and told them about the flying eagle. There were many races among the orcs that were suitable to be in the Air Force, but not many. Races like the Black Bear tribe and the Tauren tribe could not be in the Air Force. They were too heavy, and even the Blood Eagle couldn't carry them. Mendes knew what the Black Bear tribe leader wanted to ask when he saw his eyes. He did not hide it from the Black Bear tribe leader and nodded. Quat quat yes, but not in the Arcas Empire. Little Hai is now from the Rosen Empire, and he is the prince consort of the Rosen Empire. One of his wives is the princess of the Rosen Empire. Now, the Rosen Empire has begun to build an air force, but it will take some time to form a combat force. Quat. It was not easy to build an air force. Their training time was much longer than that of the army. Even Zhao Hai did not have any air cavalrymen. He was using Blood Eagle to fight on his own. After all, Blood Eagle's combat power was not weak. The Black Bear tribe leader nodded and said, I see. That's good. It's fine as long as the Arcas Empire doesn't have it. By the way, why didn't Little Hai build an air force for the Arcas Empire? Mendes laughed. Quat, because Little Hai has a grudge against the Arcas Empire and the Church of Light. It's a big grudge. How could he help the Arcas Empire organize an air force? He can't bear to see the Arcas Empire destroyed. Quat. When the Black Bear tribe leader heard Mendes' words, he smiled and said, Quat, good, that's good. This time we can take care of the Arcas Empire. Quat. Mendes smiled. Quat and the Church of Light. When we are dealing with the Arcas Empire, we can send a message saying that the Church of Light is trying to stir up trouble and not sell us orcs food. This can be considered helping Little Hai teach the Church of Light a lesson. Quat. The Black Bear tribe chief laughed and said, There's nothing to say. It's better to deal with the Church of Light. I hate those guys from the Church of Light. Besides, the food shortage this time might really be caused by them. We naturally won't let them off. It's better to spread the news and let the humans deal with the Church of Light. It's best if they suppress the Church of Light so that we don't have to do anything. The people in the tent laughed. They did not know that someone had already made a move against the Church of Light while they were discussing this matter. The person who did it was none other than Zhao Hai's father-in-law, the king of the Rossen Empire. When the king of the Rossen Empire received Zhao Hai's letter, he was extremely shocked. He had not expected the Church of Light to have such a method to deal with the Rossen Empire. If the common people started to believe in the Church of Light, then the Rossen Empire would follow in the footsteps of the other countries, or even be worse off than the other countries. They had offended the Church of Light before, so it would be strange if the Church of Light would let them off the hook. The old king felt that Zhao Hai's news came at the right time. He claimed that the Church of Light had not made a move yet, and they had the upper hand. The old king immediately summoned his trusted ministers to the palace and showed them the letter that Zhao Hai had sent. The ministers were all nobles of the Rossen Empire, and they were not stupid. The moment they saw the letter, they immediately understood the importance of this matter to the Rossen Empire. The old king could tell what they were thinking with one look at their faces. He said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the Church of Light to use such a trick. It's really ruthless. Fortunately, Hai reminded us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we were defeated. What do you think we should do? Almost everyone's eyes turned to Randolph. Randolph had the worst relationship with the Church of Light, and he was Zhao Hai's father-in-law, so everyone wanted to see what he had to say. Randolph knew what they were thinking when he saw them. He snorted. Quad, it's fine if we don't know, but now that we know, we can't let the Church of Light succeed. I think we should make the first move and spread the news. We should make it clear that it was the Church of Light who did it and will have the upper hand. This will let the people on the continent have a preconceived idea. I think the orcs will definitely attack this time, and the first to bear the brunt will be the Arcas Empire. As long as the orcs attack, even if the Church of Light doesn't have this intention, we can't let them go. No one would believe it. The old king nodded. Quat, Randolph is right. I also have the same idea. What do you all think? Quat, if the orcs are really short of food as Little Hai said, they will definitely attack us, GSC said. Quat, we don't have to worry, but the Arcas Empire is in trouble. As soon as the war starts, they will have a large number of refugees. We can't just ignore it, otherwise, the Church of Light will have more problems. Quat. The old king nodded and said, this time we will have to see how successful those orcs are. If those orcs are too ambitious, then the Arcas Empire will be in big trouble. The army of the orcs is not something that the Arcas Empire can fight against alone. If things go wrong, we might have to send out troops. However, we cannot send out troops for nothing. I think we have to make the Arcas Empire pay a price. Quat. Another noble said, Quat, we should, but we can't ask for too much. Now we can almost be sure that the Arcas Empire must be colluding with the Church of Light. Even if the King of Arcas is not related to the Church of Light, Boric must be related to the Church of Light. If we use the excuse of sending troops to threaten the Arcas Empire, we may fall into their trap. I think we should give in to the Arcas Empire first and let them recognize the sovereignty of the Golden Island. After that, we'll have them issue a public apology to us. What does your majesty think? The old king nodded and said, that makes sense. We can't give people any false information. Okay, if the Arcas Empire really can't hold on, we'll do this. Pass down the order. From tomorrow onwards, the Rossen Empire will enter level 2 combat preparation. Also, the matter of the Church of Light must be spread as soon as possible. Quat, everyone agreed in unison and then took their leave. After everyone had left, the old king said in a deep voice, what do you think of this matter? He seemed to be talking to himself, but at this time a voice was heard. Zhao Hai's performance is very good. It seems that he really thinks of himself as someone from the Arcas Empire. He doesn't seem to be a particularly ambitious person. The voice was very sudden, but the old king wasn't surprised at all. This voice belonged to a special group of people in the Rosen family, the dead strategists. This tactician didn't mean that he was an undead creature. On the contrary, they were humans who followed the king of the Rosen Empire all year round. Only the king knew their identities. No matter what the king was doing, they would be by his side. Even if the king was sleeping with his concubine, they would be spectators. However, no one had ever noticed them. A king would always have someone by his side no matter what he was doing. Would they feel comfortable? The answer was no, but this was the decision of the first king of the Rosen Empire, and no one dared to disobey. Moreover, there was only one death tactician in each generation. They learned the same cultivation method as the death tacticians, but their cultivation method was even crueler. Those who were trained could be treated as dead people, and they were the best tacticians. That was why the successive kings of the Rosen Empire would discuss anything with them. The existence of this person was definitely the biggest secret in the Rosen Empire. The old king nodded and said, "It seems so. This kid has managed the Golden Island very well. He has such a strong force in his hands, but he has no intention of expanding. I am really relieved to hand over lies to him." Quat. The voice did not come again. The old king sighed and said, "If it wasn't for Little High's early discovery, it would have been troublesome. The Church of Light, I will destroy it sooner or later." The old king seemed to be talking to himself, and the voice did not sound again. The old king also knew that unless he took the initiative to ask, that person would not easily speak. The old king only knew of the existence of this person. He had never seen what he looked like. He only knew that this person was absolutely loyal to the Rollin family. Randolph, who had just left the palace, was also rushing home. He wanted to tell Zhao Hai about the king's decision as soon as possible. No matter what, Zhao Hai was the one who found out about this, so he had to let him know. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Zhao Hai already knew about it. After Zhao Hai sent the letter, he had already asked Kai to pay attention to the palace. He even knew about the dead strategist. Zhao Hai had already arrived at the wolves' camp. When he landed outside the camp, the people in the camp were still a little nervous. However, when they saw Zhao Hai, they were no longer nervous. Zhao Hai did not enter the campsite rashly. Instead, he stood outside the campsite and waited. As expected, Hans ran out of the campsite. When he saw Zhao Hai, he said coldly, "You're 2 days late." "I'm sorry," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "I was delayed by other matters." Hans nodded and turned around to walk into the camp. Zhao Hai followed closely behind. After entering the golden tent of the Wolfman tribe, the old alpha wolf was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai enter, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you're too late." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was delayed for 2 days because of something. However, I have some news to tell you. If I tell you this news, you may not be angry about the food anymore." "Quat, what's the matter?" The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told the old wolf king that the food shortage in the grassland might be the work of the Church of Light, and that the orcs might start a war with the humans. The old wolf king listened to Zhao Hai's words with a calm expression. When Zhao Hai finished, the old wolf king looked at him and said, "Why are you telling me this? You should be clear that if you tell me this, I might not buy your food anymore." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, I know, but I have to tell you this. I don't want to cheat you of your money. I want a long-term cooperation, not a one-off deal." Quat. The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Good, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting person." "Interesting, very interesting." "Good, then I won't be polite. This time I only want your 300 million caddies of food. I don't want any other food. We'll talk about it in the future. You don't have any objections, right?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, no problem. I thought of this when I told you about this. It doesn't matter. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Since Wolf King Highness has nothing else, I'll be leaving." Quat. The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I just rushed over from the Bearman tribe. The Bearman tribe leader has already set up a banquet and is waiting for me. I have to go back and attend the banquet." Quat. The old wolf king nodded. "Quat, since you've agreed to that, stupid bear, then go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Our grassland wolf tribe needs a lot of food every year. You will come a lot." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, okay, if Wolf King needs anything else, let me know. I don't just have food here. I also have other things, daily necessities, ironware, salt, and everything else. Whatever you want, just tell me." Quat. The old wolf king nodded. "Quat, okay. If a war really breaks out, you can come back to the grassland wolf tribe after the war is over. We can work together. Hans, have you prepared the things for Mr. Zhao Hai?" Quat. "Yes," Hans nodded. "Quat, it's ready." Quat. "Take Mr. Zhao Hai there." The old wolf king nodded. Quat. "Yes," Hans replied and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai bowed to the old wolf king before following him. Hans walked in front while Zhao Hai followed behind. The two of them soon arrived outside a tent. There were 2 werewolves guarding the tent. When they saw Hans, they bowed to him. Hans lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that Hans wanted him to follow them in. He He did not stand on ceremony and followed Hans into the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Zhao Hai knew why Hans had brought him here. This was the vault of the wolf tribe. The gold of orcs was different from that of humans. Gold was a currency for humans, so gold was usually made into the shape of gold coins. However, gold wasn't circulated in the orcs. Usually the orcs used magic beasts to exchange for things, so their gold was made into the shape of gold bricks. The tent was filled with gold bricks. They were stacked up one by one. This was definitely a huge fortune. Hans looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to see his expression when he saw the gold bricks. In the past, the werewolves had also traded with some humans. Hans had also brought human merchants to the treasury. When the human merchants saw the gold bricks, they drooled. They immediately forgot about Hans and only had eyes for the gold bricks. Some even pounced on the gold bricks and kissed them from time to time, making Hans feel disgusted. Hans wanted to see Zhao Hai's expression when he saw the gold bricks. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he was stunned. Zhao Hai only took a casual glance at the gold bricks and then turned to look at the tent as if the gold bricks were not attractive at all. Zhao Hai's reaction surprised Hans. Although he had never been to the human race, he knew that they used gold to trade. He also knew that the gold bricks represented a huge amount of wealth. The reason he brought Zhao Hai here was to test him and see if he was a greedy person. The reason why the Wolfman tribe rarely traded with human merchants was that they didn't trust humans. They thought that humans were too greedy. Therefore, if they wanted to find a long-term business partner, they had to find someone who wasn't so greedy. This treasury was a test. The merchants who had been to the vault in the past had all been killed by Hans and his men to feed their mounts. This time, he wanted to see Zhao Hai's performance. If Zhao Hai's performance was good, then they would have a long-term cooperation with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was as greedy as them, then for the sake of the Herculean bull race, the mastiff race, and the bear race, they would not kill Zhao Hai. However, it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to cooperate. Although Hans was surprised by Zhao Hai's reaction, he was also very satisfied. At this time, Zhao Hai was really surprised because he realized that this was not just the orc tribe's treasury, but their treasure vault. There were many good things in it, but Zhao Hai did not recognize them. However, from the looks of the things, they were not simple. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still looking around, Hans said in a low voice, "Sir, you can take the gold bricks, 300 million jin of grain, do it yourself." Zhao Hai turned to look at Hans and smiled, "Quat no hurry. As this seems to be your treasury, I will definitely take gold bricks. I will choose one item from this treasury which could match the grains. If that item is more valuable than grains, I will exchange it with more grains. What do you think?" Hans was taken aback, then gave Zhao Hai a strange look. The reason Hans had such an expression was because Zhao Hai was wrong. This was not the treasure vault of the werewolves. In fact, it was the treasure vault of the werewolves. Other than the gold bricks, there were also some strange items that the werewolves had obtained. The werewolves did not know what those items were for. They could not use them or could not understand them. They were not treasures. Because of this, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to exchange food for these things, Hans looked at Zhao Hai with that kind of expression. Zhao Hai looked at Hans and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I can't." Hans shook his head. "Quat, I can't make the decision. I have to ask the patriarch. Please come out with me first." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Hans out of the vault. Hans had gone to look for the Wolf King, while Zhao Hai was standing in the vault. The reason why Zhao Hai made this request was that he had noticed something in the tent. It was a piece of metal-like object in a crystal bottle. The strange thing was that this piece of metal-like object was boiling like water. It seemed to be wrapped in a light blue flame. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't even notice the layer of flame. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to this item was because when he saw it, there was a voice in his heart that kept shouting, "Get him, I must get him." Quad, it was because of this feeling that Zhao Hai had made such a request to Hans. After a while, Hans came out of the tent. He walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, sir, the clan leader has ordered that sir is a friend of our Wolfman tribe, so we can't treat you badly. The items in this room are not of much use to us Wolfmen. If sir likes them, we can give you one, and we will pay you the gold bars as well." Quat. Zhao Hai could not help but laugh when he heard what Hans said. "Quat, Wolf King Highness, you're too kind. I don't want to take advantage of you. The things in this tent might not be of much use to you, but they might be very useful to me. I only need one thing. We'll talk about the gold bricks later." Quat. With that, he turned and entered the tent. He picked up the bottle with the strange metal and said to Hans, "Quat, Hans, I'll take this. I have something urgent to attend to today, so I won't be bidding farewell to your highness. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely come again." Hans looked at Zhao Hai's expression and nodded his head. He now really saw Zhao Hai as a friend. No matter what, Zhao Hai's actions today had won his favor. Outside, Zhao Hai said goodbye to Hans and got on Blood Eagle. Blood Eagle soared into the sky, and when he was sure that no one below could see him, he flashed into the space. As soon as he entered the space, a notification came from the space. Quat discovered a strange pure energy body. It has the ability to combine the attributes of gold, fire, and water. It is effective in promoting the growth of crops. The pure energy has entered the space, and the host's body has been improved. The host's original body was a metal and wood dual attribute body. Now the host's body is a metal, water, fire, and wood 4 attribute body. The host can control metal, water, fire, and wood. The host needs to practice more. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the notification. This was the first time he had heard that something like this could have 3 types of energy: metal, water, and fire. Water and fire were the opposite of each other, but they could coexist in this object. This was too strange. However, this was definitely good news for him. Originally, Zhao Hai could only control metal and plants. Now he could even control water and fire. This was definitely good news. Even though there were water and fire element spells, Zhao Hai could be considered a fire and water element wizard. A water and fire element wizard was different from a magician who could use water and fire magic. When mages used magic, they usually used incantations and the magic energy in their bodies to resonate with the magic energy of the same attribute. Only then could they use magic. Once a spell was formed, it was difficult to change its form. Take Fireball, for example. When you cast a fireball, you couldn't turn it into a fire dragon. You could only use another fire dragon. However, the special techniques of the fire attribute were different. They could control fire at will and release a fireball technique. They could make this waterball technique turn into a fire dragon or a fire whip in an instant. If one were to compare the fire special technique with fire magic, then fire magic was like a savage who only knew how to use a stone to smash people, while fire special technique was like an artist who could carve a stone into a statue. Compared to fire magic, fire special technique's control of fire could be described as the peak of perfection. However, although Zhao Hai had obtained these 2 special techniques, he still needed to practice them. Just like the metal and wood special techniques, he had to practice more to become more and more powerful. However, Zhao Hai was very happy with his harvest this time. Although he didn't know what was in the bottle, he had gained 2 more special techniques. It also promoted the growth of crops. This was really a great thing. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but open the crystal bottle. He didn't expect the liquid metal inside to fly out the moment he opened it. It flew higher and higher until Zhao Hai couldn't see it anymore. However, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that there were some wonderful changes in the space. In the past, the temperature in the space had always been balanced, but there was a bit of death energy. It gave people the feeling that they were sitting in the room in the space. Although the temperature had not changed, it still made people uncomfortable. But now, it was different. The temperature in the space didn't change much, but Zhao Hai felt warm all over, as if the sun was shining on him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He then patted his head. Did this thing replace the sun? Then what he saw just now was not some metal, but a small sun. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at his hand and the crystal bottle in his hand. He didn't expect that he would hold something like a sun in his hand. This crystal bottle could actually hold that sun-like thing. This was too strange, right? At this moment, a system announcement sounded out. Quite an unknown substance has been discovered. The substance is in the shape of a crystal bottle. The reason for its formation is unknown. The material is special and can contain anything. It is indestructible and can absorb the energy of the substance to strengthen the host's energy. The host can instantly crystallize his body and defend against any attacks. This time, Zhao Hai was completely stunned. He had never thought that something like this would happen. He actually knew another special technique that could instantly crystallize his body. Wouldn't he become a crystal person? Could he still move? Just as he was about to think up to this point, a notification sounded out. Don't worry, host. Body crystallization refers to the crystallization of your body cells. All of your activities are normal. As your abilities grow stronger, you can attach the crystallization ability to anything, and you can also retract it at any time. When Zhao Hai heard the system announcement, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This ability was too powerful. If he was strong enough in the future, he could turn any grass into crystal grass and it couldn't be damaged. This was too powerful. Zhao Hai put the bottle away carefully and left the medium in a flash. The bottle was very useful to him. He didn't have the ability to crystallize things yet. It would be great if he used the bottle to store things that he couldn't. After dealing with all this, Zhao Hai flashed through space and appeared on Zhu Ying's back. Zhu Ying had already flown above the Black Bear tribe. Zhao Hai immediately let him land. The people of the Black Bear tribe had already seen Zhu Ying, but they had only taken a glance at him. Now that Zhu Ying had landed, they all stared at him curiously. Zhao Hai didn't care much and sent the Blood Eagle away. Quan, on the other hand, walked quickly to the Black Bear tribe's tent. The banquet had already begun. Now the Black Bear tribe was very polite to Zhao Hai. Even people that Zhao Hai didn't know greeted him in a friendly manner. This was because Zhao Hai gave them food and because Zhao Hai had obtained the flag of friendship. Zhao Hai greeted the people of the Black Bear tribe as he walked to the golden tent. The banquet had already begun. The Black Bear tribe leader personally hosted it, and some elders were sitting with him. Buffin and Mendes were sitting there, drinking milk wine. Laura and the others were sitting on the side, and some women of the Black Bear tribe were following them. They were talking and laughing there. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, the Black Bear tribe leader immediately called Zhao Hai to sit beside him. There was an empty small table beside him, which seemed to have been reserved for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a little surprised. His seat was to the left of the Black Bear tribe leader. It was a very important and noble seat. However, he also knew that he couldn't be polite at this time. Being polite in the orc clan would make people feel disgusted. He immediately bowed to everyone and then walked to the small table and sat down. When the Black Bear tribe leader saw Zhao Hai sit down, he raised his wine cup and said, "Today is a happy day. Our Black Bear tribe has a loyal human friend, Zhao Hai. He has already taken our tribe's friendship flag. From now on, he will be our friend. To our friend, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison and shouted cheers. Then he finished the wine in his glass. After the wine cup was filled once again, the Black Bear tribe leader raised his wine cup and said, "Our Black Bear tribe's brother tribe, the Mastiff tribe, has sent a message. The food shortage of our beast tribe is the work of the Church of Light. I have already sent letters to the Lion tribe and the Tiger tribe. If this is true, then we will use our hammer to ask for food from the human tribe. What do you guys think?" All the black bears raised their glasses and shouted, "Good, good, good." Then he drank the second glass of wine. The Black Bear tribe leader raised his third glass of wine and said, "Quat, but all of us must remember that no matter what enmity we have with the humans, Zhao Hai is our Black Bear tribe's best friend. Let's go." "Quat, FCK," the crowd shouted in unison. After the third glass of wine, everyone could do as they pleased. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, the Black Bear tribe leader put down his glass and turned to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, how was the deal with the Wolfman tribe?" Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he heard the Black Bear tribe leader's words. Quat, it's all right. They accepted all the food I gave them before, but I told them that there might be a war, so they didn't accept the food I sent them later. Quat." When the Black Bear tribe leader heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. He placed the cup on the small table and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "What's going on? Would they dare to disobey the agreement? Don't worry, I'll go find that old wolf tomorrow to settle the score." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I told the Wolf King. You know the situation with the wolf tribe. They are in a worse state than the Black Bear tribe, so I told him that a war might be coming. They can go and steal food. They don't need to buy food from me. That's why this business didn't go through." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Black Bear tribe leader couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai curiously. "Quat, little Hai, why are you doing this? You're a merchant. Wouldn't it be better if they bought more food?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need. To be honest, even if I don't sell these grains on the grassland, I can sell them for a better price. Besides, the werewolves are your friends, so they are my friends too. I don't need to do that. What I want is a long-term cooperation with the orcs. There's no need to offend the werewolves for this business." Quat. The Black Bear chief looked at Zhao Hai and burst into laughter. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder hard. Zhao Hai would not have been able to stand it in the past, but now he was a level 8 master and his body had been modified by the space many times. He didn't feel anything this time. He just felt that the Black Bear chief was more intimate with him now. The banquet went very smoothly, especially the Black Bear tribe leader. Although he was very impolite when he called the old Wolf King, it was because of this that it could be seen that they had a good relationship. Zhao Hai's performance in dealing with the Wolf tribe made the Black Bear tribe chief very happy. From Zhao Hai's performance, the Black Bear tribe chief could see that Zhao Hai treated the orcs well. At the very least, he did not look down on the orcs like the other humans. After the meal, Zhao Hai and the others drank a lot. Of course, Zhao Hai had nothing to do now. As soon as he returned to his tent, he drank 2 cups of space water and felt much better. At the same time, he told Laura and the others about the changes in the space. Although the space didn't upgrade this time, it had changed a lot. Before, they only felt warm in the space. Now, they felt more comfortable in the space, and it was livelier. The main change was in the red soil. The growth rate of crops in the red soil was not slow, but after the sun came in, the growth rate of crops there was even faster, and it seemed to be growing better. Zhao Hai and the others were happy. They could feel the changes in the space. The energy in the space had become denser and more active. Zhao Hai was very happy about the changes in the spatial zone. He had a good rest in the spatial zone. The next day, Zhao Hai said goodbye to the Black Bear tribe leader. They still had to go to the Beast God City to take a look. After all, there was still someone there. Mendes and Buffin didn't follow. They also had to return to the tribe. They had done a great job this time. The Herculean Bull tribe really had a powerful warrior tribe like the Black Bear tribe as an ally. This was still very beneficial for the Herculean Bull tribe. Buffin's main task was to help Mendes build a relationship with the Black Bear tribe. Of course, he also gained something. At least he knew that Zhao Hai had obtained the friendship flag of the Black Bear tribe. If the dog-headed people still wanted to be good friends with Zhao Hai, then they had to work hard. Zhao Hai was still sitting on the alien's back, but there were a few flags on it. There was the Tauren tribe's prince flag, the Pig tribe's friendship flag, and the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. Although Zhao Hai still had the dog-headed tribe's flag, he didn't flip it onto the alien's back. It was just a normal flag and didn't have any special meaning. He also had the Great Hornbull tribe's friendship flag, but it was useless now. He was the Tauran tribe's prince. It would be unnecessary to plant that flag. Even so, it was still very impressive. The prince flag of the Hercules bull race represented almost the entire bull-headed human race. The beast race was very proud, and every race was very united because they knew that if they were not united, they would definitely be swallowed up by other races. The bullfighting race was only an exception. If anyone dared to touch Zhao Hai and let the Tauran know that their king was being bullied, they would definitely cause a ruckus. That was a considerable force. In addition, the friendship flag of the Black Bear tribe was even more incredible. Although it was only a friendship flag, it meant that Zhao Hai was a true friend of the Black Bear tribe. If Zhao Hai was really bullied and the Black Bear tribe knew about it, they would not sit by and do nothing. The friendship flag of the Big-Bellied Pig tribe wasn't that useful, but it still represented Zhao Hai's identity. It meant that Zhao Hai had been recognized by the Big-Bellied Pig tribe. In the eyes of ordinary beastmen, this was a very impressive thing. It could be said that even if the humans and the orcs were about to go to war, the orcs would not harm Zhao Hai, because that would be equivalent to offending several races at the same time. No one would do such a thing. Zhao Hai's goal was the Beast God City, so he didn't have much contact with the other orc clans. Of course, he still had to make sure that they were in contact. The Divine Beast City wasn't very far from the Black Bear tribe. It would only take about 10 days to reach there. This was the case for the human-beast hybrids. The Divine Beast City was the holy land in their hearts. The more powerful the clan was, the closer they were to the Divine Beast City. This way they could show their status and also get to the Divine Beast City as soon as possible, making it more convenient for them to buy things. Because of the flags, Zhao Hai and the others had an easy time. All the tribes they met were very polite to them and treated Zhao Hai like a good friend. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't let them suffer any losses. He left some food for the tribes as gifts, which made the orcs very happy. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others heard some rumors about the Church of Light cutting off the supply of food to the prairie. They pointed out that the reason for the food shortage was because of the Church of Light. This news was released by the Wolfman tribe, Bear tribe, and Dog-Headed Man tribe. They released this news in order to remind the other tribes and to put pressure on the Great Battle tribe. This news was like a bomb that exploded among the orcs. The entire grassland seemed to be in an uproar. At the same time, Zhao Hai also saw that the orcs were looking at them strangely. Zhao Hai was sure that if it weren't for the 3 flags, the beastmen wouldn't have let him go. They would have chased him out of the grasslands. Although the orcs were looking at him weirdly, they still welcomed him warmly. This made Zhao Hai feel a little relieved. Zhao Hai did not dare to send Zhu Ying to the Divine Beast City to check on the situation. There were nearly 10 level 9 experts of the human-beast hybrid clan guarding the Divine Beast City all year round. The situation in the plains was also very tense. Although Zhu Ying was not weak, he could not hide from the level 9 experts. If they misunderstood, he would be in deep trouble. First of all, there should be quite a few races in the grasslands who knew that he had the Blood Eagle. Although he was the prince of the vigorous Divine Ox tribe and had the friendship flag of the Black Bear tribe, if he released the Blood Eagle to check out the situation in the Divine Beast City, the level 9 experts guarding the Divine Beast City would not let him off. 10 days later, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the Orc God City. To his surprise, the further he went, the less he heard about the Church of Light cutting off their food supply. When he arrived near the city, no one mentioned it. This made Zhao Hai very confused. However, Zhao Hai soon saw the famous Beast God City. From afar, he could see a large patch of black and red in the middle of the green. It was like a bloodthirsty beast lying on the ground, ready to attack at any time. The closer they got to the city wall, the more Zhao Hai felt the pressure. Although the Beast God City did not look as grand as the Stone City, the dark red color of blood still gave them a lot of pressure. Beast God City's walls weren't as tall as Carson City's. They were only around 30 meters tall, but in this boundless grassland they were exceptionally tall. The Beast God City was bustling with activity. Before they reached the foot of the city, they could see many tents set up outside the city, and many people were busy working. Zhao Hai looked at the tents and found it hard to get used to them. However, he knew that it was much harder to build a house on the grassland than on the human side. Therefore, tents were more suitable here. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others were near the tents. He could already see the human merchants going in and out of the tents. Zhao Hai stopped and walked out of the alien's body. It wasn't that he was afraid of causing panic among the human merchants, but he didn't want the orcs of the Beast God City to blame him. If he offended the orcs here, it would be very unwise. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others came out of the xenomorphs' bodies, he immediately put them away and walked back to Beast God City. At this moment, a carriage quickly drove out of the city. The carriage was pulled by a rank for magic beast, Tigertail Horse. It was a type of magic beast with quite good combat power. Although its speed wasn't the best, Its strength was among the best of the rank for magic beasts. It was obvious that the carriage was from the grasslands. It was filled with the characteristics of the orcs. The carriage was huge, not much smaller than Zhao Hai's. The carriage soon arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The driver stopped the carriage and jumped down. Zhao Hai was shocked when he saw the man jump to the ground. The man was very tall, about 2.5 meters tall, and his muscles were as well developed as those of an orc. This person was also wearing a leather robe. He was extremely ugly and very black, just like the black people on Earth. If he had hair on his face, people would believe that he was an ape beastman. The man walked in front of Zhao Hai and the others and bowed to Laura. He said excitedly, "Young miss, you've finally come. Adai has been waiting for you for half a day." Zhao Hai, Meljan, and the others finally understood that this person was Adai, the supervisor that Lola had sent to the orc tribe. Looking at this person's appearance, Zhao Hai and the others had a strange expression on their faces. Could it be that Adai was sent to the orc tribe by Lola because of his appearance? Laura smiled and nodded. "Quadatai, I haven't seen you in a few years. You seem to have grown darker again. Come greet my husband, Zhao Hai." "Quat, greetings, son-in-law." Adai turned to Zhao Hai and bowed. Zhao Hai wasn't used to being called that, but he still smiled and said, "Quat, all right, no need to thank me. It's been hard on you all these years. By the way, you can call me young master from now on. Quat." Adai raised his head and smiled honestly. "Yes, young master. It's not hard. There's food and water here every day. It's very good." Zhao Hai looked at Adai in surprise. He had never thought that the steward that Laura left on the grassland was this ugly guy. Was she not afraid that this guy would lose the item? Then Laura introduced Meljan and the others to Adai. When Adai greeted Meljan and the others, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the surroundings. When the businessmen around him saw Adai, they seemed to know him and were pointing at him. Zhao Haigong focused his ears to listen to the conversation. He heard a businessman talking to the person beside him. "Look, isn't that silly Adai? How did he get out of the city?" Another person said, "Who knows, but look at how respectful he is. The person who came must be his superior. I heard that this guy is from the Buddha family. Look at that undead creature. Could it be the Buddha family's patriarch, Zhao Hai?" The person who spoke earlier said, "It's possible. If it's really Zhao Hai, then Adai is out of luck. Now that food is so expensive, he actually sold all the food at such a cheap price. I'm afraid that this fool is out of luck this time." Quat. Another person said, "Keep your voice down. I heard that Zhao Hai's clan isn't a simple character. They're known for their ruthlessness on the continent. If he hears us saying bad things about Adai, we'll be in deep trouble." The person who spoke earlier snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? This is the Beast God City. No one is allowed to use force within 1,000 miles of Fang Yuan. If he dares to do so, those beastmen will not let him off." Although he said this, his voice was much softer. "Don't say that. Even if he doesn't dare to cause trouble for us in the Beast God City, isn't it the same if he causes trouble for us outside?" Another person said, "This is the Beastman Plains. If he killed us, our family might think that it was the Beastman who did it." After that, the two of them fell silent. Zhao Hai had a rough idea of what was going on. He turned around and looked at the ugly man who was talking to Laura in surprise. If Adai was like those human merchants who refused to sell their grains at a cheap price, Zhao Hai would be very disappointed. However, he wasn't disappointed at all. At this moment, Adai had already greeted Laura and the others. He immediately told Zhao Hai and the others to get on the carriage. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have a coach, so Adai personally drove the carriage toward the Beast God City. After getting on the carriage, Zhao Hai said to Laura in confusion, "Didn't they say that no one was allowed to set up camp outside the Beast God City? Why are there so many people here?" Laura smiled and said, "It was like that in the past, but now that more and more humans come to the Beast God City to trade, the Beastmen allowed them to open their shops outside the city." "How can they open their shops in the Beast God City?" Adai originally occupied a piece of land outside the city, but the Magedal family had a piece of land in the city. After I took over the Magedal family, he moved it into the city. Quat, what's the difference between the inside and outside of the city? Zhao Hai nodded. Laura smiled and said, actually, there isn't much difference. There are no houses in the city. Most people live in tents. However, the ground in the city is also paved with beast blood soil. Moreover, the families that occupy the land in the city are all the big families on the continent. The ones outside the city are relatively weaker. Quat Zhao Hai nodded his head. At this moment, the carriage had already entered the city. Zhao Hai took a glance at the beast god city through the window. Sure enough, the city was different from the outside. There were a few houses made of beast blood soil in the city, but there were a large number of orc guards in front of the houses. It seemed that these were important places and couldn't be used for living. The other places were also filled with large tents, but they were close to each other and arranged in an orderly manner, just like houses. There were words written on the door curtains of these tents. Some were the names of shops, some were the business projects, but it seemed that the people here were only running those few projects, and there was nothing special. After a while, the carriage stopped outside a tent. It was a very large tent, and the words Red Spider Lily Shop were written on the tent's curtain. When Zhao Hai saw these few words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. The Red Spider Lily Shop was the trademark of the Magedal family. However, Zhao Hai thought of the Red Spider Lily Shop that Laura had built herself. There were two people outside the tent. They didn't look very big, but they looked very strong. Their faces looked like Adai's. Adai jumped down from the carriage and said to one of them, Ada, go and unload the carriage. Go and prepare some food and drinks. The young master of the young lady has arrived. Quat, yes, sir. Quat, the two men replied and turned to run away. They didn't even come to greet Laura and Zhao Hai. Adai seemed to be a little embarrassed as he scolded. Two unruly things, then. He turned to Laura and Zhao Hai and said, Quat, I'm sorry, young miss and young master. These two brats have no manners. They've made you laugh at them. Quat, it's all right. Zhao Hai waved his hand. It's no big deal. Adai was relieved and invited Zhao Hai and the others into the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Zhao Hai was stunned. The decorations in the tent were similar to the Red Spider Lily Shop run by Laura. However, there were not many things in the tent. There was only some fruit oil. The rest of the tent was empty. Adai said to Lola embarrassedly, Quat, miss, I'm sorry. The grains and vegetables have all been sold out. Quat. Laura smiled and said, it's fine. You guys can take a break. Let's go to your place. I remember that the roast meat that Adai made was very fragrant. Quat. Adai laughed and said, it's rare that Miss still remembers. Ever since she knew that Miss and young master would arrive today, that woman has been very busy. I think she should be almost done preparing. Miss, young master, please. Quat. After saying that, he led them out of the tent through a door at the back. Outside the door was a very large courtyard with several tents. Adai's two sons were unloading the carriage in the courtyard. Adai directly led them to the tent in the middle. The moment they came to the tent, the curtain was opened by someone while a tall woman walked out of the tent. The woman looked to be in her 40s and was dressed in a leather robe. Although she was not young and had some wrinkles on her face, she was still charming despite her age. It could be seen that she must have been a beauty when she was young. The woman was very excited when she saw Laura. She immediately walked to Laura and carefully looked her up and down for a while before saying, young Miss has grown up and is getting more and more beautiful. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, young Miss is already married. It's a pity that I didn't attend. Laura smiled and said, Sister Adai, how have you been all these years? Uncle Adai didn't bully you, right? Sister Adai looked at Adai and snorted. Quat, he wouldn't dare. Miss, please come in and have a seat. I've prepared a lot of delicious food. Quat. Then Aunt Adai turned her eyes to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai noticed that her eyes were scrutinizing him. Zhao Hai had also noticed that Adai's relationship with Laura seemed to be unusual. She wasn't very polite when she spoke to Laura, and Laura even spoke to her with respect. At this moment, Adai also came over and bowed to Zhao Hai. This must be your son-in-law. Zhenju greets you, son-in-law. You can just call me Aunt Adai. Please come in and have a seat, son-in-law. Since I can call you by your name, I'll call you young master, said Adai with a smile. After saying that, he invited Zhao Hai and the rest into the tent. This tent was similar to the tents of ordinary beastmen families, but some of the things inside were common in the human race, not common in the beastmen. There was also a magic furnace in the middle of the tent. Beside it were a few plates of sliced meat and some other dishes that were still steaming. After Aunt Adai greeted Meljan and the others, she immediately invited Zhao Hai and the others to sit down on the carpet next to them. Then she gave Zhao Hai and the others a kia and said to Laura, Quat, miss, please sit down first. I still have 2 dishes to prepare. Once I'm done, we can eat. Quat. Lola nodded and Adai went to work. Adai also helped her. Zhao Hai took a sip of kia and turned to Laura. Laura, are you close to Sister Adai? Laura smiled and said, I'm not only close to Sister Adai, I'm also close to him. He used to be my mother's guard. Sister Adai was my mother's maid. They watched me grow up. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat. So that's how it is. No wonder Auntie Adai doesn't seem to be so polite to you. Hee, no wonder you trust Adai so much. Quat. Laura said with a smile, actually Uncle Adai isn't suitable for doing business. He's too honest. However, it's great to do business with the orcs. The orcs like his honesty more. However, he's a person who strictly guards the difference in status. I'm only allowed to call him Adai and not Uncle Adai. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled, but when he looked at Adai, there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. Meljan glanced at Adai and his wife, then turned to Laura and said with a smile, I see that Adai seems to be very afraid of his wife. Laura glanced at Adai and his wife and said with a smile, of course. Uncle Adai is a very honest man. He liked her a lot back then, but he didn't dare to say it because of her looks. Later, she took the initiative to marry him, which made him very happy. From then on, he has always doted on her, almost to the point of obeying her words. Quat. It's been hard on them, Meg sighed. Quat. They've lived in the orc grasslands for so long, and it seems like they've gotten used to it. It's not easy. Quat. Lola nodded and sighed. Quat. That's right. When I wanted to send people to the prairie to do business, I couldn't find the right people, so the 2 of them took the initiative to come. I couldn't bear to let them go, but I couldn't stand their repeated requests, so I finally agreed. Quat. At this time, Adur and also ran in from outside. As soon as they entered the tent, Atai cursed at the two, "You two little bastards, you didn't even greet young miss and young master when you saw them just now. Quickly go and greet young miss." The two men nodded and walked to Laura. They bowed to Laura and Zhao Hai. Laura looked at them and said with a smile, "Quat Ada, you guys have grown so fast. When I saw you 2 days ago, you weren't this tall, were you?" "Quat, yes, it's you, miss," said Ada with a sneer. "Quat, we've been eating more and more these days, so we've been growing bigger and bigger." Quat nodded his head vigorously at the side. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. These two people were really cute. At this moment, Adai walked over and said to Lola, "Young miss, young master, the food is ready. Let's eat." Laura and Zhao Hai nodded, stood up, and walked to the magic furnace. This magic furnace was designed according to the living habits of the orcs. In the middle of the furnace was a magic array used to heat things, and there was a large stone furnace table around it that could be used as a table. There was a large pan sitting on the magic stove in the middle. There was a piece of animal oil in the pan, and a circle of plates were carried on the stove, each with some vegetables on it. Zhao Hai felt as if time and space were in a mess. He felt as if he had returned to Earth and was out having barbecue with his friends. After Sister Adai invited them to sit down, Adu immediately poured them wine. This time it was all red wine. At this time the animal oil on the pan had also melted. Adai immediately poured the meat into the pan. After pouring the wine for Zhao Hai and the others, Adai and his family sat down. The meat in the pot was sizzling, and the fragrance filled the entire tent. Adai raised his glass and said to Zhao Hai and Laura, "Quat miss, young master, and these ladies, I didn't attend your wedding, so I'll toast you here. I hope you can be happy and harmonious. Quat." At this moment, Ada stood up and poured wine for them. Zhao Hai hurriedly stopped him. He picked up the bottle and poured wine for Atai, his wife, Laura, and the others. Then he poured a glass for himself. Zhao Hai raised his glass and said, "Adai, Sister Adai, you've worked hard all these years. I'll give you a toast." Atai and his wife said they didn't dare, but they still drank the wine. After that, Laura stood up and poured wine for them. She made another toast to them. Before eating, they had already drunk 3 glasses of wine. Recently, Zhao Hai and the others had been greeting the orcs and had developed this habit. Adai and the others had been dealing with the orcs more often than Zhao Hai and the others, so they were naturally used to it. After 3 glasses of wine, everyone stopped. Adai quickly said, "Miss, young master, try this roast meat. This roast meat was cut this morning and has been simmered with ingredients. It must taste good." "Quite sure," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, I'm really craving your roast meat. It's very fragrant." Quat, after saying that, he picked up a large fork with a long handle next to the pan, picked up a piece of roast meat and put it on his plate. Then he put the fork next to the pan, picked up his blade and cut a small piece of roast meat. Zhao Hai and the others also picked up their long harpoons and placed a piece of meat on their plates. They began to eat. The meat was really fragrant. The slices of meat were very big and thick. Although it had been roasted for a while, it wasn't completely roasted. There were still some traces of blood on the meat, but it was still very fresh and delicious. Zhao Hai ate a piece of roasted meat and nodded. "Quat, it's delicious, it's too delicious. Aunt Adai's cooking skills are really good. If you opened a shop on the continent and specialized in selling this kind of roast meat, your business would definitely be very good." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Adai's face bloomed with a smile, but she said, "It's not as good as young master says. If young master likes it, you can eat more." The few of them chatted as they ate, but they were almost full. Only Adur and were still eating. Zhao Hai and the others were mainly drinking and chatting. Adai said to Laura and Zhao Hai, "Young lady, young master, there have been rumors in the Beast God City recently. It's said that the beastmen might attack the humans and expel the merchants. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, we already knew about this. Don't worry. Even if they really want to drive out the merchants, it won't affect us much. We have the Prince flag of the Herculean Bull tribe and the Friendship flag of the Black Bear tribe. Quat." Adai nodded. "Quat, with this flag, the orcs won't touch us. But young master, the food you gave me a while ago was sold at a cheap price. You won't blame me, right?" Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quat, no, why would I blame you? You did the right thing. Oh right, I came here to deliver food. You can buy this kind of food in the future." Quat, then he took out a breadfruit. Previously, when Zhao Hai gave Adai food, he didn't give him breadfruit. He only gave him some bamboo rice. Only then did Zhao Hai take out the breadfruit. When they opened one breadfruit, Adai and his wife's eyes lit up. They had been dealing with orcs for a long time and knew what they needed. Breadfruit would definitely be their favorite food. Zhao Hai passed the breadfruit to them for them to try before saying, "This breadfruit is exclusive to our Buddha family. No other power on the continent has it. In the future, this will be our main product. We can have as many as we want. Also, we have prepared those daily necessities. We will sell them in the sky tomorrow. The price of this breadfruit is half of the price of bamboo rice. The daily necessities don't need to be too high, just a bit higher than the price of the human race." Adai was stunned. "Young master, isn't this too low?" Breadfruit is even more convenient than bamboo rice, and it's also a cost-effective food. Even if the price is high, the orcs will like it. As for those daily necessities, if they are transported to the grasslands, the cost alone will increase a lot. If they don't increase the price, I'm afraid they will lose money. Adai's temper was straightforward, but this didn't mean that he was a fool. He was very clear about how many checkpoints they had to go through to get from the mainland to the prairie. The cost of these things to get to the prairie was at least twice as much as it was on the mainland. However, if he didn't increase the price, it would be equivalent to losing money. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. We'll pay according to this price. Don't worry, I won't lose money. What we need to do now is to make a name for ourselves in the orc race. If the orc race really starts a war with the human race, we'll become the biggest merchant in the orc race after the war." Quat. Adai's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He laughed and said, "Good, with young master's words, I can rest assured. I will definitely not let young master down." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Now, our Buta family and the Macadal family are one family. To be honest, there is no power on the continent that our Buta family cannot offend. However, Adai, you should be careful. Don't think that you can monopolize the market of the human-beast hybrids. That is impossible." "What? Don't worry, young master, I understand," Adai said with a smile. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm guessing that the magicians must have a few specialized orc tribes. Aren't we taking over this relationship as well? When these big families did business, they had a dedicated orc tribe. They transported the food to the prairie and then directly transported it to the orc tribe. They didn't have to worry about sales at all. The shops in the Beast God City were almost like an office for the company. They didn't always put the things there for sale, but it was undeniable that they sold a lot of things every year." Adai nodded and said, "Quat, they've already taken over. The magicians are doing business with 4 large tribes in the food and daily necessities business. These 4 large tribes are the Fox tribe, the Black Leopard tribe, the Long-Armed Ape tribe, and the Golden-Ringed Eagle tribe. These 4 tribes are all branches of the Orc Warrior tribe. Their demand for food and daily necessities every year is very large, but the Magician's Love tribe only accounts for 20 of the food supply and 10 of the daily necessities supply." What? Hearing Adai's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. "What's going on? Why is it like this?" Adai sighed and said, "You can't blame those few races. The quality of the products of the mangacollection family in the past was not bad, but the price was relatively higher than that of the other suppliers. If they weren't afraid of the monopoly of those suppliers, I'm afraid that these 4 races would not trade with the mangacollection family. This year, there was a shortage of food on the grasslands, but those 4 races did not ask the mangacollection family to send them more food, and the quantity of daily necessities did not increase." Quat. Zhao Hai sighed impatiently. He really didn't understand what the magicians were thinking. Not only did they make enemies everywhere on the continent, but they were also very domineering when it came to doing business. It was as if they were a big shot. Even if Zhao Hai didn't destroy them this time, someone would make a move on them sooner or later. "All right, I understand. Do you know the locations of these tribes? I'll visit them when I have time." And I nodded and said, "Quite yes, they are very famous and easy to find. The Firefox clan is a famous prophet clan among the orcs. They are very good at making profits, and their bone pendant summoning is also very unique. I heard that the beast souls they summon are fire attributed and have very strong attack power. The Black Leopard clan is a rare assassin clan among the orcs, and their stealth technique is very powerful. The long-armed apes are the main fighting race among the orcs. Their weapons are 2 scimitars, and their movements are very flexible. They are the main race among the orcs to attack the human city walls. The golden-ringed eagles are the main fighting race among the eagles. They are not very large, but their people are good at shooting arrows. They are the best air reconnaissance cavalry among the orcs." Zhao Hai nodded. "Very good. It's enough to know this information. However, now is not the time to visit them. It seems like a war between the human race and the beast race is inevitable. The beast race can't buy too much food now because they want to rob the human race. So you don't have to worry and stay in the Beast God City for now. I think this war won't last long. As soon as it's over, we must establish business relations with the beast race as soon as possible. When the time comes, it'll be up to you. Find a few more races to cooperate with." Adai nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what to do. I originally had a good relationship with the pig tribe, but now I'm too far away. Moreover, the pig tribe is just a race among the civilians. I don't have any use for them now. During this period of time, I'm preparing to build a relationship with the tiger tribe. If I really do, then we won't have to worry about sales in the future." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. The lion clan of the tiger clan was known as the royal clan of the orcs. These 2 clans had countless slaves under their command. They could never use up all the items produced by the slaves. Therefore, these 2 clans had more time to practice martial arts. Their combat strength was naturally much stronger than the other orcs. In addition, they did not lack money. If Zhao Hai could make a business deal with them, he would not have to worry about the sales of the items in his hands. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Adai's workability. Perhaps it was because of his personality, but he was very popular among the orcs. According to Adai, he had become good friends with many of the orcs. However, Zhao Hai was still very calm. He knew very well that the human-beast hybrids were probably preparing to attack the human race. At this time, the chances of Adai successfully making a deal with the Tiger clan were not high. However, Zhao Hai didn't say it out loud, as it would affect Adai's enthusiasm. Besides, it was because of this reckless personality that Adai was able to get close to the orcs. After the meal, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave. Instead, they entered the tent that Adai had arranged for them to rest. Adai's wife also served them milk tea. Although they had just been given kaya, they were now giving milk tea. First, they had eaten a lot of meat, so drinking milk tea was good for them. Second, kaya was rare in the grasslands, and the orcs were not used to drinking it. Zhao Hai and the others had stayed with the orcs for a long time, so they were used to drinking milk tea. Zhao Hai took a sip and sighed. Quat, we still haven't found a tree for this tea. I really want to plant this tea in my space. Quat. Quat, what's the matter, brother Hai? Laura asked with a smile. Quat, do you like milk tea? Zhao Hai only smiled and did not say anything. He could not tell Laura that he liked green tea, not milk tea. However, he had not obtained the tea tree yet, so it was hard to say. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he really made the tea leaves, it would be another exclusive business. He believed that not many people in the world could resist the charm of tea leaves. Meljin did not care about that. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, what should we do next? Now that Adai has said that the war between the human race and the beast race is really about to begin, should we stay here or return to the continent? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, the continent is in chaos right now, and the king's father-in-law has already arranged everything. Now, everyone on the continent knows that the Church of Light has cut off the food supply of the orcs, and the orcs are about to attack the continent. The power of the church in the Arcas Empire has suffered a great blow, because everyone in the Arcas Empire knows that if the orcs attack the humans, the Arcas Empire will be the first to bear the brunt. That's why the people of the Arcas Empire don't have a good impression of the Church of Light at all. However, things have not developed to the point where they can't be controlled. We can wait for the orcs to decide to send troops to the humans before we return to the mainland. Why do we have to wait until then to return to the continent? Meljin asked, puzzled. Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, only when this news is confirmed will the continent be in chaos. When the time comes, we will go directly to the Arcas Empire and poach some people. Don't forget that our Fancel family and the Ixa family have a good relationship. Their territories are directly connected to the orcs. In this case, we should be able to poach some people from their territories. Quad. Laura smiled and said, I've also heard that the Versailles clan is not having a good time. Last time, you helped the Versailles clan survive the crisis of extermination, but at the same time, you let those people know about your relationship with the Versailles clan. Now, the Arcas Empire is suppressing the Versailles clan everywhere, and this is no longer a news in the Arcas Empire. It can be said that the days of the two families in the Arcas Empire are not so good. Zhao Hai's expression turned cold as he snorted. Quad, if the Arcas Empire didn't do this, I might have helped them through this crisis and even stopped the orcs from attacking. But now they have to pay the price for what they have done. Quat. Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. With the existence of the realm, breadfruit, red soil in the back view of the realm, Zhao Hai could provide food for the entire orc race. With food in their hands, the orcs would naturally not attack the humans. Although the orcs were warlike, they also knew that people would die in war. It was best if they didn't have to fight. However, Zhao Hai had given the orcs too much food. He wanted the war to happen. Not only would it deal a heavy blow to the Akragong Empire, but it would also bring more trouble to his other enemy, the Church of Light. In the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in the Red Spider Lily shop. He took out bamboo rice, breadfruit, and some daily necessities, filling up the entire shop. However, the speed at which the items were being sold wasn't very fast. It wasn't just the Red Spider Lily shop that was doing this. Most of the humans doing business in the Beast God City were doing the same. The speed at which they were selling their items had slowed down, and this made the humans extremely anxious. Before the human merchants came to the prairie, they didn't know that the orcs were in a food shortage or that the orcs were going to attack them. As usual, they came to the prairie with carts of supplies after spring. All the people who came to the prairie to do business with the orcs knew that after winter, spring would be the peak season for purchasing. They didn't have to worry about selling the things they brought to the prairie. However, the situation this year was different. When those merchants first came, their business was really good. However, later on, there was news that the orcs' food shortage was caused by the Church of Light and that the orcs were going to attack the humans. As soon as this news was spread, the sales of the goods brought by the human merchants plummeted. Now, they could not complete a few batches of transactions in a day, and they were all small transactions. Those human merchants even wanted to die. Those merchants knew that if the orcs and the humans started a war, the orcs would not trade with them. If the orcs wanted something, they could just rob from the humans. They did not need to buy it from the merchants. These human merchants had brought a lot of things to the grassland, but they were going to rot here because they knew that once the war between the orcs and the humans broke out, the orcs would drive them away. They couldn't bring the things back to the humans, so they could only leave them here. However, the orcs usually wouldn't touch the things here. They would leave the things there. This was the principle of the orcs. However, if they were driven away, no one would take care of the things here. They would slowly be damaged, and this time they would lose everything. Of course, Zhao Hai had seen the situation these days. He knew that the merchants had suffered a huge loss this time. At the same time, he also knew that these merchants must have no relationship with the Church of Light. It was likely that they had a grudge against the church. Otherwise, the Church of Light would not have informed them and watched them jump into the fire pit. However, Zhao Hai thought about it and understood the church's intention. If the church's plan was successful, they would push all the blame to the Rasen Empire. The merchants would then hate the Rasen Empire. When the church appeared, they would tell them that the merchants who were related to the church would not suffer any losses and would join the church. This way, the Church of Light would be able to control the merchants. That would almost be able to control the prices of goods in the orc tribe. No. The plan of the Church of Light was really brilliant. If Zhao Hai had not accidentally ruined their plan, both the Rasen Empire and the orcs would not have had a good time in the future. However, now that Zhao Hai knew what the Church of Light was thinking, he would not let them have their way. He observed the merchants for a few days and realized that they were really at the end of their rope. They could not transport the items back, but they could not sell them either. The reason why they had not left the Beast God City was that they could still make 1 or 2 transactions every day. They hoped to sell more items. This way, they could minimize their losses, so they just relied on it until the orcs started to drive them away. Zhao Hai immediately told Laura and the others about his idea. To be honest, Zhao Hai was more inclined to listen to Laura's opinion on business. Laura was very talented in doing business. After hearing Zhao Hai's idea, Lola immediately agreed. She also felt that Zhao Hai's idea was good, very good. Thus, she immediately sent Adai out to contact those merchants and test their bottom line. Although Adai was straightforward, he had been doing business for so many years. In addition, he had a very shrewd wife supporting him. He knew a lot about business. He immediately began to test those human merchants. Adai's nickname was Silly Adai, which made those merchants have a preconceived idea. Their wariness towards him dropped to a very low level. In addition to Adai's usual carefree appearance, this also made those merchants even more defenseless against him. Adai soon inquired about the bottom line of those merchants. Now, the merchants' requirements were not high. As long as they didn't lose too much, it would be fine. In their opinion, they would definitely lose this time. They only hoped to recover some of their capital. However, this also deepened Zhao Hai's understanding of the orcs. If the orcs wanted to start a war with the humans, they would drive all the human merchants back to the human territory. Under such circumstances, the human merchants would definitely leave behind the goods they brought. The orcs could easily snatch the goods. However, according to past practices, the orcs would not touch the resources and let them rot there. They could rob the humans with weapons in order to survive, but they would not touch the resources that the human merchants had placed in the Beast God City. This was why the orcs were strange but also respectable. However, Zhao Hai also knew that if the orcs drove the human merchants away, the human merchants would lose everything. Most of the orc tribes and races used magic beasts to exchange for goods. Human merchants had to exchange their goods from the grasslands for magic beasts, and then drive the magic beasts back to the human territory to process them before selling them. The difference in price was one of their main sources of income. However, if the orcs drove them away, it would mean that the war was coming. It would be very difficult for them to cross the human border with those magical beasts. Even if they did, they would have to pay several times the usual bribe fees, which was equivalent to losing a large sum of money. It could be said that once the war between the humans and the orcs began, the most unlucky ones would be the human merchants who didn't know about it. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use gold and silver to trade with the human merchants. He had a lot of money on hand, and even some anonymous crystal cards. These crystal cards were not of much use so far. Zhao Hai did not have many places to spend money on. Therefore, it was a good idea to use these crystal cards to trade with the human merchants. The human merchants would welcome them. Zhao Hai had been with the Beastmen for almost 10 days. In these 10 days, there was news that the Church of Light was related to the food shortage. They believed that the tiger and lion tribes had confirmed the news and were ready to officially declare war on the humans. However, the orcs in the Divine Beast City didn't chase away the human merchants despite the news. This meant that the orcs hadn't decided to start a war with the humans yet. However, it was only a matter of time before the war broke out. Right now, the human merchants in the Beast God City were like ants on a hot pan. They also knew that the time left for the human-beast hybrids was not much. At this moment, Zhao Hai made his move. He asked Adai to drive all the human merchants to the Red Spider Lily shop and asked Laura and the others to prepare food and drinks. Zhao Hai was going to discuss the deal with those merchants. The merchants quickly followed Adai to the red spider lily shop. They didn't care about Adai, but they didn't dare to disrespect Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, the head of the Buddha family, had long become famous in the human continent. Of course, Zhao Hai was known for his ruthlessness. Those people knew that hundreds of thousands of people had died at Zhao Hai's hands. Just thinking about hundreds of thousands of people made their backs turn cold and their scalps tingle. Therefore, they didn't dare to refuse Zhao Hai's invitation. However, everyone was trembling with fear. They didn't know why Zhao Hai was looking for them. The merchants followed Adai into the yard behind the red spider lily shop. Zhao Hai was already waiting for them in the yard. As soon as he saw the merchants enter, Zhao Hai immediately went up to them and bowed. Zhao Hai Buddha, welcome. Zhao Hai had done his research. These merchants were also from some middle-class noble families on the continent. However, they could not rely on those powerful large families and had no relationship with the Church of Light. Therefore, Zhao Hai invited them and wanted to unite them. The status of the merchants and Zhao Hai were very different. They did not dare to accept Zhao Hai's gift so easily. They quickly returned the gesture and said that they did not dare to. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. It's been 10 days since Zhao Hai arrived at the Beast God City. He's been busy with some matters, so he wasn't able to meet up with you all. I apologize for my lack of manners, but I've invited you all here today to get to know each other better. After all, we'll be doing business here in the future. Although these human merchants had heard of Zhao Hai's name and knew what he did, they had never interacted with him. To be honest, with their current status, they wouldn't have the right to interact with him if they were on the human continent. It was because of this that they didn't know much about Zhao Hai and didn't know what kind of person he was. In their minds, Zhao Hai was a black magician who could kill hundreds of thousands of people at once. Such a person must have a gloomy face and a murderous look. However, Zhao Hai's appearance was completely different. Although Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary, he had a gentle smile on his face. His body exuded an amiable and easygoing aura, making people want to get close to him unnaturally. The human merchants were starting to doubt if Zhao Zhang was a fake. He was a black magician, a god of death who could kill hundreds of thousands of people in one go. How could he be so sunny and gentle? Such a huge contrast stunned those human merchants. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "Everyone please, I've already prepared some drinks. I'll treat everyone to a good drink today." The merchants came back to their senses. After thanking Zhao Hai, they followed him into the tent. Food and drinks were already prepared in the tent. Of course, the main course was Aunt Adai's barbecue. Now that the food was ready, Zhao Hai invited everyone to sit down. Then he and Adai also sat down. Of course, Laura and the others didn't show up today. After all, humans and orcs were different. If Laura and the others showed up on this occasion, not only would they feel uncomfortable, but they would also feel uncomfortable. After inviting those people to sit down, Adai stood up and poured a glass of wine for everyone. The wine was of course red wine, not the milk wine that the orcs often drank. After the good wine, Zhao Hai raised his glass and said to everyone, "It's a happy thing to be able to meet everyone on this grassland. We can be considered as fellow humans. We have to help each other in the future. Come, let's drink this cup." The merchants did not have a high status on the human continent. They had never come into contact with someone like Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was definitely a big shot. Therefore, when the businessmen saw Zhao Hai talking to them in such a friendly manner, eating at the same table and even toasting to them, they were all very excited. Everyone raised their glasses in excitement. After everyone had finished their wine, Zhao Hai did not continue to persuade them to drink. Instead, he started to persuade them to eat the dishes. He told them to eat the roasted meat and the other dishes he had prepared. Zhao Hai knew that he was talking to a human and not an orc. If he forced them to drink 3 glasses of wine, they might get angry. Although Zhao Hai's status was higher than these people, he didn't have any grudges with them. He didn't want to offend them. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to ally with them. Everyone ate for a while, and when they were almost done, Zhao Hai said, "I've invited everyone here today because I have something to discuss with you all." The businessmen knew that Zhao Hai would not treat them to a meal for no reason. As expected, the real show was about to begin. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so they did not find it strange. They only looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone's life isn't good now, right? The war between the human race and the beast race is about to begin. I'm afraid that the beast race will drive you back to the human continent on this day. At that time, you will lose all your capital." When the human merchants heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions darkened. They knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth, but they couldn't change it. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, "Quad, I'm sure everyone knows why you've fallen to this state. I can tell you that the rumors you've heard are true. This incident was caused by the Church of Light. They wanted to use this method to deal with the Rasen Empire and the orcs. You're just sacrifices. In their eyes, you're all small characters who aren't worth their reminder. They also want to use you to numb the orcs. Quad." The merchants listened calmly, but their eyes were slowly filled with anger. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that the time was right. He continued, "Quad everyone, you know my identity and the grudges between the Church of Light and me. However, I'm not the one who's trying to frame the church this time. I think the orcs will confirm this news after a while. I've gathered everyone here today because I have a proposal. I hope that we can all join forces." Quad. When the merchants heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They did not understand what Zhao Hai meant. What did he mean by, "we're going to work together"? With Zhao Hai's strength, was there a need to ally with them? Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You've seen the strength of the Church of Light. With just one order, many merchants stopped trading with the orcs. This shows how powerful they are." After the war between the orcs and humans, the merchants controlled by the Church of Light will still come to the grasslands to do business. If we don't work together, how can we fight against them? They wouldn't be selling food to the Beastmen Plains today, but what if they lowered their prices tomorrow? What do we have to fight against them? Therefore, our only option now is to join forces. Just as Zhao Hai had said, the people from the Church of Light could stop the merchants from selling food to the orcs this time. Next time, they could also lower the price. By then, he would suffer even greater losses. However, if these people joined forces, they would become a force that could not be underestimated. Most importantly, they could also establish a relationship with the Buddha family through this matter. In that case, even if they didn't do business with the orcs in the future, they could still do business on the Buddha family's Island of Gold. The Island of Gold could really be called the Island of Gold now. As long as one did business on the island, they would be able to make a fortune. It was also much safer than doing business with the orc race. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. He just wanted these merchants to make their own choices. He believed that those who came to the orc race to do business and even expanded their business to the beast god city were not stupid. They would understand. As expected, the merchants looked at each other and nodded. One of them turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Lord Zhao Hai, we agree with your alliance. From now on, you will be the leader of our group. Do you have any rules?" Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he saw the man's expression. He did not expect these people to be so straightforward and decide so quickly. He smiled and said, "Quad actually, the alliance we formed is a business alliance. There aren't many restrictions in this alliance. I just hope that everyone can do it in the future and share information. If you have goods but no one wants to buy them and he has buyers but no goods, you can sell the goods in your hands to him and let him sell the goods. This way, everyone benefits." Of course, this is something that both parties are willing to do. I only have one thing to say. If someone breaks the rules of the Beastmen's trade, we must all unite to fight against them. There's strength in numbers, does everyone agree? The merchants were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Now, they believed that Zhao Hai really wanted to form an alliance with them. The merchant had asked that question to test the waters. They wanted to see what benefits Zhao Hai could gain from forming this alliance. Now it seemed that Zhao Hai did not only want to gain benefits, he really wanted to form an alliance with everyone. The merchant who had just led the group raised his glass and said, "Quite all right, I'll listen to you, sir. My name is Milton Curry from the Curry family. Sir, do you think we should have a name for our alliance?" Zhao Hai smiled. "The name is not important. I think it's better to call it the Business Alliance. Everyone, please tell us your names. I hope that we will not only form an alliance here in the grassland, but also in the human continent. If one family is in trouble, I hope that everyone can help him to the best of their ability. Can you do that?" The merchants looked at each other and nodded. Milton turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quite, we can do it, sir. The establishment of this alliance will only bring us benefits and no harm. However, I'm afraid that you will suffer losses. After all, our families are not very big." Quad. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Forming an alliance with you guys will benefit our Buddha family quite a bit. After all, everyone knows that our Buddha family is also a new family. We can't compare with those old families in terms of connections. If we form an alliance with you guys, you can also be considered as our Buddha family's connections. This will be very beneficial to our Buddha family." Quad. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Milton's heart finally relaxed. He raised his glass and said to Zhao Hai, "Don't worry, sir. In the future, our Ku family will be considered a vassal family of the Buddha family. If you have anything, you can ask us to do it." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Milton to say that. What shocked Zhao Hai was what happened next. The others also raised their glasses and said the same thing as Curry. They were all the family heads of mid-tier families, so they had the final say. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand why they were doing this. After all, if they became a vassal race of a family, they would be subjected to more control. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted. In fact, Zhao Hai only had such thoughts because he didn't fully understand the situation on these continents. On these continents, each big family had their own vassal race. Although those vassal races had to listen to the big family, they could also get a lot of benefits from the big family. If they had any problems, they could ask the big family for help. This was really important for a middle-level noble. On the other hand, although the Buddha family was a new family on the continent, they were extremely powerful. On top of that, Zhao Hai was the son-in-law of the Karsai family and the prince consort of the Rasen Empire. He was also an eternal ally of the Krok family and the Sheila family. These relationships were things that mid-tier nobles like Milton could not even hope to get close to. Now that they had finally found an opportunity, they would not let it go. Zhao Hai looked at them and suddenly laughed. "Quite all right, then I'll take you in. You'll be my Buddha family's vassals from now on." Quat. Milton and the others were all overjoyed. They felt that the meal today was worth it. They immediately put down their glasses and stood up to bow to Zhao Hai. They were now Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai received their salutes. He was now half a master of the Mirton gang, so he deserved this salutation. He knew that if he received this salutation, the Mirton gang would really become his subordinates. After Milton and the others bowed, Zhao Hai had them sit down. He then continued, "In the future I won't come to the prairie often. If there's anything you can look for Adai. Adai will tell me about your matters. Today I asked you to come because I have something to discuss with you. Please give me your orders, my lord," said Milton immediately. Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Quad, I'm not ordering you, I just want to help you. This time you didn't receive the news and brought so many things to the orc grasslands. Now that the orcs want to drive you away, those things will be useless. I want to buy all of your things, but of course I can't buy them at a high price. You might lose a bit, but it won't be too much. I can only use gold, silver, or an anonymous crystal card to trade with you, not magical beasts. What do you guys think?" Milton was stunned for a moment before he said in joy, "Quat, that's great, sir. Of course we agree, but wouldn't that be too disadvantageous for you?" "Don't you see the 3 flags outside my tent?" Zhao Hai asked with a smile. "With those 3 flags, the human-beast hybrid clan won't chase me away." Milton and the others were stunned. They really didn't know what the 3 flags meant. They only knew that they were the orcs' battle flags. They also had the orcs' battle flags, but they would still chase them away when they needed to. Zhao Hai could tell from their expressions that they didn't know. He was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered that there were only a few people on the continent who knew the meaning of the orcs' battle flag. Of course, Milton and the others didn't know. Zhao Hai looked at Milton and said, "The 3 flags were given to me by the orcs. They are different from your battle flags. The orcs will not chase me away, so you can just sell those things to me. Don't worry, I won't lose anything." Quat. Seeing that Milton and the others had agreed, Zhao Hai happily let them sit down again. He then took out the milk wine he had brewed and served it to everyone. It was the first time everyone had drunk this kind of wine. Their status was not high enough, and there was not a lot of this wine on the continent, so they had never drunk this kind of wine in the human continent. The meal lasted for a few hours. After that, Zhao Hai ordered Adai to pick up the items from the merchants and pay them to leave the beast god city. The merchants also knew about this matter, and they didn't object. To be honest, if it wasn't because they wanted to sell some things to recover some of their costs, they would have left long ago. The war between the humans and the orcs was inevitable. It would be too dangerous for them to stay here. However, they had no choice but to stay. Many of these people's full identities were in those goods. If they couldn't recover their costs, their future days would be difficult. Zhao Hai had told them the price at the banquet. Although the price was much cheaper than selling to the orcs, they could only keep their capital at most. They would not be able to make a profit, and they would not lose much. They were already very satisfied. They were very lucky to be able to do this in the current situation of the orcs. Zhao Hai returned to his tent and took a few sips of his space water. Then he told Laura and the others about how Milton and the others had become the Buddha family's vassals. After hearing this, Laura and the others laughed. Laura then said to Zhao Hai, "Quat, although it is a loss for us to accept them as our vassal race, no matter what, our Buddha family has our own vassal race. It is not bad, Quat." Meljan nodded and said, "It's just too good for those guys. They really know how to choose the time. Big Brother Hai can't refuse it at all when it's brought up at this time. They're a group of sinister guys, Quat." Quat, I think they saw that Big Brother Hai was too easy to talk to, so they took this opportunity to test him. I didn't expect Big Brother Hai to agree immediately. These guys are really lucky, Quat. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them in a daze. He couldn't understand. The Buddha family had taken in a few vassal races, so why did Laura and the others make it sound as if they were the ones who had suffered a great loss? Laura also knew that Zhao Hai didn't know much about these things, so she explained it to him. It wasn't a shameful thing for a middle-level noble to become a vassal race of a great noble. On the contrary, it might be a good thing. After becoming a vassal race of a great noble, they could ask the great family that they belonged to solve any problems. It was much easier than doing it themselves. Moreover, if anyone wanted to make things difficult for them in the future, they could also ask their family head to come forward. This was equivalent to them having another protective umbrella. They could not find such a good thing. These people didn't have much power, and they didn't have any good business to attract the attention of the big nobles. Even if they wanted to find a big family to rely on, they might not be accepted. Now that Zhao Hai had accepted them, it was equivalent to them finding a strong backing. Although they had to pay some tributes to the Buddha family every year and act according to Zhao Hai's mood, it was more beneficial to them. After hearing Laura's explanation, Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. However, he did not regret it. Just like what he had told Milton and the others, the current Buda family's network on the continent was still too little. Almost all of their information came from the Kalchai family, which made Zhao Hai very passive at times. However, by recruiting Milton and the others, the Buda family would have their own intelligence network, which would be more convenient for them to do things in the future. Zhao Hai was not someone who would be controlled by others. He did not plan to rely on the Karsai family to provide intelligence for his entire life. That would make the Buda family lower than the Karsai family. Zhao Hai did not want that, so he wanted to build his own force. However, it was not so easy to establish one's own force. For a millennium family like the Kalchai family, they had countless vassal races, and their children were even exiled. These races had become members of the huge network of relations of the Kalchai family, but the Buda family did not have this network at all. Everything had to start from the beginning, so it was naturally very difficult. Now the Buda family had some connections, such as the Karsai family, the Crook family, the Rasan royal family, the Sheila family, the Versailles family, and the Aixa family. However, you must know that these families were all very powerful. Even the Aixa family was a duke. Although they did not become a Grand Duke or establish their own duchy, they were still considered an old noble family in the Arcas Empire. They all had their own power circles and connections. The help that Zhao Hai could get from them was not much. Therefore, Zhao Hai had always wanted to establish his own circle of power, and Milton and the others had given Zhao Hai this opportunity. Every big family on the continent had their own circle of power. This circle of people was the network of relationships they had formed over the years. The Buda family did not have this network in the past, and Zhao Hai had only just begun to weave it. Therefore, Zhao Hai still held Milton and the others in high regard. No matter what, these people were the first batch of people to join the Buda family. If he could help them, he would try his best to help them. In the next few days, all the human merchants who attended Zhao Hai's banquet transported their goods to the Red Spider Lily shop. Zhao Hai also gave the human merchants his nameless crystal cards. The human merchants all understood that if they drove magical beasts or pulled gold and silver back to the human race, they would definitely be robbed along the way. However, it was a different story if they had an anonymous crystal card. As long as they put these crystal cards in their pockets, they could say that they had lost money, and no one would know. With the departure of these merchants, the entire Beast God city seemed to have become much emptier. This made the other merchants even more afraid, and they also prepared to leave. The merchants that Zhao Hai had invited were all people he had investigated thoroughly. These merchants were mostly middle-class nobles with no strong background. Zhao Hai had not invited any of the nobles that were related to the big nobles or the Church of Light. When the Church of Light implemented this plan, they did not inform the major nobles, so the major nobles did not know the situation. They also wanted to do business in the grasslands. There were still some merchants in the grasslands who were related to the Church of Light. However, these merchants were only the minority. They were sent by the Church of Light to monitor the situation of the orcs. When Zhao Hai wanted to investigate the nobles, he was very careful. He asked Kai to investigate the background of the nobles he invited. He would only invite them if he was sure that they had nothing to do with the great nobles and the Church of Light. As for the others, he would not invite them if they had any suspicions. There were quite a few merchants who had submitted to Zhao Hai. Most of their shops were located outside of Beast God City in bad locations. Their departure immediately caused panic among the remaining merchants. In addition, the atmosphere in Beast God City was getting tenser and tenser. More and more orcs were gathering in the city, and the orcs were looking at them with more and more hostility. Many merchants had already decided to retreat, especially those from the aristocratic families. They could afford to pay, and some of them were already preparing to run away. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He asked Adai to get in touch with those people. He wanted to buy the things they brought. Of course, the price would not be the same as that of Milton's group. The merchants also knew that Zhao Hai was trying to take advantage of the situation, but they had no choice but to agree. If they agreed to Zhao Hai's request, they could at least earn back some of their capital. If they didn't agree, they would lose everything. Moreover, Zhao Hai used an anonymous crystal card to pay. This method was not rare in the human world, but it was very rare in the orc prairies. It was especially attractive to merchants at this time. The merchants who came to the orc plains to do business were not stupid. They knew that it was more cost-effective to bring the crystal card back than the magical beasts. Therefore, after Milton and the others left, Zhao Hai's business improved. More and more human merchants wanted to sell their goods to Zhao Hai. The prices of these items were even lower than in the human continent. Zhao Hai had a lot of money on hand, so he took all of them. Finally, a month after Zhao Hai arrived at the Beast God City, the Beastmen ordered all human merchants to leave the city within 3 days. Otherwise, they would not show any mercy. As soon as this order was given, the human merchants knew that they were done for. The merchants who didn't want to sell their things to Zhao Hai before were all anxious. They immediately sold everything to Zhao Hai at a low price and ran away with the money. The orcs in the Beast God City saw Zhao Hai's actions, but they didn't say anything. To be honest, the orcs didn't hate the human merchants who came to the grasslands to do business. That was why they didn't touch their goods after they left. The 3 flags in Zhao Hai's tent also surprised the orcs. It was the first time they had seen a human take out the prince and friendship flags. 3 days later, there were no other humans in the Beast God City other than Zhao Hai and the others. The way the other orcs looked at Zhao Hai and the others was very strange, as if they were looking at monsters. Zhao Hai didn't mind. The reason he had stayed was to see if Heirs and the Black Bear Patriarch would come to the Beast God City. Heirs and the others didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. 10 days after all the humans had left the city, the Black Bear Tribe leader arrived. As soon as Zhao Hai heard that the chief of the Black Bear Tribe was here, he immediately went to the gate of the Beast God City to welcome him. As soon as he arrived, he saw cavalry coming from the distance. Zhao Hai took a closer look and found that they were all cavalry of the Black Bear Tribe. There were about 30,000 of them. As the saying went, when a troop exceeds 10,000, there is no end to it. Looking at the black mass of cavalry charging towards him, he felt that they were unparalleled. However, the cavalrymen didn't head towards the Orc God City. Instead, they stopped when they were 5 miles away from the city gate. Only 100 or so cavalrymen made their way into the city, and they soon arrived at the city gate. Zhao Haixing saw the Black Bear Tribe leader and Laban beside him. Laban was holding a huge flag in his hand. It was the battle flag of the Black Bear Tribe. Zhao Hai stood there quietly, while the Black Bear cavalrymen slowed down. Soon the Black Bear Patriarch and the others arrived at the gate of the Beast God City and stopped. Zhao Hai immediately went up to them and bowed slightly to the Black Bear Patriarch. Zhao Hai greets the Patriarch. The Black Bear Tribe chief jumped down from his mount and opened his arms. He laughed as he walked to Zhao Hai and hugged him. I knew you wouldn't leave. Ha ha ha, you really didn't leave. Just in time. After I'm done with my business, I'll go find you for a drink. As she spoke, she hugged Zhao Hai tightly before letting him go. All right, I'll prepare some food and wine to welcome you, Patriarch, Zhao Hai said with a smile. The Black Bear Tribe leader nodded. Quite all right, little Hai. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Wait for me at home. Quite after saying that, Zhao Hai turned around and jumped onto his mount. He then led Adai to the Red Spider Lily shop. Adai was still looking at Zhao Hai in shock. He had been with the orcs for a long time, but he had never seen them treat a human so warmly. The orcs were indeed very hospitable, but most of the major orcs had learned some of the humans' ways of doing things after being in contact with them for a long time. For example, if you wanted to do business with the major orcs, you would have to pay for your own things in their tribes. The orcs would not take the initiative to invite you. The Black Bear Tribe was also a great war tribe. They had been in contact with the human tribe for a long time. In addition, they had been deceived by the human tribe. Therefore, they were more hostile to the human tribe than to the other orc tribes. It was almost impossible to remember that they were so warm to the human tribe. Adai had also heard from a businessman who had done business with the Black Bear Tribe in the Beast God City that when they were doing business with the Black Bear Tribe, the Black Bear Tribe would always guard against them like they were thieves. They would even restrict their freedom. However, today, the Black Bear Tribe chief had taken the initiative to hug Zhao Hai and even asked him to drink with him. Adai now believed that the flags in Zhao Hai's hands were not ordinary. No wonder the orcs had driven away all the human merchants these days, but no one came to the Red Spider Lily shop to make trouble. Many orcs even took the initiative to greet him with a very enthusiastic attitude. Zhao Hai and Adai returned to the store. Zhao Hai immediately asked Laura and the others to prepare some food and drinks. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out some seafood for them to prepare. If the Black Bear Tribe chief really came here to be surprised, he would have to treat him well. Adai and the others were already used to Zhao Hai's magical abilities. They also helped prepare the things Zhao Hai wanted and waited for the Black Bear Tribe leader to arrive. Just as they were preparing, there was a commotion outside. Zhao Hai went out to take a look. It was the Black Bear Tribe. The Black Bear Tribe leader, along with 10 guards and Laban, had already arrived outside the Red Spider Lily shop. Zhao Hai invited the Black Bear Tribe leader and Laban to the shop's backyard and let them into the tent. Adai's son immediately served them hot milk tea. The Black Bear Tribe leader took a sip of milk tea and smiled at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, you're living a comfortable life now. I heard that you bought all the things from those merchants. Are you planning to sell it at a high price and make a fortune? Zhao Hai smiled and said, no, I just don't want to waste those things. After those merchants left, you orcs didn't want to touch the rest of the things, so you could only leave them there to be broken. It's a pity. I bought them and sold them to the orcs at a low price after the war is over. Isn't that good? Those things won't go to waste and I can earn some money. The Beast Clan will also benefit from this. The Black Bear Tribe leader nodded and said, that's good. Ha ha ha, you're a good kid. No matter what, you'll be able to earn a laugh. Our Beast Clan will also benefit. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, of course. I'm considered half an orc now. Of course I won't cheat the orcs. Clan leader, please. The food has been prepared next door. Let's have a good drink. Quad. The Black Bear tribe chief nodded and followed Zhao Hai to the next room. Zhao Hai had prepared seafood and roasted meat for the day. It was needless to say that Adai's roast meat was very delicious. As for seafood, although the Black Bear tribe leader was the tribe leader, he had never eaten it before. They ate very happily. Zhao Hai didn't ask the Black Bear tribe leader what he had just been doing, because it might be a military secret of the orc tribe. If he asked, the Black Bear tribe leader might become suspicious of him. In BSB, Zhao Hai could tell that the Black Bear tribe chief had been tricked by the humans before, so he didn't trust the humans even more. Even Zhao Hai sometimes didn't trust the humans. After sending off the Black Bear patriarch, Zhao Hai made his preparations. He planned to inform Weirs and the others when they arrived before returning to the human continent. On the second day after the Black Bear tribe leader arrived at the Beast God City, the Werewolf tribe leader arrived as well. Zhao Hai gave the Werewolf tribe a good reception. This time, Adai was even more surprised. He knew the reputation of the Wolfman tribe in the grassland. It was really surprising that Zhao Hai could make friends with the Wolfman tribe. When the Werewolf patriarch saw Zhao Hai, although he was not as polite as the Black Bear patriarch, he still chatted with Zhao Hai like a friend. Zhao Hai even treated them to a meal. Of course, Zhao Hai would not treat them with ordinary wine for the 2 meals. He used purified milk wine, which surprised the orcs. They had been drinking milk wine for their entire lives, but they did not expect it to be able to be made like this. On the 4th day after the Werewolf patriarch's arrival, Wells and Boozer arrived. Their 2 races had a good relationship, and they were not far from each other, so Zhao Hai naturally did not say anything when they came together. He had a good drink with them. To Zhao Hai's surprise, this time around, Buzel had brought him the friendship flag of the dog-headed people. This really surprised him. Now, the orcs in the Beast God City looked at Zhao Hai differently. They couldn't understand how a human like Zhao Hai could have such a good relationship with so many other orcs, especially the dog-headed people and the bull-headed people, who were like a family. In the past few days, more and more beastmen had arrived at the Beast God City. However, these beastmen were similar to the Black Bear tribe, and they were all stationed outside the city. Only their patriarchs had entered the city with dozens of guards. Although Zhao Hai was already clear about why they had come into the city, he had already seen their every move through the surveillance camera. These orcs had come here first to discuss the deployment of their troops because several major battle clans of the orc race, including the tiger race, lion race, and fox race, were stationed in the Beast God City. They were also the kings of these 3 races. Therefore, every time the orc race deployed their troops, the other orcs not far away from the Beast God City would report to the city and move together. The clans that had set up camp here did not have their own base in the Beast God City. They had their own base, but because of their high status, they were able to intimidate the other races by setting up camp here. After Weirs and the others arrived, Zhao Hai greeted Weirs and left the Beast God City. The entire orc tribe knew that the Red Spider Lily shop had the flags of friendship between the Black Bear tribe and the Dog-Headed tribe, so no one came to cause trouble. Zhao Hai also took the flags with him when he left. This time, Zhao Hai mounted the Blood Eagle in front of the orcs. The Blood Eagle soared into the sky, which surprised the orcs. They didn't expect that the human race could build their own air force. This was not good news for the orcs. When they reached a place where the orcs couldn't see them, Zhao Hai and the others immediately entered the realm and went to Versailles Duchy. The Versailles Duchy was preparing for war with all their might. They had already received the news that the orcs were indeed going to attack the humans. This time, it wasn't a small battle. The orcs had sent out a lot of forces, and they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop them. Zhao Hai sat in a small carriage, calmly looking at the people from the Versailles Duchy. Although the people of the Versailles Duchy were fully prepared for the war, Zhao Hai found it strange that other than the bull-running guards of the Versailles family, they did not see any other troops from the Arcas Empire. This was unbelievable. Zhao Hai appeared in a very remote place in Kassar City. In addition, the carriage he was in was an ordinary-looking carriage, so no one noticed him. There were already refugees in Cass City, but most of them were small nobles. They took their belongings and left Cass City, while the civilians in Cass City didn't leave because they didn't know where they were going or where they could go. Almost all of the property of the civilians was in Casa City. If they left Casa City, they would become refugees with nothing. If they went to other cities, they would not be able to survive. In the end, they would either starve to death or become slaves. These civilians hoped that their country's army could chase away the orcs and protect them like before. However, they didn't know that this was almost impossible. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the Duke's residence in the Versailles Duchy, he immediately got Su Weiniang to send an invitation. This time, Zhao Hai did not bring Su Weiniang and Shunyi with him to the grasslands. Instead, he left them at the Iron Mountain Fortress and asked them to help Grimm prepare. They wanted to take some refugees to the Black Dirt Wastelands. However, when Zhao Hai arrived at Kassar City, he immediately called Su Weiniang and Shunyi over. If he didn't call them, he would have no one he could use, and that would be too inconvenient. Not long after Su Weiniang sent the invitation in, the Grand Duke's mansion's chief steward came out and led Zhao Hai to the back door. He entered the mansion from the back door. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Duke's mansion, he saw Grand Duke Ivan waiting for him as soon as he got out of the car. The moment Ivan saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went up to him and laughed. "Good job, little Hai. You're really good. Right now, the Buddha family is like the sun in the sky. Even I, your uncle, am envious of you." NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, uncle, you're too kind. The orc army is pressing in and I'm worried, so I came to take a look." Quat. Ivan's smile disappeared when he heard Zhao Hai. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Come, let's talk in the living room." After that, he invited Zhao Hai to a small living room in the back of the house and sat down. A servant sent key up, but the old butler stood guard at the door, not allowing anyone to enter. Ivan sat down and sighed. "My Versailles clan is finished. This time I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity." "Quat, Uncle Ivan," Zhao Hai said, frowning. "Quat, when I was on my way here, I noticed that all the nobles in Kassar City were on the run. Besides the Versailles family's army, I didn't see any other nobles' army. Did the Arcas Empire not send any soldiers to help you?" Ivan gritted his teeth. "Quat, don't talk to me about those bastards. Ever since you saved the Versailles family, those bastards from the Arcas Empire have been making things difficult for me. I've put up with it, but they shouldn't have watched from the side when the orcs attacked. I sent a request to the capital to send troops, but I don't know what those bastards are doing. They actually replied to me that the Empire's food supply is tight and it takes time to gather the army. If the beastmen are attacking and they want me to hold them off, they're obviously using the beastmen to kill me. These bastards are too much." Zhao Hai furrowed his brows. He had never thought that the Arcas Empire would do such a thing. Were they treating the lives of their own people as a joke? Why did they do that? "Uncle Ivan, did they really say that?" Zhao Hainian turned to Ivan. "Don't they know why the orcs want to attack Arcas? Are they crazy?" Ivan sneered. "Quat, yes, everyone on the continent knows. How could they not know? The commoners are disgusted with the Church of Light, but those bastards in the imperial capital still treat the Church of Light as an important guest. I heard that some families in the Empire are even more respectful to the priests of the Church of Light than to the dukes." Quat. Zhao Hai was dumbfounded as he listened. He could not believe what he was hearing. What was a priest? It was the lowest position in the Church of Light. To put it bluntly, if the positions in the Church of Light were the ranks of nobles, a priest was the lowest rank, third-class baron. How could they receive a priest like a duke? Were they crazy? Looking at Zhao Hai, Ivan smiled bitterly. "Do you find it unbelievable? However, it really happened. Not only in the imperial capital, but even in our Versailles family, there are many people who are loyal to the Church of Light. It is as if they have gone mad and are willing to sacrifice everything for the Church of Light." Zhao Hai looked at Ivan in shock. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Those people must have been brainwashed by the Church of Light. Religious brainwashing was the most terrifying thing. It could make people do a lot of crazy things. He did not expect that the people of the Church of Light could already do this. Ivan looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "If the Empire doesn't send any reinforcements, how can our Versailles family's army stop the Beastmen army? This time our Versailles clan will die without a doubt. It's just a pity for those commoners, as they're going to suffer as well." Zhao Hai furrowed his brows. He realized that the situation in the Versailles Duchy was rather complicated. He could help the people in the Versailles Duchy. He could even bring everyone from the Versailles Duchy over to the Black Earth Wilderness without a problem. However, if he did that, he would not have to reveal his trump card. Most importantly, he realized that the situation in the Versailles family was more complicated than he had imagined. If the Church of Light had really infiltrated the Versailles family, it would be hard to say what would happen to the Black Earth Wilderness if he brought them there. The infiltration ability of the Church of Light was too strong, and even the orcs couldn't stop them. "Quat Hai, I have a request," Ivan said. "Quat, I'll arrange for a group of people from the Versailles family to follow you to the Island of Gold. If we can survive this crisis, then everything will be fine. If not, I hope you can take care of them so that the name of the Versailles family can continue." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Ivan. He knew that Ivan had already prepared for the worst. He was trying to leave some seeds for the Versailles family. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, I can promise you this. But uncle, I also want to ask you one thing. I want to help me check how many people in Casa City are willing to leave. I can also take them to the Golden Island. You also know that our Buddha family is short of people now. If those orcs attack, the civilians in the city may suffer heavy casualties. But I only want those with clean family backgrounds and contact with the Church of Light. I don't want them." Ivan nodded and said, "No problem. I can make the necessary arrangements. Many people in the city are willing to leave, but they don't know where to go. They won't be able to survive in other cities. They'll become slaves. I don't want to see them like this. I can make the arrangements for you." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Ivan. This matter has to be done as soon as possible. You guys go and prepare. If there's anything you need, let me know. I also want to go to the Ixa family to take a look. I guess they're not having a good time. Quat. Ivan nodded. Quat, it's good that you go. The Ixa family has helped me a lot because of you. I heard that the Empire has sent reinforcements to them, but it seems that their family has been put under house arrest. Quat. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then his expression changed. Really? Damn it, the Arca's Empire, what are they trying to do? Have they really become the puppets of the Church of Light? Ivan's face darkened. Quat, that's possible. If the Empire wasn't under the control of the Church of Light, they wouldn't do such a thing. They're basically offending all the nobles. No one will help them in the future. Quat. Zhao Hai sighed. He really could not understand the Church of Light. What were they doing this for? Were they not giving a warning to the rulers of the other empires? He was afraid that after this incident, the rulers of the other empires would suppress the Church of Light. Zhao Hai stood up and turned to Ivan. Uncle Ivan, it's getting late. I'll go to the Ixa family first. I'm afraid they might be in danger. Ivan nodded. Quat, how about this, Hai? You leave through our family's secret passage. I still need a few days to prepare. Don't worry, we'll save the Ixa family first. Quat. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He did not expect Ivan to allow him to leave through the secret passage of the Versailles family. The passage was the most important secret of the family. Zhao Hai knew what Ivan meant. He was telling Zhao Hai that he had complete trust in him. However, Zhao Hai was not going to the Versailles family's secret passage. He shook his head and said, no need, I have my ways. Ivan knew that Zhao Hai had a flying beast, so he didn't say anything. He nodded and saw Zhao Hai out of the door. He got on the carriage and left the Duke's mansion. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the carriage, he immediately entered the origin space. Laura and the others were in the origin space, so they had heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Ivan. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, Laura immediately said to him, Big Brother Hai, I've already told Kai to keep an eye on the Ixa family. Their family members are fine, but they're under house arrest. However, we haven't received any news from Blood Eagle. Zhao Hai nodded and asked Kai to find out more about the situation in the Ixa family. The Ixa family's mansion was surrounded by soldiers. Robbie was fine, but he was trapped in the mansion. However, Fernand was not in a good situation. He seemed to have been beaten up and was wrapped up like a dumpling. Zhao Hai looked around but could not find Zhu Ying. He knew that Zhu Ying might have been killed. It seemed that the Arca's Empire must have sent a rank 9 expert to deal with the Icas. Otherwise, Zhu Ying would not have been unable to escape. Furthermore, the Icas also had a rank 9 combatant. If they did not deal with the Icas, combatant, they would not be able to imprison the Ivanas. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately asked Kai to look around the Ixa family to see if there were any 9th rank powerhouses. Ordinary people might not be able to find 9th rank powerhouses, but Kai definitely could. Kai-Er's current strength was much stronger than that of ordinary 9th rank powerhouses. After searching for a while, Kai-Er finally found it. There were indeed rank 9 powerhouses in Sardu City, and not just 1 but 4. These 4 rank 9 powerhouses had surrounded the entire Ixa family's Castellan mansion. Judging from the attire of these 4 grade 9 experts, they were from the Church of Light. Zhao Hai immediately checked on the situation in Ebel's family. He realized that the family was under house arrest as well. Zhao Hai knew that Ebel must have been exposed. Otherwise, he would not be under house arrest. It seemed like this was a trap set by the Church of Light, waiting for him. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 9th rank experts and noticed that they didn't seem to have anything special about them. They were all dressed in white robes and didn't seem any different from the other 9th rank experts. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately moved and appeared in Fernand's room. Fernand was in a really bad state. His whole body was wrapped in gauze, only his head was exposed, but he was also beaten so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him. It seemed that those people didn't use light magic to treat his injuries, otherwise he wouldn't be in this state. Fernando seemed to be unconscious now. He was leaning on the bed and did not look like he was asleep. Zhao Hai's heart ached when he saw Fernando's face. To be honest, he had not spent a long time with Fernando, and Fernando was a playboy. They were not the same kind of people, but the two had magically become friends, which no one would believe. But sometimes, fate was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Two people's personalities were obviously polar opposites, but they became good friends. Zhao Hai walked to Fernando's bed and said softly, Brother Fernand, did you hear that? The man on the bed did not react at all. Zhao Hai immediately cast a light spell at him, and the wound on Fernando's face was much better. Then his eyelids moved slightly. Seeing this, Zhao Hai said happily, Brother Fernando, wake up. However, as soon as he said that, Fernando opened his eyes and shouted, Bastards, my brother is here. He won't let you off. Both Zhao Hai and Fernando were stunned. He stared at Zhao Hai for a while before he sat up and jumped off the bed. He threw himself onto Zhao Hai and hugged him tightly. Brother, why are you only here now? I'm being bullied to death by those bastards. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then patted Fernando's back and said, Quat, all right, big brother, don't cry. Your brother is here. I will definitely take revenge for you. Quat. Fernando finally stopped crying. He let go of Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, this revenge won't be easy. The other side has a combatant of the ninth rank. Our clan's divine helper was killed by them. You'd better leave quickly." At this moment, a cold voice was heard, "Leave. He can't leave." Hearing the voice, Fernando's face changed. He smiled bitterly at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, it seems you really can't leave. This is a warrior of the ninth rank." Zhao Hai smiled. "What, I've seen a lot of ninth rank combatants. It's fine. Let's go, big brother. Come with me. I want to see what's so great about this ninth rank combatant." Quat then Zhao Hai led Fernando out of the house. Zhao Hai looked outside and found that the 4 experts of the ninth rank that Kai had seen had already flown over the city lord's mansion, surrounding the small courtyard where Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai stood there, calmly looking at the 4 ranked 9 experts. He sneered, "Quat, the Church of Light is really good. In order to deal with me, they are really unscrupulous." Quat. The expert of the ninth rank looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "Quat, you're right. The Pope has ordered you to be executed at all costs. The Church of Light has lost too many people in order to deal with you. You must die this time." Quat. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "It's not the first or second day that the Church of Light has wanted to kill me. I'm still alive and well until now. On the other hand, the ninth rank experts of the Church of Light are dying one by one. I really admire you. The Church of Light has so many ninth rank experts." Quat. The expert of the ninth rank looked at Zhao Hai and snorted coldly. "Quat, cut the crap, Zhao Hai. You're now the biggest enemy of the Church of Light. The Church of Light will not have peace as long as you're alive. The Church of Light is willing to sacrifice everything to get rid of you. Our lives belong to the Church, and it's only right to sacrifice for the Church. Zhao Hai, you must die today." Quat. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quat, that's not necessarily the case. Don't think that you can kill me just because you have a few ninth-grade powerhouses. Don't you think that you're too strong?" The leading warrior of the ninth rank snorted coldly. "How can we say that we can kill you without being fully prepared? Do you really think that the Church of Light doesn't know your trump card? Zhao Hai, today is the day of your death." After speaking, several beams of light suddenly shot out from the hands of the warriors of the ninth rank, shooting towards the 4 corners of the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai was stunned, but after the light fell, a protective shield immediately rose from the surroundings of the city lord's mansion, covering the entire mansion. Zhao Hai didn't really care because he had just asked Kai. He could still return to the medium at any time, and this transparent barrier wouldn't be able to stop him. According to Zhao Hai's speculation, the shield was a magic array. It seemed that the Church of Light was trying to use a magic array to fight him. Zhao Hai did not say anything. He just stood there and looked at the grade 9 experts curiously. In the air, the combatants of the ninth rank began to softly chant an incantation. As they did so, clear wrinkles appeared on their faces. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this. Then his expression changed. He knew very well that this was the work of a level 9 expert. It seemed that they were prepared to die with him. Zhao Hai looked around and turned around. He said to Fernando, who was standing behind him, "Quat, brother Fernando, go and inform your family to gather with me immediately. The magic used by the Church of Light this time is not simple." Quat. Fernando was stunned. He knew that it was unnecessary to say anything else, so he immediately nodded and said, "All right." After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the backyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was staring at the few level 9 experts. The wrinkles on their faces were increasing, and even their hair had turned white. The sense of danger in Zhao Hai's heart was growing. It seemed that the 4 people that the Church of Light had deployed this time were not simple. The 4 of them must have had a way to join forces and cast a very special spell. The power of the spell must have been very powerful, and the magic array was definitely not that simple. It would be difficult to break the magic shield from the inside unless one was a grade 9 professional. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the 4 rapidly aging rank 9 experts. A rank 9 expert's lifespan was extremely long. Judging by the looks of these rank 9 experts, they still had a long life ahead of them. At the very least, they could live for another 300 to 500 years. However, they were rapidly aging. The speed made people feel as if they were riding a time-flying car. It was as if the flow of time on their bodies was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than others. Zhao Hai's expression became even calmer. His body under his clothes had been completely crystallized. He had unconditional trust in the space. His body could be crystallized. Only after being crystallized could it be broken. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to face these 4 level 9 experts head-on. Zhao Hai rarely took action when he was fighting other people. Other than the time when he fought with Terry, he would usually use magic or undead creatures while he hid in the back. This had something to do with his personality. He didn't like the fighting style of charging at the front and thought that the fighting style of mages was the safest. However, things were different now. If he really entered the space, the magicians might stop their magic midway and the secret of his space might be exposed. Furthermore, he was in the Lord's mansion of the Aixa family. If he entered the space now, the Aixa family would be finished. He couldn't watch his friend die like this. Although the space was powerful, they couldn't force intelligent people into the space, so Zhao Hai could only stand there and wait until Ferdinand called his family to his side and then put them into the space. What Zhao Hai didn't realize was that ever since his body could crystallize, his thoughts had changed a little bit. He wanted to test the strength of his body. His body was considered strong, and he couldn't block the opponent's attack. However, he still had Heir and the space. As long as he could put Ferdinand and his family into the space, he would be able to fight with his opponent without any worries. It was obvious that the enemy's attack would take a long time to prepare, and Fernando was not stupid. He knew that time was of the essence. The other people from the Aixa family were not stupid either. They had more or less guessed the attack when they saw the grade 9 experts' moves. These people were well aware of how terrifying the attack of a 9th-rank combatant was. Although the Aixa family had a secret passageway, it was useless against a 9th-rank combatant. Once Ferds called for them, everyone used their fastest speed to get behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have time to be polite with them. He immediately shouted, "Quite in a while, you'll be in a strange place, but don't worry. There will be people there to pick you up. Just don't panic." Quat Fernando and the others all nodded hard. Robbie had a high reputation in the Aixa family. He immediately shouted a few times, and the members of the Aixa family who were panicking calmed down. There were nearly 10,000 members of the Aixa family, and it was a miracle that they could calm down in such a short time. Zhao Hai had been carefully observing the 4 combatants. Their lives were coming to an end. The wrinkles on their faces had stacked up, and their heads had begun to fall off. Age spots had appeared, and even their teeth had fallen off. However, they didn't stop and continued to chant, as if everything that was happening to them had nothing to do with them. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation with the Aixa family. When he saw that they were all ready, he immediately put them all into his origin space. Zhao Hai had just kept the people of the Aixa family into the medium when the 4 level 9 experts finished chanting the last syllable. Then, their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist and disappeared into the sky. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was so bright that it was frightening. The light was like the energy cannon in the sci-fi movie that Zhao Hai had seen before. It came straight down from the space toward the mayor's residence. Zhao Hai didn't even have the time to enter the space before the light hit his head. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's entire body had turned into a crystal. Zhao Hai felt the light fall on his head. Then his clothes disappeared without a trace, as if they didn't exist at all. Next, the buildings around him disappeared without a trace. Then the ground, which was paved with bluestone, disappeared, not to mention the plants. Everything that the light touched disappeared. Zhao Hai just stood there. He didn't enter the space because he found that the light didn't have any effect on his body. Besides, he didn't dare to open the spatial crack now. Although the light was useless to him, he could feel how powerful it was. If the light went through the spatial crack and shot into the space, it was hard to say what kind of effect it would have on the space. Zhao Hai didn't dare to take the risk. The light wasn't harmful to him anyway. If he was afraid, he could just stay outside. However, Zhao Hai didn't know that he was making Laura and the others nervous in the origin space. Zhao Hai had already asked Laura and the others to receive the Aixa family. Now that the Aixa family was at the end of their rope, they could only rely on the Buddha family to survive. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not afraid that the Aixa family would betray them. He was also prepared to send the Aixa family to the Iron Mountain Fortress. Even if they knew something there, they would not be able to spread the news. The Aikas were a little nervous when they first entered the realm, but when they saw Laura and the others, they were no longer nervous. Although the mansion in the realm was large, it was impossible for all of them to live in it. Laura and the others only invited them to rest in the mansion before sending them to the Iron Mountain Castle. Now, Laura and the others were more concerned about the situation outside, so after they brought Robbie and the others to the villa, they surrounded the screen and looked at the situation outside. However, it was a pity that there was only white light on the screen and nothing could be seen. After the white light disappeared, the situation on the screen made Laura and the others gasp. The city lord's mansion had been completely destroyed. There was no trace of it. There was only a huge hole in the original location of the city lord's mansion. The hole was like a huge crater formed by a meteorite falling from the sky. The deepest part of the crater was nearly 30 meters deep. What made Laura and the others uneasy was that they didn't see Zhao Hai in the pit. Zhao Hai had also disappeared without a trace. Just as Laura and the others were panicking, Zhao Hai suddenly walked in. However, he had already changed his clothes. He was wearing an ordinary magic robe. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, Laura and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Zhao Hai did not go missing because he wanted to. He was just outside and his clothes were all gone. If he suddenly appeared in the villa naked, the entire Aixa family would have seen him. Zhao Hai was not a trekking. Therefore, he put on some clothes outside before entering the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Laura and the other girls came up to him and looked at him from left to right. They didn't feel relieved until they made sure that he was fine. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "Quite okay, don't be so nervous. It's fine. But Laura, I'm sorry. The clothes you gave me were ruined. Quat." Lola didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Quat, who cares about a piece of clothing? It's good that you're fine. Go and see Uncle Robbie. He doesn't look too good. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and went to the living room of the villa. Robbie and Fernando were both sitting in the living room. They stood up when they saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai bowed to Robbie and asked the two of them to sit down. He then said, Quat, Uncle Robbie, you've seen the situation now. I'm afraid your Ixa family can't live in the Arca's empire anymore. Quat. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Uncle Robbie, you're too kind. If it wasn't for me, your Ixa family wouldn't be in this state today. Since you're here, I'll tell you. This place is the biggest secret of our Buddha family. No one on the continent knows of this place except for people we trust. Even my father-in-law doesn't know. Now that the Ixa family knows, I can only say I can't let you go back. Robbie nodded. He could feel the difference as soon as he entered the space. He was a mage and was very sensitive to energy. He could feel that the energy here was much more active and rich than outside. This was definitely not an ordinary place. Zhao Hai looked at Robbie and said, Quat, Uncle Robbie, I can only give you two choices now. One is to go to the Black Dirt Wastelands. I can tell you that the poisonous fog there was created by me. Our Buddha family lives in the Black Dirt Wastelands. That's our root. The milk wine we drank before came from there. There are many of our properties there, so you will be absolutely safe there. Also, I plan to buy a large number of slaves and settle down in the Black Dirt Wastelands. The people of your Ixa family are all capable people. I would like you to help me manage those slaves. Robbie nodded. He thought it was a good choice, but he still wanted to ask Zhao Hai what the second choice was. He said to Zhao Hai in a deep voice, What's the second option? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, the second option is the Golden Island. The Golden Island is also the fief of our Buddha family. When you get there, you can also take charge of the management of the Golden Island. However, in order to prevent the news of you being here from spreading, you may have to live under the surveillance of the undead creatures. Quat. Robai frowned. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. The place they were staying at couldn't be exposed. Therefore, the undead creatures would be watching them all the time when they went to the Golden Island to prevent them from revealing what happened here. If they went to the Black Soul Wasteland, it might not be necessary. The Black Soul Wasteland was a relatively closed environment. Outsiders couldn't enter. Zhao Hai wouldn't easily let the people inside out. Therefore, they could move freely there without being monitored. However, they could contact the outside world on the Island of Gold. Even though the Ikosa family had fallen, Robbie still hoped that the Ikosa family could stand in front of the people of the mainland and let them know that the Ikosa family had not disappeared. They still existed. However, being monitored every day was definitely not a very comfortable thing. Robbie was really a little indecisive now. He didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at Robbie and smiled. Quat, quat, Uncle Robbie, don't worry. I can send you to the Black Soil Wilderness for a while. You can think about it. If you want to stay there, I won't object. If you want to go to the Golden Island, I'll send you there as soon as possible. Quat. Robbie nodded. He really needed to think about this. He couldn't let Robbie and the others stay in the realm for long, so after Zhao Hai talked to Robbie, he sent Robbie and the others to the Black Dirt Wastelands. Robbie and the others were even more certain that Zhao Hai was in a magical and huge space. That was why he could do all this. There weren't many people in the Ixa family, so the Iron Mountain Castle could definitely accommodate them. Once they arrived at the Iron Mountain Castle, Robai and the others were shocked. They really didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful castle in the Black Soil Wilderness that was said to be barren and turbulent. Furthermore, this castle even produced some very popular goods on the continent. Robbie and the others were surprised to see this place, which was now called the most mysterious place by the nobles on the continent, because no one knew where the Buddha family's old nest was. Soon, Robbie fell in love with this place. Most of the people here had the symbol of a slave, but they were no longer slaves. There were orcs here, but these orcs were surprisingly friendly and warm to them. The most important thing was that Robbie saw something in these people. He saw a drive, a desire to live a good life. This kind of drive was rarely seen on the mainland. When Robbie heard Zhao Hai's introduction that the Black Dirt Wilderness had been transformed by him and all the land here could be cultivated, he was really shocked. Robbie was the head of the Ixa family. The Ixa family was a well-known family on the mainland. It was impossible for them not to know about the situation in the Black Earth Wilderness. The Black Earth Wilderness was the largest plain on the continent. Although it was located in the north and only one season of crops could be grown every year, it was undeniable that if things could grow here, it would be the largest granary on the continent. If it wasn't for this, the continent wouldn't have invested so much energy into studying the Black Earth Wilderness. It was because the terrain here was really too good. If things could grow here, it would have a huge impact on the entire continent. What Robbie didn't expect was that Zhao Hai had easily solved a problem that had been researched on by the mainland for so long without any results. He now understood why Zhao Hai didn't say that the root of the Buddha family was on the Island of Gold. The Island of Gold was an important place for maritime trade and could bring huge income to the Buddha family. However, it was far inferior to the Black Soil Wilderness. Sometimes you couldn't buy food even if you had money, but food could be exchanged for money. After Robbie found out that things could grow in the Black Soil Wasteland, he made up his mind almost immediately. He wanted to stay and develop in the Black Soil Wasteland. The Black Soil Wasteland was very large, and it was completely possible to build their own country here. As the Buta family grew stronger and stronger, the construction of the Black Soil Wasteland would also get better and better. With the current status of the Ixa family, they could definitely become the most powerful force in the Black Soil Wasteland in the future. This would be better than developing outside. Robbie believed that it was impossible for the Buta family to keep the existence of the Black Earth Wilderness a secret forever. In the future, when people on the mainland knew about the Black Earth Wilderness, the Ixa family would still be able to appear on the mainland, and they would appear in a very glorious manner. However, Robbie also knew that this would not be easy. After all, the Ixa family had once been famous on the mainland. Many people in the family would not be used to such a pure and desireless life in the Black Dirt Wilderness. Although Robbie was the head of the family, he still had to listen to the opinions of the elders in the family when it came to doing something that would affect the future of the family. He was no longer a dictator. Zhao Hai still hoped that Robbie and the others could stay in the Black Earth Wilderness. Compared to Golden Island, the Black Earth Wilderness needed management talents more. After all, the Ixa family was a famous family on the continent. Although there were not many members of the Ixa family, Zhao Hai knew that the ones who came this time were the elite members of the Ixa family. The Church of Light was using two different methods to deal with the Ixa family. First, they destroyed the Ixa family's ninth-tier powerhouses. Then, they gathered all the elites of the Ixa family and destroyed them together with Zhao Hai. Therefore, although there were not many members of the Ixa family who came with Zhao Hai to the Black Dirt Plains, they were all elite humans. As long as they got used to it, they would be able to become capable managers. This would be very beneficial to the development of the Black Dirt Plains. It was because Zhao Hai had such thoughts that he brought Robbie and the others to the Black Dirt Wastelands. He wanted Robbie to see what the Black Dirt Wastelands was like. He believed that the Black Dirt Wastelands would be attractive to Robbie. Obviously, he had succeeded. Robbie was already tempted. The situation in the Black Soil Wasteland was not as good as the Golden Island, but it had just been built and had endless potential. To Robbie, if the Ixa family really developed in the Black Soil Wasteland, it would be much better than the Golden Island. On the Island of Gold, they had the Buta family's protection, so they didn't have to be afraid of being attacked. However, what could they do? On the Island of Gold, they could only become a business family at most. It was impossible for them to become a famous family on the mainland like before. This was exactly what Robbie could not accept. As a famous family in the Arca's empire, how could he just be a rich man? Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted him to see the potential of the Black Earth Wilderness so that Robbie could be tied to the war chariot of the Buta family. Zhao Hai also asked Robbie what they needed. After all, the environment in Iron Mountain Castle was not as good as before. However, Robbie said that this place was very good. Some daily necessities were prepared, and the food and drinks here were no worse than his family's. It was just that there were fewer people, and the environment was unfamiliar. Zhao Hai didn't ask Robbie if he had brought out all the money from the Ikosa family. If he did, Robbie might think that he wanted to take the Ikosa family's things. After settling the Ixa family, Zhao Hai returned to the territory of the Ixa family. He wanted to check on the situation of Ebel and the others. Ebel's identity might have been exposed, so he couldn't let them stay there. No matter what, Ebel was part of the Kalchai family's power. He couldn't let them be destroyed by others. When he arrived at the territory of the Ixa family, Zhao Hai discovered that his battle with the few level 9 capitals had caused a huge commotion. Sardu City was now under martial law. Zhao Hai looked at the situation with the Ebel family and realized that they had disappeared from Sardu City. It seemed that Ebel had wanted to run away for a long time, but he had been watched by the level 9 experts, so he had not been able to escape. Now that the level 9 experts were dead, he naturally had to run away. Seeing this, Zhao Hai was relieved. He believed that Ebel had already prepared an escape route. That guy was no ordinary person. Since there was nothing to do in the territory of the Ixa family, he immediately went to Sardu City to find Ivan and tell him about what had happened in the Ixa family. He would then ask Ivan to spread the news to the mainland. He wanted all the families on the mainland to know what had happened to the Ixa family. This would be considered an attack on the Church of Light. The Church of Light had indeed gone too far in this matter. Furthermore, the Arca's empire was already completely under their control. Once Zhao Hai announced this matter, the other countries on the continent would definitely be on guard against the Church of Light. They would not dare to be so arrogant in the future. Ivan had not received any news about what had happened at the Ixa family. After all, it had just happened, and the people there had blocked the news, so it was impossible for Ivan to know. Zhao Hai went straight to the mayor's mansion after he returned to Kasar City. Ivan didn't expect Zhao Hai to return so soon, but he knew Zhao Hai had a lot of secrets. He didn't ask and invited Zhao Hai into the house. After they sat down, Zhao Hai told Ivan about the situation with the Aixa family. Ivan was shocked. Although the Aixa family was not a Grand Duke, their family's power was not much weaker than that of the Duchy of Versailles. Now their family had almost been removed from the continent. The Church of Light was really ruthless this time. Zhao Hai didn't ask Ivan to spread the news immediately. He was waiting for Ivan's reaction. He knew that Ivan couldn't let go of his business in Versailles Duchy. The reason he said this was to tell Ivan that if he didn't know what to do, he would end up like the Aikas. Zhao Hai had not given up on the idea of pulling the Versailles family into the Buda family. The Buda family was in desperate need of talents. As their business expanded, they would need more and more talents. The people from the Macadal family were helping to manage the Golden Island. In addition to their original business, they could not spare too many people to help the Buda family. The Buda family did not have many people. Even though the Ikosa family had joined them, one should not forget that they would soon have 100,000 orc slaves joining them. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had ordered 100,000 slaves from the slave market in Carson City. How many people would be needed to manage 200,000 slaves that did not know anything? It was definitely not enough to rely on the slaves who had just learned to write and had just become civilians. They still needed management talents. If the Versailles family could join, he would be able to obtain a large number of talents. However, the Versailles family's situation was even more complicated than the Aixa family's. The Versailles family had already been infiltrated by the Church of Light. Hence, even though Zhao Hai wanted to pull the Versailles family under his banner, he had to be extremely careful. When Ivan mentioned that the Versailles family also had loyal followers of the Church of Light, he didn't mention how he would deal with them. It was obvious that he wasn't prepared to deal with them. Perhaps Ivan wanted to leave himself a way out. If he really couldn't handle it, he might decide to join the Church of Light, and those people would be his guide. Zhao Hai had told Ivan about the situation with the Aixa family because he wanted him to know that the same situation with the Aixa family would most likely happen with the Versailles family. He wanted them to give up on the Church of Light. Ivan's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He did not expect the Church of Light to be so ruthless. If the Church of Light did the same to him, what would happen to the Versailles family? Zhao Hai did not say anything. He just sat there quietly and looked at Ivan. He wanted to see what Ivan would do. The situation was clear now. There would be a conflict between the Buda family and the Church of Light sooner or later. It all depended on the Versailles family's choice. Ivan was silent for a while. He was making a difficult decision in his heart. He knew that if he joined the Buda family, he would have to give up everything in the Versailles Duchy. The Versailles family would become the vassal race of the Buda family, and this was something Ivan could not accept. However, if he turned to the Church of Light, he was afraid that the Church of Light would go back on their word and deal with him. At that time, he would not be able to get any benefits at all. The most important thing was that this matter was not something he could decide alone. Although the power of his family in the Duchy of Versailles had increased a lot after that change, the strength of the elders, union, was still very strong. This matter still had to be decided by the elders, union in the end. Zhao Hai looked at Ivan and knew he wouldn't make a decision in a short time. He didn't ask the Versailles family to spread the news to the continent because he knew that the Versailles family wouldn't spread the news until he made a decision. To be honest, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed with the Versailles family. The Versailles family was too overcautious. They were not even as straightforward as the Aixa family when it came to Zhao Hai. From the very beginning, the Ivanza family had made it clear that they were supporting Zhao Hai. Although the Versailles family had also supported Zhao Hai from the start, they had always wanted to leave themselves a way out. They had always wanted to please both sides, which was almost impossible. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart, but he said in a deep voice, "As uncle has something to deal with, I will not bother you anymore. I will stay nearby these days. If you have something to deal with, you can take a look in Laura's former mansion. As long as you go there, I will know that you have something to deal with. I will come for you for sure. See you." Ivan didn't expect Zhao Hai to leave just like that. He wanted Zhao Hai to stay, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh and send Zhao Hai off. He also knew that Zhao Hai was able to turn the Buda family into one of the few great families on the continent in just over a year. In addition to his fortuitous encounter, Zhao Hai's ability was not to be underestimated. Zhao Hai must have found out what he was thinking, so he left. Ivan was getting impatient. He wanted to help Zhao Hai, but as the head of the family, he couldn't do anything. This was a matter that concerned the whole family, and he couldn't make the decision alone. After Zhao Hai left the mayor's mansion in his carriage, he found a place with no one around and entered the realm. He did not go to the Iron Mountain Fortress. Instead, he stayed in the realm to observe the reaction of the Aixa family and the Versailles family. The Aixa family must have followed the Buda family. At this point, they had no choice but to follow. Their rank 9 powerhouse was dead, and they had formed an irreconcilable feud with the Church of Light. They could not return to the mainland. If they returned to the mainland, the Church of Light would not have to do anything. The nobles in the Arca's empire who were jealous of their family's interests would take their lives. Hence, the matters of the Ixa family were much simpler now. They just had to make a decision whether they wanted to stay in the Black Soil Wasteland or go to the Golden Island. Zhao Hai knew that the Icas would definitely gather to discuss this matter. He wanted to see what the Icas' decision would be. Zhao Hai could almost guess the Versailles family's decision. The power of the elders in the Versailles family was too great. They had no choice but to follow the orders of the elders. It was unlikely that the elders would abandon the Versailles family and join the Buda family. However, Zhao Hai still hoped that they could make a decision that would satisfy him. He was also paying attention to the situation with the Versailles family. Of course, he had to let the people on the continent know that the Ixa family was under house arrest by the Church of Light, so he immediately wrote a letter and sent it to Kunzheng. He asked Kunzheng to pass the letter to Randolph and the Old King. Then, the few families worked together to let the people on the continent know what happened to the Ixa family in the shortest time possible. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the members of the Icas had gathered together to discuss what to do. Green had treated the Icas well. He had even cleaned up an area at the back of the castle. There was no one else there, only the members of the Icas. Robbie had gathered all the influential people in the family in his room. There were 10 people in total. Other than Robbie, even Fernando was not qualified to attend. The people from the Ixa family didn't look surprised. They weren't stupid. Although Zhao Hai didn't tell them what happened in the realm, they had a rough idea. They weren't surprised by Robbie's words because it was completely within their expectations. Robbie looked at everyone's expressions and nodded. They didn't disappoint him. He then said, "Quat Zhao Hai has given us two choices. The first is the Black Soil Wasteland, and the second is the Golden Island. Everyone take a look, Quat." The few of them looked at each other, and one of them said, "Quat Master, can't our family develop in the Black Earth Wilderness and the Golden Island?" Robbie thought for a moment and said, "It should be possible, but we still have to make this decision. You know the current situation of the Ixa family. We need to have a key development direction, and the other one can only be decided by the situation." Quat. Elder who was talking to Robbie said, "What's the difference between these two places? Now that we know the biggest secret of the Buda family, Zhao Hai can't possibly be without any tricks up his sleeve, can he? If that's the case, he wouldn't be worthy of being the head of the family." Robbie nodded and said, "Of course. Everyone has seen the situation in the Black Soil Wilderness. It will be difficult for us to get out once we enter the Black Soil Wilderness. Therefore, he won't send anyone to watch us here. In the future, he will buy a large number of slaves. The Black Soil Wilderness must be developed. If we stay here, we can manage those slaves. If we go to the Golden Island, in order to ensure the safety of the Buda family, we will have to let the undead creatures monitor us." Quat. The few people in the room frowned in embarrassment. This matter was really not easy to decide. The elder who spoke first thought for a long time and finally turned his eyes to Robbie. "Patriarch, what do you think?" The other people in the room also looked at Robbie, wanting to hear his opinion. Robbie said, "What I mean is that our Ixa family should focus our development on the Black Soil Wilderness. There is nothing here in the Black Soil Wilderness, and it is not as prosperous as the mainland, but the land in the Black Soil Wilderness can be cultivated. I think everyone knows better than me how big the area here is. It's not a problem to build a country here in the Black Earth Wilderness. If we help the Buda family to build this country now, have you thought about the changes in the status of our Ixa family when this country really appears on the mainland?" When the elders heard what Robbie said, their eyes lit up. They were all smart people and immediately understood what Robbie meant. Sending charcoal in the snow was much better than adding flowers to a brocade. If the Buda family really established their own country in the future, then the Ixa family, who had followed him from the beginning, would definitely have a high status. The position of an archduke would be easy to get. Robbie looked at everyone and immediately said, "Quat, however, the situation at the Island of Gold is different. Once we're there, all our actions will be monitored. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't want to deal with us, we'll lose our freedom. Furthermore, the Island of Gold is only so big, and we don't have a rank 9 powerhouse in our family. Our development on the Island of Gold will still depend on the Buda family. Although we can make a lot of money, we may only become a business family in the end. That's why I want to place the Ixa family's development focus on the Black Earth Wilderness." The people from the Ixa family all nodded. They were convinced by Robbie. Robbie said, "Quad, our Ixa family is no longer the original Ixa family. If we want to develop again, we can't do without the Buda family. Since we have to rely on the Buda family no matter what, why don't we fight for a big fortune? Why don't we just be a rich man with a peace of mind?" The elder who spoke earlier nodded and said, "Quat, the patriarch is right. I think this might be an opportunity for our Ixa family. All these years, although our Ixa family has been glorious in the Arcas Empire, we have never been able to obtain the title of a duke. We have no way to establish our own duchy, and we are one level lower than the others. Our development in the Arcas Empire has come to an end. It will be as difficult as ascending to the sky if we want to advance further. But this thing has happened. If the Buda family were to really establish their own country in the future, it would be hard for our Ixa family not to develop. so I completely agree with the patriarch's opinion to follow the Buda family and do our best to help them build the Black Soil Wasteland. The other people from the Aixa family also nodded. Robbie felt relieved. The future of the Aixa family had been set. How far they could go would depend on how far the Buda family could develop. Zhao Hai looked at the screen calmly. He was not surprised by the decision of the Aixa family. However, he did not expect that the Aixa family would want to rely on the Buda family. In that case, they would become a vassal race of the Buda family. The most important thing was that Robbie mentioned establishing a country. To be honest, Zhao Hai had never seen himself establishing a country. He just wanted to manage the Black Soil Wasteland better and make it different from the outside world. But building a country, Zhao Hai had never had such thoughts before. He had always treated himself as a small figure with an otaku mentality. He had a little inferiority complex and was very unconfident. Even in his current position, he was still very careful. This was actually a weakness. With his current strength, even if he told the others about the situation in the Black Soil Wilderness, what could the other forces on the continent do to him? As long as he told them about the situation there would be more people on the continent who would join him, and the problem of the Buda family's lack of people could be solved immediately. However, Zhao Hai would rather be careful. He would develop little by little. To put it nicely, he was cautious, but to put it bluntly, he was timid. Sometimes, being too gutsy was not necessarily a good thing. Zhao Hai was at a loss when he heard the Aixa family's words. He did not know how far the Buda family would go in the future. Right now, he only wanted to build the Black Soil Wasteland well. He did not even think about building a kingdom. Zhao Hai also knew that many things had forced him to where he was today. If no one had forced him, he might have been able to live a life with his wife and children after he had the inner space. Laura and the others were sitting next to Zhao Hai. They had heard the conversation between Robbie and the others. To be honest, they had never thought that Zhao Hai would build a country. They knew Zhao Hai's character very well. Zhao Hai was not an ambitious person. Everything he did was just to make the Buda family live a better life. He was not like other people who wanted to conquer the world and become the most powerful person in the world after having such strength. Zhao Hai had never thought about it, and they were very clear about this. Seeing that Zhao Hai had not spoken for a while, Laura could not help but whisper to him, "Big brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and smiled bitterly. "Quad, I'm thinking about what Robbie and the others said. I didn't expect them to want me to build a country. Quad." Laura smiled and said, "Actually, Robbie and the others are right. The Black Soil Wasteland is very large and relatively closed. We can totally build our own country there. Didn't we say it before?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Laura, you should know that I don't have that much ambition. What I said before was just an example. I really don't want to build a country of my own. Really, Quad." Lola smiled bitterly and said, "Quad, I know, but Big Brother Hai, you should think about it now. The reason why the Aixa family is willing to follow us wholeheartedly is because we can see the potential of the Buda family. In their opinion, the Buda family will definitely build a country in the future, and it will become the most powerful country on the continent. That's why they joined us. Big Brother Hai, there will be many more people on the continent who will join us in the future. But if we can't reach their goal, they'll be disappointed in us." Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this. However, Laura was right. Many people were following them because of the potential of the Buda family. If the Buda family didn't show their ambition, these people would be disappointed. No one would want to remain unknown, especially people like the Aixa family, who were originally from a famous family on the continent. They didn't want their family to remain silent forever. They only had one purpose in helping the Buda family. Once the Buda family became rich, they could obtain a higher status than before and return to the continent in glory. Zhao Hai could not help but sigh at the thought of this. He nodded and said, "That's right, it's time to think about this problem. In the future, our Buda family's population will increase more and more. If we only manage it according to the family's model, it's obviously not possible. Building a country is the only way out." Lola nodded. "Quat, but the country we want to build has to be different from other countries. We want to build an ideal country in our hearts. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled. "Yes, you're right. We should build a country of our own. Hee, but this will have to wait. The continent is in troubled times now. To build a country, the investment will be huge. There's nothing in the Black Soil Wasteland now, so we need a lot of things. Quat." Lola nodded and said, "That's right. It's not that easy to build a country. At the very least, Iron Mountain can't produce iron anymore. This is a big problem for us. It seems that we have to think about it carefully." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's right. We need to think about it. There's no rush. I think the people of the Aixa family are prepared for this. Quat." Lola nodded and turned to look at Meljin and Li Jai. "Quat, Meljin, Lies, what do you think?" Meljin and Lies looked at each other. To be honest, she was also very shocked. They did not expect that Zhao Hai and the others were actually discussing how to establish a country. It was really shocking. However, the two of them became excited. They had never thought of building a country. It was a crazy and exciting idea. Meljin said excitedly, "Good, that's great. We must build a country that belongs to us. Hahaha, this is a great idea. Quat, similar to her, Li Jai nodded her head excitedly. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes when he saw them. They had no idea how difficult it was to establish a country. Then Zhao Hai shook his head gently. He knew that it was still too far away to think about this. There were not many people in the Black Earth wilderness. It was impossible to establish a country even if he wanted to. Zhao Hai turned the screen to the Versailles family. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the meeting was not held in their conference room. Instead, it was held in a large living room. Not only were the elders present, but Ryan and the other members of the new generation of the Versailles family were also present. The meeting seemed to have been going on for a while. It was hosted by Iker, and the meeting was very chaotic. The elders were talking among themselves, and Iwan's face was very ugly. It seemed like Zhao Hai wouldn't like the result of their discussion. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and turned to Kai-Er. Kai-Er, what did they just say? Ivan wanted the Versailles family to give up the Duchy of Versailles and follow the Buda family. It would be best if they could establish a new Versailles family on the Island of Gold. However, the elders of the family did not agree. They wanted to make peace with the Church of Light. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows, and Kai-Er continued, Quat, the elders in their family mean that the Versailles family is where they are today because they helped us and fell out with the Church of Light. If they didn't help us in the beginning, the Church of Light might not have targeted them, and the Versailles family would be fine. Quat. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a girl's voice. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the screen and saw that it was Ryan. Ryan stood up and said loudly, Shut up, all of you. How dare you say that? Reconcile with the Church of Light. How to reconcile? Don't you know the power of the Church of Light? If we were to join the Church of Light, the final result would only be that the Versailles family would be annexed by the Church of Light. Is this what you want to see? Are you still members of the Versailles clan? As soon as Ryan finished speaking, one of the elders snorted and said, Ruyan, you have no right to speak here. What? How can you be so sure that the Church of Light will annex our Versailles family? Will it be better if we go to the Island of Gold? When we get to the Golden Island, we'll have to rely on the Buda family's breathing to survive. Why, do you still want to marry Zhao Hai? He's the prince consort of the Luo Sen Empire now. Why would he even think of you? Ryan's face turned livid with anger and he roared, If Guangchu wasn't for Zhao Hai, our Versailles family would have been destroyed by Boric. Now you're even siding with that enemy. You really don't have any backbone. You're not worthy of being a member of the Versailles family. Another elder said in a deep voice, Ruyan, watch your mouth. What do you mean by joining the enemy? How did we make this enemy? It's all because of Zhao Hai. If not for him, we wouldn't have made such an enemy, and the Versailles family wouldn't have ended up in this state. Is it because of Zhao Hai? Ryan snorted coldly. All of you know in your hearts. How did the Versailles family survive the food crisis? You should know in your heart who is the one who is trying to loot during a food crisis. Quad, it's all because of Boric. They wanted to destroy our Versailles family a long time ago. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai and Laura, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for our family to survive. Now, you fools are still holding on to the hope. Do you really think that the Church of Light is helping us? They're just looking for an open excuse to let the spies of the Church of Light enter our Versailles family's internal affairs and control us. Even a fool can see that. And you, the ones who decide the orders of the Versailles family, actually hold such an illusion. How lamentable. Zhao Hai looked at Ryan, who was shouting angrily. He never thought that Ryan would have such a side. What he said was reasonable. It seemed that he had underestimated Ryan. Ryan was not just a pretty flower vase. Laura also exclaimed, I didn't expect Ryan to have such a side. When I saw her in the past, she looked like a fun, noble lady. I didn't expect this. Quat. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at the screen quietly. After Ryan said that, some of the elders jumped out to refute. Anyway, the elders only had one intention, which was to make peace with the Church of Light and never join the Buda family. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could not help but sigh. Quat, looks like it won't end well. The Versailles clan is finished. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Ivan couldn't change the decision of the Council of Elders. The meeting was dismissed. After the elders left, Ryan stayed behind. She looked at the tired Ivan and said, Quat, father, you should know that if we surrender to the Church of Light, our Versailles family will be finished. The Church of Light seems to be very glorious now, and they even control the Arcas Empire. It is precisely because of this that it has raised the vigilance of other countries. The Church of Light will not have such a good life in the future. If we surrender to the Church of Light at this time, there will be no good end. Quat. Ivan sighed, Quat, I know, but it's useless. If the elders are determined to do this, even if the gods Exalt steps in, they won't compromise. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How about this? I'll ask the gods Exalt to bring you guys to the Island of Gold and build another Versailles family. That way, no matter what happens in the Versailles Duchy, the roots of the Versailles family will not be broken. Quat, father, this isn't good, is it? Ryan asked. We're still too young. Even with the Lord Divine Helper at our side, I'm afraid that the Versailles clan will still find it hard to develop. Ivan shook his head. Quat, let's do that. There's nothing more to say. Let's go, Quat. Ryan looked at Ivan impatiently and left. Ivan sat in the living room inside. He stood up slowly and walked out. Zhao Hai stopped looking at the screen. He knew that Ivan must have gone to fight the primordial sword saint. The Versailles family was in a life and death situation. Judging from the elders' expressions, they must have been bribed by the Church of Light. The reason why the Church of Light had not attacked the Versailles family was probably because of the primordial sword saint. No matter what, the primordial sword saint had been famous on the continent for a long time. If the Church of Light had not sent 4 or 5 ninth-rank experts, they would not have been able to do anything to the primordial sword saint. This time, the Church of Light had lost quite a number of grade 9 experts. If they were to lose a few more at the Versailles family's place, they would not be able to control the situation, which was why they had bribed the elders. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "It seems that this is the only way. All right, Heir, pay attention to the Versailles family. When they are ready, tell me. I will go and pick them up. Laura, let's go and meet Uncle Robbie and the others." Laura and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai to the Iron Mountain Fortress. It was already dark, but the Iron Mountain Fortress was still very bright. Because Kai-Er would emit a faint light at night, and the sky had just turned dark, there were still many people playing outside the Iron Mountain Fortress. Zhao Hai and the others went straight to the Aixa family's residence. As it was an old castle, there were not many courtyards. Zhao Hai had only allocated a small area for them to live in. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others slowly walked to the area and were immediately discovered by the people from the Aixa family. One of them immediately led Zhao Hai to Robbie's residence. When Zhao Hai arrived at Robbie's place, Robbie had already received the news. He was waiting for Zhao Hai outside the door. The two exchanged a few words before entering the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Robbie and said, "Uncle Robbie, are you used to living here? What do you need? Just tell Grandpa Grimm." Robbie laughed and said, "I'm used to it. This place is not bad. It's really good." To be honest, if I told others about the situation here, they wouldn't believe it either. It's hard to believe that the Iron Mountain Fortress has become like this. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, you'll get used to it. I'll be very busy for a while. I'm ready to announce your family's misfortune to the world. I'll let everyone on the continent know what the Church of Light is like. Uncle Robbie, you won't object, right?" Robbie shook his head and said through gritted teeth, "No, why would I object? We should let the whole continent know what the Church of Light is." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I won't let the Church of Light have an easy time. You can rest in the Iron Mountain Fortress for a while and familiarize yourself with the situation here. If you want to go to the Golden Island, I'll send someone to send you there immediately after the situation outside has calmed down." Quat. Robai shook his head. "Quat, there's no need, little Hai. We've already discussed it. From today onwards, the Aixa family will be a vassal race of the Buda family. We're willing to stay in the Black Soil Wasteland." Quat. Robbie looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Quat, all right, I'll tell you about it even if you don't tell me. We'll send some people to do business at the Island of Gold and help you manage it. No matter what, the Island of Gold is a chicken that can lay golden eggs." Quat. Zhao Hai laughed out loud and said, "All right, it's decided then. However, you should rest for a few days first before making arrangements. Don't be anxious. By the way, you'll have to be very familiar with the Iron Mountain Castle since you're going to stay here. How about this? I'll talk to Grandpa Green tomorrow and ask him to bring you around the Iron Mountain Castle as much as possible so that you can understand it better." Quat, all right, Roby nodded. Quat, I'll have to trouble you then, Manager Green. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, it's no trouble at all, Uncle Robbie. I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just look for Grandpa Green. Quat. Roby nodded and sent Zhao Hai out. Zhao Hai returned to the origin space as soon as he was outside. He went to the Golden Island to greet Kun Zheng and ask if the letter had been delivered. The Island of Gold was more prosperous now. Many merchant ships were coming in and out of the port. Now, the Island of Gold was building new ports. The tax rate on Golden Island was very low, and some pirates would come here to trade. Those merchants liked to come here. The development strategy that Zhao Hai and the others had set at the beginning was correct. A free trade port was indeed very popular. Kun was currently reviewing documents. Although he had the help of the magicians, he still had a lot of things to do every day. He was still short of people on Golden Island. Zhao Hai did not stand on ceremony as he pushed the door open and walked in. When Kun Zheng saw that it was Zhao Hai, he immediately put down his brush and laughed at Zhao Hai. Quat, little Hai, you're finally back. It's good that you're a hands-off boss. You really don't care about anything. Are you trying to make my old bones fall apart? Zhao Hai laughed. An able man does more work. Besides, you're not old now. Laura has a lot of things to deal with every day. I have even more to deal with. Quat. Kun Zheng scoffed. Quat, don't try to lie to me. What can happen to you guys now? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Can't you get me more people now? Golden Island is seriously short of manpower. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, soon. Someone will be here soon. I think you know what happened to the Aixa family. After a while they will send some people to the island. You can relax a little. Quat. Kun Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. Quat, that's good. I've been so tired these days. You don't know, but there are more than 5,000 storefronts on Golden Island now. Just dealing with these storefronts is enough to keep me busy. Not to mention the road construction and the port construction. All these things added together can really tire me to death. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and did not reply. He only said, Grandpa Kunzhang, did you send the letter I gave you to the Karsai family? This matter must be spread to the continent as soon as possible. Kunzhang nodded and said, I've already sent it to the Karsai family. You don't have to worry. This time the Church of Light is seeking its own destruction. This matter is enough to make all the royal family and great nobles on the continent feel disgusted with them. Their glory has come to an end. Quat. Zhao Hai snorted and said, not necessarily. Now they control the Arcas Empire, which is a country. In the future, the Church of Light can preach in the Arcas Empire without any worries. This is not a bad thing for them. They might even be able to completely control the nobles and civilians of the Arcas Empire. By then, a group of brainwashed lunatics will do anything. Quat. Kunzhang nodded and said, that's right. I really didn't think that the Arcas Empire would be controlled by the Church of Light. The Church of Light's means are really high. I think if we didn't exterminate the manhwaedit family in one go, they might have fallen into the hands of the Church of Light in the end. Quat. Zhao Hai sighed. Quat, the Church of Light uses religious brainwashing to slowly control those people. At first, people thought that they were harmless. By the time they realized they were dangerous, it was already too late. Quat. Kunzhang nodded his head and said, how's the situation in the Versailles Duchy? What about the beasts? When do we attack? Zhao Hai shook his head. Quat, the elders of the Versailles family seem to have been bribed. They have decided not to join our Buddha family. There is no news from the beastmen, but I don't think they will wait too long. After all, there is not much food left in the beastmen plains. Quat. Kunzhang nodded and said, didn't you say that you wanted to recruit some people from the Versailles Duchy? Will this method work? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it will be very difficult. The Arcas Empire is now under the control of the Church of Light. I suspect that the Duchy of Versailles is also under the surveillance of the Church of Light. If that is the case, we will be discovered if we try to pull people from there. I think we should forget about it. Quat, then what should we do? Kunzhang frowned. Right now, both the Golden Island and the Black Earth Wasteland need people. If we miss this opportunity, where are we going to get people? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, Grandpa Kunzhang, don't forget that the war is coming soon. Once the war starts, besides a large number of dead people, there will be a large number of slaves. The price of these slaves won't be too expensive because they have not been trained. We can totally buy them, including those who died. I can also turn them into undead creatures and let them work in the black soil wilderness under the command of others. This way we can save a lot of manpower. Quat. Kunzhang sighed. Quat, it seems like this is the only way now. You've ordered 100,000 slaves previously, but the situation on the mainland is so tense now. I don't think that slave trader will be here to deliver the slaves so soon. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, there's no need to be so anxious. After the war is over, Brother Wares will send me 100,000 slaves. I can also exchange for some half-orc slaves with the other beastmen. With these slaves, I think we won't have a problem finding more people in the Black Dirt Wastelands. Quat. Kunzhang nodded. Quat, I hope so. By the way, Little Hai, a slave missed someone 2 days ago and came to find me. He wants to set up a shop on the island. What do you think? Kunzhang knew that Zhao Hai did not have a good impression of slave traders, which was why he asked that question. Zhao Hai thought about it and said, Quat, let's agree. Even if they don't open a shop here, they'll still buy slaves. Let them open a shop here. It'll be much easier for us to buy slaves in the future. Quat, all right, I'll approve it then. What's your next step? Kunzhang nodded. Are you going to stay at home, or are you going to the Versailles Duchy to take a look? Zhao Hai said, Quat, there's not much to do at home now, so I don't have to take care of it. However, I have to pay attention to the Duchy of Versailles. The Versailles family has already prepared to let their god's consecrator lead some of the young elites of the family to the Island of Gold. I want to bring them here. At the same time, I want to see what will happen in the Duchy of Versailles and understand the methods of the Church of Light. The Church of Light is our biggest enemy. We have to be careful. Kunzhang nodded as he agreed with Zhao Hai's decision. However, he furrowed his brows and said, I think it's better for you to stay in the origin space and monitor the situation. Don't go to Versailles Duchy. You shouldn't participate in the war between the humans and the orcs. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to do business with the orcs in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, not only will I not help the humans, but I also want to help the orcs. Now that the Arcas Empire is under the control of the Church of Light, the Church of Light will not let their territory be destroyed by the orcs. They will definitely take action. I don't want the orcs to suffer too many losses. The orcs are very vengeful. If their losses are too great, I'm afraid they will start a war every year. I can't let the Church of Light have too much glory. Quat. Kunzhang furrowed his brows and sighed. He did not say anything. To be honest, as a native of the Arc continent, Kunzhang did not agree with Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai's actions were equivalent to helping a foreign race to fight against his own race. He did not agree with it. However, he had to admit that the Buddha family's biggest enemy was the Church of Light, and Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the orcs. Considering the Buddha family's future, it was understandable that Zhao Hai would help the orcs. Zhao Hai knew what Kun Zheng was thinking, but in Zhao Hai's eyes the orcs were much cuter than the humans. This was not Earth, and Zhao Hai did not care about his race. In their hearts, his true race was the China on Earth. The humans on the Ark continent were just an intelligent race in their eyes, so he did not feel any pressure helping the orcs deal with the humans. Zhao Hai did not continue the topic. He turned to Kun Zheng and said, "Quat Grandpa Kun Zheng, after the Karsai family and the Rasen Empire spread the news about the Ixa family, you should also immediately use the Macadal family to spread this news. You must let those people on the continent know in the shortest time possible." Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely handle this matter well. By the way, Little Hai, are you going to look for some people from Sheila's family? The Sheila family is the largest hotel chain in the entire continent. Their information network has spread all over the continent. Even if they might be suppressed by the Church of Light now, their family is low profile and deep. They should be fine. If you ask them to help you spread the news, you'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort." Quad. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded. "Quad, all right, I'll go look for Sheila Hotel now." Quad. Now there was a Sheila Hotel on Golden Island. Moreover, this hotel was the tallest building on the entire Golden Island. It was also the best hotel. Of course, their business was also extremely good now. Most importantly, Zhao Hai even knew the person in charge of this hotel. It was Wan Hao, the person in charge of the Sheila Hotel in Tianshui City. Ever since the opening of the Island of Gold, he had come to the Island of Gold and became the person in charge of the Sheila Hotel. Zhao Hai had never stopped his business with the Sheila Hotel all these years. They had hot, spicy diced fish, vegetables, and milk wine. These had all become the signature dishes of the Sheila Hotel, which was why the hotel was so supportive of Zhao Hai. Although the Church of Light was currently suppressing the Sheila Hotel, it did not affect the hotel much. Over the years, the hotel had done business with many large families and the royal family on the mainland. They used money and benefits to weave a large net, so they were not afraid of the Church of Light's attack at all. The Sheila family was also very good at doing business. In terms of doing business, they were much better than the Magedal family. The reason why the Magedal family could develop so quickly was because they used a method to deal with their mother's curse. They had a marriage alliance with some business families, and then through cooperation, they controlled that family. In the end, they killed some of the family's heirs, and that family's assets naturally belonged to the Magedal family. The Magedal family was a nouveau rich who had gotten rich through unscrupulous means. Compared to the background of the Sheila family, they were far inferior. It was also because of this characteristic that Zhao Hai could destroy the magician's family in one fell swoop, but he could not destroy the Shelley family in one fell swoop. After so many years of development, no one knew how many members were there in Sheila's family. How many experts did they have? No one knew either. They only knew that many people on the continent had received favors from the Sheila family. If someone really wanted to deal with the Sheila family would be able to hire countless experts to deal with their enemies. The reason for this was because of a rule in Sheila's family. No matter who entered Sheila's hotel, they had to ensure the safety of that person. They would no longer care if that person left the hotel. If this person was just an ordinary person, then it would be fine, as he wouldn't be of much help. But what if this person was an expert? What if this person became a character later on? He wanted to repay the debt of gratitude he owed to the Sheila Hotel. This way, the hotel would naturally have many more people who could help them. In addition, the Sheila family was very good at conducting themselves. Even if those people wanted to repay the debt of gratitude, they would not agree. On the contrary, they would use their own power to cooperate with those people and make them more powerful. In this way, although their family seemed to only have that much power on the surface, no one could really say for sure how big of a background they had. There was another reason why the Sheila family had not fallen for so many years. They were very low-key in their actions and usually did not get involved in any fights. Therefore, they had almost no enemies. They had friends everywhere, so no one would make things difficult for them. Zhao Hai arrived at Sheila's hotel in a horse carriage. Although it was already night, the hotel was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. It had almost become a landmark building on Golden Island. The carriage that Zhao Hai was riding in was the one used on the island for business. It was not very luxurious and was not as good as the carriages of the other businessmen on the island. Zhao Hai got out of the car in front of the hotel, followed by Shunyi. Su Wenying stayed at the naval base, and Laura and the others didn't come with him. When he arrived, he found that there were a lot of people in the lobby. They were standing there in twos and threes and chatting. After the waiter invited Zhao Hai in, he immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, do you want to book a room or have a meal? I'm here to see Wan Hao's manager." "Is he here?" Zhao Hai shook his head. The shop assistant was taken aback. Wanhao was considered to be one of the influential families on the island. The Sheila family and the Buddha family had a very good relationship, and the island took great care of their family. Many businessmen wanted to ask Wanhao to help them speak a few words to Zhao Hai and improve their relationship with him. However, Wanhao was a man of principle. He didn't want to help those businessmen, so during this period of time, he usually closed his door and refused all customers. Ordinary people couldn't see him at all, and if they wanted to see him, they had to make an appointment. That staff member didn't know Zhao Hai, so when he heard that he wanted to see Wanhao, he was stunned for a moment. That was because everyone in the hotel knew that if they wanted to see Wanhao, they had to go to the CEO secretariat to make an appointment. It was useless to directly tell the waiters. However, the shop assistant immediately reacted and said, "Quat, sir, the manager is very busy. If you want to see the manager, you have to make an appointment with the secretary. Without an appointment, it's very difficult to see the manager." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's right, he's so busy. It's okay, just tell him that Zhao Hai wants to see him. I think he'll definitely come to see me." Quat. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, not only the staff, but the entire lobby of Sheila's hotel fell silent. If there was anyone on the island of gold who didn't know who the king of the Rasen Empire was, it would be a secret. However, it was impossible for anyone to not know who Zhao Hai was. Hence, everyone in the store knew who Zhao Hai was. When they heard his name, they all looked at him in awe. The waiter was even more excited. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll get the manager right away." Then he ran into the house. After the waiter ran away, the people in the hall started buzzing. Some people wanted to come over and clean up with Zhao Hai, but they were afraid of being impolite, so they all gathered around Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and bowed slightly. "Quat, everyone, please continue with your work. I have something to discuss with Wanhao store manager today. I'll treat everyone to a meal on that day." Quat. The nobles hurriedly returned the greeting, not even daring to do so. At this moment, Wanhao had already walked out of the house. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to him. "Lord Marquis has arrived. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you." Zhao Hai laughed out loud and said, "I say, big brother Wanhao, you're too polite. With our relationship, is there a need to go through all this nonsense? Let's go, treat me to a cup of kia, I'm drunk." "All right, please," Wanhao smiled. Then Zhao Hai walked into the house. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the house, a noble beside him said to his companion, "This is Zhao Hai Buddha, the patriarch of the Buddha family. It didn't look like it. I heard that he's a god of death. Why is he so easygoing?" His friend laughed and said, "You don't know about this, right? I've heard that Zhao Hai's family is very special. He's only cruel to his enemies, but he's very kind to his friends. Look at Wanhao, he's just a branch manager of Sheila Hotel." It's only because he knew Marquis Zhao Hai in the past that Marquis Zhao Hai was so polite to him. Quat. The noble nodded and said with regret, "Quat, why didn't I get to know Marquis Zhao Hai before he became rich? Otherwise, I would have become rich now." Quat. Zhao Hai and Wanhao entered Wanhao's private living room. Although this hotel had just been built not long ago, the decorations in the living room were still very luxurious, even better than the one in Tianshui City. After the two of them sat down, Wanhao looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "Little Hai, how come you have time to come here today? Is there something wrong?" "There's something I need your Sheila family's help with," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Wanhao laughed and said, "Don't be so polite. If there's anything, just say it. Why are you being so polite with us? Tell us what's the matter." "Hee hee, you'll know when you see it," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took out a stack of papers and passed them to Wanhao. This stack of papers was for the Aixa family. The records were very detailed, and it was something that Zhao Hai had prepared long ago. Wanhao took the stack of papers and read through it carefully. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. Wanhao was a smart person. Furthermore, he had grown up in a large family like the Sheila family since he was young. He was extremely familiar with this kind of struggle. However, what the Church of Light had done this time was indeed a little too much. Although the stack of papers only mentioned the matter of the Aixa family, Wanhao had already guessed that there must be a problem with the Arca's empire. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. If that was the case, then the problem would be even bigger. After a long while, Wanhao put down the stack of papers and looked up at Zhao Hai, saying, "Is this true? What's the reaction from the Arca's empire?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Of course it's true. I've already asked the people of the Aixa family to come out and arranged for them to be sent to a very safe place. The Arca's empire has no response. Not only that, but they are also making arrangements to deal with the Versailles family. They have bribed some of the elders of the Versailles family so that the Versailles family cannot cooperate with our Buddha family. So, I suspect that the Arca's empire is now under the control of the Church of Light." Quat. Zhao Hai's analysis was the same as Wanhao's. Hence, Wanhao nodded in agreement. "Then what do you mean?" Wanhao looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The Church of Light is too arrogant now. They even dare to control a large empire so openly. Who knows what they will do in the future? I have already given this information to my father-in-law. In a few days, they will spread this news to the entire continent. when the time comes, the Magical family will help to spread the news. I hope that when the time comes, the Sheila family will also help to spread the news and let the entire continent know what the Church of Light is. Quat. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Wan Hao's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai with a profound look and said, "Okay, little Hai, help us with this." The reason why Wan Hao had agreed so quickly was because the Church of Light had also been suppressing the Sheila family recently. Although the Sheila family had managed to withstand the attacks and were not afraid of the Church of Light, they could not do anything to the Church of Light. They could not deal with the Church of Light like how they dealt with Duke Ryan. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quad, all right, it's settled then. You guys should get ready and send out the news immediately. I'll get Grandpa Kun Zheng to inform you when we're going to take action." Quat. Wan Hao nodded and said, "All right, it's settled then. Oh right, why don't you stay for a drink? How is it?" NBSB. Zhao Hai shook his head. "Quat, no need. I still have something to do today and have to go back to deal with it. I'll also be leaving the Golden Island soon, so you don't have to be so polite with me." Quat. Wan Hao nodded. "Quat, all right, I won't stop you if you have something to do. The next time you come back, you must come here and have a drink or two." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile, turned around and left. Wan Hao sent Zhao Hai to the carriage before returning to the hotel. After entering the hotel and greeting some of his regular customers, Wan Hao returned to his room and wrote the matter with the Aixa family and Zhao Hai's request into a long letter. Then he immediately sent someone to monitor the progress of the letter day and night to deliver it to the headquarters of the Sheila family. He wanted to know the family's response to this matter. Wan Hao had already promised Zhao Hai that he would help, so he wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, Wan Hao still had the power to do so. However, he still had to let his family know about this matter. As for how his family would ask him to do this in the end, that was still up for discussion. The Sheila family and the Buddha family were allies, so they would definitely help with this small matter. However, there were many ways to help, and the problem was how to help. Zhao Hai returned to the naval base and followed Law to bring them back to the origin space to rest. There was no new news from the Versailles family, so Ryan and the others were not ready. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want to have more contact with Ryan. First, it was because of the past. He felt that it would be very awkward for them to meet. Second, he realized that Ryan seemed to be interested in him, and he didn't want to get into any more love affairs. The next day, Zhao Hai was still quietly paying attention to the situation in the Avancer Duchy. At the same time, he would pay attention to the situation in the Orc Prairies from time to time. The Orc Prairies were doing their best to prepare. This time, they did not attack the humans because they had nothing to prepare for. Instead, they had to take action because of the food shortage. They did not have much time to store food. There was only one way, and that was to advance with the coiled sheep. The speed of the coiled sheep wasn't very fast, which would affect the marching speed of the orcs. Moreover, the coiled sheep would get sick after entering the human territory. Therefore, the orcs usually brought food with them when they went to war, but it was a pity that they did not have the time to prepare food or wait. They could only set off with the coiling sheep. This was how the orcs fought. Each race would prepare their own food and weapons, and then everyone would gather together. In the end, they would split the spoils of war according to their contributions. For this reason, the orcs didn't hate war, and they were very brave in battle. Of course, if the losses were too great, they wouldn't do it. After all, a race with too much losses could be annexed. The beastmen were almost ready. Zhao Hai believed that in less than a month, the army of the beastmen would arrive outside the Duke of Versailles. The war was about to begin. He also took a look at Adai and the others. Fortunately, Adai and the others were living a good life there. The orcs all knew that this shop had a good relationship with the Wolf Clan, Bear Clan, Dog Head Clan, and Ox Head Clan, so no one would go there to cause trouble. Moreover, Adai and the others were very popular because of the breadfruit. Since they were going to fight, the other tribes could only bring the coiled sheep as food. The coiled sheep were very convenient and could follow them. As for the werewolves, bears, dog-headed people, and ox-headed people, they brought breadfruit as their food. Breadfruit was more convenient. They could be eaten as soon as they opened it without even starting a fire. It was the first time the other races of the orc race had seen such food, and they were very envious. When they heard that they could buy it from the Red Spider Lily shop, the orcs naturally did not hold back, especially the few great battle races. They immediately bought it from the Red Spider Lily shop. Among them was the Tiger Clan that Adai had contacted before. There were many branches of the Tiger Clan. The one Adai had contact with before was one of the branches of the Tiger Clan, the Inner Tiger Clan. The Inner Tiger tribe was not the largest tribe among the tiger tribes, but they were recognized as the most beautiful tiger tribe. They also had tiger-like stripes on their faces, and the stripes of the Inner Tiger tribe were the most well-organized and beautiful among all the tiger tribes. Don't look down on them just because the Lihu tribe leader is beautiful. Their fighting strength is not weak at all. In a powerful battle tribe like the tiger tribe, they can be ranked in the middle. Because Adai had been in contact with the Lihu tribe before, this time the Lihu tribe immediately attacked Adai for only one purpose, breadfruit. Breadfruit was very important to the fighting orcs as it was easy to store and eat. Most importantly, with breadfruit, they could save on the coiled sheep, which was a great asset to the orcs. The reason why the orcs didn't bring bamboo rice with them was that it was too inconvenient to transport and store. Most importantly, the orcs had a lot of food. If they used bamboo rice, they would have to bring many walks, which would slow down their movement. Breadfruit, on the other hand, could not be eaten. It could be eaten as soon as it was opened, and it would grow very big. One breadfruit was enough for one orc. For a race like the Wolf Clan, which had a relatively small appetite, one breadfruit could even be eaten by 2 people. It was also more convenient to carry it around. Therefore, in the eyes of the orcs, breadfruit was really a rare war food for them. Adai didn't hold back. Zhao Hai had told him that this was a chance to make the breadfruit business famous. However, he didn't plan to buy too many breadfruits for the orcs. If the orcs asked, he would say that he didn't have any more. Zhao Hai had only given Adai 300 million pounds of breadfruit. 300 million pounds of breadfruit seemed like a lot, but it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for the entire orc race. Adai was also smart. He immediately asked the Black Bear tribe to come forward and tell the other beastmen that he only had 300 million pounds of breadfruit in his hands. Their tribe could split however much they wanted. The human-beast hybrids didn't make things difficult for Adai. Even though the human-beast hybrids were usually at odds with each other, they were very united when it came to fighting against the outside world. Several great battle clans came forward and divided the breadfruit equally between the two of them. In the end, they found out that the Wolfman tribe had the most breadfruit, so they asked the Wolfman tribe to take out their breadfruit and split it among everyone. They had to exchange it with the lamb. The werewolves agreed to this exchange. They used gold and silver to buy breadfruit, but now they were exchanging it for a plate of lamb. It was a good deal. If they used gold and silver to exchange for a plate of lamb with other orcs, they would be regarded as idiots. Therefore, the werewolves agreed without thinking. They left enough breadfruit for their tribe and used the rest to exchange for the plate of lamb. Werewolves were not rich. Now that they had found such a good opportunity, they would not let it go. They were extremely regretful now. They regretted that they had ordered 1 billion caddies of breadfruit from Zhao Hai. In the end, when they heard that there was going to war, they had only left 300 million caddies. If they had kept the 1 billion caddies, they would have become rich. However, it was too late to regret now. They had also earned a small sum of money, but the one who gained the most was Adai. Not only did he officially contact the Lihu clan, but he also promoted the breadfruit, a new food. In the future, breadfruit would be very popular with the orcs. Zhao Hai noticed the situation as well. Although he still had tens of thousands of breadfruits in his origin space, he didn't plan to take them out now. If he took them out now, the orcs wouldn't attack the humans at all. Zhao Hai needed the orcs for this war. It was not that Zhao Hai hated them, but he did not want to clean up the mess of the Church of Light. This matter was caused by the Church of Light. Although the war would cause the deaths of many civilians, those people could blame it on the Church of Light. It had nothing to do with him. He was the enemy of the Church of Light. Moreover, he was not a saint, so he would not help the Church of Light. The beginning of this war was still very good for him. There was nothing much to pay attention to with the orcs. Zhao Hai began to pay attention to the Versailles duchy. Now, he was not only paying attention to the Versailles family, but also the other people in the duchy. He wanted to see if the Church of Light had planted spies in the duchy of Versailles, as he had imagined. Now that the realm's functions were extremely powerful, Zhao Hai had collected many maps of the continent. At the very least, he had a complete map of the Versailles duchy. Hence, it was very easy for Zhao Hai to monitor the Versailles duchy. After 2 days of surveillance, Zhao Hai did find some people from the Church of Light. These people were all experts. Of course, they were not level 9 experts. Level 9 experts were not common. The Church of Light had trained many of them over the years, but they could not be sent out so easily. This time, the people sent by the Church of Light were all level 8 experts, with some level 7 and level 6 experts. There were quite a number of them, about 2,000 of them, and among them there were about 500 level 8 experts. From this, one could see the strength of the Church of Light. Other than these people, Zhao Hai also noticed that the families around the Duchy of Versailles had their own troops. If anything happened to the Duchy of Versailles, they could enter the duchy immediately. Zhao Hai immediately understood the situation. The Arcas Empire had no intention of letting the Versailles family off. They wanted to use the orcs to wipe the Versailles family off the continent. Zhao Hai's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was mocking the elders of the Versailles dukedom. They were willing to sacrifice the entire Versailles family for a small benefit. Fortunately, there were 2 smart people in the Versailles family. At least Ivan and Ryan's decision was correct. Zhao Hai also knew that the elders were not doing this for the sake of their own interests. They were doing this for the good of the Versailles family. However, they did not understand the Church of Light very well, which was why they had made such a mistake. The elders of the Versailles family might have selfish motives, but they were no fools. They knew that they were chosen because of the Versailles family. They only had everything they had today because of the Versailles family. If the Versailles family were to disappear, they would be nothing. The reason why the elders were against the Versailles family giving up everything to go to the Island of Gold was not only because they had received benefits and promises from the Church of Light, but also because they were afraid of losing everything they had now. Once the Versailles family went to the Island of Gold, it would mean that they had entered the territory of the Buda family. After all, the territory of the Buda family was not the territory of the Versailles family. They could not be as casual as they were in the Versailles Duchy. For this reason, they had to desperately oppose the Versailles family going to the Island of Gold. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they still hoped that the Versailles family could stay in the Versailles Duchy. 2 days later, Zhao Hai saw that Ryan and the rest were ready. Zhao Hai immediately went to the Versailles Duchy from the origin space. Many civilians had left the duchy, and they had no choice but to leave. The food supply in the Duchy of Versailles was also facing problems. If they did not leave, they would starve to death. However, these commoners did not have any resentment towards the Versailles family. The Versailles family treated the commoners quite well. The prices of goods in the Duchy of Versailles had always been low, and the taxes were not very high either. There were very few cases of bullying the commoners. The prices of the schools here were not very high either. Many children of the commoners could attend school. The commoners were still very supportive of the Duchy of Versailles. Although the civilians did not know much about the higher-ups, they knew that the Arcas Empire seemed to have given up on the Duchy of Versailles, which made the civilians even more dissatisfied. Because of Zhao Hai's propaganda, the people of the Arcas Empire knew that the orcs had attacked the humans because of the Church of Light. Now that the orcs had arrived, the Arcas Empire did not send any reinforcements to the Vancil Duchy. This made the civilians very dissatisfied with the Arcas Empire. Then, news came from the Duchy of Versailles. It was said that the people of the Church of Light had become guests of honor in the capital of the Arcas Empire. All the nobles were respectful to them, and even the king was very polite to them. This news was like a fuse, causing the civilians of the Versailles Duchy to hate the Arcas Empire's royal family. The Church of Light was the one who lured the orcs to attack them, but the royal family did not deal with them. Instead, they invited them to sit as guests and did not even send them any reinforcements. This made the civilians feel like they had been abandoned. However, the Versailles family also began to take action at this time. They sent out people from their family to organize the evacuation of the civilians, because the Versailles Duchy was about to become a battlefield. At first, the civilians did not want to leave. However, the Versailles family persuaded them to leave. They knew that they no longer had the ability to guarantee the safety of these civilians. If they could not even guarantee the safety of their own family, how could they guarantee the safety of these civilians? The civilians also understood that they wouldn't be of much help even if they stayed. Those who had friends and family in other places went there to seek refuge with them, while those who didn't have any left the Versailles Duchy. Hence, when Zhao Hai came to Kassar City again, there were not many people left. Many people had left. Zhao Hai did not think too much about it. He immediately got on a carriage and went to the Duke's mansion. The departure of the civilians was within Zhao Hai's expectations. He had also paid attention to the whereabouts of the civilians. After the civilians left, the Church of Light did not make things difficult for them. The Church of Light might also know that they had been too flamboyant during this period of time. If they were to attack the civilians now, they would not be welcomed by the civilians of the entire Arcas Empire. Seeing that the civilians were safe, Zhao Hai was relieved. Although he wanted to bring them to the Black Wasteland, he knew that it was too unrealistic. Zhao Hai's carriage entered the courtyard from the back door of the Duke's mansion. Ivan was already waiting there. She was slowly getting used to Zhao Hai's unpredictable appearance. He had sent people to Cass City to look for Zhao Hai, but the result was that Zhao Hai wasn't in the city. However, Zhao Hai would always come to Grand Duke City in a carriage the first time, but the people at the gate said they didn't see a carriage like that. Ivan was confused, but he couldn't do anything. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's appearance was always timely. He would appear at the slightest sign of trouble. Just like this time, they had just finished their preparations. Before he could inform Zhao Hai as he had instructed, he had already appeared in the Duke's residence. Ivan invited Zhao Hai to the living room and said, "Little Hai, since you've come this time, I think you should know that we've prepared everything here, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I already know that you are all prepared. I also have to tell you that there are 2,000 experts from the Church of Light in the Versailles Duchy. 500 of them are level 8 experts. There are also many troops in the territories of the families around the Versailles Duchy. These troops have already gathered in large numbers. They are waiting for the Vancier family to be destroyed before they come to take over the Versailles Duchy." Ivan laughed at himself. "Quad, I knew it. Those bastards won't let us go. It's a pity that those people in the family still have hope, but fortunately the priest agreed with me. He will take Ryan and the others with you. You will have to take care of Ryan and the others in the future. Quat, don't worry, I'll take care of them. If there's a chance in the future, I'll restore the Versailles family's status." Ivan heaved a sigh of relief. "Quat, that will depend on them. If they are worth your help, then help them." If they are not, then just let them live their lives peacefully. Quat. Quat, Uncle Ivan, come with us, Zhao Hai said. Quat, with you here, I believe the Vancier family will return to its former glory. Quat. Ivan shook his head. Quat, no, anyone can leave but me. I'm the head of the Versailles family. If I leave, the entire family will be finished. I'd rather die in battle than leave. Quat. Zhao Hai sighed. He knew that there was no point in trying to persuade her. Zhao Hai understood that Ivan was a prideful person. He wouldn't say anything if Ivan didn't leave. All he could do now was to take care of Ruyan and the others. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else, so Ivan turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Zhao Hai looked at Ivan and sighed. He could guess what Ivan wanted, but it was a difficult request. Ivan saw Zhao Hai's frown and didn't agree immediately. He sighed and continued, Little Hai, this is Uncle's last request. You have to agree. This is Uncle's last request. Zhao Hai knew that Ivan would not survive this. Even if he did not die at the hands of the orcs, he would die at the hands of the Church of Light. The people of the Church of Light knew about his relationship with Ivan. The Church of Light might spare some insignificant people in the Versailles family, but they would never spare Ivan. Firstly, Ivan was close to Zhao Hai. Secondly, Ivan was the head of the Versailles family and disliked the Church of Light. It would be extremely disadvantageous for the Church of Light to control the Versailles family. Zhao Hai sighed, but he still turned to Ivan and said, Uncle, go ahead, I'm listening. Ivan looked at Zhao Hai and said, You should be able to guess that my request is for you to marry Ryan. Little Hai, I'm not asking you to marry Ryan for his sake, but for the sake of the entire Versailles family. After this incident, the Versailles family will decline. Those people are too young, and if you don't have an identity, you won't be able to control them. I will pass the position of patriarch to Ryan. As long as you marry Ryan, those people will listen to you. I believe that under your leadership, you will be able to control them. The Versailles clan will recover. Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He knew it would be like this. He knew it would be like this when Ivan said he had something to ask of him. He was engaged to Ryan, but when the Buta family fell, Ryan broke the engagement. With Ryan's reputation, Zhao Hai had no reason to marry him. Now his status was on a completely different level from Ryan's. However, Zhao Hai had to consider Ivan's request. Ivan was already determined to die, so he was doomed to die. Ivan had helped him before, and the Buta family had a good relationship with Ivan. Zhao Hai had to consider Ivan's request. Ivan looked at Zhao Hai and thought that Zhao Hai was not going to agree. He was a little worried. He was not lying. In fact, he wanted Zhao Hai to marry Ruyan so that they could be connected by marriage. No matter what would happen after the two were married, as long as they had this relationship, the people on the continent would have to show some respect to the Versailles family. It was just as he had said. Although the people who went with Ryan were elites, they were too young and impetuous. In addition, the Versailles family was in such a crisis that people were in a state of panic. Even if he passed the position of the head of the family to Ryan, Ryan's reputation was not enough to suppress these people. However, if it was Zhao Hai, it would be a different story. What was Zhao Hai's identity? The master of the Buta family, the son-in-law of the Karsai family, the prince consort of the Rossan Empire, the master of the Island of Gold, and one of the most powerful masters on the continent. With these identities, he would definitely be able to control the situation. As long as he could tie those people together, the Versailles family would still have hope. Actually, there was another person who could do what Zhao Hai had done, and that was the Chaos Origin Sword Saint. He was a 9th-tier powerhouse. As long as he appeared, those people would definitely behave themselves. However, the Primordial Sword Saint did not care much about these things. His status did not allow him to care about these things. In fact, Ivan was a little worried. The Primordial Sword Saint was not young anymore. No one knew how long he could live. If he died and the Versailles family did not have another 9th-rank expert, the Versailles family would be finished. They would never be able to rise again. Things would be different if Ryan married Zhao Hai. The Buta family had more than one level 9 expert. Everyone on the continent knew that the Buta family had not fallen. Even if the Chaotic Origin Sword Saint died, the Versailles family would not be afraid of anything with the Buta family as their backer. Zhao Hai thought for a while. When Ivan was about to say something, Zhao Hai finally said, Quat, Uncle Ivan, I can't agree to this immediately. You know that I've already divorced. I need to discuss this with Laura and Grandpa Green. Like you said, I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing the entire Buta family. Ivan was a little disappointed by Zhao Hai's words, but he knew that he couldn't push Zhao Hai any further. If he did, the Versailles family would be finished. Ivan nodded. Quat, okay, take your time. Ryan and the others are ready. You can take them away at any time. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, Quat, I can do it now. In fact, I have a spatial magic preparation that can send them to the Island of Gold in the shortest time possible. This is also why you can't find me in Kassar City, but I can appear in Kassar City at any time. Quat. Ivan nodded. He had already guessed it, but now he had confirmed it. He said in a deep voice, Quat, when we reach the Island of Gold, you have to take care of them. I have already given most of the Versailles family's funds to Ryan, hoping that they will have a better life. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and stood up without saying anything. Ivan followed him and the two of them walked out of the mansion. Soon, they arrived at a relatively isolated courtyard. It was located in the back of the mansion and was very remote. However, it was heavily guarded. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Ruyan. Ruyan was standing in the courtyard, looking in the direction of the city wall. Zhao Hai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw a trace of sadness in Ruyan's eyes. Upon hearing the footsteps, Ryan turned around immediately. Seeing Ivan and Zhao Hai walking toward him, Ryan's eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness. Ivan was her father. She used to look down on him and think that he was useless. However, he took advantage of an opportunity and became the head of the family. Even when she was at her lowest, he never gave up on her. Now, he even entrusted her with an important task. Zhao Hai, the hedonistic son of a rich family who had changed his name, was one of the people she looked down on the most. That was why she had to break off the engagement back then. In order to break off the engagement, she had even used her own reputation as a bet. In the end, she had succeeded, but Zhao Hai had now become the most powerful family head on the continent. Each of his wives was more beautiful than the last, and each of them had a higher status than the last. Ryan had completely lost confidence in her judgment of people, but she believed that her choice this time was not wrong. The Versailles family could only survive by cooperating with the Buddha family. Relying on the Church of Light would not have a good result. Ruyan also walked up and bowed to Zhao Hai and Ivan. Greetings, father. Greetings, Marquis Zhao Hai. Ivan nodded, and Zhao Hai returned the gesture. Quat, Princess Ryan is too polite. I'm here to pick you up today. Quat. Ryan nodded and immediately said loudly, assemble. Not long after, the youths of the Versailles clan walked out from the various rooms in the courtyard. They were all quite young, the oldest looking to be in his 30s, while the youngest looked to be in his teens. There were less than 100 of them, and it could be said that they were the hope of the Versailles clan's new generation. When they first came out, they looked reluctant, but when they saw Ivan, their reluctance disappeared immediately. They all stood there obediently. Ivan looked at them and said, all of you are the elites of the family. You should know the current situation of the family. I don't want to say much. Today, all of you will follow Zhao Hai to the Island of Gold. If something really happens here, you will be the last hope of the Versailles family. If the family can survive this crisis, all of you will develop well on the Island of Gold, adding another source of income for the family. At the same time, this is also a training for you. Do you understand? Understood, Lord Patriarch. Everyone replied loudly. Ivan nodded. Quat. Ryan will be the leader of this operation. When you reach the Island of Gold, you will have to listen to him and Zhao Hai. If the family is going through a difficult time, you will be back here soon. If the family can't survive this, then Ryan will be the head of the Versailles family. You must listen to him. Quat. The people looked at each other. They didn't expect Ivan to say something like that. More importantly, Ivan wanted to pass the position of the head of the family to Ryan, which made them even more confused. Ivan looked at them and snorted. Quat, don't think that this is my own decision. This is the result of the Elder Council's agreement. You don't think that I'm lying to you, do you? Their expressions changed, and they quickly bowed in unison. Quat, I don't dare to. All right, Ryan, Ivan nodded. Take the scepter. Ivan then took out his scepter from his clothes. It was the head of the Versailles family. Ryan accepted the scepter with a serious face. Ivan turned to the others and said, remember, you are the hope of the Versailles clan. If anything happens to the clan, you will shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the clan. I have no other requests for you, but I have one. You must be united. Only by working together can you achieve more. Do you understand? Understood, the crowd replied in unison. Quat, all right, Ivan said. Quat, you'll follow Zhao Hai's family. Remember, no matter what you see, don't be surprised and don't tell anyone. If you dare to say anything, Ruyan, you have the right to use your authority as the head of the family and be punished for betraying the family. Quat. Betraying the family was a serious crime and people would be killed. Hearing Ivan's words, everyone was shocked and they became even more concerned about what was going to happen next. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ivan. Everyone bowed to the figure and said, greetings, gods exalt. The Chaos Origin Sword Saint nodded and turned to Ivan. Quat, I'll leave the matters of the family to you. Remember, even if you die in battle, you must not disgrace the Versailles family. You don't have to worry about them, I will take care of them. Quat, yes, my lord. Quat, Ivan nodded. Quat, don't worry. Quat. The Primordial Sword Saint turned to Zhao Hai and said, Patriarch Zhao Hai, I'll have to trouble you this time. Zhao Hai was still very respectful to this old man. He bowed slightly and said, you're too kind, Lord Sword Saint. He took out his staff and started chanting. After a while, he waved his staff and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He turned to Ryan and said, Quat, everyone, line up and enter this space one by one. You'll find that you're surrounded by black fog, but don't worry and don't move. Another spatial rift will appear soon, and you'll be able to get out through it. Quat. They all stared at the spatial crack in a daze. Although they had heard of spatial magic, they had never seen it before. They were not used to the sudden appearance of a spatial crack in front of them. The primordial sword saint didn't think much about it and walked in. The others reacted and followed him in one by one. Ruyan was the last one. Zhao Hai turned around and bowed to Ivan after Ryan walked in. He didn't say anything and walked into the crack. Ivan was filled with mixed feelings as he watched the news. The people in the space felt strange as well. They looked around curiously and found that they were in a dark mist, but they could see their friends. That made them feel less uneasy. The one who was the most shocked was the chaotic origin sword saint. It should not be forgotten that 9th-level experts could use telekinesis to observe their surroundings. Therefore, he also used telekinesis to observe his surroundings after arriving in this space. However, he found that his telekinesis couldn't reach outside the black mist at all. It was as if he was standing in a very independent, small space. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he was very surprised. At this moment, another spatial crack appeared in front of them. Then they heard Zhao Hai's voice coming from outside the crack. Everyone, come out one by one. Don't rush, don't squeeze. The primordial sword saint didn't care so much. He walked out, and the others followed. They were stunned when they came out because this wasn't the golden island they had imagined. They weren't even on land. They were in the sea, on a 5-masted ironclad ship. Those people looked around in a daze. They had never thought that they would suddenly run to a boat. They thought that they would be on the golden island when they came out. The primordial sword saint looked around and turned to Zhao Hai with a smile. Quat, Zhao Hai's family head is indeed very careful. This old man is impressed. Quat, you're too kind, sword sage. Please take a rest in the cabin. We'll reach Golden Island in a day, Zhao Hai said with a smile. The primordial sword saint nodded at Zhao Hai and entered the cabin. An undead creature immediately led him to one of the rooms. The Versailles family quieted down when they saw the Grand Swordmaster enter. Zhao Hai glanced at them and turned to Ryan. Quat, Ryan, there will be undead creatures coming to arrange rooms for you in a while. You can rest on the ship and we will arrive at the Golden Island tomorrow. This is to avoid suspicion, but you can rest assured that this sea area is already controlled by our Buddha family. It is absolutely safe here. Quat. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. It's all up to you, my lord. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Ruyan, you are too polite. No matter what, our families have been friends for generations. I should be a little older than you. You can call me Brother Hai. Don't call me Lord Marquis. It is too distant. Quat, you're welcome, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. He waved his hand and some undead creatures walked over. Zhao Hai turned to the Versailles family and said, Quat, everyone, please follow these undead creatures. They will arrange rooms for you. Remember, 4 people to a room. Quat. The young Versailles family members were very obedient. They knew Zhao Hai's status. Although he was young and seemed to be very respectful to Ivan, they knew that Zhao Hai had the highest status on the continent, even though Ivan's title was higher than Zhao Hai's. Although they were the elites of the Versailles family and were usually very arrogant, they were nothing compared to Zhao Hai's results. Thus, they were very well behaved in front of Zhao Hai, even if they were children in front of a giant. The 5-masted ship was spacious to begin with. In addition, almost all the undead creatures on board didn't need to rest, so there were many empty rooms on the ship. It wouldn't be a problem to accommodate another 100 people, let alone 100. Then Zhao Hai arranged a room for Ryan. Ryan's room was, of course, alone. After arranging a room for Ryan, Zhao Hai didn't rush into the space. Instead, he went to the room of the primordial sword saint. Just as he was about to knock, he heard the voice of the sword saint. Patriarch Zhao Hai, please come in. Zhao Hai pushed the door open and walked in. The room was specially prepared by Zhao Hai. There was not much in it except for a table and a bed. The rooms above the room were not big, and it was already good enough to have all these things. For example, the 4-seater room of the Versailles family only had 2 bunk beds and nothing else. Zhao Hai bowed to the Sword Saint and said, Lord Sword Saint, are you used to it? If there's anything you need, just say the word and undead creatures will be sent over. I hope you don't mind. There were some people on the continent who hated the undead creatures, which was why Zhao Hai said that. The Sword Saint smiled and said, Quat, you're welcome. I'm getting on in my years and I've gotten over everything. I don't care about this. You're here today to talk to me about the spatial magic, right? Zhao Hai was taken aback. He had finally realized that the 9th-rank experts he had fought their way out of were truly extraordinary. Each one of them was an old and experienced person. He quickly said, the Sword Saint has seen through it. The primordial Sword Saint nodded. Quat, although I've never seen spatial magic, I think it's definitely not the same as what you're using. Moreover, you've reached level 9 and can release your telekinesis. But in your place, my telekinesis can't see it at all. This is really shocking, so I think that's not spatial magic at all, but a special spatial technique, right? The Sword Saint took a look at the spatial crack beside Zhao Hai. He knew very well that Zhao Hai did not chant any spells to create this spatial crack. It seemed that he was just putting on an act when he chanted the spell last time. The Sword Saint didn't think much about it and stepped into the spatial rift. Zhao Hai also walked in, but the Sword Saint was dumbfounded as soon as he entered the spatial rift. This space was completely different from what he had imagined. Blue sky, green grass. If it wasn't for the villa, the Sword Saint would have thought that he was somewhere in the orc grassland. Zhao Hai appeared beside him and said, Lord Sword Saint, this is my space. It is a special technique that I accidentally obtained. This is an independent space. In this space, I am God. The reason why our Buddha family could develop so quickly is because of this. The primordial sword saint turned to look at Zhao Hai and asked in confusion, if that's the case, why did you tell me about this space? Zhao Hai laughed. Quat, that's because I believe that the sword saint will not tell anyone. In fact, the sword saint should have realized that the energy in this space is abundant and very active. It is very suitable for cultivation. All the level 9 experts of the Buddha family are cultivating in this space. Quat, how many level 9 experts does the Buddha family have? The primordial sword saint asked. Where did these experts of the 9th rank come from? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, our Buddha family now has a total of 40 level 9 powerhouses. These level 9 powerhouses are all from the Carrion Swamp. They are the beast level 9 powerhouses who have signed an agreement with the human level 9 powerhouses in the Carrion Swamp. Quat. The primordial sword saint looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He had never expected Zhao Hai to have so many level 9 experts under his command. Furthermore, these level 9 experts had all come from the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai looked at the chaotic origin sword saint and smiled. Quat, this space can be upgraded bit by bit. It wasn't this strong at first, but it got stronger and stronger. Those level 9 experts came from the corpse swamp, because the space water in my space can detoxify the poison in the corpse swamp. The primordial sword saint roughly understood what Zhao Hai meant. The strongest thing in the rotten corpse swamp was their poison. Without that poison, the rotten corpse swamp would not have become one of the 5 absolutes on the continent. Since Zhao Hai could detoxify the poison in the rotten corpse swamp, he could enter and leave the swamp freely. With this LV9 space, he could also subdue those LV9 powerhouses. Then the primordial sword saint thought of the situation in the Black Soul Wilderness. His expression changed again and again. The poisonous fog in the Black Soul Wasteland was also your doing. Could it be that you've also transformed the land in the Black Soul Wasteland? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Quat, that's right, it has been transformed. Now all the land in the Black Earth Wilderness can be planted. To be honest, with the current strength of our Buddha family, it would not be a problem to overthrow the Arca's empire immediately. It's just that I don't want to do that. Quat. The Grand Swordmaster believed that, with 49th tier powerhouses, they could easily destroy the Arca's empire. The only thing he did not understand was why Zhao Hai did not agree. Zhao Hai looked at the Sword Saint and smiled. Quat, Master Sword Saint, you should know that the real decision makers on the continent are the aristocrats, especially the big aristocrats. They are very powerful, and their family members hold very important positions in a country. Although our Buddha family has many masters, we have very few managers. We don't have the low reserves of the big aristocrats. At this time, even if we overthrow the Arca's empire, what benefits can we get? I'm afraid that even if I sit on the throne, I'll be controlled by those big aristocrats. We can't kill them all, and those big aristocrats will benefit in the end. Then why do we take the throne? It's better to be a big aristocrat. If we're not in the court, there won't be many people in charge, but no one will dare to bully us. Besides, the Black Earth Wilderness is so big that I can build a country there in the future and be the king. Isn't it more interesting than snatching a king's throne? The Sword Saint listened to Zhao Hai's words in a daze. He did not expect this, but he had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. It was not easy to be a king. In fact, on the Arc continent, the royal family was the biggest family. The rest were the aristocrats. A country was jointly controlled by the royal family and the other aristocrats. There were many things that the royal family did not have the final say in. On the other hand, the Buddha family was just a small and powerful family. They were like the #1 expert in the world. Was it difficult for him to be a good king? I don't think so. Even if he became the king with his own strength, he would be taken over by others in the end and could only be a puppet. What the Buddha family was doing was correct, and their development direction was also correct. The Sword Saint just didn't expect Zhao Hai to analyze his advantages and disadvantages so calmly. He was not blinded by his own strength, which was really rare. Zhao Hai turned to Sword Saint and said, I brought Sword Saint into the realm for only one purpose, and that is to let you cultivate here. If you become stronger, it will be good for both the Versailles family and the Buddha family. Sword Saint, you don't have to worry about the Versailles family. I will take care of them. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Sword Saint pondered for a moment and nodded. Quat, all right, it's a deal then. I'll cultivate here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good. In a while, I will get someone to introduce you to the space. Tomorrow, it would be best for the Sword Saint to tell Ruyan and the others. Of course, don't mention anything about the space. Just say that you are going into closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if they don't know where you are going, they might cause a ruckus. Quat. Sword Sage nodded. The ship arrived at Golden Island the next day. They entered the military port of Golden Island and went directly to the naval base. After arriving at the naval base, the primordial Sword Saint told Ryan and the others that he was going to cultivate in seclusion and left. Ryan and the others knew that ninth-level experts spent most of their time in seclusion, so they didn't care. Zhao Hai did not pull the primordial sword saint into the space with good intentions. He had already realized that those who stayed in the space for a long time were loyal to him. The primordial sword saint was a rare level 9 human expert. How could Zhao Hai let him go? Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't want to help the Versailles clan. On the contrary, he would help the Versailles clan. Now that Ryan and the others were on the Island of Gold, Zhao Hai could guarantee their safety. Therefore, to the Versailles clan, whether or not they had a 9th rank expert on their side made no difference. Furthermore, the Versailles family was in a similar situation as the Aixa family. It could be said that they were not as good as the Aixa family. The Aixa family sent their elites, and they were led by the patriarch himself. On the other hand, the Versailles family sent their young men. Although they were full of vigor, they lacked experience in handling matters. Under such circumstances, what the Versailles clan needed was not a powerful combatant of the 9th rank to hold the fort, but a stable environment, an environment where they could develop without worry. When they arrived at the Island of Gold, Zhao Hai arranged a place for Ryan and the others to sit. Then he asked for their opinion on whether they wanted to run their own business or help the Buddha family manage the Island of Gold. Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't give them too high of a position. He only let them be ordinary office workers to gain some experience. If they wanted to do business, Zhao Hai could arrange a place for them. Ryan was also a very smart person, especially now that her decision could affect the future of the Versailles family. Although Ryan did not say it, she understood that the chances of the Versailles family escaping this calamity were very small. They were very likely to be the last hope of the Versailles family. It was because of this thought that Ryan would think carefully about everything he did. Now, Ryan really admired Zhao Hai. The Buddha family's situation back then was even worse than their current situation. However, Zhao Hai had changed the Buddha family so much in just 1 year. This was too shocking. Ryan thought for a moment and discussed with the people in the family. In the end, he decided to let a few older people do business on the island. This way, the Versailles family would have a fixed income. Moreover, the younger and inexperienced ones would help the Buddha family do some things on the island and learn from their experience. Zhao Hai was very much in favor of Ryan's actions. Among the group of people from the Versailles family, there were a few who had experience in management. Before they came, they had done some business management in the family. Therefore, letting them run a business was the best choice. First, it could train them, and second, it could earn money for the Versailles family. As for those younger ones, although they were carefully selected by their families, they didn't have much experience. It was time for them to learn. At this time, letting them follow the island and learn from it was the best choice. Zhao Hai immediately made arrangements for Ryan and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai also approved a piece of land for them and built houses for them. This was also a request from Ryan. She did not want to live in the naval base all the time. Ryan's appearance was quickly known by the people on the island. They had some understanding of the matters between the Versailles family and the Buddha family, so they understood what it meant when they saw the people of the Versailles family appear on the Island of Gold. Almost all the nobles on the continent would do the same thing as the Versailles family. When they encountered something impossible, they would send some of the elite children of the family to a safe place. This way they could preserve a spark of fire for the family, and maybe one day it could be reignited. There was no other place more suitable than the Island of Gold. The Versailles family and the Buddha family had a good relationship. On the Island of Gold, the Buddha family would take care of the Versailles family. Moreover, with the Buddha family's current strength, they would not care about the Versailles family's property. Therefore, the Versailles family could develop in the Island of Gold with peace of mind. Because of the developed commerce on the Island of Gold, they might even be able to develop well. After Zhao Hai arranged everything, he didn't care about Ryan and the others anymore. The business atmosphere on Golden Island was very good. There were very few scammers because it was forbidden on Golden Island. If you cheated others, the Buddha family would punish you and never let you do business on Golden Island. Although Ryan and the others were newcomers, the people on the island knew about their relationship with the Buddha family, so they naturally did not dare to do anything to them. There was a reason why Zhao Hai didn't care about Ruyan and the others. They would never grow up if they didn't go through the storm. If he had to appear and help them settle everything, the Versailles family wouldn't have any future. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to pay attention to the situation in the Duchy of Versailles. Almost all of the small nobles in the Duchy of Versailles had left. The branches of their families had also left under Ivan's orders to help Ryan and the others at the Island of Gold. The only ones left in the Duchy of Versailles were the immediate family members and the army of the Versailles family. The entire Duchy of Versailles seemed to have become a dead city. There were almost no people in sight. Zhao Hai was extremely impatient with the situation, but he had no choice. The surrounding noble territories of the Duchy of Versailles had large numbers of troops, but not a single soldier had stepped into the Duchy of Versailles. This made Zhao Hai feel extremely impatient. Just as Zhao Hai was planning to enjoy the Duchy of Versailles in the origin space, Kun suddenly sent him a message. The king of the Rossan Empire was looking for Zhao Hai, asking him to return to Carson City. Although Zhao Hai did not know what it was, he knew that the king would not look for him unless it was something important. Therefore, he immediately returned to Carson City from the medium and went to the castle. Although he did not keep many people in the castle, there were many servants who cleaned it well. Zhao Hai returned to the castle to rest. The next day, he took a carriage to Carson City. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Rossan Empire's palace, he was immediately invited to the king's study. As the son-in-law of the king, he naturally had to be given special treatment. In the study, the king was reading some documents. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings, father-in-law." The king raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai. "You're here, sit." Zhao Hai nodded and sat to the side. The king put down the documents and looked at Zhao Hai. "I heard that you have a good relationship with the human-beast hybrid clan." Zhao Hai nodded. "Quite yes. I have some ties with the Tauran race, dog-headed people, and the black bear race. My relationship with the wolfman race is also quite good." "Quat, then do you know the true purpose of the orcs' attack on the mainland this time?" The king nodded and asked. "Father-in-law, don't you already know? The orcs attacked because the Church of Light cut off their food supply. Is that really the only reason?" The king asked, frowning. Zhao Hai laughed. "Quat, father-in-law, you think too much. The orcs are actually very easy to get along with. If the Church of Light had not cut off their food supply this time, causing a large-scale food shortage in the grasslands, they would not have started a war so easily, so you don't have to worry." Quat. The king sighed and said, "I can't help but worry. I heard that the number of troops that the beastmen have sent this time is not small. If they really destroy the Arca's empire and attack the Rossan Empire, then our losses will be huge." Quat. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Quat, father-in-law, you're thinking too much. The Arca's empire isn't that easy to fight. Besides, with the Lifeline Canyon, it won't be easy for the orcs to attack. However, I have an idea. Father-in-law, we can save up some food for now. The orcs are attacking us for food. If they really destroy the Arca's empire, we just have to hold them back for a while and then sell them food at a fair price. They'll definitely retreat. Are we admitting defeat to the orcs?" The king asked, frowning. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is only temporary. Besides, this may not necessarily happen. We are storing food now. After the war is over, because the Arca's empire has been attacked, our production has been destroyed. After the war is over, there will definitely be fluctuations in the food supply. Even if it does not affect our Rossan empire, we will still earn a lot of money by selling the food we have stored." Quat. The king looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "You're a money grubber, kid. Hee hee, but you're right. There's no harm in storing up some food. All right, you don't have to worry about this year's matters. However, I still hope that if you have the opportunity, you can contact the orcs more and see where their bottom line is. It'll be best if they don't spread the flames of war to us." "Yes, father-in-law, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded. The king nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. "How's your relationship with her? Why didn't she come back to see me after we got married? I want to see if you've bullied her. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off." Zhao Hai smiled and bowed. "Quite yes, don't worry, father-in-law. I'll ask Becky to come back tomorrow, but she's very busy now. I don't know if she has time." Quat. "Quat, I don't care if she has time or not," the king snorted. "Quat, you must send her back tomorrow." Quat. Zhao Hai answered impatiently. He was not lying. Right now, the girls were indeed very busy. There were too many things to deal with. However, since the king had spoken, he did not dare to disobey. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the Versailles Duchy. Of course, he would not let the Arca's empire go. Now, many people from the Church of Light had come to the Arca's empire. Zhao Hai had already seen that the former king of the Arca's empire had died. The one sitting on the throne was Boric, and the people from the Church of Light could be said to have controlled the entire Arca's empire. Although this situation was within Zhao Hai's expectations, it was also out of his expectations. He thought that the people of the Church of Light would spare the king of the Arca's empire's life no matter what, and let him be a puppet. He did not expect them to be even more ruthless, killing the king. Zhao Hai had been watching them for a few days. The situation at the Versailles Duchy was deliberately created by them. They wanted the orcs to easily invade the Versailles Duchy. Then, with the help of their army, they would annihilate the orcs there. They wanted to show the people on the mainland that the Church of Light could also fight and rule a country well. Other than establishing their might, they could also openly eliminate the mortal threat, the Versailles family, and severely injure the orcs. By then, the reputation of the Church of Light would be like the sun in the sky, and it would be more convenient for them to preach on the mainland. NBSB, they were very ambitious and had a good plan. However, they had underestimated Zhao Hai's ability. They had no way of knowing that Zhao Hai had already known all of their plans. Zhao Hai was no longer worried about the Rossan Empire after learning about this. However, he was now worried about the orcs. However, the orcs had not attacked yet. He was going to warn the others after they attacked. In order to deal with the orcs, the Church of Light had many methods. Although many people had escaped from the Duchy of Versailles, the Church of Light still sent some experts to hide. These people were not there to kill the orcs, but because they had potions on them. These potions were a kind of poison that could kill people. Even if they couldn't kill people, they could make people feel weak and lose the ability to resist. This was the trump card that the Church of Light used against the orcs. From their conversations, Zhao Hai knew that the Church of Light had been planning this for a long time. They had been planning this since the old king was still alive. Destroying the Buda family was only a part of the plan. At first, they did not think about destroying the Versailles family. However, Zhao Hai had become too much of a threat to them, and the Versailles family had become too close to Zhao Hai. That was why the Church of Light had changed their plans. They wanted to destroy the Versailles clan. As for the powder, it was made by the human merchants after observing the orcs for a long time on the orc grassland and a long time of research by the Church of Light. Zhao Hai also learned from their conversation that the drug was not poisonous if it was taken alone. It would only be poisonous if it was used together with another drug. For today's plan, the Church of Light had ordered the human merchants under their control to poison the food that they had sold to the orcs over the years. This poison would have a reaction with the drug, and it would not cause any harm if it was taken alone. Only when these two medicines were used at the same time would there be any harm. The Church of Light had no choice but to do this. The orcs would bring witch doctors with them when they marched to war. Every time they went to a place, the water they drank had to be checked by the witch doctors. They could only take it after they were sure that there was no poison. The reason for this was that the humans had used poison in a previous battle, causing the orcs to suffer a big loss. That was why the orcs had such a habit. Although it was impossible for the Church of Light to make the orcs take both drugs at the same time, they had been making the orcs take one of the drugs for many years. Over time, the drug would accumulate in their bodies, and when the orcs took the other drug, there would definitely be a reaction. Even if it couldn't kill them directly, it would greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. This way, the Church of Light could openly slaughter many orcs. The Church of Light's plan was vicious. In order to control an empire, they had even carried out such a plan that had begun more than 10 years ago. It was too terrifying. In this plan, the Arcas Empire, the orcs, and the Rasan Empire were all pawns on the Church of Light's chessboard. To put it bluntly, if it were not for Zhao Hai's appearance, the Church of Light would have done much better. To be honest, although they were rivals, Zhao Hai still admired the Church of Light very much. If the Church of Light did not have a grudge against him, he would really want to join them. This was an organization that would do anything to achieve their goals. They were patient and determined. It was no wonder that they could become one of the strongest organizations on the continent in such a short time. It was because they had been working hard to do everything. From Zhao Hai's point of view, the Church of Light was evil. However, from the point of view of the Church of Light, it was not. In the eyes of the people of the Church of Light, what they were doing was right. They were destroying their enemies for the future of the Church of Light. Unfortunately, they were now enemies. Although he admired the Church of Light very much, he had to destroy their operation this time. Otherwise, he would be the first one to suffer. After knowing all this, Zhao Hai began to make preparations. He secretly obtained some of the two powders from the Church of Light and brought them to Iron Mountain Fortress. He gave them to Shunyi's mother for her to help him study them. Shunyi's mother, Su Ju, was an expert in using poison. She had learned some of these things in the Iron Mountain Castle and was now very good at using poison. After her analysis, she had already discovered the composition of these two poisons. There was no problem with taking these two drugs separately, but if they were used at the same time, they would be extremely toxic. After testing it with the life fluid, Su Ju discovered that although the life fluid had an antidote effect on this poison, it didn't take effect very quickly. It would take some time. If it was during normal times, she would just wait, but if it was on the battlefield, this period of time could be fatal. In the end, Zhao Hai came up with an idea. He brought the mixture of the two drugs into the realm. Zhao Hai used to bring poisonous things into the realm, and the realm could analyze the poison and automatically produce the antidote. He hoped that the realm would not disappoint him this time. The realm didn't let him down. It had indeed extracted the poison and strengthened it. At the same time, the water in the realm had developed antibodies against the poison. Zhao Hai then brought the water out for Su Ju to study. After some research, Su Ju discovered that the water in the realm was indeed effective against the poison. Unfortunately, they didn't have a microscope, so they couldn't see all the ingredients in the medicine, let alone analyze the composition of the water in the space. So they couldn't make the antidote themselves. Although Zhao Hai was a little disappointed by the result, he had accepted it. No matter what, the problem with the poison had been solved. It was equivalent to blocking the Church of Light's greatest trump card. It would be difficult for the Church of Light to carry out their plan successfully. Of course, the Church of Light did not rely solely on this poison. They had also gathered a large number of masters and all the troops in the Arcas Empire. They were going to use the entire country's strength to fight against the orcs. As for their lifeline, they were almost not letting go of the troops. The people of the Church of Light were very clear that if the orcs were to attack the Arcas Empire, the Rosen Empire would definitely become the enemy of the entire human race if they dared to invade the Arcas Empire. Therefore, they simply gave up on the defense of the Lifeline Canyon and transferred all their forces to deal with the orcs. In order to deal with the orcs, they had even prepared a fleet. This expeditionary fleet only had one goal, which was to send a well-equipped army into the inner regions of the orc prairies to cause destruction and force the orcs to retreat. As long as they could rely on their own strength to repel the orcs' attack, the Church of Light would win, and both the orcs and the Rosen Empire would lose. Usually, rank 9s would not participate in large-scale battles like this. The main force of the battle would still be rank 8s. This was because once a rank 9s got involved, it would not just be a simple battle. It would be a catastrophe for the entire continent. It might cause other races to be involved, and when that happened, it would be a war for the entire continent. Zhao Hai had not expected things to turn out this way. Usually, as long as a clan had a rank 9 expert, they would jump out whenever the clan encountered something that they could not solve. In a war like this, rank 9 experts would definitely be flying all over the place. However, he had not expected that in a war like this, rank 9 experts had nothing to do with it at all. They had to rely on the strength of their subordinates. However, Zhao Hai understood after thinking about it. On the Arc continent, level 9 superpowers were like nuclear bombs. They could not be used easily. If they forced an entire family into a corner, they would not send out their level 9 superpowers to fight. On Earth, have you ever seen two countries start a war with nuclear bombs? That was impossible. Zhao Hai was in full agreement with this. It was best not to make a move on the continent's 9th rank combatants. They were simply too powerful. Ordinary soldiers were no different from ants in their eyes. If a 9th rank combatant were to kill those ordinary soldiers, they could probably kill 8 to 1,000 of them in a matter of minutes. If these 9th rank combatants were to participate in the war, the casualties after the war would increase greatly. The Church of Light was well prepared for this war. They had been waiting for this war for a long time, so they were naturally well prepared. In contrast to the Church of Light, the Beastmen weren't well prepared this time. It could be said that they had rushed into battle. This battle was very disadvantageous to the Beastmen. The orcs knew this, but they had to fight this war. In order to get food for their survival, they had to fight this war even if they didn't want to. However, they did not know that the Church of Light had asked them to fight this war from the very beginning. Almost every step they took was within the calculations of the Church of Light. If Zhao Hai did not show up, the orcs would definitely be defeated. They would lose a large number of young and strong men, and they would also face the dilemma of a lack of food. At that time, the Church of Light would start a fire from the side, and the orcs would probably be unable to do anything. The Church of Light was playing a very big game of chess. They had considered all aspects, but they had not thought of Zhao Hai's appearance. Zhao Hai's appearance had disrupted their plans. They had only treated Zhao Hai as a chess piece to cause trouble. When they reached out their hands, they realized that he was actually a prickly ball. By monitoring the people of the Church of Light in the Arcsu Empire, Zhao Hai had already learned the general plan of the Church of Light. This time, the highest leader of the Church of Light who came to the Arcsu Empire to take charge was a red cardinal, second only to the Pope. This person was separated from Zhao Hai. He was Linsabak's father, one of the most powerful red cardinals in the Church of Light, Runebak. Back when Linsabak tried to attack Zhao Hai, he was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. He even obtained a non-directional teleportation scroll from Linsabak. Runebak was the one who instigated the attack, but he didn't expect that it would cost him his son. Hence, the enmity between him and Zhao Hai was huge. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that Rooney was a very powerful person. When the Church of Light had made this plan, he had been one of the important participants. Later on, the plan had been pushed forward by him, and it had progressed to this point. He was definitely a powerful person. The Church of Light placed great importance on this operation. Otherwise, they would not have sent a red-robed cardinal to the Arcas Empire to take charge. The reason why they only sent one red-robed cardinal was to make Rooney's command more successful. In the Church of Light, the few red-robed archbishops were not very harmonious. If they sent too many people, there might be a phenomenon of disputes between them. Thus, the Church of Light had left everything to Rooney to handle. This also fully demonstrated Rooney's position in the Church of Light. Of course, if this matter failed, the responsibility would naturally fall on Rooney, and his position as a red-robed cardinal would come to an end. Zhao Hai quietly observed the Church of Light's arrangements. He knew that he had become a bystander from a chess piece with spikes. What he needed was an opportunity where he could destroy the entire plan of the Church of Light by himself, and this opportunity was not far away. Although Zhao Hai knew a lot of things, he couldn't tell anyone about them. He had no choice. He couldn't explain to those people that he had discovered these things. However, Zhao Hai had already made his preparations. This time, the orcs' attack was a great opportunity. The Church of Light had made all the necessary preparations, but they would not have him as an observer. He could see their entire plan clearly. If the orcs didn't attack the humans for food, Zhao Hai would have helped the Versailles family block the attack. However, the orcs were fighting for their own survival, so Zhao Hai could only watch from the side. The orcs' attack arrived as scheduled. The mighty army had already arrived outside the Iron Wall fortress, and the orcs' special tents had covered the entire grassland. However, the Versailles family did not give up. They gathered a large number of troops at the Iron Evasion Fortress, ready to deal a head-on blow to the Beastmen. Right now, the Versailles family was no longer thinking about anything else. The only reason they did not run away or give up was for the honor of the nobles. The nobles were a very special group. They were born with a higher status than the civilians, but they could enjoy the good things that the civilians could never enjoy in their entire lives. They could have the privileges that the civilians envied, but at the same time, they also had a sense of responsibility, an honor that the civilians did not have. The Versailles family knew that they were not going to be spared this time. Even the elders who had opposed the collaboration with the Buda family at the beginning understood that there was only one reason for them to stay, and that was to fight for the honor of the Versailles family. Fighting for honor seemed ridiculous, but to the nobles, it was not. A noble without honor could not be called a noble. This was a popular saying on the Ark continent. When a noble faced an enemy, if he went up to them and died in battle, he would win respect, and even his family would be respected. However, if you ran away without fighting, the entire family would be despised, and you would not be far from decline. That was why the nobles regarded glory as life and death. Now, the Versailles family was ready to fight with the orcs. Even if they had to shed their last drop of blood, they had to protect their homeland. For this war, the Versailles family had already made full preparations. Although they had let Ryan carry most of the family's money, they had been a 1,000-year-old family, so they had quite a lot of assets. When they dismissed the people in the Duchy of Versailles, they gave the families of the soldiers who served the Versailles family a very rich sum of money as a settling in allowance. This money was equivalent to buying the lives of those soldiers. In addition, the Versailles family was a 1,000-year-old family. Although they weren't the top 1,000-year-old family on the continent, one shouldn't forget that they had always controlled a dukedom. The soldiers of this dukedom were almost like the children of the Versailles family. They were absolutely loyal to the Versailles family. Under such circumstances, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Versailles family. The attention of the entire continent was focused on the Iron Wall fortress. The people on the continent were familiar with the war between humans and orcs, but the first war between the two races had attracted a lot of attention. The main reason why so many people were looking at them this time was because of the Versailles family. Now, everyone on the continent could see that the Arcas Empire wanted to give up on the Versailles family. Otherwise, they would not have done so. Furthermore, the rumors from the Rossan Empire and the Karch family had also spread out. With the help of the Buda family and the Sheila family, the entire continent immediately understood why the Arcas Empire would do that. The nobles on the continent were not fools. When they saw how the Church of Light was in the Arcas Empire, they believed the Buda family's words. In an instant, the attention of the big families on the Church of Light was raised to the highest level. At first, some of the big families in other countries did not pay much attention to the Church of Light. In their opinion, it was just a church and was of no use. However, when this rumor spread, they had to pay attention to it. A country had been occupied by the Church of Light just like that. What else could they not do? Therefore, the people of the mainland were not only concerned about the Duchy of Versailles because it was a war between two races, but also because they wanted to see the reaction of the Church of Light. To be honest, the reaction of the Church of Light disappointed all the major families on the continent. This war was not a war between two families, but a war between two races. In this war, no matter what the reason was for the Church of Light, they should ask for help from the Versailles family. After all, the Versailles family was also a part of the human race. However, the Church of Light had chosen to sacrifice the Versailles family. The nobles did not care what the Church of Light's considerations were. They only knew that the Church of Light had given up on the Versailles family. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Versailles Duchy, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the Tauren camp. The Tauren did not request for the front of the camp. Instead, they requested for the rear. Their main responsibility was to look after the sheep and deliver food to the front. Although the Tauren clan wasn't a powerful clan among the orcs, their strength wasn't bad. Their performance in previous wars had been very outstanding. This time they suddenly asked for such a task, which was really beyond the expectations of the orcs. However, the orcs also knew what had happened to the Tauren race, so they could understand them. This time, the Tauren race was provoked by the Church of Light. In addition, they found out that the Church of Light would rob some children of the orcs and brainwash them to deal with the orcs. This alone was a great contribution to the orcs, so those races didn't look down on the Tauren race. On the contrary, they had a very strong feeling towards them. They had even investigated their own tribes thoroughly to see if there were spies from the orc race. After investigating, these tribes found one or two spies, especially those big tribes. They found several spies in their own tribes, which made the big tribes completely angry. They only had one purpose now, which was to teach the Church of Light a lesson. Therefore, they were not angry at the Tauren tribe's retreat. On the contrary, they had a very strong feeling about the Tauren tribe. Now the Tauren tribe had already started to fight with the Black Bear tribe, the relationship he had with the Lihu clan. It would be very beneficial for the Tauren race to have a good relationship with such a great war race. Therefore, the Tauren race had gained a lot this time. As a result, Heir's life was very carefree. He was only in the rear of the army and mainly looked at supplies. He didn't have any combat missions, but his food was the best in the entire army. Only now did Heir realize how cost-effective it was to be in the rear. Of course, this was only in his opinion. To the other orcs, it was not good to be in the back. Although the back was the most relaxed during the battle, they were the ones who suffered the most when it came to the distribution of spoils after the battle because they received the least amount of spoils. However, Heirs did not care about this. With Zhao Hai around, he did not have to worry about these things. What the Tauren needed now was to rest and recuperate. This was why Zhao Hai was greeted by such a scene when he arrived at the Tauren tribe. The combat race of the Tauren tribe was mainly the Herculean Bull tribe. However, only the people from the Herculean Bull tribe were familiar with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai first appeared outside the camp of the Tauren tribe. Some of the Taurens did not know Zhao Hai, so they were very nervous. However, there was no one in the Herculean Divine Ox tribe who did not know Zhao Hai. They were all very friendly towards Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai arrived at the Herculean Divine Ox tribe's campsite very quickly and was invited into Heir's tent. Although the beastmen loved to drink, they rarely drank when they were in battle. Hence, Heir immediately served Zhao Hai milk tea. Heir looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, why did you come here at a time like this? This is too dangerous for you. If the humans find out, you won't be able to stay with them anymore." Quat. Although Heir had never come into contact with humans, he was very familiar with the way humans did things. He knew that if the humans knew that Zhao Hai had come to find him today, Zhao Hai would become a rat on the street. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, big brother. I can guarantee that no one saw me. I came to find you because I have something to tell you about the war." Quat. Wales nodded. He had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai would not lie to him, so he only nodded and listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai explained everything he knew to Heirs, including the poison, the Church of Light's plan, and so on. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Heirs and said, "Quat, big brother, the attack of the orcs this time was completely within the expectations of the Church of Light. Their goal was to let the orcs attack and then force them to retreat. While establishing their might, they would also completely defeat the orcs." Quat. Heirs said in disbelief, "You're saying that the Church of Light is going to sacrifice the Versailles family and then poison us in the Duchy of Versailles? This is too terrifying." Zhao Hai took out a water skin and handed it to Wales. "Quat, quat, big brother, let the witch doctor take a look at the water in this water skin, then find someone to drink it. Then we'll know if the Church of Light is carrying out this plan." Quat. Zhao Hai knew very well that no matter what you said, it would not be as convincing as a fact. Thus, before he came to find Heirs, he had already prepared the bag of water. The water was filled with the poison that the Church of Light had prepared for the orcs. The Herculean Divine Bull tribe was also the main target of the poison. The Church of Light was also impatient. In fact, they had been preparing for this day when they first dealt with the Herculean Bull tribe. They wanted to use the bullfighting tribe to take care of the Herculean Bull tribe, and then make the bullfighting tribe a member of the rear army. During the war, they would attack the orcs from the rear. This would be a double insurance with poison, and they would be more confident in dealing with the orcs. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai's appearance to ruin their plan. Fortunately, they didn't let the Herculean Divine Ox tribe go when they drugged the orc tribe, so their plan could still be carried out. In fact, the cooperation between the Church of Light and the bullfighting tribe was not a good one. Although they wanted to use the bullfighting tribe against the orcs, they had never thought of letting the bullfighting tribe go. Therefore, whether it was the bullfighting tribe or the Herculean Divine Bull tribe, they had been drugged by the Church of Light. Heirs didn't stand on ceremony. He took the water skin and immediately got someone to find a witch doctor. He let the witch doctor check the water in the water skin, and the witch doctor's answer was no problem. When Zhao Hai saw the witch doctor, he was also very curious. The witch doctor was from the Water Buffalo clan. The Water Buffalo clan was the clan that was most likely to produce prophets, witch doctors, and shamans. As soon as Wells heard the witch doctor say that there was no problem with the water in the bag, he immediately found a Herculean bull warrior and let him drink the water in the bag. Although the warrior didn't know why, he still drank it. Although he only drank one mouthful, less than a minute after he put down the water bag, he was poisoned and fell to the ground. Although he wasn't directly poisoned to death, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Zhao Hai immediately took out a cup of space water to wake the man up. Then Zhao Hai had the Taurens drink a cup of the water. Weyers naturally didn't object. On the contrary, he was very supportive. When Zhao Hai gave the Taurans water, he took the water bag and went to find the dog-headed people. It was better to deal with this matter one race at a time. If Zhao Hai went directly to the tiger and lion people, they would most likely not believe him. Zhao Hai didn't go with Weyers to find the Houndhead men. Although he had a good relationship with the Houndhead men, he still had to feed the Tauran. He could just let Weyers do it. The dog-headed people were shocked by Weyers' words. They immediately found a mastiff to test it on, and the results were the same as the ox-headed people. Of course, Weyers also brought a bag of space water that Zhao Hai had given him and saved the mastiff warrior. However, just to be safe, Buzzer found another half-orc slave and made him drink a cup of poisoned water. In the end, the half-orc slave was completely fine. Half-orc slaves didn't have a high status in the orc race. They didn't prefer to fight, so they wouldn't waste their poison on half-orcs. Therefore, most of the slaves had never been poisoned. After this experiment, Buzzer finally believed that most of the orcs had been poisoned. He immediately sent someone to invite Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai also brought out enough water for the Herculean divine bulls to watch over the orcs and make them drink the water. The Herculean divine ox clan had a very high status among the ox-headed humans. The ox-headed humans were all very convinced by the Herculean divine ox clan. Let alone a cup of water, even if they were asked to drink a drop of urine, they would agree. Zhao Hai followed the others to the Houndhead men's base and immediately explained the situation to Boozer. Then he took out some water and gave it to the Houndhead men to drink. After drinking the water, the Houndhead men tried to drink the poisoned water again. After drinking the poisoned water, no one was poisoned anymore. He was very clear that if the Church of Light really used this method to deal with the Beastmen would suffer a great loss. Buzzer immediately took the bag and followed Weyers and Zhao Hai to the Bearman tribe. The dog-headed tribe didn't have much to say to the war tribe, but the Bearman tribe was different. The Bearman tribe was a war tribe, and their words carried a lot of weight among the Beastmen. Thus, Buzzer went to find the Bearman tribe. This time, the chief of the Bear tribe was personally leading the team. In the past few years, the Black Bear tribe had not had a good time among the Beast tribes. After being deceived by the human tribe, they had not recovered from it. Therefore, their position in the Great Battle tribe was also in some danger. However, the Black Bear tribe's fighting strength was clear for all to see. However, if they fought with all their might, even the Tiger and Lion tribes would have to back off. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the Black Bear tribe now. The Black Bear tribe leader valued the news that was brought by Boozle. After asking Boozle and finding out that the news was from Zhao Hai, the Black Bear tribe leader believed it immediately. He believed that Zhao Hai would not lie to them. Furthermore, Zhao Hai did not get any benefits from delivering the news, so he had no reason to lie to them. The Black Bear tribe leader immediately told the Tiger tribe about this. Compared to the Lion tribe, the Black Bear tribe had a better relationship with the Tiger tribe. The current leader of the Orc Alliance was also a Tiger tribe member. The Tiger tribe also placed great importance on this matter because the information that Zhao Hai had brought would directly affect the outcome of their battle. As such, they immediately asked the Black Bear tribe to invite Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew this would happen, but he still disguised himself. At the very least, he changed his appearance. Now, he looked older than his actual age, like he was in his 30s. This time, the Beastmen were acting in a unified manner. Therefore, there was only one golden tent in the entire wide leaf area of the Beastmen tribe, which was the golden tent of the Tiger tribe. Zhao Hai followed a tiger warrior into the golden tent. This was the first time he had seen a tiger warrior at such a close distance. The tiger warriors were indeed very strong. Each of them was about 3.5 meters tall, and their eyes seemed to be able to suck people's souls in. Zhao Hai knew that the Tiger tribe had a talent called the Eye of Terror. This talent was unique to the Tiger tribe. The Lion tribe also had their own talent, the soul-snatching roar. This was also the reason why these two races could become the royal families of the orcs. Their talents were indeed unparalleled by other orcs, especially the Tiger race's soul-shaking eyes. This talent was very amazing. As long as they looked at a person, that person would feel frightened. If they looked at that person's eyes, that person's soul would probably be taken away, and he would be so scared that he could not move. The soul-snatching roar of the Lionman tribe was much worse than the frightening eyes of the Tigerman tribe. Their talent was only effective the first time they used it. After using it once, the effect would be much worse. In addition, the combat strength of the Lion men was still slightly inferior to that of the Tiger men. Animal relatives of the Tiger men were even stronger than that of the Lion men, so the Tiger men were obviously more powerful than the Lion men. After the Tiger clan member looked at Zhao Hai, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Zhao Hai did not show any unusual behavior under his gaze. This made the Tiger clan member very curious. After Zhao Hai entered the tent, he found that many orc chiefs were already there. He knew Weyers, Buzel, the Wolf Chief, and the Black Bear Chief. There were many other orc chiefs that he did not know, and the one sitting in the main seat was a tiger. This tiger didn't look young. The hair on his face had already turned white. However, this made him look even more aged. When Zhao Hai saw this tiger, he suddenly thought of a saying, "The tiger is old and mighty." This was the feeling that this tiger clan member gave him. After bowing to the patriarch of the tiger tribe, Zhao Hai bowed to the others. Those who knew Zhao Hai were very polite to him. Those who did not know him did not have any resentment towards him. After all, the Black Bear tribe leader had already said that Zhao Hai was the owner of the Red Spider Lily shop. This identity was very attractive to the beast people. The patriarch of the tiger race looked at Zhao Hai for a long while before suddenly smiling and saying, "Young man, what do I have to do to make you believe your words? Respected Beast King, do I have any reason to lie to you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have a great enmity with the Church of Light, and I'm a foreign prince of the Tauran race. If I harm the orcs now, it's the same as helping the Church of Light, and I'll only be looking for trouble. I believe that no one would do that. Although the leader of the alliance was not fixed, every leader would be called a Beast King. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not wrong in calling him that." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you saying that our attack this time was completely within the plans of the Church of Light? They have already poisoned the waters of the Versailles Duchy and are just waiting for us." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right. The Church of Light's plan this time took a very long time. They're no longer willing to be just a church. They want to control a country and establish a religious kingdom, and the Arcas Empire is their opponent. Your Majesty, you can imagine that if the Church of Light really controls the Arcas Empire, it's the same as cutting off the channel between the human race and the orc race. In the future, it will be even more difficult for human merchants to transport food to the orc plains. To put it bluntly, at that time, they would be able to control the life and death of the human-beast hybrid clan." The Orc King's expression did not change, but the others' expressions changed. They knew very well what it would mean for the orcs if the Church of Light took control of the Arcas Empire. From this point, it could be seen that Zhao Hai did not deceive them. Zhao Hai continued, "This matter will have a huge impact on us as well. Once the Church of Light successfully defeats the orcs, their influence will be like the sun in the sky. No one on the continent will be able to resist them. As their enemy, I will be the first to suffer." "You're a human. By doing this, aren't you betraying your own race?" The Beast King stared at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai smiled, "Your Majesty, you're being too serious. I'm only dealing with the Church of Light this time, and I'm different from the other humans. In my opinion, the orcs and humans are the same. We're all intelligent races on the continent, and I don't think the orcs are weaker than humans, nor do I think humans are weaker than the orcs. I think everyone is equal. I will also stop the beastmen from doing so. Similarly, the beastmen are fighting for their own survival, and you have fallen into the trap of the Church of Light. I can't sit by and do nothing. No matter what, I am a foreign prince of the Tauran race, so I can be considered half a beastman." The Beast King and the other clan leaders looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They had not expected such an answer. It was within their expectations, but it was also beyond their expectations. Especially when Zhao Hai said that he would definitely stop the beastmen if they wanted to invade the human race's territory. Even Weirs was surprised. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. His voice was very low, as if it was a roar. It was so heavy that even the tent was shaking. The Beast King stopped laughing after a while. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, young man. You're a true friend of the beastmen, so I believe you. The news you've brought us is extremely important. You can detoxify us now." Zhao Hai did not expect the Beast King to be so straightforward, but he still nodded. He took out a water bottle and poured a cup of water for everyone in the room. After watching everyone drink, Zhao Hai said, "Your Majesty, please order them to prepare the wooden buckets. I'll immediately send the antidote over. As long as you drink my antidote, there won't be any problems." The Beast King nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young man, when the war is over, if you still come to the Beastman Plains, don't forget to come to our giant tiger tribe as a guest. Our giant tiger tribe lacks everything. No matter what you bring, we will accept it." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's my honor to be recognized by your Majesty. I'll be there for sure. Don't worry, your Majesty." The Beast King nodded and waved his hand. Only then did Zhao Hai leave the golden tent. After Zhao Hai left, the Beast King turned to Wales and said, "Patriarch Wales, tell us what you know of Zhao Hai. Will he really do what he says?" Waithol nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Little Hai is not an ordinary person. He does what he says and never lies. He is different from the human race. From the first time I met him, I knew that he didn't look down on the beast race at all. At the beginning, he didn't get our Tauran tribe's friendship flag, but the flag of a big belly pig tribe. I also sent people to investigate, and that friendship flag was indeed given to Little Hai by that tribe. Moreover, he's extremely angry with the current misfortune that our human-beast hybrid clan has encountered. That's why he's helping us." The Beast King nodded and turned to look at Boozer. "Kobold Chieftain, please tell us." "I agree with Weirs. Little Hai is a really good person. In fact, if he wanted to lie to us, we wouldn't have known that this matter was related to the Church of Light." Without waiting for the Beast King to speak, the leader of the Wolfman race said in a deep voice, Quad, I also think that Zhao Hai is a trustworthy person. He is different from the average human. I realized this from the first day I came into contact with him. Otherwise, we werewolves would not have made a deal with him. Quad. The Black Bear tribe leader also said, I believe Little Hai will not lie to us. I think the most important thing now is to send people back to the grasslands and remind everyone to pay attention to the human fleet. They must have elite soldiers on their fleet this time. They will not be of much use without them. If such elite soldiers are allowed to move around in the grasslands, they will cause great damage to the grasslands. Quat. The Beast King nodded and said, Eagle tribe leader, immediately send someone back to the plains to deliver a message. Tell the small tribes to gather their supplies and tell the tribes near the sea to be ready for battle. We can deal with enemies from the sea at any time. I don't believe that the humans who disembarked from the ship can still fight against our enemy's cavalry. Send a few prophets to guard the sea. The humans might send magic to assist in this operation. Quat. The Eagle tribe leader immediately responded. He also knew that this was a major event that concerned the entire human-beast hybrid clan. They couldn't be careless and had to send the most capable people. The Beast King then looked at the crowd and said, Quat, next, we will attack the humans. The humans are waiting for us in the Versailles Duchy. This isn't good news for us, but it is also an opportunity. The werewolves, orcs, tigermen, lionmen, leopardmen, kobolds, and the eaglemen. In the next few days, I will arrange for some other races to attack the Versailles Duchy. But remember, this is only a feint. This isn't our main attack. The few races I named, your mounts make very low sounds when they run, so you have to use these few knights to transfer your own tribe to the territory controlled by the Aixa family. Now that it is no longer under the control of the Aixa family, they have deployed a large number of troops there to make us attack the Duchy of Versailles. Now we will do the opposite. We have to attack the territory of the Aixa family as soon as possible, then immediately penetrate it and expand our victory. As soon as the pocket formation in the Versailles Duchy loosen up, we will immediately strengthen our attack on the Iron Wall Fortress. We can also create a diversion and advance left and right. Although the Beastmen didn't obey each other in peacetime, especially those great battle clans, whose status was almost equal, and even the Beast King couldn't order those great battle clans, they would obey the orders of the Beast King unconditionally during war. Therefore, everyone in the tent immediately agreed in unison and went to prepare. They were all experienced in fighting. Only the Beast King had explained the attack method, and there was not much else to do. After all, every race had their own preferred attack method, and only their clan leader was most familiar with this. The Beast King only needed to set the general direction. When the chiefs of the Orc clan left the tent, they were stunned. They found that all the orcs were drinking something in big gulps. However, when they walked closer, they found that it was not water but wine. In BSB, this was an idea that Zhao Hai had come up with. He gave the orcs some wine, not water, as the orcs did not like to drink. Zhao Hai had forgotten about this when he was in the tent. He only remembered it after he left the tent. He mixed the spatial water into the wine and let the orcs drink it. It was also an antidote, and the orcs would like it more. Weyers was relieved after asking Zhao Hai what had happened. The orcs were not allowed to drink too much during wartime, but they were not completely banned. It was almost impossible to stop the orcs from drinking. Zhao Hai followed Weyers back to the Herculean Divine Ox tribe's tent. After the two of them sat down, Zhao Hai turned to look at Weyers. Big brother, I've finished what I needed to do here. I've said everything I needed to say, so I'm going back now. I can't stay here for too long. Wales nodded and said, let's go back, brother. We've already made preparations here. We guarantee that the Church of Light will suffer a great loss. If possible, we will definitely level the Arca's empire and clear out an enemy for you. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it would be great if that's the case. However, you have to be careful, big brother. If the King of Orcs still wants to attack after clearing the Arksu Empire, you'd better stop him. If the next attack is on the Rossan Empire, I will have to become famous. If you really clear the Arksu Empire, I will talk to the King of the Rossan Empire and ask him to trade food with the Orcs at a fair price. This is more cost-effective than war. Quat. Wales nodded. The Orcs might not know how powerful Zhao Hai was, but he knew that Zhao Hai had an army of nearly 1 million undead creatures, and most of them were Orcs. Wales was terrified just thinking about such combat strength. In fact, Weyers had underestimated Zhao Hai. Currently, Zhao Hai already had around 1.5 million undead creatures, and they were all equivalent to level 8 experts. 1.5 million level 8 experts. Such an army could probably sweep across the entire human continent. Of course, Zhao Hai did not do that. If he did, he would become the enemy of all the races on the continent. He did not think that he had the ability to fight against the entire Ark continent. Quat, take care of yourself, big brother, Zhao Hai said to Wells. Quat, when the war is over, I'll go to the plains to find you for a drink. Quat. Wales laughed out loud. Quat, all right, brother, I'll wait for you. I believe this war will end soon. As long as we orcs attack the Arca's empire, I believe the war will be over soon. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. However, he believed Heir's words. Both the Church of Light and the Arcas Empire had underestimated the combat power of the orcs. They thought that they would be able to make the orcs suffer a bitter end with their plan. However, now that the orcs knew about their plan, their biggest trump card was no longer effective. The next step was to fight them head-on. The orcs were not afraid of anyone in such a battle. After chatting with Weirs for a while, Zhao Hai left the orc camp. Of course, he walked towards the grassland. He entered the origin space not far from the camp. Laura and the others were all in the medium. Although Laura had to deal with the matters of the Magic Dare family, she still liked to stay in the medium. The air was good and it was very comfortable. Of course, they were reluctant to leave. In addition, she could deal with the magician's affairs in the origin space, so Lola decided to stay in the origin space for a long time. In fact, Zhao Hai was doing the same. He was staying in the origin space. She had returned to the royal palace of the Rasen Empire. Of course, that was only on the surface. In fact, she spent most of her time in the realm and would only go out to accompany the old king from time to time. The old king obviously didn't know about this. He thought that she had been accompanying him the whole time, which made him very happy. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai enter, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. They knew what Zhao Hai had done and said in the orc camp. After seeing the Beast King's arrangement, Laura and the others thought that the outcome of this battle was almost certain. After they sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Big brother Hai, are we going to watch the show next?" To be honest, I don't think there's any suspense in the outcome of this war. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, it's about time to watch the show. The Church of Light won't be able to gain an advantage with the orcs' arrangement. Although the orcs didn't attack with their entire race, they sent out their elites this time. They only have one purpose this time, which is to teach the Church of Light a lesson. Under such circumstances, the Church of Light has underestimated their enemy. There's no suspense in this battle." "What, Brother Hai, do you think the Church of Light will risk their lives? A combatant of the 9th rank, the Church of Light is definitely capable of doing such a thing." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "It's possible. However, I don't think that the Beastmen would not have made any preparations. After all, this is a matter of great importance to the two races. It's impossible for the Beastmen to not have made some preparations." Kai did you sense the aura of a 9th rank expert in the Beastmen's territory? Kai shook his head and replied, "There's no such thing in the orc camp. However, I've detected a few 9th grade powerhouses outside their camp. I've taken a look and I've found no less than 10 of them. They're all 9th grade powerhouses of the orc race." "Quat." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Laura and the others with a smile. "Quat, that's what I think. You've all seen the Beastman King this time. He's not a simple person. It's impossible for him to not have any backup plans. After all, many elites of the Beastman race will come out in a war like this. If those elites are killed by 9th tier powerhouses, the Beastman race will suffer a great loss." "Quat." Meljan nodded and said, "We saw the Orc King on the screen. He's not a simple person. Although he's an orc, his temperament isn't inferior to a human king. Even his majesty is a little inferior to him." "Quat." Instead of getting angry, she nodded and said, "Quat, that's right. My father is less domineering than the Beast King. This Beast King is really something. From his arrangements this time, it can be seen that he is also an experienced soldier. Moreover, he was able to believe Zhao Hai's words in such a short time. This in itself requires a very strong force to do it." "Quat." Zhao Hai laughed. "Quat, how can it be that easy to become a Beast King? Beast Kings are different from human kings. The two races take turns to become Beast Kings. If he didn't qualify as a Beast King, he would have been pushed down a long time ago." "Quat." Lola nodded. "Quat, I think that the Beastman's way of doing things is very good. The Beast King they choose will definitely be a capable person. He will be of great help to the Beastmen." "Quat." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, this has to do with the Beastman's personality. They need a strong leader. However, this person must be acknowledged by them." "Quat, Brother Hai, now that the orcs have changed the direction of their main attack to the territory of the Ixa family, won't it be easier for the Versailles family?" Meljan asked. Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed. "Quat, I don't think so. The orcs will definitely launch a feint attack at the Ironwall Fortress. However, don't think that a feint attack from the orcs is so easy to deal with. Once the Ixa territory is successful, the attack at the Ironwall Fortress will be even more intense. They will attack from two directions and destroy the Church of Light's arrangement in one fell swoop." "Quat, doesn't that mean that the Duchy of Versailles is probably going to be in trouble?" Meljan sighed. Zhao Hai sighed. He had expected this to happen when Ivan refused to leave. No matter what the orcs did, the Versailles family would not benefit. The Versailles family's position determined their longevity. Their position was close to the Beastmen Plains, and because of this they had to face the attacks of the Beastmen. This job was not easy. Fortunately, the Beastmen and humans had been living in peace for the past few years, so the Versailles family had developed quite well. This was also the result of their management. They had increased the output of food to the Beastmen Plains so that the Beastmen had enough food to eat. Therefore, the Beastmen naturally did not attack them. The beastmen's prairie was really too big. The beastmen couldn't even live in their own prairie, so why would they fight with the humans for no reason? Moreover, the humans weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't want to mess around. Laura also sighed and turned to look at the screen. What? I wonder how many people from the Arcas Empire are going to die this time. Zhao Hai sighed and said, there is no other way. You should know that if it were not for our appearance, many people in the Arcas Empire would have died. However, more orcs would have died. If things go wrong, the Church of Light might even exterminate them. Those religious fanatics are capable of anything. Lola sighed. She knew that Zhao Hai was not spouting nonsense. The people of the Church of Light were capable of doing such things. They had always regarded those who did not believe in the God of Light as heretics, and the orcs were the biggest heresy. If they really killed all the elites of the orcs, they would not let the rest of the orcs go. Quat, let's see what the Church of Light is going to do in the next few days, said Becky. Quat, in my opinion, even if they fail this time, they won't give up. After all, they only sent a red cardinal to the Arcas Empire, and most of their forces are from the Arcas Empire. They haven't used much of their overall strength. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, but this time their operation has failed, and it has dealt a huge blow to their reputation. In addition, they have seized control of the Arcas Empire. It is conceivable that the countries that have good relations with them will start to guard against them. It will be very difficult for them to regain their former glory. Quat. Quat, that's for the best, she said, nodding. Quat, the influence of the Church of Light is too great. It's not conducive to the stability of the continent. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the orcs on the screen. They didn't act immediately and were making preparations instead. There was nothing to see. Zhao Hai turned to Lao Gong and the others and said, all right, there's nothing else. Let's go and rest. I think the beastmen might make a move at night. Let's wait until night time to see. Lola nodded and turned to Zhao Hai. Quat, now that the entire continent knows about the misfortune that befell the Aixa family, as well as the misfortune that befell the Duchy of Versailles, those people are already on guard against the Church of Light. The Church of Light still places great importance on this battle, because once they lose, the situation will be very unfavorable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think the Church of Light understands this as well. However, they have too much faith in their own arrangements. They think that their arrangements are flawless. However, they did not expect that we have a pair of scissors in our hands. We have cut a hole in this seamless plan. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. Zhao Hai looked at the time and chatted with them for a while before going back to rest. He believed that the orcs would definitely take action at night. He wanted to see how they would do it. Not only Zhao Hai, but the entire continent was watching. They wanted to see what the orcs were going to do. Although they didn't know that the Church of Light used poison, they had seen the Church's plan. They wanted to know if the orcs would be fooled. On the night Zhao Hai went to the orc camp, the orcs started to move. The races that had been named by the orc king left the camp in groups. However, they did not go directly to the territory of the Aixa family. Instead, they turned around and walked into the depths of the grassland. In terms of understanding of the grasslands, the humans could not compare to the orcs. Therefore, what they had to do now was to walk deeper into the grasslands and then go around to the territory of the Aixa family. This way they would not be discovered by the humans. The prairie was so big that it was impossible for the human race not to send death warriors to observe the movements of the orc race. Although there were some clans among the orc race that specialized in dealing with these death warriors, the prairie was so big that it was inevitable that some fish would escape the net. Zhao Hai sat in the origin space, calmly watching the orcs' movements on the screen. He knew that the war was about to begin, and he was only a messenger. He wouldn't really participate in the war, so it was best to be a bystander. Laura and the others also watched the movements of the orcs. After a while, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said with a smile, Big Brother Hai, if anyone tells me that the human-beast hybrid clan's brains aren't good, I'll definitely praise them. Meljin and the others also looked at them in a daze. The orc tribe's operation this time was carried out in silence. Moreover, they did not mobilize a lot of troops, and they would not mobilize all the troops of the other tribes. Instead, they would leave a portion of their troops behind to confuse the enemy. Such an arrangement was already very impressive, and they had considered everything very thoroughly. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. Quad, it's not that the orcs aren't smart. It's just that they are straightforward and trust people more easily. Let's not talk about them anymore. It seems like there's nothing else. Damn it, I miscalculated. I slept too much during the day and can't sleep at night. Heh, my wives, shouldn't we do something else? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant and blushed. Laura snorted and said, we're all here, what can you do? Are you sure you can do it? I'll let you see if I can do it today. Zhao Hai was furious and roared. Ming Ming pounced on Lola, and suddenly screams came from the villa. The next morning, the orcs launched an attack on the Ironwall fortress. However, their attacks were loud like thunder, but the rain was light. Although they looked aggressive, there was not much contact. Ivan was shocked. He didn't understand what the orcs were doing. This didn't seem like the style of the orcs. Since when did the orcs change their temper? Zhao Hai knew that the orcs had not changed. They just did not want to cause too many casualties during the feint attack. Zhao Hai could tell Ivan about this, but he did not. He knew that sometimes one could not be too selfless. If he told Ivan about the Church of Light and the orcs' reaction, Ivan would know that he had already told the orcs. If Ivan knew about it, other people might know about it too. If this news spread to the continent, Zhao Hai would become the public enemy of the entire human race. This was not something he wanted to see. In Zhao Hai's eyes, humans and orcs were both intelligent races, and there was no difference between them. However, things were different here on the Ark continent. Humans and orcs were two different races, and the hatred between the two races could not be changed by Zhao Hai alone. If the humans knew that Zhao Hai was helping the orcs to deal with his own race, he would immediately become the public enemy of the entire human race and become a traitor. That would be bad. This was the reason why Zhao Hai did not tell Ivan about the situation between the Church of Light and the orcs. Ivan and the others were already prepared to die, but Zhao Hai had to think about the Buddha family. The orcs were not stupid. They knew that no one would believe their fake attack. Therefore, they launched a night attack at night to make Ivan and the others think that they were preparing for a night attack. Of course, this night attack was not successful, but it stopped Ivan and the others from suspecting the orcs. When the orcs attacked, they mobilized their troops and headed to the territory of the Aixa family. At the same time, the Eagleman tribe sent the news to the Orc King in the shortest time possible. Now, the Church of Light was playing a game with the orcs. The Church of Light had opened a poisonous bag, waiting for the orcs to get in. The orcs pretended to be in the bag, but on the other side they sent a knife, ready to pierce the bag. If they succeeded, the bag of the Church of Light would be in vain. However, the Church of Light did not know that the orcs had discovered the bag they had placed there. They had always thought that the orcs had come from a long distance and had not adapted to the situation, which was why their attack rhythm was so slow. The next day, the attacks of the orcs suddenly became more intense. The Beast King knew that if the orcs kept attacking slowly, the humans would be suspicious. Therefore, he ordered the orcs to increase their attacks so that they could better cover the movements of the other team. Sure enough, the Beastman King's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention to the Iron Wall Fortress. The humans knew the Beastmen very well. They also knew that the Beastmen were stronger than the humans in terms of combat power. Moreover, the Beastmen didn't just fight without thinking. They would also scout the human forces first, especially the Beastmen and the Eagle clan, who were air scouts. Their scouting ability was even stronger than the human race. That was why the Church of Light had deployed a large number of troops to the territory of the Aixa family, leaving the Versailles family to face the orcs alone. This way, the orcs would know that the Aixa family's territory had a large number of troops, and if they couldn't find them if they attacked, they would attack the Versailles family with all their might. This was the script that the Church of Light had written for the orcs. Moreover, the orcs were fully cooperating with them to put on a good show. They launched a crazy attack on the Iron Wall Fortress. The Versailles family suffered a lot of casualties. Of course, the orcs also suffered a lot of casualties. However, this was the characteristic of the orcs' attack. They would attack with all their might until they broke through the defensive line. Very few human troops could withstand the crazy attacks of the orcs. Therefore, human troops would never engage in open combat with the orcs in normal situations, as it would maximize the advantages of the orc cavalrymen. Although the heavy infantrymen on the continent could deal with the orc cavalrymen, it depended on what kind of orc cavalrymen they were dealing with. If it was an ordinary orc cavalryman, it would be fine. However, they were also helpless when facing the charge of the cavalry of the war clans. Of course, there were ways to deal with the orcs on the human continent. The orcs usually did not have armor, but the humans had heavy armored cavalry. When these heavy armored cavalry charged, they could also cause great damage to the orcs. However, the cost of making these heavy armored cavalry was too high. Therefore, even the Arca's empire, which was one of the few powerful countries on the continent, did not have many heavy armored cavalry. However, the orcs weren't good at attacking. There were no cities in their territory, and their battles usually took place on the grasslands. They were usually cavalrymen, so they weren't very good at attacking cities. People were waiting to see when the orcs would break through the Iron Wall defense line. The Iron Wall defense line was very famous on the continent because it had blocked an attack from the orcs before. Now, they wanted to see if the Versailles family could create another miracle. It had been 7 days since the orcs attacked the Iron Wall Fortress. Although it wasn't a long time, it wasn't a short time either. The orcs had sent more than 1 million soldiers to the fortress, while there were less than 100,000 soldiers defending the fortress. However, these 100,000 soldiers were all the soldiers that the Versailles family could deploy. Furthermore, all of them were prepared to die, so this battle was extremely intense. In 7 days, the Versailles family lost nearly 50,000 soldiers, while the orc army lost nearly 100,000 soldiers. The loss ratio was 1-2, which was rare in the war between the human race and the orc race. The human race was inherently inferior to the orc race, so the human race usually had more losses than the orc race. It was really rare to see the orc race losing more than the human race. However, only the Versailles family knew that the troops that attacked the Ironwall Fortress these days weren't the main force of the orcs. They were all races with good combat power, which was why they suffered such losses. If the orcs had let their main force attack with all their might, they might not have been able to hold on. Ivan and the others who had dealt with the orcs felt strange. When the orcs attacked in the past, they would send out some of the battle tribe after 2 to 3 days. However, it had been 7 days and the battle tribe had not shown up. Why was this so? At this moment, something that shocked the entire continent happened. On the 7th night after the orcs attacked the Ironwall Fortress, the Ixa family territory was suddenly attacked by the combined forces of several major battle clans of the orcs. Although the Church of Light had already stationed a large number of troops in the Ixa family territory, they were caught off guard by the orcs. The defense line was broken through in an instant, and the orcs' cavalrymen were saved from penetrating through the defense line. They directly defeated the 300,000 soldiers stationed in the Ixa family territory. Utterly defeated. This time, the main force of the orc race was attacking the territory of the Ixa family. They were the elites of the elites and had rich battle experience. With 100,000 troops against 300,000 troops, it was a classic battle that could be written in textbooks. No matter if it was the other human forces or the Church of Light, they did not expect the orcs to do this. The continent was in an uproar. They did not expect that the heavenly orcs' desperate attack on the Iron Wall Fortress was actually a cover for this surprise soldier. Using nearly 100,000 casualties as cover this time was a big price, but it was very cost-effective. This time they had defeated an army of 300,000 and occupied a large territory of the human race. Most of the civilians in the Vancier Duchy had left, but the civilians in the Ika's territory had not. Because the army was stationed there, they had collected a lot of resources. Now that these resources had fallen into the hands of the orcs, it had greatly alleviated the food crisis of the orcs. The people of the Church of Light obviously did not expect the orcs to play such a trick on them. They were caught off guard, and their previous plans fell through. Fortunately, they still had room for maneuver. The Church of Light immediately withdrew their troops near the Versailles Duchy and prepared to surround the territory of the Ixa family. However, just as the Church of Light's army was mobilized, the orcs attacked the Ironwall Fortress for a day and a night. Although the Versailles family put up their best resistance, they couldn't stop the orcs' attack. At the last moment, Ivan and the others were taken away by the loyal warriors of the Versailles family, and the direction they retreated to was Rocky Mountain. This was Zhao Hai's plan. After sending Ruyan and the others to the Island of Gold, he had asked the Primordial Sword Saint to gather a few 8th-tier experts who were absolutely loyal to the Versailles clan. He wanted them to protect the important figures of the Versailles clan when they retreated to Rocky Mountain. As long as they retreated to Rocky Mountain as quickly as possible, they would be able to keep their lives. With a Primordial Sword Saint, Ivan's words were more effective. The level 8 experts saw that things weren't going well, so they immediately took Ivan and left. They had already prepared the magic horses, food, and water, and then they ran all the way to Rocky Mountain. The Versailles clan that had escaped this time numbered less than 200 people. Most of them were the clan sinecures, which meant that they were experts. These 200 people were practically all experts of the 8th rank. The beastmen did not chase after them this time. They no longer cared about the 200 people. They were focused on the army that had just been sent to the Ixa family territory and were ready to attack the 100,000 people. The Church of Light did not expect that the orcs would break through the Ironwall Fortress as soon as they mobilized their troops. Now, the troops sent by the Church of Light were facing the fate of being attacked from both sides by the orcs. The Church of Light had thought that the orcs' army at the Ironwall Fortress was just a feint, so they shouldn't be too powerful. The main attackers should be the 100,000 warriors led by the Ixa family. But they didn't expect that the moment they moved, the orcs in the Ironwall Fortress would immediately turn from a sniper to a main attacker. They would break through the enemy in one fell swoop and then attack from behind. He was now passive. Now, the Church of Light was in a passive position. The orcs in the territory of the Ixa family were the main fighting force, and with the cooperation of various countries, their numbers had exceeded 100,000. Behind them, there were close to 1 million orcs in the army. They had sneaked in from the Iron Wall Fortress and killed all of them. This made the army of the Church of Light very vulnerable. However, the Church of Light did not give up hope. They thought that there was still a trump card that they had not used, which was the poison they had prepared. Although the Ironwall Fortress had been breached, the people that the Church of Light had sent to infiltrate the Duchy of Versailles had not been transferred back. These people had been hiding in the Versailles Duchy. They were waiting for the Ironwall Fortress to be broken through. As soon as the Beastmen army entered the Versailles Duchy, they would immediately poison them and then deal with them. In the Church of Light's opinion, although the changes were a little different from their plan overall, things were still going in the direction of their plan. The only difference was that the losses suffered by the Aixa family were not part of their plan. However, in the Church of Light's opinion, it was not a big deal. They had lost some supplies placed in the Aixa family's territory, but it might also lower the orc race's guard, which would make their plan easier to carry out. The Beastman's two-way advance had also caused the Church of Light to suffer great losses. However, this was exactly what they needed. He wanted the Beastmen to enter the territory of Arca's empire and then take care of them in one fell swoop within the territory of Arca's empire, so that they would not have the chance to escape. The ideal was full, but the reality was very cruel. The Church of Light was probably feeling the same way. In order to gain a great reputation for dealing with the orcs alone, they had rejected the help of the Rasen Empire and a few other empires. They were prepared to deal with the orcs by themselves. Without Zhao Hai's help, the human-beast hybrid clan would have suffered a great loss. However, it was a completely different matter now. The people of the Church of Light thought that they could use their poison to get rid of most of the orc army. However, they didn't expect that the orcs had already known about this and had already drunk the antidote. The Beast King also knew what the Church of Light was thinking, so they cooperated with the Church. They wanted to use this mentality of the Church of Light to destroy the army of the Church of Light in one fell swoop. This way, the Arca's empire would be like an undefended virgin, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. He had to admit that at that time, information was really important. One piece of information could really change everything, and the Church of Light had suffered a great loss because of this. After the Beastmen entered the Versailles Duchy, they didn't destroy anything. They only started to ransack the duchy and took away everything that they could use. This was the purpose of the orcs in this war. However, the orcs did it on purpose. They used this method to slow down their attack speed so that the Church of Light had time to make arrangements. The orcs wanted to give the Church of Light time to make arrangements. They wanted the people of the Church of Light to think that they had fallen into their plan. Only then would the Church of Light be at ease with them, and they could use this opportunity to completely destroy the Church of Light. Although it seemed like this would take a long time, it actually didn't take long. After the orcs entered the Duchy of Versailles, they directly threatened the left wing of the Church of Light's army. However, they didn't immediately attack the left wing of the Church's army. Instead, they madly stirred up trouble in the Duchy of Versailles. Although there were not many people in the Duchy of Versailles, they couldn't take too many supplies with them when they left. Moreover, the Versailles family didn't burn their own food, so the Beastmen had gained a lot of benefits in the Versailles Duchy. This was exactly what the Church of Light wanted. If the orcs immediately attacked the army of the Church of Light, it would be very troublesome and they would suffer great losses. But now that the orcs had stopped, it gave the spies a chance. Although the Church of Light had decided to use medicine to deal with the orcs, the medicine had to be put into food or water to be effective. It was very difficult to put it into food. After all, the food was under the protection of the Versailles family. It was not easy to put medicine into it, so the only way was to put it in water. One special thing about water was that it could flow. Even if it was well water, it was still running water. If you put a drug in it, it might be purified after a few days, so the timing of the drug was very important. If the orcs desperately attacked the Church of Light's army, it would be difficult to grasp when the Church of Light would poison them. However, if the orcs stopped, it would be their chance to poison them. The people of the Church of Light couldn't help but secretly thank the orcs. However, they didn't expect that they were almost all discovered by the Black Leopard clan. The Black Leopard clan were dark-attributed orcs. They were very talented, just like the human clan's men of sacrifice. Therefore, they were also a clan that was specially used to deal with the human clan's men of sacrifice. After the Beast King knew the plan of the Church of Light, he transferred some level 8 masters from the Black Leopard clan to scout the water sources in the camp every day. As long as they found any humans approaching, they were not allowed to touch them. They only had to inform the Beast King. On the third day after the Beastmen army entered the Versailles Duchy, the Black Leopard tribe discovered that the people of the Church of Light had poisoned their water source. They immediately reported this news to the Beastman King. The Beastman King knew that it was about time to lock them up, so he immediately sent the Eagle tribesmen to the territory of the Aixa family and agreed on a time to act together with the Beastmen there. At this time, the Versailles clan had also fled to Rocky Mountain. When they arrived, Zhao Hai was already waiting for them. "NBSP, as long as you don't blame me, Uncle," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Let's go. We'll go to the manor on the mountain, then we'll go to the Golden Island." Quad Ivan and the others knew it would be pointless to say anything at this time. They nodded and followed Zhao Hai up. Zhao Hai didn't plan to send Ivan and the others to the Island of Gold. He planned to send them to the beach with an eagle and then take a boat to the Island of Gold. The people accompanying Ivan this time were not all from the Versailles family. Many of them were the family's sinecures. Even though they were loyal to the family and stuck by Ivan's identity, Zhao Hai was still worried about them. He would never tell anyone about the Dimension's secret. Zhao Hai had told the primordial chaos sword saint before because he knew that space was too attractive to him. The energy in the space was active and abundant. For ninth-grade experts, it was a natural place for cultivation. It could help them break through the final barrier and obtain greater power. Such attraction was too great for a ninth-grade expert, so Zhao Hai was not afraid that the primordial sword saint would tell others about the situation there. After resting for a while in the Qingxi villa, Zhao Hai let them board the Eagle, and so did he. Then he sent them to the boat by the sea and boarded the boat to the Golden Island. He did not follow them, as he wanted to stay and watch the show. After the Church of Light put the medicine into the water source of the orcs, all they could do was wait. They stood by the water source and waited for the orcs to get water. However, what made the people of the Church of Light anxious was that the orcs might have fetched water the day before, so they didn't come to fetch water for the whole day after they had drugged the water. It was not until evening that the orcs came to fetch water, and they took away a lot of water at once. This made the people of the Church of Light waiting by the water source excited. After the meal, the usually noisy orc camp was surprisingly quiet. Those people were worried and entered the orc camp to take a look. They found that many orcs had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. Just when they wanted to kill two people, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky, which frightened the people of the Church of Light. They were very clear that there were still eagle tribesmen in the sky, so they immediately turned and left the camp to report to the Church of Light. After making sure that those people had left, the orc camp became lively again. However, this time they were not having fun. Instead, they were making arrangements to deal with the attack of the Church of Light. They knew very well that once the Church of Light's army knew that they had successfully poisoned them, they would definitely send people to attack. When the time came, they could first destroy those people and then attack with all their might. They must destroy the Church of Light's army. When Runebeck received the news, he immediately gave the order to attack. However, they didn't know that the orcs had laid a trap for them and were waiting for them to enter. What happened was very simple. The army sent by the Church of Light to take the fruits of the battle was completely wiped out by the orcs. Then the army of the orcs marched straight into the heart of the Arcas Empire. The two armies were like two sharp arrows, rushing straight to the capital of the Arcas Empire. Along the way, they did not encounter any decent resistance because they had sent out almost all the troops that could resist. It was destroyed by the orcs. The entire continent was shocked, the Church of Light was shocked, and the Arcas Empire was shocked. Now the Arcas Empire had almost lost the ability to resist. This time, the orcs had used a trick to destroy nearly 2 million soldiers of the Arcas Empire, which was almost equivalent to the entire defense force of the Arcas Empire. After all, they had lost a lot of people on the Island of Gold, and the Arcas Empire was really weak now. This time, the orcs did not go too far. They did not attack the ordinary civilians. Instead, they directly attacked the nobles, especially those who were related to the Church of Light. Every time they took down a city in the Arcas Empire, the orcs would make a big fuss. The reason they attacked the Arcas Empire was that the Church of Light had cut off their food. There was already this news on the continent, but it was only speculation and had not been confirmed. Now that the orcs had said it themselves, how could they be wrong? This time, the Church of Light had completely become a street rat in the Arcas Empire. The orcs' attack this time was also very interesting. They did not want to capture humans as slaves. They only came to steal food. Therefore, they did not rob the civilians. Instead, they robbed the nobles, food, and the Arcas national granary. In fact, by doing this, the orcs would still be snatching the food of the civilians. If the national granary of the Arcas Empire was robbed, it would definitely affect the food market of the Arcas Empire. In the end, the food prices would rise, and the civilians would suffer. However, the civilians would not want to take the food. They were lucky that the orcs did not come to rob them, and they would not have any other thoughts. The Arcas Empire could not hold on any longer, and they had no choice but to seek help from the Rossan Empire. The Rossan Empire also took the opportunity to negotiate with the orcs. Of course, the Rossan Empire did not want to clean up the mess for the Church of Light, so they did not want to directly fight with the orcs. Instead, they wanted to negotiate with the orcs. Although the orcs had not yet reached the capital of the Arcas Empire, they were almost there. However, they stopped as soon as the Rossan Empire sent people to negotiate. After all, the power of the Rossan Empire was there, and they had to be careful. If the Rossan Empire was really provoked into joining the war, the orcs would not be in a good position. The Beast King was a very shrewd man. His attack on the human race this time could be said to be very smooth. Although he had lost some men, compared to the previous attacks, his losses were the smallest, but the results were the greatest. At this time, if the human race could really agree to sell them food at a fair price, they could retreat. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, the orcs did not want to occupy the human world. They were not interested in the colorful world of humans. To them, the grassland was their home and their roots. If they were to enter the human world, sooner or later, the brave orcs would become as weak as the humans. In the eyes of the beastmen, humans were weak. That was why they had this feeling. They preferred to drink and sing on the grassland. Zhao Hai played a large part in the Beast King's decision. Weyers had told the Beast King about what Zhao Hai had said to him before they left the campsite. The Beast King had asked about Zhao Hai's strength, and Weyers had told the Beast King about it. The Beast King had no choice but to take Zhao Hai seriously. Although the Beast King admired Zhao Hai, he didn't take him seriously. However, after hearing from Weyers that Zhao Hai had an army of nearly 1,000,000 undead creatures, he had no choice but to take Zhao Hai seriously. The last enemy the orcs wanted to deal with was the undead creatures because they wouldn't get any benefits from them. Moreover, if they couldn't kill a black mage, it wouldn't be worth it to offend him. He could go deep into the prairie and keep creating undead creatures, which was definitely a terrifying thing. The Orc King understood that they were in the territory of the humans. If they really offended the Rollin Empire and the terrifying black magician, Zhao Hai, it would not be a good thing for the orcs. Moreover, their main purpose of attacking the Arcas Empire was for food. As long as the food problem was solved, no one would say anything even if they retreated to the orc grasslands. After all, they had already obtained a lot of things. The purpose of the negotiation was to make the orcs withdraw their troops. Moreover, the king of the Rollin Empire believed Zhao Hai's words. They had stored a lot of food in advance, which could be used. Therefore, the purpose of the negotiation with the orcs was to make them withdraw their troops. In the future, they would provide food to the orcs at a cheap price. No country liked war, especially this kind of war. This war was started by the Church of Light, but in the end, it was someone else who had to clean up their mess. This already made the other empires very unhappy. If they sent more people to the war, how many more people would die? They didn't want that to happen. Benefits, everything was for benefits. The orcs had started this war for their own interests, and the Church of Light had also schemed against the orcs for their own interests. The Rossin Empire had also done so for their own interests. It would be stupid to talk about feelings with these big forces. Even the honest orcs did it for benefits. If they couldn't get benefits, who would be willing to fight? The reason why orcs liked to fight was that they could get benefits from the war, while humans didn't like to fight because they couldn't get benefits from the war. It was that simple. The negotiations went very smoothly. This was the result that the Beast King wanted. They wanted food, cheap food, so that they could gain more benefits for the Beast Clan. Of course, they also knew that if they conquered the human race would be able to grow food for them continuously. However, they also knew that the human race would never be conquered by them. They could gain some benefits in the war, but it was impossible to conquer the human race because the human race's culture was different from the orcs. The orcs couldn't rule the human race for a long time, so they would rather sell their food at a cheap price. However, the orcs raised another request after the grain price. They wanted to punish the Church of Light severely, because the Church of Light was the one who had started the war. The various countries' negotiators had different thoughts about the orc race's request. Some of them were on the side of the Church of Light, while some were not. However, if they didn't agree, the orcs wouldn't leave. They might continue to fight. Even if they forced the orcs back, what would they get? Not getting anything was what the representatives of the various countries were most unwilling to see. In the end, the representatives of the various countries discussed and decided to agree to the orc race first. After all, after the orc race left, they could do whatever they wanted. After the orcs had obtained a satisfactory result, they returned to the grasslands with a large amount of food that the Arcas Empire had compensated them with. However, the matter with the humans was not over yet. This time, the Arcas Empire had suffered a great loss, but the Rossin Empire and the others could not help the Arcas Empire for nothing. You caused this trouble, and we helped you solve it in the end. Do you want to let it go so easily? How could that be possible? Therefore, the Rosen Empire had also made a request to the Arcas Empire. The first request was monetary compensation, and the second was other requests. This time, the Rosen Empire did not ask for any monetary compensation. They only had one request, and that was to give the Duchy of Versailles to the Buda family as their fief. It was true that the Buda family was a noble family in the Arcas Empire, but the grudges between the Arcas and the Buda family were known by any child on the continent. Therefore, people had long since stopped seeing the Buda family as people of the Arcas Empire. Even so, the Buda family still had the title of Marquis in the Arcas Empire, and they had their own fief, so if you really counted them, they could be considered as people of the Arcas Empire. However, the request of the Rossin Empire this time put the Arcas in a very difficult position. It was fine if they didn't do so. The Arcas Empire was at its weakest right now, and the Rossin Empire had not lost a single cent. They could use this as an excuse to occupy a piece of land. If the land was chosen to be at the Lifeline Canyon, the Arcas Empire would be in trouble. However, if they agreed, it would be equivalent to letting the Rosen Empire plant another nail in the Arcas Empire. Under such circumstances, the Arcas Empire would not have a good time in the future. Just like the Rossin Empire, the other three countries also made their own requests. They did not ask for land, as they were too far away from the Arcas Empire, and an enclave was useless to them. However, they proposed a huge monetary compensation, which left the Arcas Empire at a loss for what to do. This time, it wasn't just one empire that was making trouble for them, but four. Even if they didn't want to, they had no choice. Most importantly, they had lost almost all of their military strength, which made them very uncertain when negotiating with the other countries. The reason why the Rasan Empire had not yet attacked the Arcas Empire was because the Arcas had lost to the Orcs this time, and not any other country. If they invaded the Arcas Empire at this time, it would make everyone on the continent look down on them. However, even if they could not invade the Arcas Empire, the Rosan Empire could still make a request and even crush the Arcas Empire economically. If the Arcas Empire was at its peak, they would never agree to the Rasan Empire's request. Unfortunately, they were not at their peak now, but at their weakest. This weakness was not only because they did not have any soldiers to fight, but also because their economy had taken a huge blow. Although the Orcs did not rob the civilians, the food stores of several countries in the north of the Arcas Empire had been emptied, and the nobles of several cities had been killed and their homes robbed. They had also compensated the Orcs with a lot of food. It could be said that the economy of the Arcas Empire had regressed for more than 20 years. Under such circumstances, if they did not agree to the demands of these four countries, led by the Rasan Empire, these four countries might impose an economic blockade on them. It would be almost impossible for the Arcas Empire to return to its original state. The most important thing was that the two important northern towns of the Arcas Empire, the Versailles Duchy and the Aixa family territory, had been destroyed. The two families had run to the Island of Gold, and this news had already spread across the continent. Moreover, the two families had suffered great losses and no longer had the ability to take over their territories. This was why the Rasan Empire had suggested for the Arcas Empire to give the Versailles Duchy to Zhao Hai as his territory. However, the Arcas Empire also understood that this territory could not be given to Zhao Hai no matter what. If they really did give this territory to Zhao Hai, the Rosan Empire would be able to attack the Arcas Empire from the south and the back if they wanted to. Therefore, they had entered a very difficult negotiation with the Rosan Empire. The Arcas Empire only had one thought in mind, and that was that as long as their territory was not divided, everything else could be discussed. The Rasan Empire, on the other hand, would not budge. In fact, later on, everyone could see that the Rosan Empire did not really want the Duchy of Versailles. They only wanted to obtain more benefits. In the end, after a discussion between both sides, the Arcas Empire had to compensate the Rasan Empire with a large sum of money and also exempt the goods from customs duties. What was strange was that Zhao Hai had not appeared on the continent during this period of time. This was very unusual. One had to know that the main content of the negotiations between the Arcas and the Rasan Empire was related to him. However, Zhao Hai had not appeared. This did not seem like something he would do. Zhao Hai had been very busy recently. He had been collecting the corpses from the war. There were many of them, and most of them were strong soldiers. These corpses were very useful to Zhao Hai. The war between the Orcs and the humans had produced more than 1 million corpses. Some of the corpses were buried by the Orcs, while some were not. After all, there were too many corpses. Zhao Hai knew that if the corpses were left there, they might become a plague. Therefore, he collected the corpses and turned them into undead creatures. Zhao Hai also knew about the negotiations, but he didn't have much hope in the first place. He knew that the Arcas Empire would never agree. Although the Arcas Empire was weak now, the Rasan Empire also had some concerns and would not dare to go too far. However, what Zhao Hai despised were the people from the Church of Light. Everyone in the world knew that the king of the Arcas Empire had become Boric, and the people from the Church of Light had left the Arcas Empire. Zhao Hai looked down on the Church of Light's actions. It was equivalent to throwing away their allies and running away. Boric was no longer in high spirits. The Arcas Empire had attacked the Versailles Duchy and the Aixa family because of his suggestion. That was why they had started such a war. In the end, they had lost so badly. After this defeat, the Arcas Empire would need at least 20 years to recover. Even if he could recover in 20 years, his power would not be as strong as before. Not only did they compensate the Orcs with so many things, but they also paid a large amount of money to the other four empires, which greatly damaged the strength of the Arcas Empire. However, after the negotiations were completed, the Arcas Empire had officially begun its reconstruction. However, the Church of Light had become a street rat in the Arcas Empire. No one in the Arcas Empire liked the Church of Light. It could be said that it would be more difficult for the Church of Light to preach in the Arcas Empire in the future than in the Rasan Empire. The restoration and reconstruction of the Arcas Empire had officially begun. What they needed the most was food. They needed a large amount of food to stabilize the price of food and to restore production. After negotiations, the major empires of the Rosan Empire were no longer stingy. They sent a large amount of food to the Arcas Empire and sold it at a fair price, which greatly alleviated the food problem of the Arcas Empire. Among them, the most famous was Zhao Hai. He brought a large amount of food to the Versailles Duchy, which was very important for the reconstruction of the duchy. Now, the Versailles Duchy and the Aixa family both had new owners. The nobles of these two places were all Borich's most loyal subordinates. Although they had a conflict with Zhao Hai before, they had no choice but to welcome him. This was because both the Versailles Duchy and the Aixa family needed a large amount of food to attract the original residents back to settle down. The food that Zhao Hai had brought was not breadfruit, but ordinary bamboo rice. He believed that breadfruit would be more popular with the orcs. While the Arcas Empire was being rebuilt, a wave of anti-church, anti-light fanatical activity had unknowingly appeared on the continent. This time, it was not only the Rossan Empire that was against the Church of Light, but all the other countries had started to do so. However, the Church of Light had a grade 9 expert after all, and the major countries on the continent could not go too far. However, the Church of Light's influence on the continent was not as strong as before. The reason why the Church of Light had developed so quickly was because they had gathered a large number of nobles to join the Church of Light, because they could bring a lot of benefits to those nobles. However, recently, the Church of Light had been making a lot of mistakes. In their eyes, it was a good move, but the opponent did not follow their routine, so they seemed to be in a passive position. Now, the Church of Light had completely quieted down. In addition to the Rosen Empire and the Arcas Empire, the other empires were also trying their best to suppress the Church of Light. At this time, the Church of Light was losing a large number of believers. At this rate, it would be difficult for them to regain their original momentum. However, it was impossible for the few empires to destroy the Church of Light in one go. The Church of Light had a grade 9 powerhouse in charge, which was a form of deterrence to the great nobles. Under the joint suppression of several major empires, the Church of Light could only maintain its position without much effort. Many of the nobles who had supported them had already withdrawn from the Church of Light. Zhao Hai did not care about this. He was at the Golden Island, discussing the future development of the Buda family with Ivan and Robbie. After Ivan's arrival on the Island of Gold, the Versailles family's young men immediately had an idea of what to do, so they were doing well on the island. Zhao Hai had also told Ivan and Ryan about the secret of the dimension. Zhao Hai was still observing the other members of the Versailles family. They were different from the Aixa family. The Aixa family had never been infiltrated by the Church of Light, but the Versailles family had been infiltrated by the Church of Light. To be honest, Zhao Hai was not at ease with the Versailles family. Although the Buda family's territory had not increased, their reputation on the continent had once again increased. This was because the Rosen Empire had used their family as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Arcas Empire, so the Buda family was now very famous on the continent. The Buda family's future development would still be based on the Black Soil Wasteland. It was a place where they could establish a country. Now, the Versailles family and the Aixa family were like floating screens without roots. If they could not follow the Buda family closely, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold on the mainland in the future. In the end, the outcome of the discussion between Zhao Hai and the Buda family was that the Aixa family would send Fernando to the Island of Gold to do business, while the Versailles family would send Ryan back to the Versailles Duchy. Zhao Hai had previously bought a large amount of food from the Vansal Duchy, which played an important role in opening up the market for the Buda family there. Now, Zhao Hai was using this opportunity to build his own sales network in the Vansal Duchy. If it was in the past, it might have been a little difficult, but it didn't matter now. With the addition of the Versailles family, they were very familiar with the Versailles Duchy, and the Magicider family still had a lot of management talents that they could use. So now the Buda family could completely set up a sales network in the Versailles Duchy and seize the market at the first opportunity. Zhao Hai then contacted Ebel through the Kalchai family and asked Ebel to return to the territory of the Aixa family. He also wanted to build a sales network there. This sales network was a cooperation between the Buda family and the Kalchai family. The Kalchai family did not object to it. With these two sales networks, Zhao Hai's sales volume would increase greatly in the future, which was very important to the Buda family. Zhao Hai didn't go to the orc grassland as soon as the war ended because he knew that it was the busiest time for the orcs. The orcs had stolen a lot of things from the humans, and they had to distribute them. Because of these things, the orcs didn't need anything right now. That was why Zhao Hai didn't go to the orc prairies immediately. He planned to go there after a while. The current situation on the continent was definitely a good opportunity for the Buda family. The continent was attacking the Church of Light, and Zhao Hai was the Church's biggest enemy. The Church of Light used to suppress them, but now that the Church of Light could not even protect itself, they did not have the time to suppress them. The Buda family could use this opportunity to develop. Although the Buda family was short of people, with the addition of the Versailles family, the Aixa family, and the Majdal family, there were now many managers in the Buda family. Although these people could not tell those people the situation in the Black Earth Wilderness, there was no problem letting them help the Buda family manage their business. Zhao Hai planned to use this period of time to expand the business of the Buda family to the entire continent. It was very advantageous for the Buda family to expand their business to the outside world, not to mention the products of paradise, which had already made a name for themselves on the continent. Moreover, Zhao Hai also had products from the grasslands and the sea. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to be the only one to own the products from the grasslands. Many merchants on the continent did business with the orcs, so the products from the grasslands could be sold everywhere on the continent. However, things from the sea were rare on the continent, so they must be in great demand on the continent. As long as no one suppressed them, the Buda family's business would be able to quickly expand on the continent. Besides, Zhao Hai did not plan to do all these businesses by himself. He was prepared to cooperate with the Karch family, the Croak family, Charlie family, the Rossan Empire royal family, the Sheila family, all of them. Working with these people would not only allow the Buda family's products to spread throughout the entire continent in the shortest time possible, but it would also build a good relationship with these families. With this plan in mind, Zhao Hai settled the matters of the Aixa family and the Versailles family. He then returned to the Berserk Dragon Castle outside of Carson City. After that, he prepared to go to the palace and bring back Lies. Although she spent most of her time in the realm, he was afraid that the old king would think too much if he didn't pick her up for a long time, so he still had to do it for the sake of his face. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the Berserk Dragon Castle, the servant told him that Jason had visited him a few times. Jason had left a message for Zhao Hai to go to the Crook family's castle as soon as he returned. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded his head. Once he reached home, he immediately took a carriage to the Crook family's castle. It was not his first time visiting the Crook family's castle. The moment the servants saw Zhao Hai's carriage, they immediately removed the roadblock and let Zhao Hai go up the mountain. Outside the castle, Jason was already waiting for him. He got out of the car and laughed as he walked over to him. "Brother Jason, I came here as soon as I heard your message. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? But this is good. Even if you didn't come to me, I would have come to find you." Jason walked up to Zhao Hai and gave him a hug. "You brat, if I didn't leave you a message, would you have forgotten about me? Quick, Grandpa is waiting for you." With that said, the two entered the castle and got on the carriage. They headed inside the castle and soon arrived at Jia Si's study. Jia Si was indeed waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "You brat, you haven't come to see this old man for such a long time. Why are you scared away? Don't worry, you're the head of a big family, you need to be calm. Grandpa, you really don't know how to back down when you're old. How can our Buda family compare to the Croak family? If our Buda family had the same skills as the Crook family, I would be lying at home every day." Jia Si laughed heartily. "Lying at home every day? Kid, didn't you turn into a pig? Quickly sit down, I have something to talk to you about." Zhao Hai nodded. After sitting down with Jason, he immediately had a servant bring Kia over. Only then did Jas turn to Zhao Hai and say, "Quat little Hai, you've been in the limelight recently. I didn't expect that His Majesty would use your family as a bargaining chip. However, this really forced the Arca's empire to give in. Very good, Quat." In BSB, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, what's so good about it? I didn't get any benefits at all. Seriously, Grandpa, why did you call me over so urgently?" Jia Si laughed. "Quat, you've been busy after the Divine Grace period, so you won't have the time to come here. This time, I've called you over to ask you if you have any business with us." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he heard Jia Si's words. He had come today for this matter as well. Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Quat, if you didn't look for me, I would have looked for you. I really do have a business to do with you. Now that the Church of Light has been suppressed, it's no longer an obstacle to our development. So I want to cooperate with you and my father-in-law to sell our products in your store. However, I have a request. The prices of the products produced by our Buda family must be uniform." Quat. Jace was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of good stuff in his hands. If they were to cooperate with him, these things would bring huge benefits to the Crook family. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, that's not a problem. Isn't it just a unified price? Sure. What are the items? Tell me." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and explained where they could work together, mainly on paradise products, grassland products, and seafood products. However, there weren't many seafood products yet, so they mainly focused on paradise products and grassland products. Even so, Jia Si was already very happy. Peach Fist products and grassland products were very popular on the continent, especially paradise products, which was almost a unique business. Although there were many similar products on the continent, if one were to talk about the best quality, it was still the Bu de family's paradise products. The Bu de family's paradise products were very popular in the Rosen Empire due to their cheap and good quality.